Chapter 1 Lying flat for 10,000 years, descendants kneel to request an exit. In the Tianyun Great World. Eastern Wilderness, the Misty Holy Land. Incideth the Grand Hall, Saint Master Lumobayan Dogatharingoth high-ranking officials stood with stone-faced expressions, all displaying signs of worry and distress. Elder Chuntayansayat Ansade, Saint Master, the devil called Hassasud Thirfanal ultimatum. They threaten to annihilate our misty holy land if Wedinothandivrith spirit vain be tomorrow. Bang! Howderathi, Justicer Supreme Elder has beset away, Thesa people can't wait to make their move. In my opinion, should fight Temptothind, second Elder Luyudeus Lamethashandonthitabaline frontophum enraged. As soon as the say words were spoken, Theothirilders nadid in agreement, echoing in unison, indeed, well as see the Emperor's weapon and phytothedeth. Wifern at death. In the past, how glorious misty holy land was! With the legacio Fenthausandayers, it had produced several great emperors, all of whom were unrivaled powerhouse in their time. However, time shape changed, and each generation has become weaker than the last. The mighty misty holy land, with nooning feastern wilderness red to provoke, has gradually declined. Many forshevelon coveteth unique heaven earth spirit vain off misty holy land, but they dared not make him evaduato the presentio to supremio drathapikof de quasi imperorio man the emperor's weapon. But half a month ago, the supreme eldre tempted obrenai through to emperor realm duatotha depletion office lifeis and sebutfeldan passed away ahead of time. News of this spread throughout the eastern wilderness, attracting the greed of numerous forces, wife devil cult being the most aggressive. Currently, apart from Saint Master Liam Ubeohiset the Peacock T Saint Realm, Theothirolder Softemis de Holly Landaria Lathunian Teo Realm, can get difficult to withstand devil cult, which possesses experts at quasi emperor realm. Saint Master, what do y'all think? Let's fighteth a death. Yes, let's see emperor's weapon. Even if we can't win, well maketh them pay. We Thepiopleth misty holy land, aeronautica words. Fielders Gromari and Mori excite as they spoke, all displaying gastado fridinistodi for their cause, turning their gazesta words lumubiathi head of thegrip. No! It's not timoto dispariate. Lumubes gaze swept over everyon and has spoke in a deep voice. Fielders looked datokother with confusion in fire eyes. The devil culti sabato attack. If this isn't the timoto phyto thedith, then whennies? Seeing their puzzled facile faces, Lumubé stood up, folded his hands behind his back, and explained slowly abute secret nonenla to the Saint Master. The misty holy land has an ancestral edict established by our first founding ancestor. This ancestral edict must be remembered by every Saint Master. If Holy Land face an existential crisis, go to the ancestral land. Upon hearing these words, Fielder's faces grew even more puzzled. Yaurio rediata critical momento flyfendeth. What's the of going to the ancestral land now? At this point, Chuntayan suddenly asked, Saint Master, could the rest still be an ancestor living in the ancestral land? Hiss. That can't be possible. As soon as this was made, every onuus hakadan gasped. The ancestral land dislocate Dathibakov misty holy land on das never been a penta visitors, even disciples are forbidden from going there. Every knows this and Dolphoth are puzzled, nuni hasa verventurit theer. Now that Saint Master has revealed thys ancestral edict, could there really be another secret in the ancestral land? Or is there really an ancestor still alive? If there is really an ancestor still alive, that will be extraordinary. Whoever writes, the must be an invincible great emperor. Im not sure buter ancestor swoon they've left Toslas ancestral edict without reason, lumubeshukished. He continued, regardless of its truth, you must go to the ancestral land. Although he doesn't understand with the ancestor established thys ancestral edict, lumube decided to investigate the ancestral land first. Ding, congratulations to the host for lying flat for 10,000 years. Your cultivation house a word direct light ethelavel off a mortal king. Inside he ancestral land at the Bukoft misty holy land. Ayad sitting cross-legged in the center slowly opened his eyes. His power surged instantly, his eyes wordy up and unfathomable, and terrifying visions flashed frequently. Time has passed, and 10,000 years shaved ganibi. I am finally invincible in this world, Yisheoking said in a deep voice. 10th Asandir Sego he transcendento Israel mando awakened flying flat system. With flying flat mission Zishubathi system, Heros a rapid lion just 100 years, breaking Frototh Emperor realm and becoming the strongest of Izera. Orid Bice invincibility, he founded Misty Holy Land an unparalleled sect. However, before he could fully enjoy his life, the system issued no their mission totally flat for 10,000 years. With new turquoise, Hepa set the position of Saint Master to the most powerful discomplete that time, apart from himself. Now that the 10,000 year shade passed, he has become an immortal, a true immortal king. Cultivation levels cheer refining, foundation establishment, golden dan, yuaning, transformation, spirit, Kate heaven union tau, saint, quasi-emperor, emperor. Ding, the system as detected that the hostess invincible ninth world. A system mission has appeared. Please, host. Stop, don't say it, Yisheoking interrupteth the system without hesitation. Then her rejected it directly, imol ready invincible. Wishol di doanamore emissions, I refuse. Are you kidding? Has been lying flat for 10,000 years. During these 10,000 years, he hasn't properly enjoyed life. As soon as woke up from the previous mission, the system is another monotherone. Isn't this just torturing him to death? He would never accept another mission even if it killed him. He just wants to enjoy himself no on makeup for the time has wasted. Mission, pft. Host, please hear me out. Although your cultivation has reached the mortal king realm and do arraign deed invincible in thuniverse, don't you want to obey invincible in us beyond thuniverse and stand above the heavens? Do you really want to stafra, don't you really want to become even stronger, I Fiodo shouted out intel. I don't want to, Yisheoking said with disdain. Every mission requires him to lay flat for decades Serevane and years. Who can tolerate that? System. Alright, system, don't say anything. Go wherever you feel cool. I don't need you anymore. System you heartless man, this system is very sad. At this moment, outside Ithidor, loom you bake Neltine front off to get off the Ancestor land with a serious expression. Hesh hopped in a deep voice towards the inside. 6th generation Saint Master Lumubai, following the ancestral edict, respectful requests the Ancestor to exit the seclusion. The misty holy land is no facing an existential crisis. I, Lumubai, am ashamed to have failed to protect Holy Land. I respectful request the Ancestor to exit the seclusion and save the Holy Land. The ancestral land is a forbidden area of misty Holy Land. The ancestral edict also states Totone must not enter here unless it's a critical moment. Physis Lumubo is first Emir. However, after a long time, there was no response from inside, making him increasingly nervous. After all, this is shisless thope. Lumubai, an existential crisis? Yisheoking in the ancestral land frowned slightly, and a cold expression involuntarily appeared on his face. How der some own basabal desticas at troubling his misty holy land, arethi asking for death? You know, when Washer, the misty holy land was the most powerful and unparalleled sect in Eastern wilderness, and none dared to fend it. Hejest closed is Seclusian for 10,000 years, and no Samianaders. Meanwhile, in the ethereal sanctum, the Holy Master, is the founding ancestor truly still alive? Jin Tian's eyes whitened like copper bells, his face etched with disbelief. The other elders and higher-ups shared similar sentiments, caught in a web of skepticism. After all, the founding ancestor was a figure from 10,000 years ago. If he were indeed alive, it would be utterly terrifying. In the entirety of the eastern wilderness, they would be able to stride with unparalleled authority. But could it truly be that the ancestor still draws breath? Lumubai, observing their expressions akin to his own from earlier, couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, Holy Master, do dispense with the suspense and share the tale. Indeed, do tell us, we are on tenterhooks. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of exclamations. Lumubai, calming his demeanor, finally nodded and, with an air of mystery, proclaimed, indeed, the ancestor still lives. Moreover, the aura he imparts is unimaginably powerful. He has likely ascended to an entirely new realm. An entirely new realm? The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered and struggling to comprehend. As the upper echelons of the ethereal sanctum, they were well aware of the Ancestor's formidable prowess, a peerless being who had reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm a millennium ago. Now, with the Holy Master asserting that the Ancestor had ascended to a new realm, could it be, as if sensing something, the assembly's expressions morphed into a visage of terror as they uncertainly inquired, could it be that the Ancestor has become an immortal? Lu Mubai nodded affirmatively. Hiss. The Ancestor has truly become an immortal? Ha! If the Ancestor has indeed achieved immortality, then our ethereal sanctum must be the most powerful sanctum in the world. Those insignificant minions of the demon sect would be utterly inconsequential. The crowd, in their excitement, became almost incoherent. They had never anticipated that the Ancestor not only survived but might have ascended to immortality. Should the outside world learn of this, it would surely terrify them to their core. Just then, a voice laden with murderous intent pierced the atmosphere. Lu Mubai, swiftly surrender the Emperor's weapon and the celestial veins, or today, the ethereal sanctum shall face obliteration. Outside the gates of the ethereal sanctum, a tumultuous roar echoed. A surge of formidable demonic energy soared into the skies, a powerful presence tearing through the heavens, stirring the winds and clouds, transforming the previously clear skies into a somber gray. Shadows emerged from within the sanctum. Lu Mubai, leading the elders and high-ranking members, manifested in the void above, their energies unreservedly unleashed, creating a monumental presence that shook the firmament. In the distant sky, a dense assembly of the demon sect stood, each member possessing strength beyond the spirit realm. At the forefront loomed four formidable figures of unparalleled demonic might. The peak Emperor realm leader of the demon sect, Li Wudi, accompanied by three early-stage Emperor realm fiends. Such a formidable array was a rare spectacle in the eastern wilderness, capable of sweeping aside numerous factions. It was evident that the demon sect had come with a resolute intention to annihilate the ethereal sanctum. Lu Mubai's voice resonated deep and resolute. Li Wudi, how dare you muster an army to invade my ethereal sanctum? Do you seek your own demise? Clad in a black robe, Li Wudi stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Lu Mubai with an icy glare, his murderous intent unabashed, regarding him from a lofty vantage. Lu Mubai, even in the face of impending doom, you dare to utter such bravado? To kill me, with your mere pinnacle of the Saint Realm cultivation, what qualifies you? His voice, though not raised, clearly echoed throughout the entirety of the ethereal sanctum. Chapter 3 of the Ancestor emerges from seclusion, instantly slaying the Ascendant Emperor in an instant. The overwhelming pressure exuded by Li Wudi, formidable as Mount Tai, penetrated deep into the souls of those present. The numerous disciples of the misty Holy Land could not help but shudder in fear, retreating a step, their faces etched with terror. They were mere fledgling cultivators, having never witnessed such a harrowing spectacle. Collectively, their gazes turned towards Lu Mubai and the assembly of elders above. Yet, those who were aware of the Ancestor's continued existence, Lu Mubai and the elders, were not only unafraid but burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! Li Wudi, who had anticipated their trembling pleas for mercy, was suddenly consumed by rage, his anger flaring. Lu Mubai, I grant you one final chance. Surrender the imperial weapon and the heavenly spiritual veins, or do not blame me for resorting to force. Have you considered the consequences? Once I make my move, it will mean the annihilation of your entire lineage, leaving not a single remnant. If you choose to surrender now, perhaps I might show you mercy and allow you to retain your life. His words dripped with menace, yet Lu Mubai merely scoffed, retorting with cold mockery. Li Wudi, our misty Holy Land has endured for millennia. Do you truly believe that our decline signifies the absence of other contingencies? I advise you against rash actions. Kneeling and pleading for mercy now may yet preserve your life. At this proclamation, the members of the heavenly demon sect were thrown into disarray, glancing around, unsettled by Lu Mubai's declaration. Master, do they truly possess other means? Should we consider retreating? Queried a cunning-looking Ascendant Emperor, sidling up to Li Wudi. Retreat? Li Wudi's eyes widened in fury as he glared at the man, scolding him sharply. Retreat? Are you out of your mind? That old fool Li Ran is dead. The current misty Holy Land is nothing but a spent force, a scattered mass. How could you be foolish enough to believe Lu Mubai's fabrications? Li Wudi's expression conveyed a deep-seated disappointment, glaring at the Ascendant Emperor. To him, the misty Holy Land was merely a slightly larger ant, feigning calmness in a futile attempt to intimidate them. If they had any other cards to play, why not reveal them now instead of spewing nonsense? The imperial weapon and the heavenly spiritual veins were his to seize today. With them, the heavenly demon sect would ascend to become the most powerful force in the eastern wasteland. He would not easily relinquish this opportunity. 3 breaths, he declared ominously, I shall grant you 3 breaths of time. Lu Mubai, should you continue to resist, I will ensure your entire clan is exterminated, leaving not a single trace. His voice was low yet thunderous, reverberating in the ears of all present. His overwhelming aura surged skyward, shaking the heavens, startling the powerful figures observing from afar. These individuals represented the most formidable forces of the Eastern Wasteland, sent to gather intelligence. It seemed Li Wuti was truly enraged. Do you think the Misty Holy Land truly possesses other trump cards? It was difficult to ascertain. A supreme lineage that had flourished a millennium ago, despite its decline, could still possess hidden strengths. This uncertainty was precisely why our vast sword sect dared not act recklessly. My sovereign shared this sentiment. With the tumultuous currents of the Eastern Wasteland, many forces were eyeing the Misty Holy Land with avarice. Allowing the Heavenly Demon sect to probe the truth would be prudent. Indeed, the truth would soon be revealed. Meanwhile, on the other side, 2. Li Wuti's aura grew ever more potent, his demonic might surging like a tidal wave, instilling terror in countless hearts, nearly suffocating them. 3. As this word escaped his lips, Li Wuti's expression turned grim, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Very well, since it has come to this, do not blame me for lacking courtesy. Go and slay Lumubai, let them understand the dire consequences of defying my command. With a thunderous roar, 2 ascendant emperor-level demons from the Heavenly Demon sect unleashed their overwhelming aura, akin to a tempest, stepping forward in unison, vanishing from sight in an instant, charging towards Lumubai. Prepare to die. The 2 appeared before the stunned Lumubai, showing no intention of holding back, simultaneously unleashing their divine abilities. Not good. Holy Master. The elders of the Misty Holy Land, witnessing this turn of events, were struck with alarm, springing into action to assist Lumubai in resisting the assault of the 2 ascendant emperor-level foes. However, they were ultimately a moment too late. The divine powers had already reached Lumubai. At that precise moment, a formidable and boundless aura descended from the heavens, overwhelming the multitude. Boom, a flash of white light erupted, shattering the divine abilities of the ascendant emperor-level demons, leaving no trace behind. What? How can this be? The sudden turn of events left the 2 ascendant emperors aghast. Without hesitation, they began to retreat, yet, just as they turned, they sensed an invincible presence approaching from behind. Turning back, they beheld a colossal hand that had appeared from nowhere. With a resounding crash, the bodies of the 2 ascendant emperors were instantaneously obliterated into a mist of blood, their souls dissipating completely, leaving no chance of survival. This scene sent shockwaves through the ranks of the Heavenly Demon sect, leaving them terrified and speechless. The 2 ascendant emperors were slain just like that. This was impossible, a mere illusion. Heavens, what manner of hand was that, so terrifying in its might? A low, yet authoritative voice resonated through the air. A swarm of ants, bold enough to covet the Misty Holy Land. As the voice echoed, a figure emerged slowly from a rift in space. Clad in white, tall and imposing, he stood with arms crossed, a majestic presence commanding the heavens and earth. Ancestor? Overcome with emotion, Lumubai gazed at the figure above, tears welling in his eyes as he murmured to himself. Though this young man exuded no discernible aura, and he had never encountered the Ancestor in person, the voice was unmistakably identical to that of the Ancestor from the ancestral land. Regaining his composure, Lumubai wasted no time, kneeling respectfully and proclaiming, I, Lumubai, the 6th-generation Holy Master, humbly welcome the Ancestor from seclusion. The remaining elders, equally stirred, knelt in unison, exclaiming, We welcome the Ancestor from seclusion. Welcome the Ancestor from seclusion. Thousands of disciples from the Misty Holy Land raised their voices in unison, creating a breathtaking scene that reverberated through the heavens. The Ancestor? The Misty Holy Land still has a living Ancestor. Panic and dread enveloped the Heavenly Demon sect. Even Li Wuti found himself momentarily stunned, staring in disbelief at the towering figure in the void, his body trembling uncontrollably. Heavens, it is the Emperor! Flee! The powerful figures hovering in the distant clouds were rendered speechless, hastily retreating without a moment's hesitation, their speed so swift they seemed to wish for additional legs. All they desired was to escape this place and relay the news. The Misty Holy Land still had an Emperor Ancestor alive. Chapter 4: Eradication of the Heavenly Demon Sect, the resurgence of the Imperial Weapon. Rise, all of you! Yi Shaoqing gently raised his hand, and the ethereal spiritual energy, like a tender palm, delicately lifted the people of the mysterious sacred land. He then cast a calm gaze upon Li Wuti, his voice imbued with an invisible pressure. Is it you who declared the intention to annihilate my sacred land? This seemingly mundane statement struck Li Wuti's ears like a thunderclap, causing his head to shake erratically, as he muttered to himself, Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could the mysterious sacred land still possess an ancestor? You must be an impostor. At this juncture, a fierce glint flashed in Li Wuti's eyes. I will kill you. Everything had been proceeding smoothly, and the complete destruction of the mysterious sacred land seemed imminent. Yet, at this critical moment, an ancestor suddenly emerged, who could endure such a revelation, and who would dare to believe it. The overwhelming aura of a peak quasi-emperor surged forth from his body like a crashing tide as he charged madly towards Yi Shaoqing, roaring, "Imposter, die!" Li Wuti could neither accept nor dare to believe that the mysterious sacred land genuinely had an ancestor still alive. For if that were true, all his prior efforts would be rendered futile, and the heavenly demon sect would inevitably face annihilation. Thus, he had no choice but to gamble on the notion that Yi Shaoqing was indeed a fraud. Only by killing him could the heavenly demon sect hope to escape disaster. However, Yi Shaoqing's countenance remained as tranquil as a still lake, devoid of even the slightest ripple. As Li Wuti approached, he finally spoke slowly, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. "Ignorance does not equate to innocence, but that does not grant you a pardon. To dare unleash chaos upon the mysterious sacred land, whoever you are, deserves execution." No sooner had he finished speaking than a piercing scream erupted from Li Wuti. "No, I refuse to accept this." In an instant, his body was crushed to ash by an unfathomable divine might, vanishing completely from existence, as if he had never been. The ancestor had effortlessly slain a peak quasi-emperor with but a thought. Incredible! The disciples of the mysterious sacred land, who had been trembling in fear at the onslaught of the heavenly demon sect, felt their dread transform into exhilaration upon witnessing Li Wuti's swift demise at the hands of the ancestor, and they began to cheer boisterously. Even Lu Mubai and the elders, who had previously speculated about the ancestor's strength, were profoundly shaken by this display. The ancestor's power far exceeded their expectations. "Let us slay them all." A cold glimmer flickered in Yi Shaoqing's eyes as he unleashed a mighty punch, obliterating the last remaining quasi-emperor of the heavenly demon sect into nothingness. Lu Mubai immediately declared, "All cultivators above the spirit realm, join me in vanquishing our foes. Kill, charge, slay these scoundrels." With the support of their ancestor, the disciples of the mysterious sacred land were invigorated, summoning their weapons and charging towards the fleeing members of the heavenly demon sect. In a matter of moments, over 1,000 members of the heavenly demon sect were annihilated, leaving no survivors, their bodies strewn across the ground in a gruesome tableau. "Ancestor, we have eliminated them all," Lu Mubai reported to Yi Shaoqing, his face alight with the excitement of a child protected by an adult. Yi Shaoqing, with hands clasped behind his back, gazed out over the vast expanse of land and inquired, "Aside from the heavenly demon sect, who else harbors ill intentions towards the mysterious sacred land?" Having lain dormant for millennia, Yi Shaoqing could hardly fathom the once mighty supreme orthodoxy now reduced to such a state of decline. As the founding ancestor, he would not stand idly by. He intended to restore order among the great powers of the eastern wilderness, ensuring they understood that the mysterious sacred land was akin to heaven, impervious to affront. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Mubai respectfully responded, "Ancestor, over the past 1,000 years, the mysterious sacred land has gradually declined and has been excluded from the ranks of the sacred. The entire power landscape of the eastern wilderness has undergone a transformation. Currently, aside from the annihilated heavenly demon sect, 5 major forces remain: the vast sword sect, the Buddhist sect, the glazed immortal palace, the Gale Blade sect, and the divine martial dynasty." He paused and continued, "They have long coveted our celestial spiritual veins, but previously, the presence of the supreme elder and the imperial weapon deterred them from acting recklessly." As he spoke, a surge of indignation washed over Lu Mubai. These forces had rapidly risen to power over the past few millennia, seizing resources from various factions to establish themselves as overlords of the eastern wilderness. The mysterious sacred land had suffered greatly at their hands, and now, with its decline, these factions had begun to greedily eye the celestial spiritual veins. Lu Mubai, as the sovereign, could never relinquish such treasures. To do so would render him a historical traitor to the mysterious sacred land. Yi Shaoqing, maintaining a stoic expression, pressed on, "Among these factions, who bears the greatest grudge against the mysterious sacred land?" Lu Mubai replied candidly, "They frequently conspire in the shadows, but they have not been as audacious as the heavenly demon sect. After all, these factions, having risen later, are still somewhat apprehensive of the mysterious sacred land and have refrained from overt actions, resorting instead to subtle sabotage." "Ah, I see. In that case, there will be no extermination of clans." Yi Shaoqing's words left Lu Mubai momentarily dumbfounded. Lu Mubai marveled inwardly, realizing that the ancestor had initially intended to eradicate these major factions entirely. Had he spoken any further, it might have triggered a cataclysm throughout the eastern wilderness. Lu Mubai instinctively swallowed hard, his admiration for the ancestor reaching new heights. And the next moment, Yi Shaoqing raised his hand and summoned the ancestral imperial weapon, which surged to life, soaring forth from the depths of the sacred land with a resounding roar. Boom! In an instant, the overwhelming might of the Imperial weapon surged forth, its potent aura sweeping across the heavens and the earth. The nine-colored Imperial thunder roared like a galloping dragon, its majestic presence instilling both awe and trepidation. The Imperial weapon, our sacred land's Imperial weapon, has awakened. Is this the might of the Emperor? How terrifying! What purpose does the Ancestor have in summoning the Imperial weapon? The boundless Imperial might rippled outward, leaving countless individuals astonished, for it was their first encounter with the resurgence of an Imperial weapon. It is worth noting that the entire eastern wilderness lacked even a single emperor. Aside from the mysterious sacred land, such a phenomenon was virtually unheard of. Yet, within their hearts, many were perplexed. What could the Ancestor possibly intend by calling forth the Imperial weapon? Old friend, I thought you had forgotten me. Yi Shaoqing smiled gently at the Imperial weapon before him, his eyes glimmering with nostalgia. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed, and he still recalled the moment he first became an emperor, wielding this Imperial weapon bestowed by the system, which had rendered him invincible for an entire era, his name echoing through the ages. Buzz, the Imperial weapon emitted a thunderous roar, joyfully swirling around Yi Shaoqing, clearly delighted by their reunion. Come, accompany me on an outing. Yi Shaoqing stepped forward with confidence, and with a flash, he and the Imperial weapon vanished from the realm. Sovereign, where is the Ancestor heading? The elders, having regained their composure from the shock, inquired with great curiosity. Lu Mubai cleared his throat lightly, casting a mysterious smile at the gathered assembly without divulging that the Ancestor was off to seek retribution against those major factions. You will soon find out. When the Ancestor returns, it shall be the day our mysterious sacred land reclaims its zenith. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left even more bewildered, utterly unable to comprehend the meaning behind his words. Chapter 5 of The Great Emperor descends upon the world, His Majesty unmatched. Boom! On this day, the earth reverberated with a distant rumble, the sound echoed like a deep thunder across the heavens and the earth, an unparalleled Imperial might resembling dark clouds that shrouded the entire eastern wilderness. There, amidst the celestial expanse, strode a figure clad in white, moving with a steady grace at the center of the universe. Beside him floated a golden sword, emanating a terrifying force as if it could rend the very sky. His steps were slow yet buoyant, each footfall sent ripples through the void, causing the surrounding space to crumble like fragile glass, as if the entire world was welcoming the arrival of this great emperor. How could this be possible? Is he truly an emperor? Which emperor is this, and why has he appeared in the eastern wilderness? The mere silhouette of this sovereign made my body tremble, even as a pinnacle cultivator of the harmonious realm. A cultivator at the peak of the harmonious realm shuddered slightly. In an instant, the people of the eastern wilderness were thrown into a state of alarm by this sudden spectacle. All gazes were fixed upon the majestic figure in the void, their eyes brimming with astonishment and curiosity. At that moment, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "He is the Ancestor of the ethereal sacred land." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into a cacophony of bewildered discussions. The ethereal sacred land, with a lineage spanning over 10 millennia, had long seen its ancestors fall away into the river of time. How could one possibly appear now? Indeed, do not spread unfounded rumors. The ethereal sacred land has already declined. Just this morning, I heard that the heavenly demon cult had gathered forces to attack, and they are likely already extinguished. I am not lying to you, shouted a terrified sage-level elder, his face pale with fear. The heavenly demon cult has been annihilated by this great emperor. Li Wuti and 3 quasi-emperors were all struck down in an instant. I witnessed it all from a distance. What, is this true? An elder, previously unconcerned, now sprang to his feet, wide-eyed with urgency. So, this ancestor must be over 10,000 years old, yet even an emperor should be withered and aged. Why does he possess such overwhelming vitality? A seasoned elder, shaken, understood the ravages of time on a cultivator, yet this emperor before him defied all logic. Countless cultivators, upon hearing this news, felt an even greater shock. The once diminished ethereal sacred land still harbored a great emperor ancestor. It seemed the eastern wilderness was on the brink of upheaval. Look, he is heading towards the vast sword sect, cried a sharp-eyed cultivator. Let us follow. Many echoed in agreement, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the vast sword sect, the sect leader, Zhang Yun, sat comfortably, perusing ancient texts, enveloped in tranquility. Suddenly, a figure rushed in, breathless. It was Yang Tian, the elder who had stealthily investigated the heavenly demon cult's assault on the ethereal sacred land. Leader, something terrible has happened. Yang Tian's voice was laced with panic, his breath ragged from running. Zhang Yun furrowed his brow, setting aside the ancient tome. A hint of displeasure crossed his face as he responded, Elder Yang, at your age, you should exhibit more composure. What is the meaning of this frenzy? He paused to inquire, moreover, did you not go to investigate the heavenly demon cult's attack on the ethereal sacred land? Has it not been destroyed? The ancestor has arrived. Yang Tian gasped, stammering. What ancestor, what do you mean? Zhang Yun's brow knitted tighter. The usually composed Yang Tian seemed unusually agitated today. Elder Yang, can you not articulate your thoughts clearly? Regaining his composure, Yang Tian inhaled deeply and declared, his eyes still reflecting terror, the great emperor ancestor of the ethereal sacred land is alive. The heavenly demon cult has been obliterated, Li Wudi and the 3 quasi-emperors are all dead. What? Zhang Yun, who had initially dismissed the matter, sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief. Is the ancestor of the ethereal sacred land truly still alive? Yang Tian nodded vigorously. And Li Wudi along with the 3 quasi-emperors are all dead? Yang Tian affirmed with another nod. Is that great emperor ancestor coming here to our vast sword sect? Yang Tian, overwhelmed with fear, could hardly nod, exclaiming, yes, he is coming this way. Recalling the unparalleled figure that had traversed the heavens with imperial weaponry, Yang Tian trembled involuntarily, gripped by sheer terror. How could this happen? Zhang Yun paced anxiously in the hall, his mind racing. The ancestor of the ethereal sacred land was alive, and now he was approaching the vast sword sect. The more he thought, the more fear gripped him, until he slumped into his chair, utterly drained. Since becoming a quasi-emperor, he had never been so flustered. After all, it had been ages since an emperor had manifested in the eastern wilderness, and now, a venerable ancestor was heading toward his sect. Who could remain unafraid? At that moment, a commanding voice reverberated throughout the sect. Who is in charge of the vast sword sect? Step forward within 3 breaths, or face annihilation. Wushoi figures soared from the vast sword sect. As the crowd beheld the imposing figure in the void, they were instantly paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Zhang Yun forced himself to remain calm, wiping the sweat that poured from his brow, and stepped forward with trepidation, bowing deeply. Honored senior, I am the sect leader. I was unaware of your esteemed arrival. I beg your forgiveness for the lack of a proper welcome. The once respected Zhang Yun, now humbled, left the onlookers in profound shock. Yi Shaoqing, elevated and aloof, regarded him as a god surveying mere insects, his gaze piercing with scrutiny. I have heard you often covertly oppress the ethereal sacred land. Is there any truth to this? Upon hearing this, cold sweat instantly drenched Zhang Yun, soaking his back. The vast sword sect had indeed covertly suppressed the ethereal sacred land, albeit with restraint. However, with the ancestor of the ethereal sacred land at their doorstep, he dared not admit it. Zhang Yun shook his head vigorously, desperate to explain. Honored senior, you are mistaken. While my sect and your sacred land may not have the closest of relations, we would never stoop to such lowly tactics. I implore you to see clearly. You have one more chance, speak wisely. Yi Shaoqing's brow slightly furrowed, an invisible pressure descending upon Zhang Yun. Buzz, the imperial weapon seemed to sense its master's killing intent, rising into the air above the vast sword sect. The suffocating imperial might envelop them, as if poised to obliterate them at any moment. Wait, honored senior! Zhang Yun cried out in terror. Speak! Yi Shaoqing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, awaiting his explanation. Zhang Yun replied, Honored senior, I recall now that there were indeed some minor conflicts with your sacred land in the past, but I am willing to compensate. Make amends. What would you propose? Yi Shaoqing narrowed his eyes, calmly responding, Elaborate, if your words satisfy me, I might overlook the past, but should I find them lacking, you know the consequences. Hearing this, Zhang Yun felt a glimmer of hope and quickly said, Honored senior, please wait. We shall discuss and ensure you receive a satisfactory response. Chapter 6, The Arrival of the Great Ancestor. In a display of understanding, Zhang Yun hastily approached after conferring with the higher-ups. Respected elder, the younger generation, along with the elders, has reached an agreement regarding the compensation plan. Our vast sword sect is willing to offer your esteemed sacred ground 3 sacred weapons, 100 million spirit stones, 10 pearls of sacred medicine, 10 sacred cleansing pills, 10 sacred transcending pills, and 10 longevity pills. As these words escaped his lips, countless cultivators were left astounded, nearly dropping their jaws in disbelief. Good heavens! Has the vast sword sect emptied their coffers? The offerings of 4 varieties of sacred pills, 10 pearls of sacred medicine, 100 million spirit stones, and 3 sacred weapons surpassed mere generosity. It was akin to depleting their entire treasury. I am in awe. Sect Master Zhang is truly formidable. The crowd was left in shock by Zhang Yun's grand gesture. Out of the corner of his eye, Zhang Yun discreetly assessed Yi Shaoqing's expression, only to find him utterly unresponsive. Instantly, a pained expression crossed his face, and he implored, "Elder, this is truly all that the vast sword sect possesses. I beseech you to exercise your magnanimity and forgive us this once." He then solemnly assured, "I hereby guarantee that the vast sword sect shall never provoke disciples of your esteemed sacred ground again. Should any transgressions occur, I will personally see to their demise without requiring your intervention." Yi Shaoqing regarded him with a calm gaze and replied, "Where are the items?" "Here, esteemed elder." Zhang Yun extended a storage ring towards Yi Shaoqing. Upon receiving it, Yi Shaoqing's divine sense swept through the contents, revealing a faint smile as he remarked, "Very well, then I shall take my leave." Without waiting for the crowd to react, he vanished into the clouds, bearing the imperial weapon. "Hey, wait for us, Ancestor. Quickly, let us follow. I want to see what happens next." The onlookers, eager for more drama, hurriedly chased after Yi Shaoqing's vanishing form. It seemed as if Yi Shaoqing deliberately slowed his pace, allowing the throng to keep up with him. Yang Tian approached Zhang Yun and inquired, "Sect Master, do you think everything is resolved now?" Zhang Yun, who had been feigning calmness, suddenly appeared to lose all strength, collapsing onto the ground in a heap, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "It should be fine now." He had been thoroughly frightened. The might of a great emperor was indeed terrifying. If not for the need to maintain his dignity, he would have faltered long ago. He then addressed Yang Tian, "Prepare another generous gift to send to the mysterious sacred ground." Yang Tian scratched his head in confusion. "Sect Master, didn't we just offer compensation? Why the need for another gift?" Zhang Yun could not help but exclaim in frustration, "Are you foolish? That was for the great ancestor, this is for the mysterious sacred ground, they are entirely different matters." "Understood." Yang Tian, startled, dared not ask further questions and hurried off to prepare. "Look! The great ancestor is heading towards the dominant blade sect." Excitement surged anew as the crowd anticipated the unfolding spectacle. "I've heard that the sect master of the dominant blade sect, Li Kuang, is a combative individual who never backs down. I wonder if he will behave as he typically does before the great ancestor. Shall we place a wager? I bet 100 spirit stones that he will yield." "I'll join in." "I wager 1,000 spirit stones that he will not yield." "Count me in." A chorus of whispers erupted among the eager spectators. Although their voices were hushed, Yi Shaoqing, being a powerful figure, easily caught their murmurs. Yet, he paid them no mind. In his view, no matter how arrogant someone might be, could they withstand a single slap from him? The news of Yi Shaoqing's dealings with the vast sword sect spread like wildfire across the eastern wilderness. Meanwhile, the dominant blade sect was already aware of the situation. At the sect's entrance, Sect Master Li Kuang stood resolutely with his senior members, awaiting the impending confrontation. Boom! The air shimmered as Yi Shaoqing's extraordinary figure materialized before the gathered crowd. Observing this, Li Kuang stepped forward, clasping his fists together. "I am Li Kuang, Sect Master of the dominant blade sect. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed elder. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" His robust physique, with bulging muscles reminiscent of a coiled dragon, exuded an aura of terrifying power, akin to thunder rolling within. Yi Shaoqing regarded him with a bemused smile and replied, "Does Sect Master Li not know why I have come, or perhaps you simply do not care?" Li Kuang, maintaining his composure, responded, "Esteemed elder, while it is true that we have had minor disputes with your mysterious sacred ground, I assure you this is a matter for our younger generation. I kindly request that you do not interfere." As a peak quasi-emperor, he stood on the brink of true emperor status. With the might of the dominant blade, he was capable of battling across ranks, thus he felt little fear towards Yi Shaoqing. Yi Shaoqing replied leisurely, "If the younger generation cannot prevail, it is only reasonable for the elders to step in. Besides, I've already arrived, and if this matter remains unresolved, where shall I place my dignity?" His tone grew increasingly frigid. Gasp! The great ancestor's displeasure was palpable. "Do you think Sect Master Li will submit? Who knows, let us simply enjoy the show." The crowd's curiosity was piqued as they turned their gazes towards Li Kuang, eager to see his response. However, what Li Kuang uttered next nearly caused jaws to drop. "Esteemed elder, while I respect your status as a great emperor, if you expect me to compensate as the vast sword sect did, I must firmly declare that it is impossible." With that, Li Kuang brandished a massive blade, 3 meters in length, which emanated a formidable sacred aura, revealing its extraordinary nature. "Is he out of his mind?" one onlooker gasped, eyes wide with disbelief. Could Sect Master Li really be challenging the great ancestor? By the heavens! He has lost it, a quasi-emperor challenging a great emperor. Li Kuang is truly one of a kind. The crowd marveled, their discussions reaching Li Kuang's ears. He cast a fierce glare at them, his eyes sharp as blades, silencing the crowd instantly. Turning his gaze back to Yi Shaoqing, his eyes burned with fierce battle intent as he declared, "Esteemed elder, I wish to challenge you." As soon as the words left his lips, the violent energy of a peak quasi-emperor erupted from within him, far surpassing the strength of the previous demon cult leader, Li Wudi. This audacious move undoubtedly left the dominant Blade Sect's members in shock, prompting them to urgently plead, "Sect Master, you mustn't." "Indeed, did you not just apologize? Why the sudden challenge to the great Ancestor?" Confusion spread among them as they questioned the abrupt shift in attitude. Isn't challenging a great emperor simply seeking one's own demise? Chapter 7. Your name is as wild as your character. Silence, Li Kuang bellowed. He had lingered at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm for several centuries. Throughout this protracted period, he had become nearly invincible in one-on-one combat, wielding the might of his dominant blade. He yearned to ascertain whether the emperor realm was truly as formidable as the legend suggested, and he brimmed with confidence, believing that even in defeat, he would not suffer too much disgrace. The members of the dominant Blade Sect, witnessing his resolute demeanor, could only sigh in resignation and silently pray that the Emperor Ancestor would show some leniency. Boom! Li Kuang gripped his great sword with one hand and thrust it fiercely into the void, unleashing a powerful aura that surged forth like a tidal wave. Those nearby were instantly thrown back, gasping in astonishment. "Senior, may I challenge you to a duel?" Li Kuang's voice rang out, imbued with a provocative tone. Not why Yi Shaoqing nearly burst into laughter at his audacity. "Your name is indeed fitting, it mirrors your brazen character." He then slowly inquired, "I shall ask you one last time, do you truly wish to engage me in single combat? I am not one to temper my blows, and should I inadvertently cause your demise, it would be regrettable." "Ha!" Li Kuang laughed heartily in response, "I would prefer it that way, for I too shall not hold back." Wild, the word echoed in the minds of the onlookers. Li Kuang was not merely wild. He was audacious to the extreme. Challenging an emperor while still in the quasi-emperor realm was tantamount to courting death, yet he dared to utter such brazen words. Indeed, upon hearing this, although Yi Shaoqing's expression remained largely unchanged, he felt a surge of irritation and resolved to teach this impudent youth a lesson. "Senior, I am striking now!" Li Kuang shouted. Boom! The aura of the quasi-emperor realm erupted from within him without reservation. The veins in his arm bulged as he gripped the great sword, resembling serpents coiling around him. With a single step, the entire void trembled, and his figure vanished in an instant. Dominant blade technique, Li Kuang roared. Thunderous roars reverberated as the surrounding spiritual energy appeared to respond to some powerful summons, swirling furiously towards the blade's edge. In a heartbeat, the greatsword transformed into a colossal blade of light, stretching 100 meters long, radiating brilliance that ensnared Yi Shaoqing within its grasp. Slash! With a mighty shout, Li Kuang pressed down upon the sword, which descended from the heavens with an earth-shattering force. The tremendous power distorted the surrounding space, akin to ripples forming on a tranquil lake after a boulder is cast into it. Although Li Kuang was indeed audacious, one could not deny his remarkable prowess. Yes, with such momentum, even an ordinary quasi-emperor might struggle to withstand his strike. Above the void, Yi Shaoqing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly observing the incoming blade. His expression remained serene, a slight smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "If your strength is only this, I advise you to concede." Unhurriedly, Yi Shaoqing raised his right hand and gently pointed at the rushing blade. The motion appeared unremarkable, yet it harbored boundless power. Block! The greatsword collided with an invisible barrier, akin to a frenzied beast crashing against a colossal bronze bell, producing an excruciatingly sharp sound that caused countless spectators to cover their ears in agony. He blocked it! He blocked it! The Emperor Ancestor had merely used a finger to stop Li Kuang's strike. Instantly, the crowd erupted in fervor. As the greatsword approached Yi Shaoqing, it appeared ensnared by an invisible force, halting in its tracks as if time itself had come to a standstill. "Dissipate!" Yi Shaoqing uttered a single word, and the blade, formed from spiritual energy, gradually dissipated. No, it's impossible! Li Kuang's eyes widened in terror and disbelief. The dominant blade technique was his most powerful and cherished skill, one that even opponents of the same rank found difficult to resist. How could it have been so effortlessly thwarted? What Li Kuang did not realize was that before him stood not an ordinary emperor, but a titan of the celestial realm. The chasm between them was akin to an insurmountable divide. A wave of overwhelming defeat crashed over Li Kuang, plunging him into a frenzy. With both hands tightly gripping the great sword, he swung it wildly, charging at Yi Shaoqing like a rampaging bull, roaring, "I refuse to believe you can withstand this strike." This time, Li Kuang held nothing back, even unleashing his unparalleled agility. His figure flickered in the void, and in the blink of an eye, he unleashed hundreds of blade energies. These hundreds of blade energies surged forth like a multitude of silver dragons, charging towards Yi Shaoqing with astonishing might. "Boy, do you truly think I lack temperance?" Yi Shaoqing's expression darkened slightly, a flicker of righteous anger flashing in his eyes. Initially, he had merely intended to dissuade Li Kuang, but this brash youth continued to provoke him time and again, Who was he? He was a celestial king, the most formidable and invincible being in this realm. His dignity could not be so brazenly challenged by another. Having reached his limit, Yi Shaoqing decided it was time to show this reckless youth the consequences of his actions, otherwise, where would his authority lie? With a gentle wave of his hand, the surrounding blade energies were instantly scattered as if caught in a tempest. Before Li Kuang could react, Yi Shaoqing appeared before him like a bolt of lightning, and without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Li Kuang soared through the air like a kite with a severed string, hurtling into the distance, tracing a long arc in the void, blood spurting from his mouth. Boy, you seek to test my patience? Allow me to help you loosen those bones. With that, Yi Shaoqing melded back into the void. In an instant, he reappeared before the flying Li Kuang, raising his leg without hesitation and delivering a crushing kick. Bang, bang, bang! A cacophony of fists meeting flesh echoed alongside anguished cries. The sound reverberated through the void, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it. By heavens, he shows no restraint, delivering a relentless barrage upon Li Kuang. How fierce! Such a sight is painful to behold. Ha! This is hysterical. Let him be arrogant. Now he knows the might of the Emperor Ancestor. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Yet, while some reveled, others despaired. The members of the dominant Blade sect had long been terrified by this spectacle, their faces pale and bodies trembling. They wished to rush in to assist but dared not act recklessly, fearing that the Ancestoress' wrath might extend to them as well. Senior, I was wrong. I truly see my mistakes. The bruised and battered Li Kuang clutched his body, his voice tinged with a whimper of supplication. Li Kuang was on the verge of collapse. Although robust, with muscles as solid as iron, he could scarcely endure such a relentless assault. Moreover, this senior was particularly unscrupulous, targeting his most vulnerable areas, dealing blows to his face, or mercilessly assaulting his lower back. No matter how desperately he attempted to defend himself, he was powerless to resist. Yi Shaoqing delivered another devastating punch to his lower back, the force immense. My back, Li Kuang cried out in agony, throwing his head back as he fainted, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud. This scene sent the surrounding spectators into fits of laughter, tears nearly streaming down their faces. What a relief! Yi Shaoqing stood up, stretching lazily as the remnants of his anger dissipated entirely. Glancing at Li Kuang, who lay sprawled on the ground, uncertain of his fate, he turned to the members of the dominant Blade sect and said, "Carry him inside, I fear he may expire if we delay." At this moment, an elder from the dominant Blade sect cautiously approached, awe in his eyes, and tentatively asked, "Senior, please, you have a generous heart, do not hold our sect leader's behavior against us. He is simply of this temperament. Whatever you require, our sect will offer without reservation." Yi Shaoqing waved his hand dismissively. No need. When that lad awakens, tell him to temper his arrogance in the future. In his heart, he had a certain fondness for Li Kuang's indomitable spirit. It was simply that the youth was rather reckless. Chapter 8: The old Buddha of the Buddhist sect and the ancestor of the Misty Sacred Land. With the emergence of the Emperor Ancestor from the Misty Sacred Land, who swiftly eradicated the celestial demon sect, the news of his subsequent ascension to the vast sword sect and the Galeblade sect spread across the eastern wilderness like a tempest within mere hours. Countless individuals, upon hearing this news, were profoundly shaken, marveling at the formidable power of this ancestor. In an instant, all cultivators' gazes converged upon this esteemed figure, many filled with curiosity and speculation. Did he intend to confront all 5 major forces openly? Quickly, head to the Buddhist sect, something monumental is unfolding. What is the commotion about? What has happened in the Buddhist sect? Rumors began to circulate that the first-generation Buddha master had not perished and was currently engaged in a fierce battle with the Emperor Ancestor of the Misty Sacred Land. What? Are you referring to the Buddha master who founded the Buddhist sect 4,000 years ago at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm? Did he not succumb after failing to break through during his secluded meditation? Indeed, it is he. Not only has he survived, but he has also ascended to the position of emperor. The revelation that the Buddha master of the Buddhist sect had not only survived but had also achieved the status of emperor sent shockwaves throughout the eastern wilderness. Countless cultivators were left astounded. The mere appearance of an emperor ancestor had already left everyone in disbelief, and now, the sudden emergence of another emperor Buddha was a phenomenon unseen for millennia in the eastern wilderness. In a whirlwind, throngs of people began to make their way toward the Buddhist sect, fearful of missing this unprecedented duel between 2 emperors. Boom! Atop the pinnacle of the Buddhist sect, an elderly monk stood suspended in mid-air, palms clasped together, and in an instant, myriad rays of Buddhist light illuminated the earth. A towering, wrathful Vajra phantom, 1,000 feet high, materialized behind him, radiating an overwhelming aura of Buddhahood that spread outward opposite him. Yi Shaoqing, also hovering in the void, gazed at the old monk with a perplexed expression and inquired, "How did you discern my identity?" This was their first encounter, yet the old monk had effortlessly revealed his surname, piquing his curiosity. Lian Tian, unfazed, replied, "What you may not realize, ye benefactor, is that the reason I could defy death and achieve the status of emperor is entirely due to the merging of my former self's will, which allowed me to transcend the mortal realm. The being from my past life existed in the same era as you, and through this fusion, I acquired fragments of memory, thus enabling me to recognize you." "Is that so?" Yi Shaoqing expressed mild surprise, not expecting this old monk to possess such an intriguing background. With this in mind, he continued, "Since you know who I am, how do you intend to address the matter of the Buddhist sect's oppression of my misty sacred land?" Amit Ba. Lian Tian recited another Buddhist invocation, then slowly spoke, "The current Buddha master of the Buddhist sect has broken precepts, indulging in vile habits and wantonly slaughtering innocent lives. Upon my emergence from seclusion, I have stripped him of his cultivation and expelled him from the mountain. I hope, ye benefactor, that you might overlook these transgressions." "Overlook? What if I choose not to?" Yi Shaoqing's demeanor remained impassive. He was accustomed to others yielding to him, and it was rare for anyone to demand respect from him. Moreover, he had come to assert the authority of the misty sacred land. Granting such leniency would undermine his dignity. After all, he was an unrivaled immortal king, while this old monk before him was merely a fledgling cultivator at the early stage of the emperor realm. What right did he have to demand respect? At this moment, many cultivators had gathered in the vicinity. Upon hearing Yi Shaoqing's words, they collectively gasped in astonishment. Indeed, the emperor Ancestor speaks with such audacity. Only he would dare to speak so boldly to a Buddha master. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely been terrified. I wholeheartedly agree with the sentiments expressed above. Lian Tian, upon hearing this, met Yi Shaoqing's gaze and inquired, "How does ye benefactor propose to resolve this?" Yi Shaoqing fell silent for a moment, his gaze drifting toward the depths of the Buddhist sect, then he smiled leisurely. "I have heard that within the Buddhist sect exists a fruit known as the Bodhi heart, which grows beneath the statue of the Buddha, nourished by the Buddhist fortune of the sect's practitioners. It typically matures in a few thousand years. If you would be willing to offer one, I could overlook the past transgressions." "Ye benefactor, you are being rather excessive." Lian Tian's brow furrowed slightly, and his expression turned somewhat uneasy. Indeed, there was a Bodhi heart within the sect, which had just taken form 4,000 years ago when he entered seclusion to break through to the emperor realm. After such a lengthy period, it had indeed matured. However, such a precious treasure could not simply be given away. The Bodhi heart, cultivated through Buddhist power, contained formidable strength. If consumed by a practitioner at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, it could enable them to transcend the heavenly tribulation and achieve the status of emperor, a treasure of extraordinary value. This was something the Buddhist sect intended to reserve for the next Buddha child's ascension. Lian Tian could hardly fathom that Yi Shaoqing had set his sights on the Bodhi heart. "Are you thus unwilling to resolve this conflict amicably?" Yi Shaoqing's eyes narrowed slightly, astonished at Lian Tian's lack of discernment. "Ye benefactor, you jest. You are an invincible being from 10,000 years ago. I certainly do not wish to be your adversary." Lian Tian paused momentarily before continuing, his tone turning somewhat frigid. "However, if you covet the Bodhi heart, I shall have no choice but to resort to force." As the words left his mouth, the towering wrathful Vajra behind him erupted with boundless Buddhist power, its might akin to a tsunami, sweeping across the entire sky. As an emperor himself, the old Buddha master indeed possessed the foundation to speak with such confidence. Indeed, I wonder how the emperor Ancestor will respond. If all goes as expected, I sense a confrontation brewing. After all, the emperor Ancestor is an invincible figure from 10,000 years ago. Who knows how formidable his strength has become over such a long span of time? Moreover, have you not noticed? The emperor Ancestor is establishing authority for the misty sacred land. This statement resonated with truth. The Buddhist power enveloped the air, the overwhelming pressure rendering the surrounding cultivators breathless. They hastily retreated thousands of miles, fearing that they might be swept away by the emperor's might, losing their lives in a moment of carelessness. "You possess a remarkable audacity," Yi Shaoqing suddenly chuckled. A tempestuous aura surged from within him, stabilizing the oppressive Buddhist force that bore down upon him. Lian Tian, hands clasped together, wore a solemn expression as he declared, "Amitba, ye benefactor, if you choose to withdraw now, I would be willing to offer other treasures. However, the Bodhi heart is non-negotiable." In truth, he had no desire to engage in combat. The overwhelming aura emanating from Yi Shaoqing was too terrifying, an unfathomable depth that left him feeling utterly dwarfed. Yet, for the sake of the Bodhi heart, he felt he had no other recourse. Upon hearing this, Yi Shaoqing's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, "I will only exert 1/10,000,000th of my strength. If you can endure for half a stick of incense, I shall turn and depart, relinquishing my claim to the Bodhi heart. However, if you cannot last that long, you must surrender the Bodhi heart to me." His words were exceedingly audacious, echoing in the ears of countless onlookers and instantly igniting a storm of astonishment. Particularly for Lien Tian, his expression gradually darkened, revealing a hint of gloom. Although he understood he might not be Yi Shaoqing's match, he was still an emperor. How could he tolerate such condescension? Gritting his teeth, Lien Tian finally responded, "Very well, I agree." He then added defiantly, "Ye benefactor, you may use your full strength, I do not require you to hold back." Chapter 9 of the Battle of the Great Emperor, the defeat of the old Buddha. I stated that if I do not need to exert my full strength, then I shall not. You are not worthy of my utmost power. Yi Shaoqing, with his hands clasped behind him, stood tall, appearing exceptionally imposing in the eyes of the onlookers. To him, Lien Tian was merely a fledgling cultivator at the initial stage of the Great Emperor realm, significantly inferior when juxtaposed with his own status as a celestial king, nearly a step above an ant. Even a minuscule fraction of his strength would be excessive, otherwise, it would indeed feel as if he were bullying the weak and using his might to oppress the vulnerable. Naturally, had others been privy to his thoughts, they would have surely derided him, perhaps questioning, "Have you forgotten the recent events between the vast sword sect and the dominant blade sect?" With that, Yi Shaoqing, exercise caution. Lien Tian admonished. As a great emperor, he harbored his own pride. To be so underestimated would rouse indignation even in the most placid of souls. Boom! At that moment, the might of the great emperor erupted from Lien Tian like a torrential flood. Supreme Vajra Fist. Lien Tian bellowed. The imposing figure of the towering Vajra behind him resembled an awakened ancient behemoth, slowly swaying its massive frame before launching a powerful punch of this fist, imbued with overwhelming Buddhist might, hurtled toward Yi Shaoqing like a falling star, the fist wind howling past as if it could rend the very heavens asunder. Boom! The pressure of the great emperor descended upon Yi Shaoqing like an insurmountable mountain, the force seemingly capable of pulverizing all existence. Yet, Yi Shaoqing's countenance remained as tranquil as a still lake. Had one not known he was a venerable ancestor of the great emperor, they would surely deem him insane. Is this the divine power of the Buddhist sect, indeed formidable? Yi Shaoqing mused. Although he had seldom engaged in combat with those of the Buddhist order, he had heard whispers of their formidable prowess, and witnessing it firsthand today was truly extraordinary. However, it also ignited the long-dormant fire within him. With a single step, he caused the very void to tremble. Unhurriedly, he lifted his right hand and, seemingly nonchalantly, struck at the colossal fist approaching him. Bang! A resounding crash erupted in the void, akin to thunder, as the two fists collided violently, warping the surrounding space as if twisted into a pretzel. The immense shockwave surged forth like a tidal wave, overwhelming the area. Those of lesser cultivation, confronted by this force, were like fragile ants, instantly obliterated into blood mist, the scene utterly horrifying. Everyone, retreat. My goodness, is this what a duel between great emperors looks like? Indeed, even the residual force is terrifying. How awe-inspiring! The crowd gulped in trepidation, gazing at the two figures locked in conflict above. Boom, 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 in the void above, their figures entwined and separated repeatedly, cycling through this dance of combat. This was a far cry from the duels of ordinary cultivators. The power of the great emperors was overwhelmingly potent. Each clash of their attacks sent tremors through the very fabric of heaven and earth, as if the cosmos itself were on the verge of collapse, instilling fear in all who beheld it. He is astonishingly powerful, Lien Tian marveled inwardly. After merely a round of exchanges, he could distinctly feel the spiritual energy within him waning. In stark contrast, Yi Shaoqing showed no signs of fatigue. The power within him seemed boundless, as if it would never deplete. While Yi Shaoqing appeared to peer into Lien Tian's thoughts, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. What is the matter? Can T continue? Upon hearing this, Lien Tian threw back his head and laughed heartily. Once more, this was his first bout since becoming an emperor, and to contend with another great emperor was a sensation that others could scarcely comprehend. The thought of conceding was utterly inconceivable. With a swift movement, he surged forward once again. I shall now take this seriously. As Yi Shaoqing's words fell, the overwhelming imperial might cease to be concealed. In an instant, the world seemed to lose its color, engulfed by the formidable aura of the emperor. Boom! The ultimate fist shattering the heavens, Yi Shaoqing roared, clenching his fist and unleashing it upon Lien Tian. This seemingly simple strike bore the weight of unfathomable power, as if it encapsulated the very essence of the universe itself. What? Lien Tian's countenance shifted dramatically at this sight. A surge of intense danger coursed through him, and without hesitation, he activated the unbreakable Vajra technique. Suddenly, a luminous wall of spiritual energy, radiating a brilliant golden light and rich Buddhist essence, materialized around him. Boom! The instant Yi Shaoqing's fist, propelled by an unstoppable momentum, collided with the spiritual wall. An earth-shattering roar erupted, resonating like thunder throughout the heavens, leaving countless ears ringing. Crack! A subtle sound emerged as fissures began to spiderweb across the surface of the spiritual wall, rapidly spreading like a web. Impossible. Lien Tian's expression darkened as he witnessed this development. He hastily summoned his spiritual energy once more, attempting to mend the imminent collapse of the spiritual wall, when suddenly, he heard a voice behind him. "You cannot withstand this." Yi Shaoqing had appeared behind him unbeknownst to Lin Tian. Panic surged within him, and just as he processed this, an even mightier fist struck him with unparalleled force. Bang! A tremendous sound rang out as the ground was cratered, a billowing cloud of dust soaring into the sky like a mushroom. This scene was witnessed by countless onlookers from afar, igniting an uproar. Heavens, did I not see wrongly? In less than 50 breaths, the old Buddha has been vanquished. The old Buddha, a great emperor, could barely endure for a mere incense stick duration. How formidable must the great Emperor Ancestor be? Truly, the great Emperor Ancestor is fearsome. I initially believed their strengths to be comparable, but I was sorely mistaken. The great Emperor Ancestor is magnificent. The great Emperor Ancestor is powerful. Countless voices erupted in exultation, as if the towering figure in the void were their own ancestor. Yi Shaoqing melded into the void, appearing before Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. "You have lost." Cough, cough. Lin Tian coughed gently, each sound pulling at the injuries within him, yet he gritted his teeth against the agony and gradually stood. "You are not a great emperor. Your strength is certainly not that of a great emperor," Lin Tian asserted with unwavering conviction. Yi Shaoqing, upon hearing this, maintained a composure as serene as an unfathomable lake, replying softly, "I say I could kill you with but a thought. Would you believe me?" "I believe." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tian answered decisively. In their previous confrontation, he had distinctly sensed that Yi Shaoqing had been holding back. Just that seemingly casual punch had exuded such terrifying power that, had Yi Shaoqing not restrained himself, the fist's wind could have effortlessly obliterated him. Lin Tian sighed, a hint of resignation in his gaze. "You have won. I concede. This is the Bodhi heart." As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand, gesturing toward the depths of the Buddhist realm. In an instant, a verdant fruit materialized from thin air, radiating a profound Buddhist aura, with a faint glimmer of Buddhist light surrounding it. Watching Yi Shaoqing toying with the Bodhi heart, Lin Tian suddenly inquired quietly, "Have you ascended to immortality?" Yi Shaoqing stowed the Bodhi heart away, his gaze lingering on Lin Tian for a moment before offering a slight smile. "Stronger than an immortal." However, this statement struck Lin Tian like a thunderclap. His eyes widened in disbelief, brimming with astonishment. "So it is true," Lin Tian exclaimed in a no wonder. "After millennia, you still possess such vigor and unparalleled strength. If it were any other great emperor, even if they had not succumbed to the river of time, they would undoubtedly be in their twilight years, their life essence depleted, awaiting the arrival of death." In truth, Lin Tian had suspected earlier that Yi Shaoqing might have ascended to immortality, for he possessed the memories of his past life and thus understood that there were realms beyond the great emperor. Yet he never anticipated that Yi Shaoqing would be so extraordinarily powerful. The realms of mortal, celestial, true immortal, mystic immortal, and heavenly immortal are certainly not the case. When he claimed to be a bit stronger than an immortal, could it be that he is a celestial king titan? Chapter 10 of The Shock of the Immortal King Giant. "Did you guess?" Noticing the change in his expression, Yi Shaoqing chuckled. "But how could this be possible? In this era, spiritual energy is far more scarce than it was 10,000 years ago. Achieving immortality is already a daunting challenge, let alone becoming an immortal king. How on earth did you manage it?" Lin Tian was filled with perplexity. What other method could there be? It must surely be reliant on the system, he mused. "But could I divulge that to you?" Yi Shaoqing shrugged, jesting. "It's quite simple, really. I merely took a nap and broke through." "Please, Yi benefactor, do not jest with me," Lin Tian replied, clearly unconvinced. If it were truly as simple as a nap leading to a breakthrough, the world would undoubtedly descend into chaos. Why practice immortality when one could simply sleep? However, witnessing a living immortal king in this age was undeniably terrifying for Lin Tian. After all, such power was not just unmatched in the small Tianyun grand world, even in the vast universe, it represented an invincible existence. Lin Tian inquired, "What are your plans moving forward, Yi benefactor? Do you intend to journey to the immortal realm?" "What would I do in the immortal realm?" Yi Shaoqing shook his head, expressing disinterest. Having finally achieved invincibility, he wished to savor life and behold the beauty of this world. Would he be foolish enough to venture into the immortal realm for further battles? Lin Tian chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Indeed, perhaps my perspective is somewhat limited. Whether in the immortal realm or the 3,000 great worlds of the universe, an immortal king is beyond compare, the same wherever one may be." "Very well, I must take my leave now. I have another matter to attend to," he stated, watching the figure of Yi Shaoqing vanish before him, and recalling his previous words. Lin Tian could only sigh in resignation. Another power is about to suffer. With the battle between the Patriarch of the Mysterious, the news of the two emperor-level powerhouses clashing in the void, culminating in the old Buddha Lin Tian's swift defeat at the hands of the Patriarch of the Mysterious Sacred Land within less than 50 breaths, sent shockwaves throughout the entire eastern wilderness. In an instant, the patriarch of the mysterious sacred land became a revered idol in the hearts of countless individuals. Inside the grand hall of the divine martial dynasty, the Emperor Qin Shaotian paced anxiously, his face a mask of distress. As a formidable figure in the late stage of the quasi-emperor realm, he was well known throughout the eastern wilderness, yet, why did he now find himself in such disarray? The truth was, he was utterly terrified. Ever since the morning when the celestial demon sect gathered forces to assault the mysterious sacred land, an inexplicable sense of unease had gripped him. Following that, a series of nightmarish news arrived in quick succession. First, he learned that the Emperor Patriarch of the mysterious sacred land was still alive and had effortlessly annihilated the celestial demon sect led by Li Wuji. Next, armed with a sword, he stormed the vast sword sect, leaving Zhang Yan nearly stripped of all his resources to quell the Patriarch's wrath. Then, the Patriarch of the mysterious sacred land confronted the Blade sect, severely injuring Li Kuang, who was said to be in dire condition. Finally, further news emerged that the old Buddha of the Buddhist sect not only survived but had also risen to the status of an emperor, currently engaged in battle with the Patriarch of the mysterious sacred land. Each piece of news struck Qin Shaotian like a bolt from the blue, leaving him restless and agitated. He was genuinely frightened. He recalled that the divine martial dynasty had not shied away from suppressing the mysterious sacred land in the past. Now, with their emperor patriarch suddenly reappearing and traversing the major powers of the eastern wilderness, Qin Shaotian understood that it would not be long before the patriarch turned his attention toward the divine martial dynasty. The mere thought of confronting an emperor filled him with dread, leaving him utterly clueless about how to respond. "Your Majesty, it's bad news." At that moment, a young eunuch rushed in, tumbling over himself in his haste. "Your Majesty, the secret intelligence from the Jinui reports that the Buddhist emperor has been defeated by the patriarch of the mysterious sacred land." "What?" Qin Shaotian exclaimed, his voice rising in shock. He had harbored the last glimmer of hope in the Buddhist emperor, believing that if he could overcome the patriarch of the mysterious sacred land, he might escape this calamity. But who would have thought he had been defeated? Quickly! Suddenly realizing something, Qin Shaotian commanded the young eunuch, "Go to the royal treasury and bring forth all the heavenly and earthly treasures." The central plaza of the glazed immortal palace was already filled with people, all eagerly awaiting his arrival. Seeing this, Yi Shaoqing's lips curled into a subtle smile, a hint of satisfaction blooming within him. However, just as he was about to descend, a statue below suddenly caught his attention. He focused intently, and as he did, a chill ran down his spine, causing his heart to contract sharply. An exclamation escaped his lips. What the hell, how could it be her? Before he could finish his thought, he vanished into the clouds in an instant, the imposing demeanor he had just displayed completely evaporating, fleeing with remarkable speed. Yi Shaoqing abandoned the glazed immortal palace and turned toward the divine martial dynasty. The moment he appeared, a thunderous chorus of reverent voices erupted. "Your Majesty, Qin Shaotian pays respects to the great emperor." Pays respects to the great emperor. The cacophony of voices resounded like thunder, echoing through the skies, reverberating in the air again and again. "Please rise," Yi Shaoqing commanded, restoring his proud demeanor as an invincible being. Qin Shaotian, bowing deeply, said with utmost respect, "Senior, the divine martial dynasty has had past grievances with the mysterious sacred land, so we have prepared a generous gift, hoping to resolve our conflicts with you in the mysterious sacred land." He was, after all, the emperor of the divine martial dynasty, a title that could instill fear in countless hearts. Yet, the subservient tone of Qin Shaotian's voice brought Yi Shaoqing immense satisfaction. This world is indeed a harsh place where the survival of the fittest reigns supreme. In the realm of cultivation, reality is just as such. To earn the respect and reverence of the world, one must become powerful enough to inspire fear. Even Yi Shaoqing was no exception. Yi Shaoqing raised an eyebrow, offering a faint smile as he replied, "We shall see if your sincerity is sufficient." "Rest assured, Senior, I understand," Qin Shaotian responded, retrieving a storage ring and presenting it with both hands toward Yi Shaoqing. Yi Shaoqing accepted the storage ring, scanning its contents with his consciousness, and found it filled with 2 sacred weapons, spiritual stones, cultivation techniques, and various rare treasures. It was undeniable that the divine martial dynasty was indeed wealthy. Yi Shaoqing was quite satisfied as he stowed the storage ring away. Seeing this, Qin Shaotian finally exhaled in relief. He had truly feared that this great emperor would be displeased and take drastic actions against him. Thankfully, his greatest concern had not materialized. Meanwhile, on the side of the glazed immortal palace, an elder was approached by a beautiful woman who inquired, "Elder, why has that great emperor yet to arrive?" The news of the patriarch of the mysterious sacred land's return had spread like wildfire, creating a tempest of excitement. The glazed immortal palace had gathered its disciples early on to await the emperor's arrival, yet, who could have imagined that after waiting for so long, they still had not caught a glimpse of him? Upon hearing the woman's words, the elder's face also bore a hint of confusion. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "How about this? You go prepare a generous gift to send to the mysterious sacred land. Although we have no major grievances, it is prudent to be cautious in these turbulent times. Even a slight misstep could spell disaster." "Understood, elder," the woman nodded obediently, acknowledging her instructions. Chapter 11. Preparing for a journey to enlighten others, we pay our respects to the Ancestor. Within the ethereal sanctum, upon receiving the news of the Ancestor's return, Lumubai hurriedly led a group of high-ranking officials to pay their respects, their faces alight with excitement. In less than a day, they had already learned of the significant events transpiring in the Eastern Wasteland, and they could not help but marvel at the Ancestor's immense power. With a single sword, he had traversed the world, confronting the most formidable forces of the Eastern Wasteland, engaging in battle with the Buddha Emperor, and defeating him in less than 50 breaths, an undeniable testament to the Ancestor's terrifying strength. Once again, the name of the ethereal sanctum resonated as the supreme lineage of the Eastern Wasteland. There is no need for such formality in the absence of outsiders. Yi Shaoqing waved his hand dismissively. He then surveyed the gathered individuals. "Are all the high-ranking members of the ethereal sanctum present? What of the younger disciples or the Holy Son?" Lumubai awkwardly shook his head and replied, "Ancestor, we few are currently the strongest combatants of the sanctum. The younger generation lacks talent and their cultivation is rather meager. As for the Holy Son, it has been nearly 1,000 years since the ethereal sanctum has produced one. Due to the decline of our sanctum, we have little say in the Eastern Wasteland, and many gifted young individuals have joined other major powers or sects, showing little interest in coming here." At this moment, Lumubai suddenly added, "Now that you are here, Ancestor, I believe that those talented youths in the Eastern Wasteland will soon seek to join our ranks." "Indeed." The elders nodded in enthusiastic agreement, their spirits uplifted. The Ancestor's renown had already spread, and they were certain that countless individuals would soon flock to the ethereal sanctum. Just as everyone was basking in their excitement, Yi Shaoqing's next words fell upon them like a bucket of cold water. "I will be leaving here soon. The sanctum must rely on you all in the future." "Why, Ancestor?" Lumubai immediately inquired. The gazes of the others turned toward the Ancestor, filled with confusion and uncertainty. They could not comprehend why the Ancestor would suddenly choose to depart. Yi Shaoqing gazed beyond the great doors, surveying the vast lands ahead, and explained, "Having traversed the path of enlightenment for a millennium, I have achieved considerable cultivation, yet I have missed out on the scenery along the way and the company of certain individuals. Thus, I wish to journey forth and reclaim what I have lost." Having been in this world for a millennium, he had spent most of his time either engaged in battles or fulfilling the tasks set forth by the system. Now, despite possessing unparalleled strength, he realized he had forfeited much joy. Accustomed to the grueling 996 work life of his previous existence, he found himself in this realm of cultivation, where he had attained everything, and thus he did not wish to exhaust himself in pursuit of ethereal aspirations. Upon hearing this, Lumubai and the others felt a wave of sadness wash over them, their heads bowed in acceptance. Observing their expressions, Yi Shaoqing could not help but chuckle. "What is with those faces? I am merely going on a journey, I will certainly return." "Really?" The crowd brightened, having previously feared that the Ancestor's departure would be permanent. "Is it not true? Could it be a deception?" Yi Shaoqing replied, somewhat exasperated. With a wave of his hand, several storage rings appeared before them. Lumubai, puzzled, asked, "Ancestor, what are these?" "Resources for your cultivation," Yi Shaoqing responded. "Just the countless spirit stones, innumerable divine and emperor herbs, and techniques." "Ancestor, is this not excessive?" Lumubai stared wide-eyed at Yi Shaoqing in shock. The total resources of all the sects in the Eastern Wasteland combined would pale in comparison to what the Ancestor casually offered. If outsiders were to witness this, they would likely faint from the sheer magnitude. Just the over 1,000 sacred weapons alone could turn the Eastern Wasteland upside down. They could establish multiple major powers. "These things are of no use to me. Take them for yourselves and distribute them among other suitable disciples. If they are insufficient, simply ask me for more." Over the years, the system had provided him with numerous sacred and emperor weapons, even celestial artifacts. Had their current strength been adequate to wield such power, granting a few would have been a trivial matter. Yi Shaoqing turned to Lumubai and inquired, "Please summon all disciples at the cave heaven realm and above." Before long, Lumubai had gathered all disciples at the cave heaven realm and above within the great hall. "Disciples, we pay our respects to the Ancestor." More than 20 individuals shouted in unison, their voices brimming with excitement, evidently having heard of the Ancestor's recent exploits. "There is no need for excessive formality." Yi Shaoqing glanced over the crowd and realized that the current state of the ethereal sanctum was alarmingly weak. There were only 25 cultivators at the Cave Heaven realm, 5 Peak Harmonization realm elders, and Lu Mubai, the Peak Saint realm leader. With such numbers, could they avoid being looked down upon by other powers? It was simply too feeble. Yi Shaoqing had not anticipated that the ethereal sanctum had declined to such an extent. It was worth noting that a millennium ago, the ethereal sanctum boasted dozens of potential emperors, with a plethora of disciples at the Harmonization and Cave Heaven realms, numbers that were nearly absurd. And yet, nearly a millennium had passed then. Yi Shaoqing spoke slowly, shortly. I will assist you in enhancing your cultivation. As for how much you can elevate it, that will depend on your own innate talent. Enhance our cultivation? Lu Mubai was momentarily stunned, questioning, Ancestor, can cultivation really be so easily elevated? Should it not rely on the gradual passage of time? For cultivators, breaking through realms typically required either consuming elixirs or the slow accumulation of time, alongside an assessment of one's innate talent. Otherwise, achieving even a minor breakthrough could take a lifetime. While that may be true for others, it does not apply to me, Yi Shaoqing replied with a mysterious smile. As a celestial king, aiding those below the emperor realm in their cultivation was a simple task. A mere wisp of celestial energy would suffice. However, the outcome still hinged on their innate talents. Without sufficient aptitude, even celestial energy would yield limited results. Is this truly the case, Ancestor? Not only Lu Mubai but all present were struck by Yi Shaoqing's words. After all, many of them had languished at their current levels for an extended period, unable to break through. The Ancestor's proclamation instantly ignited their excitement. The disciples at the Cave Heaven realm stepped forward. Now, I shall assist you in your breakthroughs, Yi Shaoqing announced. As for how much you can improve, that will depend on your own capabilities. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and waved. Chapter 12 of the terrifying ascension of the Emperor's tribulation stirs the eastern wilderness. Several ethereal strands of celestial essence flowed into the bodies of 25 disciples. Boom! In the next moment, the aura within them surged dramatically, filling the entire grand hall and creating ripples as their cultivation began to ascend gradually. Boom! In the blink of an eye, 10 disciples broke through to the peak of the Saint realm, while the remaining 15, due to their innate talents, remained at the pinnacle of the Harmonization realm. They actually broke through, haha, I have finally become a powerful saint. The crowd, feeling the immense energy within them, erupted into joy, their excitement palpable as they bowed respectfully to Yi Shaoqing. Thank you, Ancestor. Remember to safeguard the mysterious sacred land diligently, Yi Shaoqing replied with a nod. Although not entirely as expected, the results were still commendable. This is truly a breakthrough, murmured Elder Lu Mubai and others, their faces awash with astonishment. Hearing their words, Yi Shaoqing turned to them, smiling, remain calm, it is now your turn. With that, he waved his hand once more, unleashing 6 strands of celestial essence. Boom! 6 formidable auras of the peak quasi-emperor realm erupted. Heavens, what transpired at the mysterious sacred land? Such powerful quasi-emperor might, and not just one, but an astounding 6, my goodness, when did the mysterious sacred land come to possess so many quasi-emperor powerhouses? Everyone knew that the mysterious sacred land had long since fallen from grace, after the passing of the previous quasi-emperor. Aside from the recently emerged emperor Ancestor, the strongest among them was merely the peak saint, Lu Mubai, with no quasi-emperor to speak of. How could there be such a sudden surge of quasi-emperor auras? Could it be that their ancestor was aiding them in their breakthroughs? The thought sent a shiver of shock through the eyes of countless cultivators in the eastern wilderness. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the mysterious sacred land, Lu Mubai and the others exchanged glances, excitement brimming in their eyes. They had truly broken through. The 6 of them had been stagnating in their cultivation for centuries, believing they might never advance in this lifetime. Yet, their ancestor had effortlessly facilitated their collective breakthrough, leaving them in awe. The ancestor is indeed an immortal. How could one so casually grant them such an elevation? With this thought, the 6 spoke in unison. Thank you, Ancestor, for your— We shall protect the mysterious sacred land and honor your expectations. Yi Shaoqing, pleased by their response, turned his gaze toward Lu Mubai. Junior Lu Mubai, step forward. Ancestor, Lu Mubai responded with utmost respect. Yi Shaoqing spoke slowly. As the leader of the sacred land, you bravely countered in its most perilous time without retreating, dedicating yourself wholeheartedly. I am greatly comforted by your actions. When the heavenly demon sect launched its assault, had it been any other force, chaos would have ensued. However, under Lu Mubai's leadership, the disciples not only stood their ground but vowed to share the fate of the sacred land. This alone earned Yi Shaoqing's profound appreciation for Lu Mubai. Then, Yi Shaoqing produced a verdant fruit, suffused with a potent Buddhist energy. This was the Bodhi heart, an imperial-grade fruit. When consumed by one at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, it would enable them to transcend the tribulation and become an emperor. Hiss, an emperor. At the mention, everyone inhaled sharply, their eyes wide with astonishment. They had never even heard of the Bodhi heart before. How could such a small fruit conceal such immense power, capable of elevating a quasi-emperor to emperor? It is known that upon reaching the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, one's ability to transcend to the emperor realm is contingent upon their comprehension and innate talent. Without these, one may never break through in their lifetime. Observing Lu Mubai lost in thought, Yi Shaoqing handed him the Bodhi heart. Consume this, I shall protect your path to becoming an emperor. Ancestor, is this for me? Just reaching the peak of the quasi-emperor realm felt surreal to him. Becoming an emperor was beyond his wildest imagination, as he was quite aware of his own talents. As the people of the eastern wilderness were still immersed in the overwhelming aura of the 6 quasi-emperors, a supreme emperor's might erupted once more, sweeping across the clouds. Boom! In an instant, the heavens darkened, ominous clouds gathered, and purple lightning danced like ethereal serpents, weaving through the sky, as the thunderous roars of divine retribution echoed throughout the realm. A figure clad in white stood slowly above the 9 heavens. This scene was witnessed by countless onlookers who gazed at the mysterious sacred land's void, their faces marked by confusion and awe. Look, that seems to be Lu Mubai. He is undergoing the Emperor's tribulation. How can this be possible? Wait, isn't Lu Mubai at the peak of the Saint Realm? Why is he suddenly facing the Emperor's tribulation? They could not comprehend how, after the earlier emergence of 6 quasi-emperor auras, Lu Mubai would suddenly begin to face the tribulation for Emperor. Could it all be orchestrated by their ancestor? With this thought, envy surged through the crowd. Having such an ancestor was truly a blessing. Meanwhile, back at the mysterious sacred land, the thunder grew increasingly deafening, its might piercing the heavens and enveloping the skies. The tribulation was approaching. All disciples of the mysterious sacred land retreated 1,000 miles away. The 5 peak quasi-emperor elders hurriedly shielded the several thousand disciples, leaving the sacred land, not daring to linger. The Emperor's tribulation was far too terrifying. These disciples were all too weak. Should they be caught in its wake, their lives would be in peril, necessitating their swift departure. Soon, only Yi Shaoqing and Lu Mubai remained at the mysterious sacred land. Yi Shaoqing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly observing the gathering storm of tribulation in the sky, his expression unperturbed, entirely tranquil. In contrast, Lu Mubai felt a pang of anxiety. Although he had never faced a tribulation before, he understood its terror. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. Thus he needed to muster all his strength. Come forth! Lu Mubai unleashed his full cultivation, calling to the heavens. Boom! The tribulation in the clouds seemed to respond, descending in waves. Each bolt was immensely powerful, imbued with boundless strength, cascading down in succession, terrifying beyond measure, as if intent on obliterating the world. Break for me! Surrounded by a wall of spiritual energy, Lu Mubai wielded his sacred weapon, striking at the descending tribulation. This scene was witnessed by many outside. Look, this tribulation resembles the legendary purple cloud divine thunder recorded in ancient texts. Indeed, it is the purple cloud divine thunder. There are a total of 81 bolts. With each one he withstands, his might will surge, and once he overcomes them all, he will transcend and become an emperor. Chapter 13 Lu Mubai ascends to emperor. Various forces come to congratulate Lu Mubai. Indeed, possesses an unwavering will. Yi Shaoqing murmured in admiration as he watched Lu Mubai traverse the successive tribulations in the void above. Initially, he had contemplated offering some discreet assistance, yet Lu Mubai managed to withstand over 30 tribulations solely through his own strength. Such tribulations are hardly formidable. In the vastness above, Lu Mubai, wielding a sacred weapon, gazed towards the clouds and let out a hearty laugh. After enduring the tribulations, a hint of imperial might radiated from within him. However, his audacious display sent chills down the spines of countless onlookers. It must be noted that tribulations manifest as the will of heaven and earth, representing the very essence of the cosmos. Thus, Lu Mubai's actions were undeniably reckless. Even Yi Shaoqing could only manage a wry smile at the young man's folly. This lad, I had just offered him praise, and yet he chooses to show off instead. Indeed, it seemed that Lu Mubai's words had been sensed by the tribulations above, as their intensity surged to a terrifying degree, transitioning from purple to a menacing an overwhelming aura of annihilation enveloped the entire realm. Lu Mubai was the first to perceive this newfound force, abandoning his previous bravado, and exclaimed in alarm, "What the hell, is this really necessary? I was merely showing off." Regret flooded him. Had he known this would occur, he would have refrained from such arrogance. Indeed, showing off can be perilous. Boom! The tribulations, however, showed no mercy, as a colossal crimson bolt of lightning descended mercilessly towards Lu Mubai's head. Cursed be this fate, Lu Mubai was instantly struck with terror from the overwhelming aura. It was clear that this attack intended to obliterate him. Panic gripped him, and his previous bravado vanished entirely. Just then, Yi Shaoqing appeared beside him, and Lu Mubai, brimming with excitement, called out, "Ancestor!" Yi Shaoqing cast a... Without further ado, Yi Shaoqing's towering figure trembled, and the oncoming catastrophic lightning tribulation dissipated in an instant. Why Yi Shaoqing's sudden appearance drew the attention of countless spectators, and when they realized he could effortlessly disperse the tribulations, a wave of excitement erupted. Look! The esteemed ancestor of the mysterious sacred land has made his move. Truly, the ancestor is formidable, merely his aura is enough to scatter the tribulations. At that moment, a peak sage-level rogue cultivator voiced his confusion. Aren't tribulations intertwined with the power of karma? Anyone other than the tribulation-crossing cultivator should not dare approach, lest they amplify the tribulation's might. Indeed, that is correct, another elder confirmed, nodding sagely. As Yi Shaoqing took action, the aura of the tribulations grew even more terrifying, with thunderous roars echoing through the skies, as if the world itself sought to be annihilated. With this unforeseen turn of events, the impending tribulations would undoubtedly be immensely powerful. Many cultivators who had gathered to witness the spectacle, including the disciples of the mysterious sacred land, wasted no time in retreating over 10,000 miles, fearing for their safety. A boundless tempest arose, forming a vortex of spiritual energy. In that moment, the tribulations reached an unprecedented intensity, terrifying beyond measure. Boom! Thunder rumbled across the expanse, as the dreadful tribulations descended upon Yi Shaoqing and Lu Mubai like a torrential downpour. Ancestor, the tribulations are upon us! Lu Mubai cried out, his forehead drenched in cold sweat, no longer exhibiting his earlier bravado. Yi Shaoqing's gaze remained fixed on the approaching tribulations, and he spoke, his voice resonating throughout the heavens. A mere tribulation dares to flaunt its might before me. In the next instant, Yi Shaoqing made his move. He gently raised his hand and pushed upwards, causing the heavenly spiritual energy to converge towards his palm, swiftly forming a visible wall of spiritual energy. What am I witnessing? People exclaimed in disbelief, it's madness. I feel as though the entire world has lost its sanity. The ancestor of the mysterious sacred land is incredible. Countless eyes widened in astonishment as they beheld the wall of spiritual energy that Yi Shaoqing had conjured, ascending to meet the tribulations. The overwhelming force of the tribulations surged downward like a torrential rain, yet the terrifying lightning could not breach the wall in the slightest. Every strike was effortlessly deflected. Everyone felt as if they were in a dream. This was utterly absurd. A wall formed of spiritual energy could withstand the tribulations. Who would believe such a tale? Boom! The void thundered as the tribulations continued to rain down upon the wall, yet not a single scratch was inflicted. Many voiced their thoughts aloud. Only 5 tribulations remain. Indeed, if these 5 can be endured, Lu Mubai shall ascend to emperor. Reactions varied, with some rejoicing while others felt a pang of sorrow. The mysterious sacred land, already in decline, was now witnessing the emergence of not only a grand emperor but also Lu Mubai's ascension. Many felt a sense of discomfort and unease. Thud, the wall of spiritual energy steadfastly absorbed the final tribulation. The dark clouds above gradually dispersed, revealing a clear sky. Following this, a radiant purple aura surged forth from the east, accompanied by a strand of golden energy descending from the heavens. Seeing this, Yi Shaoqing called out to Lu Mubai, the essence of the emperor has appeared, hasten to absorb it. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Mubai soared into the sky to seize the emperor's essence. Boom! Upon merging with the essence of the emperor, Lu Mubai experienced an instantaneous transformation, exuding the might of an emperor. His gaze radiated dominance, instilling fear with but a glance. The Holy Master has ascended to emperor. Congratulations to the Holy Master on achieving emperor status. Countless disciples of the mysterious sacred land, witnessing this moment, rushed from afar, cheering with exuberance. Their voices echoed through the clouds, resonating in the ears of all cultivators in the eastern wilderness, evoking envy and admiration. Ancestor, I have truly become an emperor. Lu Mubai descended from the heavens, standing before Yi Shaoqing. Yi Shaoqing smiled, indeed, you have reached the pinnacle of the early emperor realm, commendable. Due to the enhancement gained from the tribulations, Lu Mubai had experienced a significant breakthrough, advancing a small realm to attain the peak of the early stage. As news of Lu Mubai's ascension to emperor spread, on that very day, every major and minor force in the eastern wilderness began preparing lavish gifts, making their way to the mysterious sacred land to extend their congratulations to Lu Mubai. This also signified that the mysterious sacred land was officially reclaiming its status as the most powerful and supreme lineage in the eastern wilderness. These myriad forces, some seeking to establish connections for protection from the mysterious sacred land, while others aimed to resolve past grievances, understood that with 2 emperors emerging from one sect, the true extent of the ancestor's strength who withstood the tribulations remained a mystery to all. Rather than waiting for the mysterious sacred land to seek them out, it was wiser to make amends swiftly, lest they find themselves facing annihilation. Chapter 14 The terrifying power that frightened all. Announcing. The esteemed leader of the vast sword sect has arrived, bearing grand gifts to congratulate the Holy Lord on achieving the Emperor realm. The illustrious mistress of the glazed fairy palace has come, laden with precious offerings to commend the Holy Lord on his ascendance to the Emperor realm. The venerable elder of the dominant blade sect has arrived, bringing significant tributes to celebrate the Holy Lord's monumental achievement in the Emperor realm. The sovereign of the divine martial dynasty has journeyed forth, carrying substantial gifts to honor the Holy Lord's elevation to the Emperor realm. The supreme blade sect of the infinite sect. On this day, the ethereal Holy Land was a veritable sea of humanity, bustling with vibrancy. All manner of factions from the eastern wilderness gathered here, astonishing countless onlookers. Even the denizens of the ethereal Holy Land were taken aback by the sheer number of attendees. Among these factions, many had previously harbored minor grievances with the ethereal Holy Land. Yet, due to the influence of the ancestors and the Holy Lord, they all hurried over, fearing that tardiness might lead to their exclusion from the eastern wilderness. Within the Grand Hall, the sovereign of the divine martial dynasty, Qin Shaotian, addressed the Holy Lord Lu. I pay my respects to Holy Lord Lu. The venerable elder Lu Yi of the dominant blade sect followed suit. I pay my respects to Holy Lord Lu. Zhang Yun, the leader of the vast sword sect, echoed, I pay my respects to Holy Lord Lu. Zhang Shanshan, the mistress of the glazed fairy palace, also remarked, I pay my respects to Holy Lord Lu. At this moment, aside from the heads of the lesser factions being entertained in the side hall, the most powerful sect leaders and sovereigns had all gathered in the Grand Hall. Esteemed guests from afar, please take your seats, Lu Mubai said, observing the prominent figures of the eastern wilderness before him, who were now displaying utmost reverence in his presence, which greatly pleased him. Meanwhile, those seated nearby could not help but break into a cold sweat. Feeling restless, they realized that aside from the imposing figure of Lu Mubai, who occupied the central position, all 5 elders of the ethereal Holy Land were at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. It was worth noting that their own sects were formidable as well, yet they possessed at most 2 or 3 truly powerful individuals, and those were merely in the mid-stage of the quasi-emperor realm. The ancestor of the ethereal Holy Land was another matter entirely. With a true emperor and 5 peak quasi-emperors, such power could easily sweep across the entire eastern wilderness. At this moment, Qin Shaotian rose and clasped his hands towards Lu Mubai, saying, Holy Lord Lu, in the past, our divine martial dynasty and the ethereal Holy Land experienced some unfortunate events. Thus, I present to you a celestial herb, the Emperor's longevity grass, in hopes of transforming our conflict into friendship and becoming good allies. With that, Qin Shaotian produced a herb exuding waves of life energy. Upon its unveiling, Zhang Shanshan of the glazed fairy palace furrowed her brow and remarked to Qin Shaotian, a decade ago, an emperor's longevity grass appeared in the Tianyun Mountains, attracting countless cultivators to vie for it, resulting in an incalculable number of deaths. I never expected it would ultimately fall into the hands of sovereign Qin. In response, Qin Shaotian smiled and said, Mistress Zhang, you flatter me, acquiring the longevity grass was entirely serendipitous. However, his words were met with disbelief. During the competition, the divine martial dynasty had been the most aggressive, even deploying 3,000 elite guards, and now to claim it was mere coincidence, who would believe such a tale? Nonetheless, many were taken aback by Qin Shaotian's generosity in offering such a treasure to the ethereal Holy Land. It was common knowledge that consuming the Emperor's longevity grass could extend one's life by 1,000 years. No ordinary longevity pills could compare, making it the coveted dream of countless aging powerhouses. Yet, it was also understandable that the divine martial dynasty, having the most pronounced conflicts with the ethereal Holy Land, would seek to resolve their differences. Sovereign Qin, since you have presented the longevity grass, let the past be bygones, Lu Mubai spoke slowly. However, I trust your intentions to genuinely resolve our differences. Otherwise, you understand the consequences. Lu Mubai was acutely aware of Qin Shaotian's immense ambitions. Although he had not overtly suppressed the ethereal Holy Land in recent years, he was well aware of the various clans. Had it not been for the ethereal Holy Land's recent resurgence to the pinnacle of the eastern wilderness, advised by the Ancestor to refrain from overt aggression, Qin Shaotian might have dared to annihilate the divine martial dynasty outright. Qin Shaotian, a crafty individual, could discern the underlying threat in Lu Mubai's words and promptly nodded. Rest assured, Holy Lord Lu, from this point forward, the divine martial dynasty shall be the greatest ally of the ethereal Holy Land. Wherever you point, I shall be the first to follow. With matters thus settled, Lu Mubai refrained from further discussion. He then informed the attendees of the ethereal Holy Land's resurgence, assuring them that they would not recklessly interfere in the current balance of power in the eastern wilderness. However, he cautioned that should any party instigate trouble, the ethereal Holy Land would not hesitate to respond with force. Rest assured, Holy Lord Lu, we all understand, the attendees assured in unison. Though some may have felt discomfort at heart, none dared to reveal it, for the ethereal Holy Land's might was simply too overwhelming, even their combined efforts would be futile against it. Lumubai secretly reveled in the thought of witnessing these previously arrogant individuals humbled, which brought him immense satisfaction. Announcing, "The compassionate emperor of the Buddhist sect has arrived." At that moment, it seems that even the formidable Buddhist emperor fears the supremacy of the ethereal Holy Land. The compassionate emperor, though defeated by the ancestor of the ethereal Holy Land, should not have personally come to pay a visit. Amidst the sound of a Buddhist chant, although he was a small realm above him, Lumubai could distinctly sense the terrifying aura emanating from the compassionate emperor. Despite having been defeated by the ancestor, he feared that if he were to spar with the compassionate emperor, he might find it challenging to gain the upper hand. "There is no need for such formalities, my friend. Please, take a seat," Lumubai urged, gesturing for the compassionate emperor to sit. The compassionate emperor scanned the room and, noticing that Yi Shaoqing was absent, inquired, "Is Master Yi present?" Lumubai understood that the Master Yi referred to the ancestor. However, today was a celebration of his ascendance to the emperor realm, and the ancestor was not present. He explained, "The ancestor is currently at the ethereal peak. If you wish to find him, you may go there." At the ethereal peak, Yi Shaoqing sat leisurely beneath an ancient tree, sipping on fine wine. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, and he smiled. "What brings you here?" Yi Shaoqing was somewhat curious. Today marked Lumubai's ascension as emperor, a day of celebration for all factions, so it was unexpected for the compassionate emperor to attend. "I had some free time, so I thought I would take a stroll," the compassionate emperor replied. Chapter 15 Secrets of the Heavenly Cloud Great World. The Emperor of Central Continent, however, who is Yi Shaoqing to truly believe his words, stretching lazily, he then stated, "If there is something, just say it directly." Lian Tian let out a bitter smile and replied, "Indeed, nothing can escape the eyes of Yi Benefactor. I have come here with a matter I wish to discuss with you." Yi Shaoqing took a sip of wine, remaining silent as he awaited further explanation. After a brief moment of silence, Lian Tian slowly began, "Do you recall the matter I mentioned a couple of days ago regarding the thin spiritual energy in this realm?" Yi Shaoqing nodded. In truth, Yi Shaoqing had sensed this deficiency upon exiting his seclusion. The world today bore no comparison to that of 10,000 years ago, resembling the twilight of an era of cultivation. However, the universe is ever in flux, and such occurrences are not uncommon. What could have prompted Lian Tian to bring this up now? Seemingly perceiving his confusion, Lian Tian continued, "Actually, 5,000 years ago, this world was still abundant in spiritual energy, but the arrival of a certain individual altered everything." "An individual? Who could it be?" Yi Shaoqing inquired curiously, sipping his wine. "Every era has its own grand trends, predetermined by fate. Even a powerful figure like yourself, a sovereign of the immortals, would find it impossible to instigate change. Thus, I am quite intrigued by this person who possesses such ability to transform the cosmic order." Lian Tian recounted, 5,000 years ago, a figure emerged in Central Continent, and with his arrival, the very fabric of the world was irrevocably altered. This individual is known as Di Tian. He possessed the divine king body, embarked on the path at 18, attained harmony at 20, became a saint at 25, and reached the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm by 30. In less than 50 years, he achieved the status of emperor. Such speed is beyond imagination. After becoming emperor, it took him merely 10 years to unify Central Continent, establishing the supreme Taoist heavenly palace. By then, his strength had reached the pinnacle of emperor rank, and he was revered as the heavenly emperor. Yet, several years later, following Di Tian's breakthrough into the red dust immortal realm, the spiritual energy of the entire heavenly cloud great world plummeted at an alarming rate, as if it had transitioned into an era of desolation overnight. Consequently, practitioners in this world not only faced immense difficulties in their cultivation, but the prospect of ascension became a daunting challenge, let alone achieving the status of emperor. As Lian Tian spoke, his expression darkened, revealing he recalled how he had just broken through to the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, and despite being on the verge of becoming an emperor, he had been forced to endure a millennium of delay, ultimately retreating into seclusion to attempt a breakthrough. Had it not been for the fusion of his past life's will, transcending death to achieve harmony, he might have long perished within the river of time. As the saying goes in the cultivation world, to sever a person's path to immortality is akin to killing their parents. Are you saying that, after all, he himself, equipped with a system, had taken nearly a century to break through to the emperor level, while this Di Tian seemed to surpass him? Indeed, Lian Tian affirmed. Yi Shaoqing then turned his gaze towards him, voicing the question that lingered in his mind, "You did not summon me merely to discuss this, did you?" "Amitba," Lian Tian chanted softly before explaining, "Yi Benefactor, you are a sovereign of the immortals. If you were to take action, you could undoubtedly uncover the reasons behind the scarcity of spiritual energy in this realm. Not only could you assist practitioners in resolving their cultivation issues, but it would also be an act of immeasurable merit. After listening to Lin Tian's impassioned rhetoric, portraying himself as a champion for the beings of the world, Yi Shaoqing nearly chuckled aloud. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. One can only rely on oneself to attain the Tao, but if others can ascend to immortality, it is their own merit. Moreover, what concern is the scarcity of spiritual energy to us? Am I to confront Di Tian and inquire why he achieved immortality while the spiritual energy of the heavenly cloud great world dwindled? That would be the act of a complete fool. Yi Shaoqing's incisive remarks left Lin Tian at a loss for words, momentarily unsure of how to counter. Yi benefactor, Lin Tian began, but was promptly interrupted by Yi Shaoqing. Do not say another word. I will not involve myself in this matter. Yi Shaoqing expressed his indifference to the state of the world, as long as it posed no threat to the Miao Miao Holy Land. He had little time to concern himself with such affairs, as he wished to embark on his own journey. He could not be expected to intervene simply because he possessed strength. That was the role of a mediator, and he, Yi Shaoqing, was no mediator. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Tian acknowledged, since that is the case, I shall take my leave. Yi Shaoqing showed no intention of retaining him, leisurely sipping his wine beneath the great tree, preparing to close his eyes and rest when Lu Mubai flew up from below. Ancestor, he called out. Yi Shaoqing glanced at him and asked, have those people departed? They have all left, Lu Mubai nodded. They initially wished to meet with you, Ancestor, but I sent them away. Then, with an excited expression, Lu Mubai added, you cannot imagine how those individuals were terrified upon witnessing the current formidable presence of the Miao Miao Holy Land. They presented us with all manner of treasures and resources, fearful that we might hold grudges over past grievances. Today, Lu Mubai was overjoyed. Just the thought of those once prominent figures in the eastern wilderness now bowing respectfully before him fills him with delight. In the past, when the Ancestor was absent, he would not have even qualified to sit at the same table. Indeed, 30 years of the river's ebb and flow do not belittle the youth. Yi Shaoqing shook his head helplessly, offering a lesson. However, Lu Mubai not only remained unfazed but chuckled even more, acting like a carefree youth in front of his Ancestor, caring little for the reprimand. Now that the Miao Miao Holy Land is stable, it is time to open the mountain gates and recruit some talented disciples. With a great emperor, 5 at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, and over 20 at the saint level, our strength is at least noteworthy in the eastern wilderness. Yet, what vexed Yi Shaoqing most was the lamentable talent of the younger generation of disciples. It was high time to recruit fresh blood for the Miao Miao Holy Land. Yes, Ancestor, Lu Mubai readily agreed, having harbored similar thoughts. Then, as if recalling something, Lu Mubai cautiously inquired, Ancestor, are you planning to depart soon? About that. It will be in the next couple of days, Yi Shaoqing replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Mubai sighed, as did the rest of the Miao Miao Holy Land. They were all reluctant to see their Ancestor leave, but given the Ancestor's decision, he felt it inappropriate to voice any objections. Chapter 16 The Ethereal Sacred Land welcomes disciples. Yi Shaoqing enters the mortal realm when the news of the Ethereal Sacred Land opening its gates wide to recruit disciples spread. The previously tranquil East Wilderness was once again stirred into a frenzy. Numerous small and large families hastened to dispatch their most outstanding young talents, fearful of missing this rare opportunity for ascendance. It is well understood that the current Ethereal Sacred Land stands as an invincible entity in the East Wilderness, akin to the heavens themselves. Not only is there an Ancestor of unfathomable strength, but the Sacred Lord is also an Emperor. To be fortunate enough to gain entry into the mountain gates, and if one's luck is especially favorable, to be favored by one of the 5 pinnacle quasi-emperors as a disciple, would undoubtedly allow one to soar like a great rock, rising on the winds to the heights. Thus, within a mere day of the announcement, the central square was overflowing with people. Over 100,000 young men and women had gathered. These individuals were all prodigies, their curious gazes scanning the ethereal sacred land, their faces alight with extraordinary excitement. Lu Mubai sat at the forefront of the high platform. Ever since attaining the status of emperor, he had undergone a profound transformation, exuding an aura of imperial power. His gaze, fierce yet unyielding, could instill an unimaginable sense of suffocation with just a glance. Esteemed guests, you are all prodigies hailing from various regions, having traveled great distances to be here. I extend a warm welcome to you all. And now, the talent assessment shall officially commence. As long as your talents meet the standard, you may join the ethereal sacred land. Should your abilities be exceptional, there lies the chance to become a disciple of the elders. I wish you all the best of luck. As Lu Mubai's voice resonated, the surroundings erupted in fervor, with everyone forming long lines, one after another, to undergo the assessment. In a secluded forest, Yi Shaoqing had already made his appearance. He did not exert his spiritual energy but walked with a steady and unhurried pace. The air outside is truly refreshing. Yi Shaoqing inhaled deeply, a hint of intoxication gracing his features as he sighed softly. Having traversed this world for nearly a millennium, it seemed this was his first experience of such leisure. Previously, he had either immersed himself in cultivation or engaged in system tasks, solely focused on the pursuit of power. Yet now, having truly attained unparalleled prowess, he felt an overwhelming sense of being controlled by fate, akin to the laborious existence of his past life. Was it not merely a change in form, continuing to toil like a beast of burden? Meanwhile, deep within the forest, a petite figure stealthily emerged. Her name was Lin Yao, a young maid from the Lin family of Qingshan town. She had ventured into this forest to seek herbs capable of curing her brother's cold ailment. Due to their impoverished upbringing, their parents had sold the siblings to the Lin family for 20 taels of silver when they were young, binding them as servants. For the past decade, she and her brother had relied on each other, considering one another their lifelines. However, for reasons unknown, her brother, Lin Hao, had recently contracted a rare cold illness, leaving renowned doctors at a loss. His life now hung by a thread. Despite being servants of the Lin family, they remained indifferent to her brother's fate, even threatening to expel him if he could not be cured within the month, leaving him to fend for himself. This sudden, grim news left Lin Yao in despair. Terrified of losing her brother, she had scoured 100 miles around Qingshan town but found no remedy. Just as she was at her wit's end, she had heard of a miraculous herb called Tianhanhua, reputed to cure all cold ailments. However, this herb typically grows in extremely cold and shadowy places, requiring immense fortune to obtain. Surely, this was the fabled location where Tianhanhua had once been found, with a small wooden stick in hand. Yet, at merely 15 years of age, walking alone in the dark depths of the woods, even the slightest sound sent tremors through her body. A time passed, though she could not tell how long. Lin Yao suddenly realized that the deeper she traversed, the colder it became, as if in an instant she had transitioned from the sweltering heat of summer to the frigid chill of winter, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. So cold, Lin Yao tightened her clothing. At that moment, she stumbled upon a place adorned with frost, resembling a fairyland. In the center lay a dark pool, beside which stood a flower with 4 snow-white petals, exuding a chilling aura that captivated her gaze. Could this be Tianhanhua? Lin Yao gasped in astonishment, her eyes brimming with delight as she rushed toward it. The flower, enveloped in coldness and possessing 4 petals, bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary Tianhanhua. Wonderful, I've finally found it. My brother will be saved. Overcome with excitement, Lin Yao recalled the hardship she had endured, and tears of joy streamed down her face. The heavens do not forsake the earnest. With the Tianhanhua in hand, her brother would be saved, and he would not be cast out by the Lin family. Wiping away her tears, Lin Yao crouched down, ready to pluck the Tianhanhua and place it in her bag, when an unexpected twist occurred. Hiss, 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 a low, raspy sound emanated from beneath the dark pool. With a sudden splash, a massive black serpent, over 10 meters long and adorned with 2 horns atop its head, surged forth from the water, its enormous, glowing blue eyes fixed intently on Lin Yao, who held the Tianhanhua. What a colossal serpent! Lin Yao was paralyzed with fear at this sudden turn of events, stumbling and falling to the ground, her heart racing with terror. No, don't come any closer! A piercing scream erupted from Lin Yao's lips as she clutched the Tianhanhua tightly, fearfully retreating step by step. Hiss, 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 the serpent coiled in the air, undisturbed, its massive body twisting as an overwhelming chill radiated from it, pressing toward Lin Yao. Help me! Just then, Yi Shaoqing, who happened to be passing by, furrowed his brow upon hearing the cries for help and turned his gaze toward the depths of the forest. Why is there a call for help? In the next moment, his figure vanished from sight. Please don't kill me, I beg you, don't kill me. At this moment, Lin Yao was enveloped in fear, tears streaming down her face as she desperately pleaded with the colossal black serpent. Yet the serpent paid her no heed, its immense eyes revealing a flicker of curiosity as it slithered closer. Brother, I'm sorry, Yao could not bring back the Tianhanhua for you. Lin Yao understood that there was no escaping this time. Resolutely ceasing her flight, she gazed coldly at the approaching serpent, her mind drifting back to the joyful moments spent with her brother, slowly closing her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Suddenly, a gust of wind howled past, and a figure appeared before Lin Yao like a specter. Chapter 17. Saving Lin Yao with a graceful motion of his hand, the great serpent transformed. Considering your arduous journey in cultivation, his visage was as exquisite as jade, and his countenance strikingly handsome. At that moment, Lin Yao caught sight of the massive serpent, which had retreated beneath the dark pool, its head cautiously peeking out, a look of fear etched upon its face as it gazed in their direction. Curiosity filled Lin Yao's eyes, and she couldn't help but inquire, Big brother, it seems rather frightened of you. Just moments ago, the serpent had appeared so fierce, yet now it seemed transformed, sparking Lin Yao's intrigue. Yi Shaoqing chuckled softly. In truth, it bore no malice towards you, it was merely upset that you took something that belonged to it. Something? Lin Yao instinctively glanced at the Tianhan flower in her hand and asked, "Big brother, do you mean this Tianhan flower?" Upon hearing her words, the serpent nodded with remarkable understanding, then quickly withdrew into the depths of the water, clearly terrified of Yi Shaoqing. Seeing this, Lin Yao hastily apologized. I'm so sorry, I truly did not know this Tianhan flower was yours. My brother is ill, and I picked this flower to save him. It was not my intention to offend." She recounted her brother's illness with a quivering voice, her distress palpable. "Now I understand," Yi Shaoqing mused internally. He had previously found it puzzling how a young girl could wander alone into the depths of this formidable forest, which was suffused with the potent auras of various demonic beasts from the spirit realm. It was a place where an ordinary cultivator could easily lose their life if fortune did not favor them. He then turned his gaze towards the direction of the serpent and called out, "Come forth." At his command, the serpent displayed clear signs of agitation. Animals possess keen instincts, and it could sense the aura of fear emanating from this young man. After a moment of hesitation, the serpent slowly emerged from the water. The serpent, measuring over 10 meters in length, rose high, startling Lin Yao, who instinctively moved closer to Yi Shaoqing. Observing her reaction, Yi Shaoqing offered a reassuring smile, signaling her to remain calm. He spoke gently to the serpent, "You have been cultivating with the aid of this Tianhan flower for many years, have you not?" The serpent nodded in affirmation. Yi Shaoqing's heart filled with understanding as he pieced together the situation. The serpent before him had evolved from a snake into a python. The small horns atop its head indicated it was nearing the transformation into a jiao, a process known as dragon transformation. To transform into a dragon, a serpent must undergo 5 stages. 1. The serpent evolves into a python. 2. The python evolves into a jiao. 3. The jiao progresses into a true dragon. 4. After developing horns and claws, it becomes a genuine jiao dragon. 5. Upon becoming a jiao dragon, it can access the power and form of a dragon, and eventually, after a millennium, it may face the heavenly tribulation. If successful, it becomes a true dragon. However, traversing these 5 stages is fraught with challenges. This serpent had only just begun its journey into the 3rd stage. The Tianhan flower, also known as the imperial herb, exudes an incredibly potent chill. The serpent had relied on absorbing this cold energy to advance in its evolution. Furthermore, it had no intention of harming Lin Yao. Its earlier display of ferocity was merely a misguided attempt to intimidate her after she had taken its flower. With this in mind, Yi Shaoqing proposed, "If you relinquish the Tianhan flower, I can offer you an opportunity to transform into a human. You may then cultivate using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Would you accept?" Upon hearing this, the serpent's eyes lit up with eagerness, and it nodded fervently, its gaze filled with fervor. As a member of the demon race, transforming into a human was a daunting task without immense fortune. It had cultivated for 2 millennia, merely reaching the jiao stage, and the prospect of becoming a true dragon seemed distant. Yet, transforming into a human would change everything. The human race is favored by heaven and earth. Should it succeed in transformation, its cultivation speed would increase several-fold, enabling it to evolve into a dragon more swiftly. This was an opportunity too good to pass up. To refuse would be sheer folly. However, a glimmer of doubt lingered in the serpent's eyes. While this human radiated an intimidating presence, could he truly assist it in its transformation? Yi Shaoqing, keenly aware of its thoughts, reassured, "Rest assured, I would not deceive you." With a resounding boom, the serpent's massive form began to shrink at a visible pace, transforming into an elderly man. Lin Yao, being an ordinary mortal, had never witnessed such a miraculous sight, and her mouth fell agape in astonishment. "Wow, big brother, you are amazing. You can turn a snake into a person." The newly transformed being stepped forward and, with a thud, knelt before Yi Shaoqing, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for aiding me in my transformation. I am eternally grateful." "Enough, this is your own fortune." Yi Shaoqing waved his hand, signaling him to rise. After years of cultivation, encountering a mortal who had taken his belongings without harboring ill intent was indeed rare, prompting Yi Shaoqing to extend his assistance. Subsequently, the transformed man approached Lin Yao and bowed deeply. "Thank you, young lady, had you not appeared, I would not have had the fortune to meet such an esteemed elder." "Ah!" Lin Yao was startled by his gesture and quickly waved her hands. "No." Before departing, Yi Shaoqing turned to the newly transformed man and cautioned, "Cultivate diligently, becoming a dragon is not out of reach, but do not harm the innocent, or I shall not spare you." "Rest assured, esteemed elder, I understand," the man assured earnestly. With that, Yi Shaoqing took Lin Yao by the arm, and with a single step, they melded into the void, leaving the man astounded. To traverse the void, this elder must be a mighty emperor. Yet, the thought lingered in his mind. While emperors are the mightiest of beings, could they truly facilitate such transformations with a mere gesture? He pondered silently. Never mind, now that I have transformed, it is time to explore the world of humanity. Chapter 18. Arriving at Qingshan Town, the enchanting elixir of wine. Oh my, big brother, are you truly the legendary immortal? In the blink of an eye, having soared out of the forest, Lin Yao stood suspended in the air, her curiosity piqued as she gazed around, brimming with uncontainable excitement. Yi Shaoqing chuckled softly, I am but a tad more formidable than an immortal. However, to Lin Yao, such a boastful statement left her utterly astounded, her mouth agape in disbelief. Big brother, you are remarkable. Though she had lived in the Lin family since childhood, she possessed a modicum of understanding regarding cultivators. The patriarch of the Lin family was indeed a cultivator, yet he was merely at the foundation establishment stage and could not possibly fly through the skies like the big brother before her. Only those who had attained the transcendence realm could soar through the air, those beneath it were limited to flying with swords. Big brother, I reside over there. Lin Yao pointed toward a nearby small town. Upon hearing this, Yi Shaoqing slowed his pace and descended near Qingshan Town. Big brother, I must return to tend to my brother's ailment now. I am profoundly grateful for your assistance today. Without your help, I would never have acquired the Tianhan flower. Lin Yao expressed her heartfelt thanks to Yi Shaoqing. Quickly return then, he urged, waving his hand to hasten her departure, mindful of not wasting time. The streets of Qingshan Town were bustling with activity, vibrant and lively. Yi Shaoqing strolled leisurely along the thoroughfare, hands clasped behind his back, and couldn't help but reflect, the warmth of mortal life is indeed comforting. Having traversed the path of cultivation for many years, he had not enjoyed such a carefree walk among the common folk and ages, nearly forgetting the taste of being an ordinary person. Wow, look at him, he's so handsome. Indeed, indeed. This young gentleman possesses an extraordinary elegance, akin to an immortal. If I could marry him, I would wake from dreams with a smile. Don't be infatuated, he surely wouldn't deign to notice you. At that moment, Yi Shaoqing suddenly caught a whispering murmur near his ear. Following the sound, he turned to see 4 or 5 young women in a corner of the street, their eyes sparkling as they stared at him. Upon realizing he had turned around, they immediately blushed and averted their gazes. Yi Shaoqing observed this scene with indifference. Although he had altered his appearance before departing from the mysterious sanctuary to avoid recognition, it was hardly surprising that his handsome visage and extraordinary demeanor captivated these women. He had always had a penchant for fine wine, and after years of idleness, this was the first time he encountered such a captivating fragrance that made one yearn to linger. Following the enticing scent, he soon arrived at an establishment called the Zue Mei Lu. Welcome to Zue Mei Lu. As soon as he stepped inside, a sultry voice, reminiscent of a seductive elder sister, reached his ears. Yi Shaoqing lifted his gaze to see a striking woman before him, clad in a resplendent red qipao. Her exquisitely sculpted features were breathtaking, her skin was as white as snow, her figure long and alluring, with she wore a pair of black high-heeled shoes, gliding gracefully towards him, swaying her slender waist. Young master, will you be dining or drinking? Her voice was as enchanting as her appearance, alluring and beguiling. Any ordinary man might find it quite challenging to resist, yet, who was Yi Shaoqing, a man of vast experience, he was undeterred by such trivial tests and playfully replied, is it not possible to do both, drink and dine? They seem to bear no significant relation to one another. With a soft laugh, Jiang Qingyue could not contain herself, chuckling at his words. You are indeed amusing, young master. She then elaborated, you may not know, but our Zue Xian Niang is renowned far and wide in this region. The patrons that come here do so primarily for this wine, and we are left with but one last barrel, thus, I inquired whether you would prefer to eat or drink. Oh? Renowned far and wide? Yi Shaoqing raised an eyebrow, intrigued. It seems this Zue Xian Yang is quite extraordinary. His interest piqued, a smile graced his lips as he replied, however, I must warn you, I am quite discerning, should this wine not meet your description, I shall not be paying. You are quite the humorist. Jiang Qingyue laughed once more, her amusement seemingly uncontainable. Realizing her slight lapse in composure, she quickly regained her poise and addressed him with poise, rest assured, young master, if this wine does not delight your palate, we shall certainly not charge you. Our Zue Xian Niang is crafted in a manner entirely distinct from other wines, using a blend of over 100 exquisite flowers combined with potent white liquor, meticulously brewed for 49 days, ensuring that one sip will leave you enamored. The allure of fine wine had awakened Yi Shaoqing's interest, and he promptly declared, in that case, bring me a barrel to sample, and as for the dishes, you may choose accordingly. With that, he casually selected a seat by the window. Very well, young master, please hold on a moment. Meanwhile, at the Lin family, one of the three prominent families of Qingshan town, brother, I have returned. Lin Yao exclaimed as she hurried into the Lin family's courtyard. Creak, the door to a dilapidated room creaked open, revealing a young man with a pallid complexion, exuding an aura of chilling coldness. Yaoer, you have come back. Lin Yao rushed forward, her hands reaching out to support her brother Lin Hao's arm, only to recoil as if she had touched a block of ancient ice, the pain forcing her to withdraw her hand. Brother, why is your hand so cold? Seeing his sister's near tearful expression, Lin Hao gently ruffled her hair and smiled. Do not worry, Yaoer, your brother is fine. Brother, woohoo! Feeling the warmth of his hand atop her head, Lin Yao could no longer contain her emotions, disregarding the chill emanating from Lin Hao's body as she threw herself into his arms, weeping uncontrollably. Hey, Yaoer, please do not cry. Lin Hao, who had never feared anything in his life, was especially frightened by his sister's tears. Whenever Lin Yao cried, he found himself at a loss. Moreover, being a straightforward man, he was utterly incapable of offering comfort. After a considerable time had passed, as Lin Yao began to regain her composure, she suddenly remembered something and hastily grabbed a cloth bag from the ground, retrieving the Tianhan flower to present to Lin Hao. Brother, this is the Tianhan flower, a precious herb specifically for treating cold ailments. You must consume it at once. Chapter 19 of the Frigid Divine Body, the Elder in the Bone Ring Tianhan flower. Lin Hao gazed at the Tianhan flower in his hand, exuding a chill identical to that emanating from within him, and appeared quite perplexed as he turned to Lin Yao for clarification. Yaoer, where did this come from? Without delay, Lin Yao recounted the events of the past few days and her encounter with the elder brother. Is this not sheer folly? How could you venture alone into such a perilous place? Lin Hao's expression darkened as he listened. He had never anticipated that his younger sister would undertake so much for his sake, particularly her solitary journey into the depths of the great forest, which included an encounter with a giant serpent and her subsequent rescue by an elder brother. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Lin Yao pouted, her small mouth forming a disgruntled line. Where's the danger? Look, I'm perfectly fine. Quickly consume the Tianhan flower, I've been away for so long, and I must expedite my tasks. With that, Lin Yao dashed out the door. Hey, Yaoer. Lin Hao intended to call her back, but he witnessed Lin Yao already rushing through the doorway. Watching his sister's receding figure, Lin Hao gripped the Tianhan flower tightly, vowing earnestly, Yaoer, rest assured, your brother will provide you with a life of ease and joy, free from the fatigue of daily toil. I promise you. Abandoned by their parents in their youth, Lin Hao harbored a deep-seated resentment towards them. Why, if they wished to forsake him and his sister, did they still bring them into this world? 10 years, a full decade, the siblings had lived in the Lin family like dogs, even worse off than dogs. He hated it, truly, he hated it, he despised this unjust world. One day, he would trample all injustices beneath his feet. In his room, Lin Hao sat on the bed. After a long silence, he slowly picked up the Tianhan flower and consumed it. The flower was palm-sized, yet upon entering his mouth, it felt as though he had tapped into a certain power, instantly transforming into a pure white spiritual energy that surged into his being. Lin Hao gasped in surprise, but before he could fully comprehend, a wave of icy energy surged within him, plunging him into a freezing abyss that made him tremble uncontrollably. What is happening? It's so cold. He hastily pulled the blanket up around him, but it offered no comfort. Soon, his entire body was enveloped in a thick layer of frost, his eyes gradually closing as his breath grew faint. Stay awake, don't succumb to sleep. A voice, ancient and resonant, pierced through the fog of his fading consciousness, pulling him back from the brink. I cannot die. What will happen to my sister? Lin Hao clenched his teeth, and moments later, with renewed clarity, he sat cross-legged. Recalling the voice that had spoken to him earlier, he gradually calmed himself, beginning to explore the cold energy within his body. Wait. I can actually feel it. Lin Hao felt a surge of joy. He then attempted to harness and control it, guiding the energy slowly into his spiritual sea. Boom, in an instant, an overwhelmingly terrifying chill erupted from Lin Hao's body. Bang, 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 the entire room was instantly shrouded in frigid air, thick frost forming everywhere as furniture shattered into dust. What on earth, why is there such a violent force within me? Lin Hao gritted his teeth, acutely aware of a tremendous power striving to break free from his body, and no matter how he tried to suppress it, it seemed futile. This is the power within your divine body. Do not attempt to suppress it, calm your mind and feel it. At that moment, the ancient voice returned. Lin Hao, upon hearing this, ceased his futile attempts at suppression and relaxed his entire being. To his astonishment, the power indeed became manageable, allowing him to maneuver it with ease. Rumbling, soon, the aura emanating from Lin Hao grew increasingly potent. At that moment, his cultivation began to ascend. Initial stage of Qi refinement. Mid stage of Qi refinement. Peak stage of Qi refinement. Boom. Initial stage of foundation establishment. Mid stage of foundation establishment. Peak stage of foundation establishment. Boom. Initial stage of golden core. In mere moments, Lin Hao's cultivation soared, propelling him from a mere mortal to an initial stage golden core cultivator. I have become a cultivator? As Lin Hao felt the immense power coursing through him, he erupted into laughter. I, Lin Hao, have become a cultivator. But how could this be possible? For a fleeting moment, Lin Hao felt as if he were dreaming. Just moments ago, he had been a victim of a chilling affliction, teetering on the brink of despair, and now he had transformed into a cultivator? Was it due to the Tianhan flower? It is because you have awakened your frigid divine body that you have achieved this breakthrough. At that instant, the ancient voice spoke again, pulling Lin Hao back to reality from his swirling thoughts. Who are you? Initially, he had dismissed it as a mere figment of his imagination, but now, fully awake, Lin Hao scanned his surroundings nervously, finding himself alone in the room. Are you a ghost or a human? Lin Hao swallowed hard, his voice tinged with apprehension. Show yourself. I am not afraid of you. Calm down, young one, retrieve the bone ring from beneath your pillow, the ancient voice instructed. Bone ring? Lin Hao lifted his pillow and, after a moment of scrutiny, held up a grey bone ring etched with the image of a wolf's head, finding nothing particularly remarkable about it. There is nothing special about this. Drip a drop of blood from your fingertip onto it, the ancient voice urged once more. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Hao, sensing that the voice had previously aided him, decided to comply. He bit his fingertip and let a drop of blood fall onto the bone ring. Buzz, the moment the blood touched the ring, it emitted a dazzling red light, and suddenly, an elder materialized before him. Lin Hao jumped back in fright. Before him stood an old man, his upper body clear, with white hair and a white beard. You are a ghost. The elder stroked his beard and chuckled. As you can see, I am indeed a spiritual entity. Upon hearing the elder's words, Lin Hao's tension heightened. Listen, don't act recklessly. I am a cultivator, and I am quite strong. At this declaration, Lin Hao's confidence surged, for he was now a formidable cultivator, yet he still felt a twinge of fear in the presence of this spectral elder. Ha! The elder laughed in response, looking at him leisurely. Young one, have you considered that if I truly intended to harm you, I would not have intervened to save you earlier? That does seem to be the case. Chapter 20. 5,000 years of powerhouses. Lin Hao takes Dan Shensi as his master. Upon hearing the elder's words, Lin Hao felt his earlier anxiety dissipate, replaced by curiosity as he inquired, why are you within the bone ring? Why did you save me, and who are you? After posing these three questions, Lin Hao glanced at the bone ring in his hand, which he had found by the roadside 3 years prior, never imagining it housed a soul. The elder sighed at the barrage of questions, stroking his beard thoughtfully before responding, I am known as Dan Shensi, the master of the Dan Temple in the central continent, 5,000 years ago. 5,000 years. Lin Hao was instantly astounded. The elder before him was indeed a figure from 5 millennia past. At this juncture, Dan Shensi's expression darkened significantly, and after a brief silence, he continued, back then, I had reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, merely a step away from ascension, a veritable powerhouse at the apex of the pyramid. However, with the arrival of a certain individual, the heavens of the central continent were irrevocably altered. This person slaughtered 3 of my disciples, and in my fury, I confronted him, only to discover he had already ascended. With a single strike, I was defeated, my physical form shattered. It was only through the art of turtle breathing that I managed to evade complete annihilation by hiding within this bone ring. Lin Hao gasped in astonishment, realizing that this elder was indeed the legendary Emperor Powerhouse and that celestial beings genuinely existed in this world. His curiosity surged, prompting him to ask, who is that person? The Heavenly Emperor, Di Tian. As Dan Shensi pronounced this name, his eyes blazed with an overwhelming killing intent. This individual is a devil. He ascended to immortality in less than a century, slaughtering countless prodigies and decimating several major factions. Anyone who defied him faced certain death, thus altering the landscape of the central continent 5,000 years ago. Di Tian? Lin Hao repeated, astonished by the audacity of someone bearing the surname Emperor. Then, Lin Hao inquired, why did you save me? Dan Shensi turned to him, a warm smile gracing his face. Because I wish to take you as my disciple. You wish to take me as your disciple? Lin Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Dan Shensi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I have been observing you since you found this bone ring 3 years ago. You are remarkably intelligent, exceptionally composed in the face of adversity, and most importantly, you possess an indomitable spirit. Over the past 3 years, Dan Shensi had increasingly seen in Lin Hao the reflection of his former disciples. Each recollection of his 3 exceptional disciples meeting their tragic fates caused him profound heartache. Dan Shensi gazed at Lin Hao, who seemed lost in thought, and asked, "Are you willing to become my disciple? To be a disciple of a legendary emperor from 5,000 years ago." The prospect of becoming his disciple promised immense strength in the future, enabling him to protect his sister and provide her with a joyful life. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Hao made his decision. He promptly rose from the bed and knelt before Dan Shensi, bowing his head 3 times. "Master, please accept this disciple's reverence." "Ah, at last, I have a disciple." Dan Shensi laughed heartily, raising his hand to assist Lin Hao to his feet. "My dear disciple, now that you have become my apprentice, it is time for me to present you with some initiation gifts." As he spoke, Dan Shensi touched Lin Hao's forehead, and a stream of spiritual light entered his mind, revealing 2 profound techniques. 1. Saint level technique, extreme cold scripture. 2. Saint level technique or supreme 3 sword techniques. "Master, are these for me?" Lin Hao exclaimed in shock. He had not anticipated that his master would bestow upon him 2 saint-level techniques right from the outset. Though he had only recently embarked on the path of cultivation, he had heard tales of such formidable techniques, typically reserved for the most powerful factions in the eastern wasteland, unattainable by lesser sections. Such treasures, once discovered, would undoubtedly incite countless cultivators to vie for them. Dan Shensi nodded, a smile gracing his features. "Indeed, you possess the extreme cold divine body, and this extreme cold scripture is one I acquired serendipitously in the past, perfectly suited for you." "Is that so?" Lin Hao marveled, then inquired, "Master, what is the extreme cold divine body?" He was curious after hearing his master mention the divine body earlier. Dan Shensi elaborated, "The extreme cold divine body is a rare constitution. Those who possess such a physique are blessed with great fortunes. As long as they do not perish in their youth, they are destined to become formidable beings who gaze down upon the heavens." "How extraordinary!" Lin Hao was awestruck, struggling to believe he bore such a powerful trait. Dan Shensi continued, "Do you recall the cold energy emanating from within you?" Lin Hao nodded. He certainly remembered the affliction that had suddenly beset him months ago, nearly driving him to despair. However, he wondered why his master was asking about it. Noting Lin Hao's confusion, Dan Shensi explained, "That was the precursor to awakening your extreme cold divine body. You inadvertently consumed the heavily cold flower, an imperial herb imbued with potent cold energy, thus triggering your early awakening." "Ah, I see." Lin Hao finally grasped that it was not an illness after all. Dan Shensi regarded his new disciple with affectionate eyes. "Disciple, henceforth, I shall impart all my knowledge to you, ensuring you become a towering powerhouse." He had previously uttered similar words to his deceased disciples, yet had failed to fulfill that promise. This time, he vowed to succeed. Lin Hao looked steadfastly at his master. "Rest assured, Master Da, I will dedicate myself to my cultivation. When the day comes that I stand above the heavens, I shall avenge you and my fellow disciples by vanquishing Dtian." However, upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Dan Shensi froze momentarily, then shook his head, stating, "That is unthinkable." "Master, why is that?" Lin Hao was puzzled, believing it natural for a disciple to seek vengeance for their master. Dan Shensi sighed, explaining, "Even if you ascend to immortality, you must not pursue Dtian. His strength is beyond your imagination. He is an adversary you cannot contend with." At this juncture, a flicker of fear crossed Dan Shensi's eyes, for only he understood the true extent of Dtian's power. To ascend in less than a century, and now, so much time later, who could fathom how formidable he had become? He could never allow his disciple to seek vengeance against such a being. It would be akin to pushing him into a pit of fire. Gazing at Lin Hao, who remained silent, Dan Shensi reiterated, "Disciple, do you hear me? You must never seek out Dtian." "Yes, master." Although Lin Hao acquiesced, he silently vowed to remember the name Dtian, swearing that he would one day exact revenge for his master and fellow disciples. Chapter 21. The Emperor who committed 5 flaws and 3 deficiencies. On the other side, at the window seat of the Drunken Beauty Pavilion, Yi Shaoqing held a wineglass, taking a delicate sip of the exquisite wine within, his eyes flickering with a hint of astonishment. What a fine wine! This drunken immortal brew was utterly distinct from any he had previously tasted. Upon the first sip, he could discern the fragrant essence of various blossoms, without the harsh burn of spirits, only a refreshing sensation spreading through his palate. This drunken immortal elixir undoubtedly belonged to the highest echelon of wines, perfectly aligning with Yi Shaoqing's refined tastes. "Young master, what do you think?" Jiang Qingyue, her face blooming like a peach blossom, approached him gracefully. I speak no falsehoods, does not a single taste of my family's drunken immortal brew leave one yearning for more? Indeed, it is remarkable. Yi Shaoqing met her gaze, setting down the glass with a smile at the corners of his mouth. I must admit, this drunken immortal wine has truly captured my heart. With a light laugh, Jiang Qingyue covered her mouth, the sound of her laughter ringing melodiously, and it took her a moment to regain her composure. Since it is so delightful, young master, you must settle the bill. In that instant, Yi Shaoqing found her to be quite amusing, and he replied with a grin, as the saying goes, fine wine deserves fair company. Now that I have the exquisite wine, I find myself lacking a charming companion. Might the young lady be inclined to share a cup with me? You are indeed quite the humorist. Jiang Qingyue chuckled again, unable to stifle her laughter. However, within the tavern, only a few scattered patrons were present, and she did not decline the invitation, seating herself directly across from him. How could Qingyue refuse such a heartfelt invitation? Thus, the two engaged in lively conversation, drinking and chatting, quickly becoming familiar with one another. Jiang Qingyue's laughter echoed throughout the tavern, her beautiful eyes occasionally glancing at him, whether intentionally or not. It was well known that her beauty and figure were extraordinary. Any ordinary man would gaze at her as though he wished to devour her whole. Yet, Yi Shaoqing maintained a gentlemanly demeanor, his eyes revealing no trace of lewdness. Coupled with his rare and ethereal good looks, he unwittingly kindled a sense of fondness in Jiang Qingyue. You must be a cultivator, am I right? Jiang Qingyue gently brushed a stray hair from her temple, her ruby lips parting as she softly inquired of Yi Shaoqing. Yi Shaoqing sipped his wine, a smile playing on his lips as he countered, what makes you ask this all of a sudden? Perhaps due to the effects of the wine, a faint blush crept across Jiang Qingyue's jade-like cheeks as she propped her chin on one hand, studying him intently. After a moment, she whispered, it is because your aura is unlike that of a mere mortal. You exude the presence of an unparalleled powerhouse, as if you have returned to the mundane world after transcending it. Although Jiang Qingyue was not a practitioner of the mystical arts, at the tender age of 18, having run her tavern, she had encountered a myriad of characters, including numerous cultivators. Yet, only Yi Shaoqing evoked such a distinct impression. Her intuition as a woman told her that he was no ordinary individual. You have discerned that much? Yi Shaoqing raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk gracing his lips. I had concealed my identity so well, yet you have uncovered it. Indeed, as you surmise, I am that unparalleled powerhouse. Having grown weary of the solitude that accompanies invincibility, I have deliberately returned to the mortal realm to experience the vibrancy of life. Put. Jiang Qingyue could not contain herself and burst into laughter, entirely unconvinced by Yi Shaoqing's words, finding his exaggerated gestures utterly amusing. Young master, you are quite lacking in humility. You claim to be an unparalleled powerhouse, yet I have heard that the path of cultivation is endless. How can one speak of invincibility? With her enchanting, sparkling eyes, she gazed at him, filled with curiosity, as a glimmer of mischief danced within her gaze, hinting at her desire to see him falter. Just as Yi Shaoqing was about to clarify, a voice from outside interrupted him. You are. Both turned to see an elderly man, frail and emaciated, limping in with the aid of a cane. Father? Jiang Qingyue exclaimed upon recognizing the old man, hastily, why have you returned so soon? At the sound of his daughter's inquiry, Jiang Tao's ire flared, and he retorted, do not even mention him, that old codger cannot handle defeat. When he loses, he resorts to trickery, and it has truly vexed me. All right, I shall not bring it up. Jiang Qingyue smiled wryly at this familiar scene, having grown accustomed to her father's demeanor after every chess match with Uncle Lu. How interesting. Yi Shaoqing, seated at the table savoring his wine, had fixated his gaze on Jiang Tao the moment he entered, curiosity evident in his eyes as he murmured to himself, a man of ill fortune. I cannot believe such a person truly exists in this world. A man of ill fortune is one who has committed the 5 flaws and 3 deficiencies. Such individuals often suffer from the repercussions of revealing too many celestial secrets, entangled in the web of fate, enduring the calamities bestowed by the will of heaven and earth. The moment Jiang Tao crossed the threshold, Yi Shaoqing, a figure of immense power, keenly sensed that over his head, there was not a trace of fortune, only a nebulous aura of calamity loomed. Evidently, this individual was ensnared by immense karmic ties, marked by 2 of the 5 flaws and 3 deficiencies, disability and shortened lifespan. However, anyone capable of comprehending celestial secrets would undoubtedly be aware of the consequences of revealing them. Yet, Jiang Tao had fallen prey to 2 of the 5 flaws and 3 deficiencies. How many secrets had he divulged? Moreover, this man's bone age undoubtedly exceeded 7,000 years. He had once been a renowned powerhouse, yet had now fallen to such a pitiful state of depleted cultivation and withered life. What could have led to such a tragic fate? Yi Shaoqing pondered softly, his curiosity piqued. It is worth noting that individuals with a bone age of over 7,000 years would have certainly achieved the imperial level of cultivation. This alone was enough to astonish anyone. The emperor is the mightiest among mortals, a being capable of wielding destiny, yet even such a figure had suffered the 5 flaws and 3 deficiencies. What a pity! Yi Shaoqing gently shook his head with a faint smile, feeling a twinge of sympathy for him, though he did not dwell on it, merely intrigued. Chapter 22 of Bullying My Sister. Lin Hao was furious. However, the extreme cold divine body is particularly unique compared to other physiques. As long as one can skillfully master that chill, they can achieve a perfect balance of offense and defense. That night, within the chambers of the Lin family's side courtyard, Dan Shensi spoke softly to Lin Hao, who was seated cross-legged. At that moment, a swirling aura of icy cold enveloped Lin Hao's body, as if merely gazing upon it would plunge one into an icy abyss. Drink, Lin Hao exclaimed softly, abruptly unleashing a powerful punch. A gust of wind, forged from concentrated cold energy, swept forth with an unstoppable force. Bang! The wall was instantly pierced by the force of his punch, leaving a gaping hole. The residual chill that followed not only lingered but surged outward, creating a tempest of coldness around him. Master, I have finally gained complete control over my divine body, Lin Hao exclaimed with a look of delight and excitement. Achieving this level in just half a day, I must confess, I have underestimated your talent. Dan Shensi nodded in satisfaction, increasingly impressed by Lin Hao, while also astonished by the sheer magnitude of his innate abilities. Typically, individuals who awaken their divine bodies struggle for at least 10 days to half a month to harness their powers. However, Lin Hao managed to master it in merely half a day, wielding it with ease. This alone set him apart from many prodigies. If he continues to develop at this pace, soon the name Lin Hao will resonate throughout the eastern wilderness. I'm merely fortunate, Lin Hao replied, somewhat bashfully scratching his head upon receiving his master's praise. Ah, Dan Shensi laughed heartily, you, my boy, are quite modest. If you consider this mere luck, then there would be no such thing as genius in this world. Just as Lin Yao returned from completing her chores outside the side courtyard, a figure suddenly obstructed her path. Lin Yao halted abruptly, her heart tightening as she looked up to see the imposing figure of Lin Feng, the eldest son of the Lin family, who was around 18 years old. This individual was notorious for his debauchery, often using his status to stir trouble in Qingshan town, and was well known for his lecherous behavior, frequently bullying both men and women alike. This little girl is becoming increasingly alluring, Lin Feng smirked, an insidious smile spreading across his face as his gaze roamed over Lin Yao without restraint. Lin Yao, I've heard your brother is gravely ill and is about to be expelled from the Lin family, is that not so? He said slowly. Lin Yao's face turned pale at his words, and with a quavering voice, she pleaded, young master, I've found a miraculous medicine that can cure my brother, he will recover soon. I implore you to speak with the master and mistress, urging them not to cast him out, please. Lin Feng's smile widened slightly as he replied, this is but a trivial matter, of course, I can assist you. Thank you, young master, thank you. Lin Yao expressed her gratitude fervently, but the following words sent a chill down her spine. However, if you wish for my help, you must become my woman. Lin Feng had long coveted Lin Yao, although he favored more mature women. The innocence of someone as fresh as Lin Yao intrigued him even more. Upon hearing this, Lin Yao recoiled in terror, her voice trembling, young master, I am but a humble servant, I truly do not dare to aspire to such height. Yet, Lin Feng was unfazed, the smirk on his face growing more pronounced as he advanced, displaying impatience. Your fortune is that I have taken an interest in you, do not be ungrateful, or you shall face dire consequences. With that, he reached out to seize Lin Yao. Please, young master, do not. Lin Yao, merely a 15-year-old girl, struggled desperately, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not escape Lin Feng's iron grip, and she shouted loudly towards the courtyard, brother. Inside the room, Lin Hao was engaged in a discussion with his master regarding cultivation matters when he suddenly heard his sister's distressed voice, causing his heart to lurch. Yaoer, in the next moment, he burst through the door. Seeing this, Dan Shensi transformed into a wisp of grey smoke, retreating into the bone ring on Lin Hao's hand. Upon exiting, Lin Hao immediately spotted Lin Feng attempting to violate his sister, and fury surged within him to its zenith. Lin Feng, you bastard, dare you bully my sister, I will see you dead. Lin Feng turned at the sound of the voice, but before he could react, a shadow darted past him, and a searing pain suddenly erupted in his abdomen, sending him flying backward like a kite severed from its string. Ah, Lin Hao, you scoundrel, how dare you strike this young master, you are doomed. Lin Feng struggled to rise, his eyes wide with rage as he glared at Lin Hao, who was steadily advancing towards him. Ha, doomed, you say? Lin Hao scoffed derisively, his face awash with disdain as he kicked Lin Feng in the stomach once more, delivering a brutal blow. What ensued was a flurry of relentless assaults. Ah, the air was filled with Lin Feng's wretched cries, echoing throughout the Lin family's side courtyard. Brother, please stop, if you continue, someone may die. Lin Yao rushed forward, concerned for Lin Feng's fading breath. Indeed, Lin Hao, you best release me at once, or you will find yourself without a place to bury your body. Lin Feng, having lost several teeth, spoke with a stutter, his words escaping him through the gaps. However, Lin Hao, who cherished his sister like a precious gem, was beyond enraged and was not deterred by his threats. Lin Hao seized Lin Feng by the collar, his features contorted with rage as he gritted his teeth and declared, Lin Feng, the eldest son of the Lin family, do you have any idea how much I despise you? I have long wished to kill you, and today, you shall surely meet your end. Previously, Lin Feng had relied on his status as the eldest son to bully him, often resorting to violence, even nearly beating him to death on several occasions. Today, this scoundrel dared to bully his sister, and Lin Hao would not allow this transgression to go unpunished. Cough, cough, cough. Have you lost your mind? Lin Feng felt his throat constricted by the powerful grip, his face turning crimson as he hastily begged for mercy. Lin Hao, I know I was wrong. You cannot kill me. If you do, you and your sister will both face certain death, and you will never escape the Lin family. He was afraid. The arrogance he displayed earlier was now replaced with sheer terror. As Lin Feng realized that Lin Hao was genuinely intent on killing him, he simply could not comprehend how the Lin Hao who once cowered before him had transformed so drastically, now daring to threaten his life. Just as Lin Hao prepared to end him, a cacophony of hurried footsteps approached. Accompanying them was a commanding voice. Stop! Lin Hao turned to see Lin Yi, the head of the Lin family, accompanied by a dozen subordinates, arriving on the scene. He let out a cold laugh. Who might this be? It's merely you, old lecher. Chapter 23 Lin Hao's slaughter of the Lin family and Yi Shaoqing's scheme. You beast. Upon hearing Lin Hao's insult, Lin Ye's expression darkened immediately. Beast, have you forgotten who provided for you? Without the refuge of the family head, would you and your sister have survived to this day? Release my son at once. Lin Ye's words struck a painful chord deep within Lin Hao, evoking memories he wished to avoid. With a scoff, he retorted, my sister and I were sold to the Lin family as servants, barely receiving 1 or 2 meals a day, and we weren't even given a monthly salary. How dare you, an old wretch, speak to me like this? If you agree to hand over the contracts of servitude, allowing my sister and me to leave, who would want to remain here? To me, your Lin family is nothing but a pile of dung. His words shocked everyone present, even causing Lin Yi to momentarily freeze, unable to comprehend how Lin Hao had suddenly become so audacious. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Lin Yi said, you wish to leave the Lin family, do you not? I agree. Release my son, and I will let you and your sister go. Leave? Lin Hao sneered, tightening his grip around Lin Feng's neck. You think you can compel me to leave now? It's too late. It is you wretches who have made my sister and me suffer. I cannot find peace until I have slain you all. At that moment, Lin Hao's visage twisted into a monstrous expression, his voice chilling and piercing, sending shivers down the spines of all present, including Lin Yao, who gazed at her brother in disbelief. Dad, save me. Lin Feng, now grasped tightly by Lin Hao, flailed his legs wildly, his face turning a ghastly shade as the specter of death loomed over him, prompting frantic cries for help. Father, please save me. I don't want to die. Lin Hao, release my son at once. Lin Yi, witnessing this scene, felt panic rise within him. Lin Feng was his only son, how could he remain calm? What do you want? I will give you anything. You wish to leave? I will grant you that. Here are the contracts of servitude for you and your sister. As he spoke, Lin Yi hastily retrieved 2 contracts from his storage ring and tossed them towards Lin Hao. Ha ha ha. Lin Hao laughed maniacally, his gaze fixated with malice upon Lin Yi. Too late. I want you all dead. With that, he tightened his grip. A piercing scream echoed through the air. Ah, I don't want to die. Dad, please save me. Lin Feng's desperate pleas grew more frantic as he struggled to break free, but it was futile. In moments, his legs went limp and he fell silent. Feng. Lin Ye's heart shattered at the sight, his eyes reddening as he howled to the heavens. Lin Hao, I will make you pay for this. Kill him. I command you. At Lin Ye's behest, a throng of servants surged forward, encircling Lin Hao, all of them cultivators at the first level of qi refinement. Attack together. The group exchanged glances, determined to strike swiftly and decisively, brandishing their weapons as they charged at Lin Hao. A swarm of ants daring to lay hands on me? You think you are worthy? In the next moment, Lin Hao unleashed the full power of his initial stage of golden core cultivation, a formidable force that sent them all flying. How is this possible? He is a golden core expert. Run, run. The servants, devoid of hesitation, discarded their weapons and fled toward the exit. Now you wish to escape, too late. Lin Hao coldly scoffed, the temperature around him plummeting as icy spikes formed in the air. With a swift motion, he hurled them towards the fleeing servants. Ah, ah! The agonized screams resonated throughout the Lin family estate. Those struck by the icy projectiles were instantly encased in ice, crashing to the ground and shattering into countless pieces. Such formidable power from the extreme cold body. Lin Hao was taken aback, astonished by the sheer strength of his icy abilities, capable of freezing opponents in an instant. You are actually a golden core expert. Lin Yi stumbled back, trembling as he pointed at Lin Hao. This is impossible. It cannot be true. He could not fathom how Lin Hao, once a mere servant, had transformed into a golden core cultivator. How old was he? 15, perhaps. After dedicating his life to cultivation, he had barely reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. He was utterly bewildered, lost in a surreal haze, as if caught in a dream. Brother, he is a cultivator. Even Lin Yao, standing nearby, was stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at her brother. Lin Hao slowly turned and began to walk towards Lin Yi, taunting him as he approached. What did you expect? Without any power, would I dare to threaten you? In Lin Ye's eyes, Lin Hao had become a demon. Ever since he ascended as the head of the Lin family, he had commanded respect, but now, a deep-seated fear enveloped him. No, do not kill me, I can give you anything, the Lin family, I will give you the Lin family. Please, do not take my life. Lin Yi, now stripped of his authority, resembled a mere insect, desperate for survival. All notions of morality and righteousness were cast aside, he only wished to live. Ha ha ha. The Lin family, Opa, I have no interest in that. Lin Hao scoffed disdainfully, stepping forward and launching a powerful punch at Lin Yi. Ah! What followed was a relentless barrage of blows, as if Lin Hao were venting all the resentment and bitterness he had harbored over the years. Lin family head, were you not once so imposing? I will kill you, I will kill you. In the skies above, Yi Shaoqing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, drawn by the sounds of despair emanating from the Lin family. He had witnessed everything unfold with clarity. This boy possesses a fierce tenacity, Yi Shaoqing observed, watching Lin Hao unleash his fury upon Lin Yi, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Suddenly, his brow furrowed before a smile crept upon his lips. The extreme cold body. This boy possesses a unique constitution. Yi Shaoqing understood well what a unique constitution entailed. Those who possessed such traits were often gifted prodigies, blessed with extraordinary fate. To encounter one today was unexpected. Excellent. He is indeed a suitable candidate for the Holy Sun. Just then, a voice reached his ears. Yi Shaoqing turned to see a group of cultivators from the Zhang and Lu families of Qingshan town approaching on their flying swords, having come to aid the Lin family. What a nuisance, Yi Shaoqing muttered under his breath before vanishing from sight. Chapter 24. Lin Hao is appointed as the Holy Son of the ethereal sacred land. What has transpired within the Lin family? The head of the Zhang family, Zhang Yi, furrowed his brow in perplexity as he inquired. Lu Yuan, the head of the Lu family, shook his head and gravely explained, I am also unaware of the specifics. Earlier, as one of my Lu family servants passed by the Lin family, they reported hearing anguished cries emanating from within, which prompted my urgent search for you. Who possesses such audacity to cause a disturbance at the Lin family? Zhang Yi remarked, his eyes filled with confusion. Though the Lin family ranks at the bottom among the three prominent families, Lin Yi, at least, is a formidable cultivator at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, and there are no powerful practitioners in this vicinity. None would dare provoke them. We shall soon discover the truth. Our relationship with the Lin family is extraordinary. We have mutually supported one another in Qingshan town, which has brought us to our current standing. Thus, the Lin family must not encounter any calamity. Lu Yuan asserted in a deep tone. Just as the group prepared to hasten their steps, a voice, calm yet resonant, suddenly echoed through the darkened night sky. Concerning the Lin family, you need not involve yourselves. Return at once. As the voice reverberated, a ripple surged through the space ahead, and then, a figure materialized before them, traversing the void. A powerful emperor. Lu Yuan and Zhang Yi abruptly halted, their expressions turning to one of horror as they gazed at the young man in white, their eyes brimming with trepidation. Although both were at the early stage of the Golden Core realm and had never encountered an emperor, the ability to tear through space and traverse the void could only be accomplished by the legendary emperors. I was unaware of your presence, esteemed senior, and I apologize for the disturbance. Lu Yuan and Zhang Yi exchanged glances, quickly speaking in unison with utmost reverence. After all, as mere Golden Core cultivators, they dared not act recklessly in the presence of an emperor. Yi Shaoqing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, bathed in moonlight, resembling an invincible deity. His voice was notably calm. Withdraw, the affairs of the Lin family do not concern you. Although his words were light, they carried an undeniable authority, striking Lu Yuan and Zhang Yi like thunder, nearly causing them to lose their grip on their flying swords. Yes, yes, we shall leave at once. With a swift motion, Lu Yuan waved his hand, and the group fled in a frenzy, fearing that any delay could cost them their lives. Yi Shaoqing remained indifferent, showing no reaction. These individuals were so feeble that he could extinguish them with a mere breath. Engaging with them would not align with his identity as the invincible immortal king. Once they had departed from the jurisdiction of the Lin family, both Lu Yuan and Zhang Yi turned back in unison, swallowing hard as they caught a glimpse of each other's profound shock. An emperor, a living emperor, how could he suddenly appear in such a small place as Qingshan town? Zhang Yi wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his face a mask of terror. Lu Yuan, too, was in a dire state, his back drenched in perspiration, a bitter smile playing on his lips. We must leave post-haste. With the emperor's appearance, the Lin family is surely doomed this time. It is best not to meddle in affairs that do not concern us, lest we bring calamity upon ourselves. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Indeed, we should return and advise our younger generations to behave themselves in the near future, lest they provoke individuals they ought not to, which would spell disaster. With that, the two hastily led their respective groups back towards their families. At this moment, the Lin family lay amidst a scene of carnage, a veritable mountain of corpses soaked in blood, as Lin Hao had left not a single one of the family's 130 members alive. Brother! Lin Yao gazed at her blood-soaked brother, who appeared like a god of death, her eyes filled with unfamiliarity. She found it hard to believe that this was her once honest and simple brother. Initially, Lin Hao, whose face was contorted with fury, paused upon hearing her voice. He turned to look at his sister, revealing a somewhat awkward smile. Yaoer, the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, but he struggled to articulate them. Just as Lin Hao prepared to explain, he suddenly heard his master's voice call out, "Yaoer, behind you." Upon hearing his master's words, Lin Hao's heart jolted, and he swiftly turned around. To his astonishment, a young man had appeared in the void behind him. This sight genuinely startled Lin Hao. Damn it, standing in mid-air, this person is at least of the transcendent stage, if not stronger. Lin Hao's countenance darkened. As a practitioner of the Golden Core realm, he was well aware, from the teachings of his master, that only cultivators of the transcendent stage or above could achieve such feats. With vigilance etched on his face, Lin Hao was about to speak when Lin Yao called out first, "Big brother." Lin Yao's voice was filled with delight, leaving Lin Hao dumbfounded and increasingly perplexed as to why his sister recognized this unidentified man. Approaching Yi Shaoqing, Lin Yao cheerfully inquired, "Big brother, how did you come to be here?" Yi Shaoqing scanned the surrounding scene of carnage, chuckling lightly, "I happened to be passing by." Though the dim light of dusk cast a shadow, Lin Yao's keen eyes caught the slight awkwardness in his demeanor, leaving her uncertain of how to respond. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yao suddenly turned and called out to Lin Hao, "Brother, this is the big brother who saved me last time." "Oh, it is him." Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback, then took a step forward and bowed slightly to Yi Shaoqing. "Thank you, esteemed senior, for previously rescuing my sister." Lin Hao is eternally grateful. Although Lin Hao's words were filled with respect, his gaze was highly vigilant as he slowly moved to position Lin Yao behind him, shielding her. Wai Yi Shaoqing observed this and smiled gently, remarking, "Quite the sense of security you have. Though I know these individuals were slain by you, there is no need for concern. I am not here for vengeance, rather, I hold you in high regard." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao furrowed his brow slightly, his expression one of confusion and disbelief, clearly not comprehending Yi Shaoqing's words. Then, Yi Shaoqing spoke leisurely, "Would you be willing to become the holy son of my ethereal sacred land?" "The holy son, on what grounds should I trust you?" Lin Hao scoffed, utterly skeptical of his claim. Qingshan town was merely a remote little town, although Yi Shaoqing's recent emergence from seclusion had stirred up a sensation throughout the eastern wilderness. The news had not reached this place, leaving Lin Hao entirely uninformed. Nonetheless, he had heard of sacred lands and holy sons. However, the man before him, with an unclear identity, casually proposed making him a holy son. If he believed such words, it would be sheer folly. A slight smile graced Yi Shaoqing's lips as he remarked, "Whether you believe it or not is up to you. The opportunity is singular, and should you miss it, it will indeed be lost forever. You must ponder this carefully. Why would you choose me?" Lin Hao, sensing sincerity in Yi Shaoqing's demeanor, felt a flicker of caution remain, still unconvinced. After all, the holy son was the future heir of the sacred land, and this man, with an ambiguous identity and cultivation level, suddenly proposing to appoint him as the holy son was indeed suspicious. Chapter 25 of the Soul Elder. The astonishment of Yi Shaoqing observing the man's demeanor, fraught with vigilance. Yi Shaoqing could not help but feel a twinge of exasperation, sighing inwardly, "Is it truly so difficult for others to believe my words?" He then proceeded to elucidate, "The reason I have chosen you is due to your remarkable talent and your decisive character. which greatly appeals to me. As for the other matters, Yi Shaoqing paused momentarily, it's because you possess an extremely cold physique. This abrupt revelation sent a jolt through Lin Hao's heart that he could not help but ponder. How could he possibly know about the extreme cold divine body? My master once mentioned that as long as the power of the divine body is not activated, no one beneath the emperor can perceive it. Is this person an emperor? But that seems implausible. The emperor is the mightiest being beneath the celestial realm, and there are likely only a few in the entire Tianyun Great World. Just as Lin Hao was lost in thought, Yi Shaoqing inquired, so, do you wish to accept? You must consider this carefully, for the opportunity is but a singular one. In that moment, Lin Hao found himself ensnared in indecision. As he contemplated, a sudden voice from his master echoed in his ears. Agree to him. Upon hearing his master's words, Lin Hao, who had been uncertain about his choice, immediately lifted his head and declared, very well, I am willing to become the saint son of the mysterious Holy Land. Yi Shaoqing nodded in response, a gentle smile gracing his lips. You have made a definitive choice. Lin Hao suddenly asked, where is the mysterious Holy Land, and who are you? Can you truly make such decisions? This was the greatest uncertainty in Lin Hao's mind. A force referred to as a Holy Land must be an unparalleled lineage, and could this seemingly extraordinary individual genuinely hold such authority? His curiosity was piqued. Yi Shaoqing replied leisurely, the mysterious Holy Land is currently renowned throughout the eastern wilderness. Once you depart this place, you need only inquire to find it. As for whether I can make decisions, rest assured. When you arrive there, simply seek out the current Holy Lord and inform him that a man named Yi has sent you to assume the role of Saint's son. Despite still feeling astonished and incredulous at his words, Lin Hao nodded, reassured by his demeanor that did not resemble that of a deceiver. He then turned to Lin Yao and softly called, Yaoer, let us depart. All right. Lin Yao, who had been momentarily distracted by their conversation, suddenly snapped back to attention and hurriedly bid farewell to Yi Shaoqing. Big brother, we shall take our leave now. Yi Shaoqing offered a slight smile and nodded, signaling them to go. Watching the two retreating figures, Yi Shaoqing's gaze narrowed slightly. Just moments ago, a faint aura had emanated from the ring on Lin Hao's finger. Although this aura was exceedingly well concealed, it did not escape his keen celestial king's perception. A soul entity, perhaps. Yi Shaoqing chuckled softly, it appears to be quite formidable. Could this be the soul elder from the novels of my past life? If so, does that not imply that Lin Hao is akin to a fated protagonist? With this thought, a faint smile crept upon Yi Shaoqing's lips, growing increasingly satisfied with Lin Hao as a candidate for the saint son of the mysterious Holy Land. With that, he stretched languidly, chuckling self-deprecatingly, I had vowed to remain idle, yet here I am, unable to sit still. In the next instant, his figure melded into the fabric of space, vanishing into the void above. Master, do you know of the mysterious Holy Land? After departing from Qingshan town, Lin Hao suddenly transmitted the query. After a brief pause, the voice of the Dan God echoed softly in his ears. The mysterious Holy Land was the mightiest unparalleled lineage in the eastern wilderness a millennium ago. Its founding ancestor was ranked first among the emperor-level powers of the Tianyun Great World at that time, a veritable invincible entity. As he spoke, a hint of reverence crept into the Dan God's voice. For a millennium prior, he had merely been an ordinary cultivator just beginning his journey, having heard much about the exploits of the founding ancestor of the mysterious Holy Land. After a moment of silence, he continued, however, that founding ancestor, at the height of his power, suddenly vanished one day. Beyond that, I am not well informed. I see. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's heart was filled with awe. An invincible being among the emperor class bears immense weight, and he found himself brimming with curiosity regarding the mysterious Holy Land. At that moment, the Dan God's next words startled Lin Hao profoundly. Although that person had not exuded any discernible aura, my master sensed that he was exceedingly powerful. Lin Hao was struck with astonishment. That individual was indeed extraordinary. My master is at the pinnacle of the emperor realm, and anyone who could elicit such a reaction must surely be a quasi-emperor or an emperor. He then inquired, is this why you urged me to accept the position of saint son of the mysterious Holy Land? The Dan God nodded affirmatively. Precisely. Your current strength is yet insufficient. Should you become the saint son, you would gain the protection of a Holy Land. Coupled with your talent and divine body, you will surely not have to worry about resources in the future, allowing for a swifter rise. Now it makes sense. Initially, Lin Hao had been perplexed as to why his master had encouraged him to agree, but he finally grasped the underlying rationale. Brother, hurry up, dawn is approaching. At that moment, Lin Yao, noticing her brother lagging behind, voiced her dissatisfaction, pouting adorably. I'm coming. The following day, news of the Lin family, one of the three great families, facing annihilation spread like wildfire throughout the relatively small Qingshan town, inciting a flurry of discussions among the townsfolk. Some were utterly shocked, while others felt a sense of trepidation. Is it true that the Lin family has been exterminated? Absolutely. Over 130 lives were lost without exception. The scene was truly harrowing. The head of the Lin family, Lin Yi, was a peak foundation establishment powerhouse. Who could possess such capability to slay him? Rumor has it that a member of the Lin family offended a super-powerful being, which led to their demise, resulting in the family's complete obliteration. Is that so, and why has the Zhang and Lu families remained utterly silent? Hush, keep your voice down, I'll let you in on a secret. This morning, the Zhang and Lu families hurriedly summoned all their younger members back. Who knows what they might have learned? People had expected the Lu and Zhang families, being fellow members of the three great families, to take a stand and pursue the perpetrator. However, contrary to expectations, these two families remained unusually quiet, offering no response whatsoever. Many were aware of the close-knit relations among the three families, yet now that the Lin family had encountered misfortune, the other two families collectively chose silence, leaving the townsfolk filled with awe and bewilderment. Chapter 26 of the Black Wind, the descent of the celestial tomb. Within the grand hall of the divine martial dynasty, the sovereign Qin Shaotian abruptly opened his eyes, exuding the overwhelming aura of a peak late-stage quasi-emperor. Ah, I have finally broken through. Qin Shaotian laughed heartily, his voice echoing through the chamber. So, this is the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm? Indeed formidable. After being trapped in the late stage for over a millennium, he had finally achieved his breakthrough, standing just one step away from becoming an emperor. Congratulations, Sovereign Qin, on your breakthrough to the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. Your ascension to emperor is imminent. At that moment, a chilling voice reverberated through the hall. Who goes there? Qin Shaotian was taken aback and swiftly turned around, only to find a figure clad in a black robe and wearing a tusked mask, having appeared behind him without his notice. Sovereign Qin, have you truly forgotten me so soon? It has only been 2 millennia since our last meeting, the figure in black remarked ominously. Qin Shaotian was momentarily stunned, and then his eyes widened in realization as a name flashed in his mind, causing him to exclaim in astonishment, "Why, you are the esteemed Black Wind." The Black Wind's lips curled into a smile beneath the mask. Ah, so you still remember me, Sovereign Qin. I was beginning to think you had forgotten. With confirmation, Qin Shaotian hurriedly approached and respectfully bowed. I pay my respects to the esteemed Black Wind. His expression then shifted to one of obsequiousness as he continued, Esteemed sir, you are my benefactor. Without you, I would not be who I am today. Your great kindness is forever etched in my heart. The Black Wind remained silent, slowly striding to the elevated throne and taking his seat, chuckling, this dragon chair surely feels different from an ordinary chair. Had it been anyone else, Qin Shaotian would have likely struck them down without hesitation. Yet now, he dared not even think of such a thing. Feeling a cold sweat break out on his back, he was well aware of the terrifying power of the figure before him, a true emperor-level powerhouse, and indeed one of the most distinguished among them. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Qin Shaotian forced a smile. Esteemed sir, if you fancy this dragon chair, please feel free to take it. Is that appropriate? The Black Wind teased. The dragon chair is a symbol of your sovereignty over the divine martial dynasty. How could I take what belongs to another? In response, Qin Shaotian displayed none of his previous regal demeanor, appearing as a dutiful subordinate. Esteemed sir, you speak too modestly. As long as you are pleased, I would willingly relinquish my throne. Ha ha ha. The Black Wind erupted into laughter, his dark, profound eyes scrutinizing Qin Shaotian as he mused. I never anticipated that this once beggar would possess such talent. Merely offering you a few pointers back then, and now look at your accomplishments, you are indeed a remarkable individual. 2 millennia ago, Qin Shaotian had been nothing more than a beggar. Once, he had been caught stealing and nearly beaten to death, only to be saved by the Black Wind, who had subsequently offered him some casual guidance, and now, after 2,000 years, that beggar had transformed into a peak quasi-emperor sovereign. If that wasn't talent, then who could be considered talented? Thank you for your kind words, esteemed sir. Qin Shaotian beamed, concealing any hint of his discomfort regarding his past identity as a beggar. Though he deeply resented the memories associated with it, he dared not show it. Qin Shaotian then voiced his curiosity. Esteemed sir, have you come to seek something from me? The Black Wind did not respond directly, instead casually inquiring about the current state of the Eastern Wilderness. What are the most powerful factions in the Eastern Wilderness nowadays? Qin Shaotian replied, the most formidable force is undoubtedly the mysterious Sacred Land. The mysterious Sacred Land? The supreme lineage of the Eastern Wilderness from a millennium ago? The Black Wind's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of skepticism in his tone. Hasn't that faction fallen into decline over time? Indeed, esteemed sir, the mysterious Sacred Land has seen better days, Qin Shaotian explained. However, a month ago, an ancestor appeared seemingly from nowhere, revitalizing the faction. The current Sacred Lord, Lu Mubai, was inexplicably aided by him to achieve emperor status. Currently, aside from the mysterious ancestor, the mysterious Sacred Land boasts not only an emperor-level Sacred Lord but also 5 peak quasi-emperor elders. their reputation in the eastern wilderness soaring to unprecedented heights. Such developments are intriguing. The Black Wind's eyes narrowed with a chilling smile. Qin Xiaotian nodded, growing agitated as he continued, that Ancestor even traversed all the major factions in the eastern wilderness to establish his dominance. Even I was coerced into surrendering countless heavenly materials, treasures, and even a divine herb. At this point, Qin Xiaotian's expression reflected his despair, placing the blame for all his grievances squarely on the mysterious sacred land. How fascinating! The Black Wind observed the distraught Qin Xiaotian and inquired, "Do you know the identity of this ancestor?" "I do not know," Qin Xiaotian shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Upon hearing this, the Black Wind fell silent. He was aware that several emperor-level ancestors had emerged from the mysterious sacred land, but among them, only the founding ancestor was truly enigmatic. Rumor had it that he had attained emperor status in a mere century, a talent second only to the heavenly emperor. However, this astonishing individual had mysteriously vanished at the height of his powers, and the mysterious sacred land had subsequently begun its decline. It was improbable that this ancestor had returned. After such a lengthy absence, how could he suddenly reappear? Even if he had not perished, he must have aged considerably over the years. Unless he has achieved immortality. The thought crossed the Black Wind's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. The Heavenly Emperor had informed him that he was the only immortal in the entire Heavenly Cloud Great World. With this in mind, the Black Wind addressed the pensive Qin Xiaotian below, "Spread the word. Half a month from now, a celestial tomb will descend upon the Cloud Mist Mountain range. See Celestial Tomb." Qin Xiaotian's eyes widened in shock, his expression shifting to one of profound confusion. As a peak quasi-emperor, he understood that there existed beings beyond emperors, yet such entities had not manifested in countless years, leaving their existence shrouded in uncertainty. Hearing this revelation, Qin Xiaotian, brimming with excitement, eagerly asked, "Esteemed sir, is it truly true that a celestial tomb will descend? How can a sovereign like you be so dim-witted?" The Black Wind shot him a glance, exasperated by his naivety. He had assumed Qin Xiaotian to be intelligent, only to discover he was rather foolish. Did he really need to ask about such an evident matter? If there were indeed a celestial tomb, would he be foolish enough to disclose it? Chapter 27 The Turbulent Undercurrent of the Eastern Wilderness. Yi Shaoqing discusses immortality. Indeed, your admonition is well-founded, esteemed elder. I confess, I was momentarily befuddled and failed to react in a timely manner. Qin Xiaotian awkwardly scratched his head, suddenly realizing that the elder's words pertained to false information, and he blamed himself for being misled by the allure of the immortal tomb. Yet, one cannot entirely fault him. After all, when it comes to matters associated with the word immortal, it is likely that no cultivator can resist such temptation. With a tremor of trepidation, Qin Xiaotian ventured to inquire, "Esteemed elder, what was your motive for disseminating this information?" The Black Wind regarded him with an impassive expression and coldly replied, "Why do you ask so many questions?" In that fleeting moment when Qin Xiaotian locked eyes with him, he perceived an unfathomable terror, causing his complexion to turn ashen. He hastily forced a smile, saying, "I spoke out of turn, and I hope you will not hold it against me, esteemed elder." "Humph." The Black Wind snorted dismissively. At that moment, Qin Xiaotian's heart was already tumultuous. After all, he was a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, yet he found himself unable to withstand even a mere glance from this elder. Just how powerful was this elder's strength? "Come closer," commanded the Black Wind. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaotian hurriedly approached. "Do you understand why you were instructed to spread this news?" Qin Xiaotian nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, esteemed elder, I will ensure that this matter is handled flawlessly." As nightfall descended quietly, a piece of news spread like wildfire, instantly capturing the attention of countless cultivators and major factions, sparking endless discussions. "What? The immortal tomb will descend upon the Yunwu mountain range in half a month's time. Is this news true or false? Regardless of its authenticity, we must send people to investigate." "Indeed, it is better to believe in the possibility of the immortal than to dismiss it outright. Let us immediately dispatch personnel to the Yunwu mountain range. We shall know the truth in half a month." The news of the immortal tomb had an immense impact, causing the entire eastern wilderness to surge with activity. Various factions sent forth their most talented disciples into the world, and even many solitary cultivators banded together, all heading towards the Yunwu mountain range. "How intriguing, the immortal tomb has emerged," mused Yi Shaoqing, gazing at the Eastern Wilderness Intelligence Report in his hand, which only appeared during significant events, with a hint of disdain. During this time, he had been meandering around the vicinity of Qingshan town, indulging in leisurely drinks whenever he felt fatigued, enjoying a rather pleasant existence. However, given that Qingshan town was a remote area with few cultivators, the fact that the intelligence report concerning the immortal tomb had reached here piqued his curiosity. Young master, do immortals truly exist in this world? At that moment, Jiang Qingyue, who had perused the intelligence report, approached slowly, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Although she was merely a mortal, she was aware that this world housed many powerful cultivators, but this was her first encounter with the notion of immortals. Yi Shaoqing smiled softly and replied, one could argue that they do exist, or one could contend that they do not. That's rather profound and difficult to comprehend, Jiang Qingyue remarked playfully, her enchanting eyes fixed upon him as she asked, young master, could you elucidate this for me? I am quite curious. Yi Shaoqing lifted his gaze to the dim sky above. Are you familiar with the term emperor? Jiang Qingyue nodded. She had indeed heard of the tales surrounding the emperor, regarded as the most powerful being in the world, capable of traversing the void and standing above all. Yi Shaoqing explained, though the emperor possesses great power, he is still beneath the worldly realm, for above him lies another tier, known as the Red Dust Immortal. Those who attain this realm are referred to as immortals within the Red Dust. However, such immortals are not true immortals, only those who transcend the mundane and see through the illusions can be considered genuine immortals. Yet in the present day of the Tianyun Great World, let alone attaining the status of a Red Dust Immortal, even becoming an emperor is exceedingly challenging. The path of cultivation is indeed laden with complexities. Jiang Qingyue exclaimed, surprised, as this was her first exposure to such knowledge. What are your thoughts on the immortal tomb mentioned in the intelligence report, young master? Jiang Qingyue inquired with curiosity. Yi Shaoqing dismissed it with disdain, it is false. Oh, so it is false. Jiang Qingyue was momentarily taken aback by his unequivocal response. However, she held no doubt regarding Yi Shaoqing's words. In fact, she trusted him immensely, even unbeknownst to herself. This young master certainly appears knowledgeable. However, the world is vast, and there exist countless wonders. How can one merely dismiss the existence of the immortal tomb based on a single statement? At that moment, Jiang Tao appeared leisurely, leaning on his cane. Father, Jiang Qingyue called out, hastily moving to support his shoulder upon hearing her voice. Yi Shaoqing slowly turned around, surprised to see Jiang Tao emerge. He then smiled and said, whether I understand or not is one matter, let us not discuss the attainment of immortality for now. But if the immortal tomb were to emerge in a splendid era, it would be plausible. But in the current world, do you think that is possible? Regardless of whether it is a secret realm, a powerful cultivator's cave, or an immortal tomb, for them to descend, there must be an opportunity, and the world must possess sufficient spiritual energy to allow their arrival. However, in the present world, the spiritual energy has dwindled to a low point. Even becoming an emperor is difficult, so how could anything related to immortality possibly manifest? Cough cough. For a moment, Jiang Tao found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to retort. In recent days, he had been observing Yi Shaoqing, noting that despite the absence of any discernible aura emanating from him, he exuded an entirely different vibe. After all, he had once been a formidable figure himself. As for why he had come out, it was entirely to gauge Yi Shaoqing's true nature, yet he found himself stumped by the latter's words. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Tao unexpectedly asked, may I inquire, young master, how far are you from immortality? Yi Shaoqing regarded him with a knowing smile. In your prime, you would not be able to withstand even a single move from me. You can see through me? Jiang Tao's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. Yi Shaoqing's words were clear to him, yet he had never imagined that someone could perceive his current state. What are you two discussing? Jiang Qingyue, perplexed, could not comprehend why a single statement from Yi Shaoqing could evoke such a strong reaction from her father. Jiang Tao took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently upon Yi Shaoqing, and asked in a questioning tone, do you hail from Zhangzhou? Merely a denizen of the eastern wilderness, Yi Shaoqing replied, shaking his head. I am well aware of the circumstances in the eastern wilderness. Those who can discern my condition are few, and aside from those from Zhangzhou, I truly cannot fathom who else could. As he spoke, Jiang Tao's tone gradually turned icy. There are certain matters I shall keep to myself, but I implore you not to harm my daughter. Otherwise, I will risk everything to make you pay the price. Ha ha ha. Yi Shaoqing was genuinely amused by his words, gazing quizzically at the stern-faced Jiang Tao. Are you perhaps overthinking this? I bear no enmity towards you. Why would I harm you? Seeing the situation grow tense, Jiang Qingyue interjected, Father, what are you saying? How could young Master Yi ever harm me? Noticing Yi Shaoqing's demeanor, which suggested he was not lying, Jiang Tao's brow furrowed slightly. You truly are not from Zhengzhou? Chapter 28. The Assassination Hall of Zhengzhou, where the assassins strike with unwavering certainty. Yi Shaoqing's lips curled into a subtle smile. He then inquired once more, could you enlighten me on the origins of the 5 deficiencies and 3 shortcomings? Initially, Jiang Tao had just begun to relax his tense demeanor, but as those words escaped Yi Shaoqing's lips, a flicker of terror flashed across his eyes, and he gazed at him in utter bewilderment. Observing Jiang Tao's troubled expression, Yi Shaoqing spoke slowly, it is quite intriguing to witness a being of such unparalleled strength reduced to this state. After a moment of silence, seemingly recalling some long-buried memories, Jiang Tao's countenance shifted to one of discomfort. He sighed deeply, shaking his head with resignation, and replied with a bitter smile, young master, perhaps it is best if you refrain from asking further. Some actions, once taken, are irrevocable. In my youth, I succumbed to my desires, and thus, I have found myself in this lamentable predicament. Seeing his reluctance to divulge more, Yi Shaoqing offered, perhaps by sharing your burden, I might be able to assist you? Jiang Tao erupted into laughter at this suggestion, his face a mask of sorrow. The 5 deficiencies and 3 shortcomings are the hallmarks of those forsaken by heaven, plagued by misfortune. Even immortals would hesitate to approach such a fate. Do you not think you might be exaggerating? Jiang Tao was acutely aware of his own dire circumstances. If there truly were a solution, he would not be in such a wretched state. Although this young man before him exuded an extraordinary aura, Jiang Tao could hardly believe he possessed the means to aid him. It seemed wiser to abandon any hope. Little did he know, Yi Shaoqing was no ordinary individual, but rather a celestial monarch transcending even the immortals, capable of offering assistance with but a thread of his divine essence, an endeavor as simple as a flick of the wrist. What are you two discussing? Zhang Qingyue, standing nearby, listened to their conversation with a clouded mind, utterly perplexed by the talk of the 5 deficiencies and 3 shortcomings. What could they possibly mean? Just as Jiang Tao was about to respond to his daughter, an unsettling cackle pierced the air. He, I've finally found you. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice, revealing a figure draped in black robes, a mask obscuring their face, who had appeared by the window without notice. The sudden and eerie spectacle startled Zhang Qingyue. Jiang Tao swiftly shielded her behind him, his gaze fixed on the cloaked figure as he demanded, who are you? The figure let out a scornful laugh, their voice grating. It matters not that you do not recognize me, for I am well acquainted with you, Zhang Gez. You. Jiang Tao gasped in shock at the mention of Guzhu, stepping forward to scrutinize the intruder intently. After a moment of silence, as if piecing together a revelation, he inquired gravely, you are from the Assassination Hall of Zhengzhou? It appears Zhang Gez still remembers. I thought you had grown forgetful. The black-clad figure displayed no sign of alarm at being unmasked. With an exhalation of resignation, Jiang Tao lamented, after all these years, are you still unwilling to let me be? In that instant, he seemed to age a decade, and Zhang Qingyue, witnessing this transformation, rushed to his side, whispering, Father, are you all right? Jiang Tao glanced at her, gently patting her hand before turning back to the cloaked figure, pleading, you may take my life, but spare my daughter. She is innocent. Zhang Qingyue was taken aback by her father's words, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, Father, what are you saying? I would never leave you. Such a touching display of paternal affection, the black-clad figure scoffed coldly. Rest assured, I shall send you both to hell together. None shall escape. Are you truly so resolute? Jiang Tao retorted, planting his cane firmly on the ground as his demeanor shifted dramatically, his once dim eyes suddenly alight with vigor. Do you truly believe this old man has no other means at his disposal? Ha, the cloaked figure mocked, in the past, I would not have dared to provoke Zhang Gez, but you are merely a shell of your former self now. Your threats do not intimidate me. As the words left his lips, an aura emanating from the figure revealed a power akin to that of a quasi-emperor. You truly are audacious, you have dispatched a quasi-emperor to assassinate this old man, a mere has-been. Jiang Tao's expression grew grave. He had never anticipated that the assassin before him would possess such formidable strength. He knew well the might of the Assassination Hall and was astonished by the extent of their commitment to eliminate him. The cloaked figure sneered, it is unavoidable, Zhang Gez, you are our top target on the assassination list. We have pursued you for thousands of years, and yet, here you are, hiding in plain sight. With a heavy sigh and furrowed brow, Jiang Tao unleashed a surge of peak harmony realm pressure, his voice cold as ice, even in death, I shall ensure you pay the price. He then turned to Yi Shaoqing, who had been leisurely sipping wine, and implored, young master, please escort my daughter away. I would be eternally grateful. Zhang Qingyue, equally taken aback by her father's sudden outburst of power, shook her head vigorously, I will not leave, I shall not go without you. Seeing his daughter tearfully distressed, Jiang Tao smiled gently, father is fine. You must leave now. Before Jiang Qingyue could respond, the voice of the cloaked figure rang out once more. The Harmony Realm, I did not expect Jiang Gis to possess such capabilities. However, in your diminished state, you cannot impede me. In the next moment, the black-clad figure's aura surged violently as a jagged blade materialized in hand, lunging toward Jiang Tao with ferocity. Die! Jiang Tao, though grave in demeanor, did not falter. He wielded his cane to meet the attack, yet, in an instant, Jiang Tao was sent sprawling, his vitality waning rapidly. So he has resorted to secret techniques. I wondered how a mere has-been could suddenly wield such power, the black-clad figure mocked. Father! Jiang Qingyue gasped, her face paling as she hurried to support Jiang Tao. Cough, cough. Jiang Tao, weakened from employing forbidden techniques, coughed up blood, his strength further diminished. You must flee. I will hold him off. He urged Jiang Qingyue to escape. Attempt to leave, it is too late. The black-clad figure advanced, brandishing the jagged blade, eyes brimming with disdain. Am I truly so inconsequential? At that moment, Yi Shaoqing, who had been overlooked, spoke up, his patience wearing thin after so long in silence. The cloaked figure frowned, turning to regard Yi Shaoqing, whose aura was as unassuming as that of an ordinary person, and scoffed, You wish to seek death, do you? I had intended to deal with you last, but since you have spoken, I shall send you on your way first. True to his nature as an assassin, the cloaked figure was resolute. He swiftly raised his hand, and a flurry of daggers shot forth from his sleeve, hurtling toward Yi Shaoqing, yet, Yi Shaoqing remained unfazed, leisurely lifting his wine cup to take a sip. Just as the daggers were about to strike their mark, the previously confident black-clad figure suddenly let out a terrified shriek. What? Chapter 29 The hand that suppresses the assassin. The identity of Jiang Tao was nearly revealed. His hand, poised to strike, was a mere fraction, 1/10 of a centimeter away from hitting Yi Shaoqing's flying dagger, as if it had been frozen in time, unable to advance even an inch. The atmosphere thickened with tension, the realization striking the hooded figure, You are an emperor. The look of incredulity in his eyes was palpable, the once arrogant demeanor dissipating in an instant, replaced by sheer terror. As a quasi-emperor himself, he understood that only a true emperor could wield the power to freeze space, yet, he could never have fathomed that a seemingly mundane person he had underestimated could embody such a formidable presence. Cursed be it, the hooded man cursed inwardly. In the next moment, he fled towards the window like a specter, moving with swift decisiveness, devoid of hesitation. The emergence of an emperor was beyond his expectations. He had no intention of challenging such a being, fully aware of his own limitations. At this juncture, his sole focus was to preserve his life. However, as soon as he stepped onto the street, a mocking laughter echoed in his ears. You attempt to strike at me and then wish to flee. Before he could fully register the sound, cold sweat broke out on his brow. He realized his body was utterly immobilized, as if the surrounding space had ensnared him. He knew he was doomed. The dread of death surged within him like a tidal wave, and even as an assassin with steadfast mental fortitude, he found himself in a state of panic, hastily pleading for mercy. Esteemed one, please spare my life. I truly did not intend to offend you. Had I known of your presence, even with 100-fold courage, I would not have dared to approach. At that moment, the hooded man mentally cursed the informant's ancestors for leading him to such a perilous fate in the presence of an emperor. Within the tavern, Yi Shaoqing took a delicate sip of wine. Lifting his gaze towards the astonished Jiang Tao and Jiang Qingyue, he smiled lightly and inquired, Shall I deal with him, or would you prefer to take action yourselves? You are indeed an emperor. Jiang Tao hesitated, momentarily speechless. Although he had been previously enlightened by Yi Shaoqing's words, he had never considered that this individual could be an emperor, for such beings were exceedingly rare in the eastern wasteland. He could hardly believe he had misjudged him so gravely. Yi Shaoqing smiled slightly, not elaborating on his cultivation level as an immortal king, but instead asked again, So shall I take action? Realizing the gravity of Yi Shaoqing's strength, Jiang Tao felt his earlier composure wane. He was now a mere shell of his former self, and thus he clasped his hands together, saying, I must trouble you, my friend. Responding to the urgency, Yi Shaoqing raised his hand and made a gentle motion. Bang! The hooded man outside did not even have the chance to emit a scream before he was pulverized into a mist of blood, scattered beyond recognition, utterly dead. Young master, you are astonishingly powerful. Jiang Qingyue, witnessing the scene, looked at Yi Shaoqing, who remained as composed as if nothing had transpired, her eyes wide with amazement. Yi Shaoqing chuckled lightly. I mentioned my prowess during our first encounter. I grew weary of an overly invincible existence and chose to descend into the mundane world to experience its fleeting joys. Such ostentatious words left Jiang Qingyue starry-eyed, her beautiful gaze lingering on him, lost in thought. My friend, I am deeply grateful to you for saving both my life and that of my daughter, Jiang Tao said, attempting to rise but faltering due to the secret techniques he had previously employed, nearly collapsing before Jiang Qingyue swiftly supported him. Father, are you alright? Jiang Qingyue asked. Concern etched on her face, Zhang Tao reassured her with a pat, signaling his well-being. Yi Shaoqing regarded him calmly and said, "And now, might you enlighten me on how a dignified emperor has found himself in such a dire predicament?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingyue gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment as she looked at her father, disbelief flooding her expression. "What, father is an emperor? But how is this even possible?" Jiang Qingyue was in shock. She had never imagined that her usually composed father, who approached all matters with such serenity, was not only a cultivator but a true emperor. Though she felt incredulous, the events of the night, coupled with her father's reticence and the presence of the After a prolonged silence, Zhang Tao sighed heavily and confessed, "I cannot divulge the details, nor dare I, for it may implicate you." Yet he remained oblivious to Yi Shaoqing's true strength. In this world, he feared nothing and no one. Such was the confidence born from being an immortal king. Then Yi Shaoqing reassured him, "Rest assured, I will ensure your safety. Are you truly eager to know?" Zhang Tao observed the sincerity in his expression, yet still cautioned, "You are indeed an emperor, but this matter involves an immortal, you might as well speak plainly," Yi Shaoqing urged, impatience creeping into his tone. Recognizing the futility of further concealment, Zhang Tao relented. "In truth, I am not a native of the eastern wasteland, but hailing from the central continent's heavenly mechanism pavilion, I served as its master, renowned for my ability to divine celestial mechanics." As if reminiscing, a tinge of sorrow flickered in Zhang Tao's eyes. Yi Shaoqing and Jiang Qingyue remained silent, allowing him to gather his thoughts. After a considerable pause, Zhang Tao continued. "Years ago, I was trapped at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm for a millennium, unable to ascend to the immortal realm, until 5,000 years ago, a figure named Di Tian emerged." At the mention of this name, a glint of murderous intent surged in Zhang Tao's gaze. Di Tian, Yi Shaoqing was taken aback, recalling that Lian Tian had once mentioned this name, said to belong to the heavenly emperor of the celestial palace. "Indeed, that is him." Zhang Tao gritted his teeth. This individual possessed terrifying talent and bore a unique constitution known as the Divine King Body, achieving immortality in less than a century, a once-in-a-millennium genius. One day, he sought me out, asking me to predict the fortunes of all the heirs of Central Continent. I initially refused, knowing the dangers of such revelations, for those individuals are protected by heavenly forces, and to disclose their fates would invite divine retribution. "And then you relented?" Yi Shaoqing inquired, now understanding the source of Zhang Tao's tribulations. Zhang Tao nodded, continuing, "I was resolute in my refusal, being a practitioner of celestial mechanics myself, fully aware of the terrifying consequences of heavenly punishment. Yet, unexpectedly, Di Tian presented me with a strand of immortal essence." Upon hearing this, Yi Shaoqing interjected, "So you revealed the identities of all the heirs for the sake of that immortal essence?" "Precisely." Zhang Tao's rage flared, seething at that time. "I had reached the zenith of the mundane realm with that strand of immortal essence. I could have become an immortal, yet that scoundrel deceived me. Not only did he fail to deliver the essence, but after acquiring the list of heirs, he had them all exterminated, ultimately betraying me, leading to the annihilation of the heavenly mechanism pavilion at the hands of all Central Continent's forces. I narrowly escaped death due to prior warnings." As he recounted this, tears streamed down Zhang Tao's withered face, and he collapsed to the ground. "Father," Jiang Qingyue cried softly, unsure of how to console him. She had never anticipated that her father harbored such a past. Chapter 30 of The Truth Revealed. Determining to venture to the immortal tomb, tens of thousands of disciples in the Tiangong pavilion perished due to my fleeting greed. I am filled with remorse towards my ancestors. It is entirely my fault. I have brought ruin upon them." Zhang Tao wept bitterly, murmuring to himself, and his daughter, Jiang Qingyue, felt an overwhelming sorrow in her heart. Yi Shaoqing sighed as well, understanding his plight. Any cultivator in Zhang Tao's position would find it difficult to resist the allure of the immortal realm. Soon after, Yi Shaoqing posed the question that lingered in his mind. Why did Emperor Tian seek to kill the Son of Destiny? "I do not know," Zhang Tao replied, shaking his head. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he spoke again. "Though I cannot fathom his motives, I am aware that since Emperor Tian descended to the mortal realm, he has been immersed in slaughter. Each act of carnage seemingly enhances his power." "Is that so?" Yi Shaoqing furrowed his brow, but he sensed that this matter was far from simple. The intertwining of slaughter and the Son of Destiny bore an uncanny resemblance to the malevolent antagonists in novels from his past life, who relied on bloodshed to ascend. Zhang Tao nodded gravely. "Indeed, his methods are exceedingly brutal. Since he became emperor and established the Tiangong, he has compelled many formidable factions in Zhongzhou to submit to him. However, those powerful forces possess deep-rooted heritage, and they would not easily acquiesce to his demands. When met with a united front from these factions, Emperor Tian chose to retreat, believing the matter settled. Little did anyone suspect that upon his ascension to immortality, his vile nature would be fully revealed, nearly wiping out the entire power structure of Zhongzhou." At this juncture, a flicker of fear crossed Zhang Tao's eyes, as if haunted by memories of that terrifying past. Was that assassin just now one of Tiangong's? Yi Shaoqing suddenly recalled the assassin who had attempted to slay Jiang Tao and inquired. Indeed, Jiang Tao confirmed. The assassins of the Tiangong's Dark Assassination Hall are rumored to include several peak emperors and numerous formidable assassins at the quasi-emperor level, making them a terrifying weapon in Emperor Tian's arsenal. How intriguing! Yi Shaoqing's lips curved into a slight smile. Initially intent on remaining uninvolved, he suddenly found himself captivated by the celestial figure of the Tiangong. Given Jiang Tao's account, it was evident that this individual had attained immortality, though the specifics of his realm remained uncertain. With news of the immortal tomb's emergence in the eastern wilderness, alongside the appearance of the Dark Assassination Hall's assassins, all signs pointed to a possible connection with the celestial emperor of Zhangzhou. At that moment, Jiang Tao, overcome by his injuries and agitation, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath becoming faint. "Father, are you all right?" Jiang Qingyue gasped in alarm. Jiang Tao shook his head, patting her hand, and sighed, "I have committed such grave sins, retribution has come, I can only apologize to you." Hearing this, Jiang Qingyue was immediately overwhelmed with tears. The sight of her once doting father reduced to this state was heart-wrenching. Suddenly, Jiang Qingyue turned her gaze to Yi Shaoqing, pleading, "Young master, you are a powerful emperor, can you save my father?" Before Yi Shaoqing could respond, she continued earnestly, "Young master, if you are willing to save my father, Qingyue is willing to repay you with unwavering loyalty." Observing the sorrowful Jiang Qingyue, Yi Shaoqing spoke gently, "There is no need for concern. I will ensure your father's safety." "Is that true?" Jiang Qingyue's tear-filled eyes locked onto his. Why? Yi Shaoqing smiled, "Have I ever deceived you? Rest assured, I possess the means to save your father." "Thank you, young master." With his assurance, Jiang Qingyue finally felt a sense of relief. "My friend, I suffer from the calamity of 5 flaws and 3 deficiencies, and I am tainted by 2 paths. Even with your status as an emperor, you cannot assist me," Jiang Tao said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Once a peak emperor himself, he had attempted to suppress these afflictions but had failed. Aside from immortals, no one could save him, yet, in the vast Tianyun Great World, he had heard of no one else who had achieved immortality aside from Emperor Tian. The prospect of rescue seemed as distant as a mortal reaching the heavens. "Who says I cannot save you?" Yi Shaoqing replied with a slight smile, revealing a faint white light that emanated an aura of immortality from his palm. Jiang Tao's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had witnessed something horrifying. "The source of immortality, you have become an immortal?" At this revelation, Jiang Qingyue stood frozen in shock, her expression one of utter astonishment as she gazed at Yi Shaoqing, her eyes reflecting her confusion and awe. "Young master, you are actually an immortal?" Both Jiang Qingyue and Jiang Tao were rendered speechless. A seemingly ordinary individual had transformed into an emperor, and now into an immortal. Such a drastic shift could easily overwhelm someone with a fragile constitution. After all, while emperors were numerous and could provoke awe, immortals were an entirely different matter, with a distinction and strength among them. The aura of the immortal source in Yi Shaoqing's hand felt unimaginably powerful to Jiang Tao, surpassing even the immortal sources he had encountered from Emperor Tian. "Just slightly stronger than an immortal," Yi Shaoqing boasted nonchalantly. Jiang Qingyue's mouth fell agape, utterly captivated by his words. Jiang Tao, in turn, adopted an attitude of utmost respect. "Senior, I offer my respects." In an instant, his address shifted, not out of fear, but from genuine reverence. After all, achieving immortality is the dream of every cultivator, and standing before such a formidable immortal, how could he not show respect? Yi Shaoqing waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such formalities. We cultivators may simply refer to each other as friends." Jiang Tao, though hesitant, smiled brightly. He felt a tinge of reluctance, but given Yi Shaoqing's words, he knew he must not appear ungracious. "Friend," he called out softly. Yi Shaoqing chuckled and waved his hand, causing the immortal source to merge with Jiang Tao's forehead. Boom! In an instant, a brilliant light erupted from within Jiang Tao, illuminating the surroundings. His injuries healed in an instant, and the ominous aura that had hovered above him vanished without a trace. Along with his 5 flaws and 3 deficiencies of the once frail, white-haired Jiang Tao now appeared rejuvenated, his age seemingly reduced by several decades. "Father, are you all right?" Jiang Qingyue gazed in disbelief at the scene before her, nearly dropping her jaw in astonishment as she witnessed her father transform back to his youthful self, as if in a dream. Jiang Tao stood, stretching his limbs, and laughed heartily. "Not only am I unharmed, but I also feel invigorated." He then bowed deeply to Yi Shaoqing, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, my friend, for saving my life. Should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall face any challenge without hesitation." Yi Shaoqing, having poured himself a drink at some point, took a sip and said, "The immortal source has dispelled your calamity. Your cultivation will gradually restore itself. Zhang Tao nodded, his face alight with excitement. He had never anticipated that in his moment of despair, he could be granted a second chance at life. With this thought, the deep-seated hatred he had harbored for thousands of years began to stir within him. Emperor Tian, await my vengeance, I shall soon come for you. Chapter 31. The waters of the eastern wilderness began to grow murky. In the blink of an eye, only a day remained until the arrival of the celestial tomb. Countless cultivators fixed their gazes upon the cloud-mist mountains, where the eastern wilderness was already rife with hidden currents, and the waters had indeed turned turbid. Yi Shaoqing stood outside the door, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Young master, are you prepared to depart? Zhang Qingyue approached him softly, her voice imbued with an unmistakable sorrow. Yi Shaoqing did not turn back, seemingly reflecting on the matter. At times, reaching a certain level of power can lead one into a period of confusion. Just like me, I often find myself wanting to simply lie down and rest. However, with some intriguing events unfolding, I naturally wish to explore them. Yu'er does not comprehend, yet she is reluctant. Zhang Qingyue's face revealed a bitter expression as she shook her head. She was but a mortal, uninterested in the affairs of cultivators, and could not grasp the troubles of someone like young Master Yi. Yet, after spending so many days together, she had already been captivated by Yi Shaoqing's ethereal demeanor, his nonchalance in the face of any challenge. She had always been a strong-willed woman, having encountered many diverse individuals, but never had she met a man who pierced her heart like young Master Yi, which made parting all the more difficult. Zhang Qingyue lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes fixated on his chiseled profile, as though she wished to etch it into her memory. After a prolonged silence, she quietly asked, "Will you return?" Yi Shaoqing slowly turned his head, observing the tear-streaked face of Zhang Qingyue. That he extended his hand to wipe her tears and jested, "Your intoxicated brew has ensnared my taste buds. I could never bear to not return." With a soft giggle, Zhang Qingyue, who was already known for her low laughter, could not suppress her amusement, playfully scrunching her nose, embodying both elegance and charm. "I shall keep some for you. When you return, you may indulge, but you must not deceive me." Seeing Zhang Qingyue's earnest expression, Yi Shaoqing understood her sentiments all too well, yet, deep within, he harbored a lingering concern he dared not confront. Nevertheless, he did not wish to cause her any pain, and thus replied with a smile, "I have never told a lie." Upon hearing his words, Zhang Qingyue finally felt a sense of relief. Inside the tavern, Zhang Tao watched the two outside, exhaling a sigh. During this time, he could hardly be oblivious to his daughter's admiration for Daoist Yi, yet the disparity between them was exceedingly vast, leaving him uncertain of how to proceed. Matters of the heart are best left to the young, he thought, resigning himself to the fact that he could not interfere. He then straightened his posture and walked towards the back, intending to find old Lu for a game of chess. In the ethereal sacred land, Lin Hao stood before the grand and ancient mountain gate, letting out a triumphant howl. "At long last, I have arrived." Due to the remote location of Qingshan town and the vastness of the eastern wilderness, compounded by his lack of training in sword flight, it took him a full 10 days to reach this place. "Brother, hurry up!" Lin Yao called back upon hearing his voice, as she noticed him wailing like a banshee. "Halt! Who are you? What brings you to our ethereal sacred land?" At that moment, 2 disciples of the mountain flew down on swords, their faces etched with vigilance as they questioned the pair. Both disciples were at the pinnacle of the late Golden Core stage. Though Lin Hao was only at the early stage, he showed no sign of panic and promptly explained their purpose for being there. Upon hearing his explanation, the disciples furrowed their brows and asked, "Are you seeking the Saint Lord?" "Indeed." Lin Hao nodded affirmatively. The 2 disciples scrutinized Lin Hao and Lin Yao, and seeing no signs of deceit, they agreed and slowly lowered their swords. "You may ascend. I will escort you inside." Within the great hall, Lu Mubai regarded Lin Hao and Lin Yao, inquiring, "What brings you to me?" "Saint Lord, a senior surnamed Yi sent me to become the saint son of the ethereal sacred land," Lin Hao replied respectfully. Just moments ago, his master had transmitted a message, revealing that the Saint Lord before him was a formidable emperor, which took him by surprise. He had never anticipated that the ethereal sacred land could wield such power, with the Saint Lord being an emperor. Excitement surged within him. If he truly became the saint's son, his status would elevate dramatically. "What, a senior surnamed Yi?" Lu Mubai, initially indifferent, suddenly appeared before Lin Hao, filled with exuberance as he inquired, "What does this senior look like?" Lin Hao was taken aback by his sudden approach and began to recall Yi Shaoqing's appearance. Upon hearing the description, Lu Mubai burst into laughter. "That is our ethereal sacred land's ancestor." "Ancestor?" Lin Hao was taken aback. This youthful senior was actually the ancestor of the ethereal sacred land? How powerful must he be? Lin Hao felt momentarily dazed, as if caught in a dream. Indeed. Lu Mubai nodded. With that appearance and the surname Yi, there can be no one else but the Ancestor. Lu Mubai was equally thrilled, for the Ancestor had been absent for nearly a month, and now hearing news of him brought immense joy. Ah! The extreme cold divine body. Lu Mubai suddenly exclaimed, having initially overlooked Lin Hao's physique, he now recognized the possession of the extreme cold divine body, his eyes lighting up with delight. No wonder the Ancestor would have him become the saint's son. It is due to this divine body. As an emperor, Lu Mubai understood what a divine body signified. It was a rare, unparalleled talent. The ethereal sacred land had long struggled to find a suitable candidate for the saint's son, but now, they finally had one. With this thought, Lu Mubai gathered his spiritual energy and proclaimed aloud, his voice resonating throughout the ethereal sacred land, disciple Lin Hao, bearer of a divine body and extraordinary talent, is hereby conferred as the current saint's son of the ethereal sacred land. As night fell over the divine martial dynasty, a shadow glided through the inky sky, arriving at a certain chamber. Hallmaster, Blood's shadow has perished, a black-clad figure reported. Black Wind furrowed his brow, slowly turning to face the cloaked man, incredulity etched across his features. Did he not go to assassinate Jiang Tao? How could he have suddenly died? Who was responsible? Has Jiang Tao met his end? Unknown, the black-clad figure shook his head. Blood Shadow's soul token shattered last night. As for Jiang Tao's fate, my subordinate is unaware. Black Wind's brow furrowed deeper. Blood Shadow was one of his prominent subordinates, at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor cultivation. How could he fall to a mere mortal? At that moment, the black-clad figure suddenly asked, should I send someone to investigate whether Jiang Tao has indeed perished? Not yet. Black Wind replied, shaking his head. Whoever possesses the ability to kill Blood Shadow must be an emperor. Your efforts would be futile. We shall wait until the Celestial Tomb affair has passed. Chapter 32 The opening of the Celestial Tomb, where the strong gather the next day, amidst the ethereal peaks of the Cloud Mist Mountains, throngs of figures descended upon the site, for today marked the day of the Celestial Tomb's emergence. These individuals comprised the prodigious disciples from the various great powers of the eastern wilderness, as well as formidable rogue cultivators. Not far off, three particularly resplendent figures stood out: Yi Xian, the holy son of the vast sword sect; Lin Xian, the holy maiden of the Liuli Celestial Palace; and Jia Yong, the holy son of the Fierce Blade sect. These three were universally acknowledged as the most powerful of the younger generation in the eastern wilderness, each having reached the pinnacle of the late transformation realm before the tender age of 20. Surrounding them were 4 or 5 powerful beings at the harmonization realm, clearly there to serve as their protectors. The backgrounds of these three prodigies were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, instilling a palpable sense of dread in many. Oh, how lively it is! Yi Shaoqing strolled leisurely from a distance, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding cultivators, naturally taking note of the three prominent figures, yet displaying no hint of surprise. After all, the allure of the Celestial Tomb was so great that no cultivator could resist. It was only natural for these talents to be here for training. With Yi Shaoqing's appearance, the eyes of numerous harmonization realm cultivators converged upon him. Upon realizing that he emitted not a shred of aura, they did not dismiss him. Rather, a glimmer of wariness flickered in their eyes. They were no fools, seasoned practitioners who understood that an ordinary mortal could never appear in such a place. This person was certainly extraordinary, likely concealing his true strength, possibly even surpassing most among them. Yi Shaoqing, aware of their scrutiny, paid no mind. Just then, his attention was drawn to a group of 10 young men and women beneath a large tree not far ahead. Clad in the garb of the mysterious celestial sanctuary, they all exhibited cultivation levels around the Golden Core realm. Understanding the situation, Yi Shaoqing surmised that these were likely outstanding disciples from the mysterious celestial sanctuary, here for their own training. I wonder if that brat Lin Hao has arrived at the mysterious celestial sanctuary, Yi Shaoqing murmured softly. He couldn't help but recall Lin Hao, who not only possessed an exceptionally cold physique but also had the wisdom of a soul elder, akin to a child of destiny. Given the passage of time, he must have already ascended to the status of a holy son. Subsequently, Yi Shaoqing raised his gaze slightly, as if piercing through the river of time, and spotted 2 figures of quasi-emperor strength hovering above in the clouds. Chen Tian, the grand elder of the mysterious celestial sanctuary, and Lui Dao, the second elder. Observing this scene, Yi Shaoqing could not help but smile faintly, understanding that the two had come to protect their disciples. Brother, their auras are so powerful, exclaimed Ning Xiaoxiao beneath the tree, her voice tinged with alarm. Being the youngest and the weakest among the mysterious celestial sanctuary disciples, at only the early Golden Core stage, this was her first encounter with such a formidable assembly. Yiqian Feng, the most accomplished among them and at the peak of the late Golden Core stage, reassured her, "Fear not, junior sister. We have our elder brothers here." The others nodded in agreement, chattering amongst themselves. Indeed, although they are powerful, once we enter the celestial tomb, let us keep our distance and avoid conflict, merely picking up the spoils. Brother is right. Junior sister need not fear, we are merely here for training, we should develop cautiously. Ning Xiaoxiao, upon hearing her senior brothers, gradually relaxed her previously tense demeanor. Dear young friends, the celestial tomb is fraught with peril. Are you not afraid? A sudden voice interjected, startling the group into silence as they turned to see Yi Shaoqing, clad in snow-white robes, exuding an extraordinary aura, having appeared behind them unbeknownst. Instantly, they regarded him with wariness, as if facing an imminent threat. Qian Feng stepped forward protectively, positioning himself before his junior disciples, and questioned him with vigilance, "Who are you?" Pleased with Qian Feng's response, Yi Shaoqing thought to himself, "Not bad. He is a good senior brother." He then clarified, "Do not be alarmed. I mean no harm. By your attire, you must be disciples of the mysterious celestial sanctuary. I am acquainted with your sanctuary master, which is why I have come to greet you." Acquainted with the sanctuary master? On what grounds should we believe you? The group exchanged dubious glances, their expressions rife with skepticism. Perceiving their doubt, Yi Shaoqing raised his hand, and a stone materialized seemingly out of thin air. Is this a communication stone? Qian Feng rubbed his eyes in astonishment. You truly know the sanctuary master? Being the senior brother of the disciples, he had a breadth of experience and instantly recognized the communication stone designated for the sanctuary master. Yi Shaoqing nodded slightly, affirming, "Absolutely true." Upon hearing this, Qian Feng hastily cupped his hands in respect, exclaiming, "Greetings, esteemed senior." Noticing her senior brother's deep respect, Ning Xiaoxiao couldn't help but murmur, "Why does this senior not emit any aura? He seems just like an ordinary person." Being closest, Qian Feng overheard her and turned, giving her a stern look, feigning anger as he chided, "Junior sister, do not be disrespectful to our esteemed senior." Though his cultivation was not high, he was perceptive. The sanctuary master was an emperor, and this individual possessed the sanctuary master's communication stone, indicating his significant status. As for his strength, it was undeniably formidable. His current lack of aura was likely a deliberate concealment. "Junior sister, really, how could you speak so recklessly?" He continued, "It would be wise to cultivate a good relationship with such a figure. When we enter the celestial tomb, his assistance could prove invaluable." Seeing her senior brother's displeasure, Ning Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue and timidly apologized to Yi Shaoqing, "My apologies, esteemed senior. I was disrespectful. I am not so petty, it is of no consequence." Yi Shaoqing waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he bore no ill will. Meanwhile, in the void above, Chen Tian and Lui Dao observed everything below. Watching Yi Shaoqing engage in conversation with the disciples, Lui Dao furrowed his brow. "Who is this person? He emits no aura whatsoever. Someone with such an ability is likely not ordinary. Should we instruct the disciples to maintain their distance?" Lui Dao inquired. Shaking his head, Chen Tian replied, "No harm done. They appear to be conversing pleasantly. They likely harbor no ill intent. Even if he harbors ulterior motives, with us present, he would not be able to stir any significant trouble." He then turned his gaze to the distant void, continuing, "There are several powerful auras approaching. It seems other forces have arrived. We should remain vigilant." "Understood," Lui Dao responded. With a resounding rumble, the earth quaked, and an overwhelming aura of celestial energy swept across the land, enveloping the entire cloud mist mountains. Chapter 33. The system reappears, along with the travelers accompanied by a chilling aura. A bronze door gradually ascended, soaring into the sky. Witnessing this spectacle, countless individuals erupted in excitement. "Look, the immortal tomb has emerged. Charge forth, first come, first served. Hurry inside, treasures and opportunities await." In an instant, all cultivators surged towards the bronze door like a relentless tide. Qian Feng and his companions felt invigorated by the scene and respectfully bowed to Yi Shaoqing, exclaiming, "Senior, the immortal tomb has appeared. We shall enter first." "Go ahead," Yi Shaoqing replied with a nod. Observing the throng of cultivators continuously flying into the bronze door, Yi Shaoqing remained unperturbed, leisurely entering only after most had already gone inside. As the scene shifted, upon entering the immortal tomb, Yi Shaoqing found himself in a rapidly changing landscape, suddenly arriving in a small world filled with mountains and rivers. Yet, he was utterly alone. All the previously entered cultivators had vanished without a trace. Frowning slightly, Yi Shaoqing murmured, "Strange, why is there no trace of immortal energy within this immortal tomb?" He distinctly remembered the overwhelming aura of immortality at the moment the tomb appeared. How could it be absent now? Ding! Because this place is not an immortal tomb at all, but rather the handiwork of another system. The ethereal voice of the system echoed in his ears, startling Yi Shaoqing. He had thought the system had abandoned him after he rejected its task upon exiting seclusion, but it turned out to still be present. Hesitantly, Yi Shaoqing inquired, "What do you mean, system? Are there other systems in this world besides you?" The system responded, "Indeed, as soon as you entered this place, I detected its presence." "Really?" Yi Shaoqing was taken aback. He had believed himself to be the only traveler with a system, a unique existence, but now he learned that others shared this attribute. This revelation stirred a sense of unease within him, for he understood just how formidable a system could be. Yi Shaoqing quickly asked, "What kind of system is it, and who is its master?" The system replied, "It is called the Great Villain System, and its host is Tian, who arrived in this world 5,000 years after you." "What? Tian?" Yi Shaoqing was stunned. His earlier suspicions had been confirmed. He had sensed that this individual bore a striking resemblance to a villain from a novel, and now he found that to be true. This insight led him to deduce why Tian sought to slaughter the children of destiny. He undoubtedly needed their fortune to ascend. No wonder this fellow had risen so rapidly. It all made sense now. Casting a glance around, Yi Shaoqing pondered, "So, this immortal tomb was created by the Great Villain System? What purpose does it serve?" The system elucidated, "The more powerful a child of destiny is, the higher their fortune value. However, the current world suffers from a scarcity of spiritual energy, hindering their strength. Therefore, a tomb was fabricated to provide them with formidable techniques and treasures, enabling them to grow powerful before harvesting their fortune values." "Ah, I see." Yi Shaoqing was taken aback, recognizing the ruthlessness of the Great Villain System. Tian had eliminated the children of destiny in Zhengzhou and was now turning his attention to the eastern wilderness. Contemplating this, Yi Shaoqing stroked his chin and murmured, "Given this situation, should I eliminate him first?" After all, he was now an immortal king, while Tian was still engaged in harvesting the children of destiny, undoubtedly weaker than him. It would be an easy task to vanquish him now. Just as he was lost in thought, the system's voice rang out again. "I recommend the host adopt a wait-and-see approach." "Why?" Yi Shaoqing queried. The system explained, "Because I have detected that Tian's cultivation is at the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm, preparing to break through to a mortal king by relying on the children of destiny. Meanwhile, you have already reached the peak of the immortal king realm, mere steps away from becoming a chaos immortal emperor. It would be wiser to wait for the opportune moment and use Tian as a stepping stone for your breakthrough." Upon hearing this, Yi Shaoqing's eyes gleamed with newfound enthusiasm. Currently, he had no desire to cultivate and was entirely uninterested in the process. Had it not been for the emergence of the immortal tomb, he would never have come here. However, the system's suggestion reignited his interest. Yi Shaoqing immediately inquired, "How can I use him as a stepping stone?" The system replied mischievously, "Isn't Tian relying on plundering fortune values to break through? When he harvests the children of destiny, this system can directly transfer all that fortune to you." "Wait, you possess such capabilities?" Yi Shaoqing was astonished. "But Tian also has a system. When you seize his fortune values, he will surely retaliate. Are you stronger than that system?" As soon as he finished speaking, the system's disdainful voice resonated. "That is a trash system, only capable of turning its host into a villain reliant on slaughter to grow. It is the most inferior existence among all systems. Compared to this system, it is like heaven and earth." With the system's words ringing in his ears, Yi Shaoqing decided to spare Tian for the time being. This way, he could remain idle while leveraging Tian to aid in his own breakthrough. Wasn't this the best of both worlds? He certainly wouldn't refuse. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Heavenly Palace, 100,000 miles away in Zhengzhou, a mechanical voice echoed, "Warning, warning. A powerful presence has emerged from the immortal tomb." In the center, a young man in black slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with the authority of a higher being, radiating an overwhelming killing intent. In a hoarse voice, he commanded, "Bring up his information." After a long silence, the mechanical voice responded once more. "Ding, this individual's identity is obscured, concealed by a mysterious power. The system cannot detect it." "The system cannot detect it? What?" The system's response left Tian momentarily stunned. As a traveler who had arrived in this world 5,000 years prior and awakened the Great Villain System, he understood its power. In just a few thousand years, it had propelled him to the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm, yet it could not unveil the identity of this individual. This revelation shocked him greatly. Boom! Suddenly, a tremendous aura erupted from Tian, emanating from his celestial immortal pinnacle, distorting the surrounding space under the weight of his power. His gaze fixated on the immortal tomb, where a pair of enormous dark red eyes materialized above it. "I shall see who you truly are." Tian scoffed inwardly, casually sweeping his gaze across everyone within the immortal tomb, his vision piercing through their very essence. Yi Shaoqing, strolling through the void, seemed to sense something amiss, abruptly halting his steps and slowly lifting his head. Chapter 34. The clash across the river of time. As their gazes locked, Yi Shaoqing's lips curled into a subtle smile, fully aware that the colossal eyes looming above were undoubtedly conjured by Tian. With a light chuckle, he inquired, "Is this so-called celestial tomb your creation?" From a distance of 100,000 miles, deep within the heavenly palace, Tian peered through his eyes, fixating on Yi Shaoqing, who stood suspended in the air. Upon realizing he could not discern the depth of Yi Shaoqing's cultivation, he was taken aback. "How is this possible? This individual's cultivation is so profound that even I cannot fathom it." He was astounded. The system had informed him that he was the strongest in this realm, yet here stood a being whose power eluded even his perception. How could he not be astonished? Could this person also be a celestial immortal? Otherwise, how could he possibly conceal himself from Tian's sight? Contemplating this, Tian regarded Yi Shaoqing with a grave tone. "Who are you?" Yi Shaoqing shrugged nonchalantly. "As you can see, I am merely an ordinary person." "Ordinary person, my foot." Tian nearly spat blood in frustration upon hearing his retort. "Have you ever encountered an ordinary person who can stand suspended in midair while remaining undetectable even by the system? If it weren't for my reservations, I would have annihilated you on the spot for your arrogance." Taking a deep breath to suppress his overwhelming murderous intent, Tian declared sternly, "Leave now, and I shall spare your life." This menacing proclamation fell upon Yi Shaoqing's ears without eliciting the slightest reaction. In fact, he felt a hint of amusement. After all, he was a celestial king. How could he fear the threats of a celestial immortal? With arms crossed and a dismissive smirk, he declared, "You lack the capability to kill me." "Very well." Tian scoffed coldly, his gaze sharpening. In an instant, a cataclysmic pressure surged towards Yi Shaoqing. Boom! The small world within the celestial tomb trembled violently, as countless cultivators, in search of treasures, sensed the disturbance and looked up in confusion, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. In stark contrast, Yi Shaoqing remained unflustered and did not reveal the might of a celestial king. Instead, he countered the incoming pressure with an aura befitting a celestial immortal. "Impossible, you are also a celestial immortal." Realizing the potent aura radiating from Yi Shaoqing, Tian was left utterly bewildered. He had suspected this individual might be an immortal, but he never anticipated that he was, like himself, a celestial immortal. Moreover, his aura was not in the slightest inferior to his own. He was completely at a loss. "There is nothing impossible." Yi Shaoqing smiled faintly before his expression shifted, and he stated solemnly, "Since you have chosen to strike against me, it would be unbecoming not to retaliate, would it not?" In the next moment, he stepped forward, causing the very air to tremble. His piercing gaze met the colossal eyes above as his internal power surged forth, cascading through the river of time towards Tian. "Damn it!" Deep within the heavenly palace, Tian discerned his intentions and cursed under his breath, hastily preparing to counter Yi Shaoqing's strike. However, the disparity in their strengths proved insurmountable, and Tian was sent hurtling backward. A mouthful of blood spilled from the corner of Tian's mouth, his face contorted in rage. How can he be this strong? To injure me across the river of time, surely he must be concealing even more power. His expression darkened as he grappled with this conundrum. How could such a formidable individual suddenly emerge in the eastern wilderness? Having traversed this world for over 5,000 years without a single defeat, he had slaughtered countless great powers and established the heavenly palace as the supreme doctrine, revered throughout the central continent as the celestial emperor. When had he ever endured such humiliation? "I care not who you are, dare to provoke me, and I shall ensure your demise without a grave to mark your resting place. The day I break through to the realm of celestial kings shall be your day of obliteration. Just wait for me." His voice, laden with chilling menace and murderous intent, echoed throughout the depths of the heavenly palace, reverberating ominously. Meanwhile, Yi Shaoqing watched the gigantic eyes slowly dissipate, murmuring to himself, "I expected more strength. Is this truly all there is?" He felt as though he had overestimated Tian, who could not withstand even a single blow. Shaking his head, he expressed his exasperation at his own overwhelming power. As nightfall descended quietly, the small world within the celestial tomb was enveloped in an eerie silence, distinct from the outside world, devoid of any rustle of wind or the calls of birds and beasts, a silence that was almost suffocating. Above a waterfall, two figures stood suspended in a tense standoff. On the left was Yi Xian, donned in a blue robe and wielding a sharp sword, the illustrious holy son of the vast sword sect. On the right stood Zhao Yong, clad in simple attire, muscular and holding a formidable saber, the holy son of the Fierceblade sect. Beneath them, in the center of the waterfall, lay a rare spiritual herb with 4 petals, a stunning reddish-brown, radiating an enchanting allure. Zhao Yong, I shall claim this red fire spiritual herb, Yi Xian declared, his sword held horizontally before him as he gently caressed its sharp blade, his tone devoid of warmth. Ha ha ha. Zhao Yong laughed heartily, his voice echoing as he replied, Holy Son Yi, you truly live up to the rumors, obsessed with the sword path and notoriously aloof, your every action is imbued with overwhelming force. Today, witnessing it firsthand, you are indeed as magnificent as they say. Yi Xian met Zhao Yong's gaze, his expression firm. So, have you made your decision? Will you leave, or will you die? Clang! Zhao Yong thrust his saber into the void with a booming laugh, exclaiming, the red fire spiritual herb is an imperial treasure, taking a millennium to form a single petal. This one before us boasts 4 petals. It is said that the longer it has aged, the greater the power contained within. Any cultivator who consumes it can break through to the next realm. We are both at the pinnacle of the transcendence realm. Who would willingly relinquish such a chance? Yi Xian's gaze sharpened as he coldly responded, so, you intend to battle me? I have heard numerous tales about you, and today I naturally wish to test if you are as formidable as they say, Zhao Yong replied, unperturbed, even slightly exhilarated. It must be noted that Zhao Yong bore a striking resemblance to his master, Li Quan, both embodying the spirit of combative individuals. Very well, then, prepare to witness. As Yi Xian's words fell, he charged towards Zhao Yong, the air igniting with the brilliance of flashing sword lights, unleashing dozens upon hundreds of sword energies. Come at me. Zhao Yong's warrior spirit ignited at this sight, and he swung his saber to meet the oncoming attack. Bang, 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 clang, 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 the two figures intertwined in a fierce dance, their blades clashing with tremendous force, sending shockwaves that shattered the surrounding flora. In the end, rumors are merely whispers. It seems Holy Sun Ye's strength is not all that remarkable. Zhao Yong laughed heartily, a hint of mockery coloring his tone as he looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression darkened in an instant. If you seek intensity, I shall oblige, however, I hope you can withstand it. As these words left his mouth, Zhao Yong was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp their meaning. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a ringing sound of a sword echoed. Upon focusing, Zhao Yong gasped in astonishment, what the you actually possess sword intent? Chapter 35 of the reappearance of the black-robed figure. Suddenly, Yi Xian stomped his foot fiercely, and a series of piercing sword energies seemed to awaken with intelligence, beginning to converge incessantly. In the blink of an eye, they coalesced into a colossal sword towering 100 feet high. The sound of the sword's cry tore through the void, resonating through the heavens, causing ripples to surge in the surrounding space. This breathtaking spectacle left Zhao Yong utterly dumbfounded. He involuntarily swallowed, feeling as though he were in a dream. He could never have imagined that Yi Xian had actually comprehended the essence of the sword. Are you ready? Yi Xian's voice cut through Zhao Yong's reverie, pulling him back to reality. Once he regained his senses, Zhao Yong immediately sheathed his large blade, waving his hands dismissively as he said, forget it, I won't fight anymore, this red ginseng fire spirit herb is yours. As a disciple of Li Quan, although he was also a combative individual, he was entirely unlike his brawny yet simple-minded master. He recognized when it was time to concede, exhibiting no hesitation whatsoever. Although he and Yi Xian both stood at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, the latter's mastery of sword intent rendered any chance of victory for Zhao Yong non-existent. Furthermore, he had approached the encounter with a mindset of sparring, never intending to fight to the death. While the red ginseng fire spirit herb was indeed incredibly precious, it was not worth sacrificing his life for. After all, once life was lost, nothing remained. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian also retracted his sword intent. As they were both holy sons, there was no deep-seated enmity between them, and it had not yet escalated to a life-or-death struggle. In that case, I shall take my leave first. Zhao Yong observed Yi Xian sheathing his sword, turned, and departed with swift and decisive movements, vanishing from sight in an instant. Hidden behind the bushes in the distance, 10 disciples of the Miao Miao sacred land witnessed the entire scene, utterly astonished. Yi Xian is incredibly formidable, one disciple whispered. Jin Feng nodded slightly, indeed, he is powerful. No wonder he is acknowledged as a genius in the eastern wasteland. Even Zhao Yong, who is also a prodigy, is no match for him. The others voiced their agreement, unable to fathom that the under 20-year-old Yi Xian had already comprehended sword intent. Such talent was truly unprecedented and chilling. At that moment, as if sensing something, Yi Xian's gaze sharpened, and he abruptly turned towards the bushes, coldly commanding, come out. His icy voice echoed through the pitch-black night, causing all those hidden behind the foliage to gasp in alarm. Not good. We've been discovered, one disciple exclaimed in panic. Ning Xiaoxiao looked anxiously at Qianfeng. Senior brother, what should we do? Damn it!
Chen Feng's expression mirrored that of his companion, equally alarmed. He had never anticipated that Yi Xian would notice their presence.
I'll say it one last time, come out. Or face death.
Yi Xian hovered in the air, his sword slowly lowering, emanating a chilling glint. Seeing this, Qianfeng broke into a cold sweat, realizing that if they did not reveal themselves now, Yi Xian would indeed take action against them. With this thought, he turned to the others. Let us step forward. As Yi Xian watched the 10 individuals gradually emerging before him, he raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you disciples of the Miao Miao sacred land?" Hearing this, Qianfeng, as the senior among them, summoned his courage and stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect. "Yes, Holy Son Yi. We happened to stumble upon your spar with Holy Son Zhao and did not intend to spy." 2 months prior, Yi Xian had been aware of the commotion caused by the return of the old ancestor of the Miao Miao sacred land. Presently, the Miao Miao sacred land's reputation in the eastern wasteland was at its zenith, backed by an enigmatic ancestor, the Emperor's sovereign Lumubai, and 5 peak quasi-emperors among the elders. Such strength was unparalleled in the eastern wasteland. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the group, and just as Qianfeng and the others were at a loss, Yi Xian spoke in a grave tone, "I shall spare you this time, but do not let it happen again." The group watched as Yi Xian departed with the red ginseng fire spirit herb, finally releasing a sigh of relief. This Holy Son Yi possesses an overwhelming aura. Ning Xiaoxiao patted her chest, expressing her lingering trepidation. "Senior brother, what should we do now?" All eyes turned to Qianfeng. After a moment of silence, he replied, "We were indeed careless this time. Next time, we should strive to keep our distance from such powerful individuals. Let us move on to the next location."
Meanwhile, at the center of the immortal tomb, a fierce melee ensued.
Countless cultivators clashed violently in a frenzy to seize the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, with dismembered corpses strewn about and the air thick with the acrid scent of blood.
An elder from the Wuji sect bellowed, "Damn those rogue cultivators, do you not realize that our Wuji sect is a vassal force of the divine martial dynasty? You dare to strike against us? Are you courting death?" However, the response was only mockery from the rogue cultivators. "Bah, I kill whoever I please, what are you pretending for?" another shouted.
"Indeed, the treasures of the immortal tomb belong to whoever has the strength to seize them.
If you fear death, then get the hell out. Kill."
The allure of riches drove many to madness. The rogue cultivators and sect forces formed 2 opposing factions, engaging in a relentless slaughter, their cries of agony ringing out through the heavens. These brutal scenes starkly represented the harsh reality of the cultivation world. Here, to grow stronger, one must engage in bloodshed. It was a fight to the death, with no room for mercy.
Wow, these people are far more ferocious than we anticipated.
In the shadows, several black-robed figures stood with arms crossed, observing the bloodbath unfolding before them with detached indifference. Beneath their masks, expressions of extreme delight were evident. "Enough of your games, Guiying, take your men and eliminate all those with low talent." Just then, a voice devoid of emotion rang out, as a black-clad figure donning a red mask, whose aura was suffocating, approached slowly. Guiying curled his lips, muttering under his breath, "Leader, they are already slaughtering each other, we don't need to intervene." The gaze of blood slaughter slowly shifted towards him, a trace of imperial might emanating from his being. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Guiying broke into a cold sweat, panic-stricken as he hastily explained, "Leader, I spoke out of turn, please do not be angry, I will take care of it immediately. You 4, follow me." As soon as the words left his lips, Guiying vanished with his companions like a specter. With Guiying's departure, the shapely figure tightly wrapped in black robes turned to Bloodslaughter and respectfully inquired, "Leader, there are so many cultivators in the immortal tomb, and they hail from various major factions in the eastern wasteland. Will our large-scale massacre attract any trouble?" "Trouble?" Bloodslaughter scoffed with a dismissive laugh, "They are but insignificant ants, do they truly dare to oppose our heavenly palace? Moreover, the heavenly emperor has decreed that only those with remarkable talents are to be spared. Those with inferior gifts shall not be left alive." Bloodslaughter spoke leisurely. At this moment, all cultivators of mediocre talent within the immortal tomb were ruthlessly sentenced to death.
"Let us proceed to the depths of the immortal tomb and await them."
The shadowy figure responded dutifully, "Understood."
Chapter 36. Qin Shaotian becomes emperor. Zhang Yun is astonished. "Qin Huang, what brings you here today, seeking my company for a drink?"
Zhang Yun inquired, his gaze fixed upon Qin Shaotian, a hint of perplexity evident in his expression within the vast hall of the sword sect. The recent emergence of the immortal tomb had stirred the entirety of the eastern wilderness into a frenzy. Although he had not ventured there himself, he had dispatched his sect's holy son and several formidable members to accompany him. Yet, it was rather unusual for Qin Shaotian, who typically reveled in grand events, to refrain from sending anyone to the immortal tomb. This peculiarity left Zhang Yun quite stunned. "Do not jest, Sect Master Zhang," Qin Shaotian replied, setting down his wine cup and chuckling lightly. "I merely happened to pass by and thought to partake in a couple of cups of wine." However, Zhang Yun found it implausible to accept his words. Despite being leaders of the Eastern Wilderness major powers, their rapport had yet to reach such a level of familiarity. With an unperturbed demeanor, Zhang Yun calmly stated, "If you have matters to discuss, Qin Huang, I would prefer you to speak plainly rather than dance around the subject." Upon hearing this, Qin Shaotian responded with a playful tone. Indeed, nothing escapes the keen eyes of Sect Master Zhang. "I have come with a small matter I wish to deliberate with you." Anticipating this, Zhang Yun remained silent, turning his attention towards Qin Shaotian. Awaiting further elaboration, Qin Shaotian then posed a question. "What is your perspective on the current dynamics of power within the Eastern Wilderness?" "Dynamics of power?" Zhang Yun furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for understanding. After all, the power structure in the Eastern Wilderness was abundantly clear. The supreme force was none other than the transcendent Piaomiao Sacred Land, a truth universally acknowledged. Following closely were their own sections. Noticing Zhang Yun's confusion, Qin Shaotian took a sip of his wine, narrowing his eyes as he spoke languidly. "Is it not amusing that a faction, which ought to have faded into obscurity, has not only survived but has instead surged back to prominence, subjugating all others beneath it?" As the leader of a sect and a peak quasi-emperor, Zhang Yun was acutely aware of the implications in his words. He replied in a solemn tone, "You do not intend to set your sights on the Piaomiao Sacred Land, do you?" Indeed, upon hearing this, Qin Shaotian did not offer an explanation but merely allowed a subtle smile to play upon his lips, continuing to enjoy his drink. Observing this, Zhang Yun's thoughts began to align, and he taunted, "Qin Huang, your ambition and audacity are indeed remarkable. Should this reach the ears of the Piaomiao Sacred Land, you might find yourself in quite the predicament." Zhang Yun felt that Qin Shaotian had lost his senses. Although their relationship was not particularly deep, he understood well the man's insatiable ambition. When he had first established the divine martial dynasty, the surrounding sects that dared to disrespect him had all been eradicated. However, he never anticipated that Qin Shaotian would dare to covet the current Piaomiao Sacred Land. After all, the Piaomiao Sacred Land was no longer what it once was. It not only boasted an ancestor of undetermined strength but also had the formidable Lu Mubai and 5 peak quasi-emperors, rendering them unmatched in the Eastern Wilderness. "Whether they are invincible or not, you flatter me, Sect Master Zhang," Qin Shaotian dismissed with a casual smile, seemingly unconcerned by Zhang Yun's words. Then, he shifted the conversation, asking, "Would you be interested in embarking on a grand venture with me? Are you serious, or is this merely jest?" Zhang Yun scoffed, countering, "The Piaomiao Sacred Land is currently at the zenith of its power, instilling fear in all. What gives you the confidence to utter such sentiments? Do you intend to challenge them with your 3,000 peak realm elite guards? Do not be foolish." His scornful voice echoed within the grand hall, reverberating ominously. "Ha, Sect Master Zhang, do you think I would speak such words without having some hidden cards?" Zhang Yun was momentarily taken aback, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, he felt an overwhelming aura emanating from Qin Shaotian. Turning to look, he was instantly rendered speechless. Qin Shaotian's presence had undergone a dramatic transformation, a hint of imperial might radiating from him. When did you become an emperor?" Zhang Yun exclaimed, aghast. He was well aware that Qin Shaotian had been trapped at the late quasi-emperor stage for many years. How could he suddenly ascend to the status of a great emperor without any indication, not even a sign of a heavenly tribulation? Ignoring Zhang Yun's astonishment, Qin Shaotian smiled and said, "So, Sect Master Zhang, do I now possess the qualifications to challenge the Piaomiao Sacred Land?" Zhang Yun swallowed hard, unable to contain his excitement as he inquired, "How did you achieve this breakthrough?" He was genuinely bewildered, filled with curiosity about Qin Shaotian's ascension, especially in the current Tianyun Great World, where spiritual energy was exceedingly scarce. He had remained at the quasi-emperor stage for over 1,000 years without making any progress. Then, Zhang Yun watched as Qin Shaotian smiled mysteriously and slowly produced a dark red pill exuding a rich medicinal fragrance. "What is this?" he asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. "This is the Breaking Emperor pill," Qin Shaotian explained. When consumed by a peak quasi-emperor cultivator, it allows one to directly transcend the heavenly tribulation and attain the status of a great emperor. "What? Is this true?" Zhang Yun's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. A mere pill could enable a peak quasi-emperor to leap over the heavenly tribulation and become a great emperor. Had it not been for Qin Shaotian's current status as a great emperor, Zhang Yun would have mocked him, but at this moment, he found himself compelled to believe.
Indeed. Qin Shaotian observed Zhang Yun's reaction, which mirrored his own previous astonishment, and smiled slightly. Zhang Yun's breathing quickened, his gaze fixated on the breaking emperor pill, brimming with fervor. Is this for me?
Naturally, it is intended for you, Qin Shaotian replied with a grin. He paused momentarily before continuing. However, upon your ascension to emperor, you must join me in eradicating the Piaomiao sacred land. At this declaration, Zhang Yun's previously exhilarated expression darkened instantly, revealing a flicker of hesitation as he began to deliberate internally. The allure of becoming an emperor was immense, yet it also constituted a high-stakes gamble. Should he fail, it could lead to the annihilation of his sect. He was compelled to weigh his options carefully.
Perceiving Zhang Yun's inner turmoil, Qin Shaotian suddenly inquired, "Are you aware of the Heavenly Palace?"
Zhang Yun nodded. He was well aware the Heavenly Palace was the most powerful supreme force in the central continent, rumored to have been established by the revered Heavenly Emperor, whose strength was unfathomable. Yet, Zhang Yun wondered why Qin Shaotian would suddenly bring this up. Qin Shaotian elucidated, this breaking emperor pill is a creation of that very Heavenly Emperor.
He then revealed another secret, moreover, that Heavenly Emperor has ascended to immortality. Ascended to immortality? Zhang Yun was utterly astounded, his mind reeling. It was then that he comprehended why Qin Shaotian exuded such audacity, daring to speak of confronting the Piaomiao sacred land. He had the Heavenly Palace as a formidable backing. However, what astonished him most was the fact that the Heavenly Emperor had achieved immortality. Immortality, this was a dream that countless cultivators aspired to but could never reach. It was understood that while great emperors were the most potent beings in the realm, their lifespans extended only a mere 2,000 years beyond that of quasi-emperors, totaling a mere 10,000 years. They would inevitably face a day of withering. However, immortals were different, they existed in harmony with the very fabric of the universe. Qin Shaotian grinned and asked, "So, have you made your decision?" Chapter 37.
A conspiracy under agreement. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Yun hesitantly inquired, "How confident are you? After all, the misty sacred land is guarded by an enigmatic ancestor." The mere thought of this sent an involuntary image of a figure, wielding the imperial weapon that dominates the 9 heavens, into Zhang Yun's mind. This was an invincible being who had vanquished the Buddha Emperor. A cold smirk spread across Qin Shaotian's face. What nonsense about an ancestor, he is merely a bully who takes advantage of his superior cultivation. Every time he recalled Yi Shaoqing's arrogant demeanor, the way he offered up treasures of heaven and earth, Qin Shaotian felt a surge of displeasure. The misty sacred land was situated perilously close to the divine martial dynasty. Had it not been for their ancestor, he would have annihilated the misty sacred land long ago, instead of being suppressed. Now that an opportunity has arisen, how could he possibly let it slip away? Zhang Yun, upon hearing this, pressed further, will that emperor take action? He couldn't help but think that if the immortal emperor were to intervene, obliterating the misty sacred land would indeed pose no challenge. Yet, Qin Shaotian merely shook his head.
There is no need for the emperor's involvement, others will take action. Who?
Zhang Yun immediately sensed the underlying implications in Qin Shaotian's words. Qin Shaotian smiled mysteriously, refraining from disclosing the identity of the Dark Wind, and instead said, "If you agree, I will introduce you to him."
Zhang Yun fell into silence upon hearing this.
Qin Shaotian continued, "Zhang Zongzhu, you must consider this carefully. If you miss this opportunity, it may never return. This is your sole chance to ascend to the throne of emperor." Though his words were delivered with an air of nonchalance, they resonated in Zhang Yun's ears with an almost magical allure. After a lengthy deliberation, Zhang Yun finally steeled his resolve. "Very well, I shall join you in eradicating the misty sacred land once I attain the status of emperor." Ha ha ha! Upon hearing his affirmative response, Qin Shaotian erupted into hearty laughter. "Zhang Zongzhu, congratulations on making a wise decision. Once we have destroyed the misty sacred land, the eastern wilderness shall belong to us." He handed Zhang Yun the broken emperor pill, which made Zhang Yun's breath quicken with excitement. At last, he had the opportunity to become an emperor. In that moment, he felt as if he were in a dream. Qin Shaotian approached him and patted his shoulder, chuckling, "Zhang Zongzhu, focus on your cultivation during this time and strive to reach the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. I await the good news of your ascension to emperor." In the depths of the immortal tomb's outskirts, the air was filled with anguished cries and howls of despair. Numerous formidable figures clad in black robes emerged from unknown origins, mercilessly slaughtering every lowly cultivator in sight. Within a mere half-day, tens of thousands of practitioners had met their demise. In an instant, countless cultivators sought to flee this dreadful place. "Who are you? Why do you seek to kill the disciples of the Lioli Immortal Palace?" An elderly woman, filled with fury, rebuked the three black-robed figures hovering in the air. She was Li Yan, the esteemed elder safeguarding the disciples of the Liuli Immortal Palace. At the quasi-emperor level, beside her floated another elder of the same rank, Su Feng, the grand elder of the vast sword sect. Behind them knelt Lin Xian, the holy maiden of the Liuli Immortal Palace, her white gown stained with blood. Yi Xian, the holy son of the vast sword sect, gripped his sword fiercely, glaring at the black-robed figures with unwavering defiance. To their astonishment, two quasi-emperors were present here. The figure known as Ghost Shadow toyed with a curved blade, casting a sweeping gaze over the crowd, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He then mockingly replied, "As for why we wish to slay them, that question is truly laughable. Is it not natural for ants to be crushed?" As his words fell, a powerful aura erupted from Ghost Shadow, revealing his status at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. Thunderous roars filled the air. In an instant, the two black-robed figures beside him exuded a similar aura, emanating a suffocating pressure that caused many cultivators present to feel as if struck by a heavy blow, nearly collapsing in fear. "How can this be? You are far too powerful." Li Yan and Su Feng were momentarily stunned. Li Yan stood at the late quasi-emperor stage, while Su Feng was slightly weaker. Being at the mid-stage, they had never imagined that the strength of the black-robed figures before them could be so terrifying. Meanwhile, not far away, Chen Feng and the others from the misty sacred land had been cautiously picking their way through, hoping to scavenge their way to safety, but were immediately blown away by the overwhelming force. "What in the world is happening? How can there be so many powerful beings here?" Qian Feng exclaimed in disbelief. "Senior brother, what should we do?" Ning Xiaoxiao scrambled to her feet, asking in a panic. Qian Feng and his fellow disciples were left dumbfounded. They were merely lowly golden core cultivators, having never encountered such a formidable scene. At that moment, Ghost Shadow's voice echoed ominously, "It is not that we are strong, but rather that you are exceedingly weak." He then ordered the two black-robed figures, "Go and kill these two quasi-emperors, and eradicate all cultivators below the Transcendence realm." "Understood." In an instant, the two black-robed figures transformed into shadows, lunging towards Li Yan and Su Feng. "Together!" Li Yan shouted to Su Feng. Su Feng nodded resolutely. Although their sects had little connection, they were now at a life-and-death juncture, and without cooperation, their demise was certain. Ice and Snow Sword Technique. Demon Slaughtering Palm. Li Yan and Su Feng unleashed their divine abilities without reservation. Boom! In an instant, the clash of techniques generated a massive shockwave that engulfed the heavens and the earth. However, the black-robed figure's strength far exceeded that of the two, and soon, Li Yan and Su Feng found themselves at a disadvantage. Bang! One figure was sent flying. "Are you all right?" Li Yan called out in alarm, struggling to rise from the crater. Su Feng shook his head gloomily, clearly distressed by such a significant loss for the first time. "Ha ha ha! I advise you to surrender, perhaps you may leave with your corpses intact," Ghost Shadow cackled maniacally. "To think that I would concede is nothing short of a delusion." Su Feng, upon hearing this, was consumed with rage. Since becoming a quasi-emperor, he had never endured such humiliation. Just as he prepared to retaliate, Li Yan seized him firmly. "Wait!" Before Su Feng could react, Li Yan suddenly lifted her head and shouted into the void, "How long are you two old fools going to linger up there?" In an instant, all present were left stupefied by Li Yan's action, their gazes drawn curiously to the sky. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by a series of awkward coughs, two figures slowly descended from above. The newcomers were none other than the Grand Elder Chen Tian and the Second Elder Luidao from the Misty Sacred Land. Their sudden appearance astonished the crowd. None had anticipated that there would be quasi-emperors present, and those with sharp eyes recognized their identities. "Look, they seem to be elders from the Misty Sacred Land." Upon hearing that the 5 elders were all superlative quasi-emperors, hope surged anew. "It's the Grand Elder and the Second Elder." However, the most exhilarated were Qian Feng and the others, who had never imagined that the Grand and Second Elders had been secretly watching over them all along. In an instant, the earlier terror dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of relief. They had been saved. Chen Tian and Luidao clasped their fists towards the two and declared, "It is good to see you both safe and sound." Chapter 38. A sudden twist of fate. Su Feng returned a courteous salute, while Li Yan, standing nearby, scolded with annoyance, "I thought you two old geezers would continue to sit back and watch the show." Earlier, Li Yan had noticed the two when the disciples of the mysterious sacred land arrived, initially expecting them to lend a helping hand, only to find them merely spectators. Chen Tian and Luidao exchanged a glance, revealing a hint of embarrassment. In truth, both had been on the lookout for an opportunity to intervene, but the overwhelming disparity in strength had led to Li Yan and Su Feng's swift defeat. an elder from the mysterious sacred land. At that moment, the specter, who had been observing quietly, suddenly spoke in a deep voice. As the most powerful sect in the eastern wilderness, the mysterious sacred land was well known, yet upon sensing the formidable aura emanating from Chen Tian and Louis Dao, the specter's expression darkened slightly. Chen Tian turned to him, his voice cold as he demanded, "Who are you, and why do you slaughter the innocent?" His gaze swept over the three cloaked figures, his demeanor grave. While most powerful figures in the eastern wilderness were recognizable, these individuals were utterly unfamiliar. "Isn't it perfectly normal for the strong to kill the weak?" the specter replied, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He then shifted his tone sharply, warning, "I advise you to think carefully. Should you choose to strike against us, the consequences will be dire." "To hell with the consequences!" Louis Dao, known for his fiery temper, retorted with a curse, turning to Chen Tian. "What are we wasting time on him for? Let us take him down together." He invoked the celestial sword technique, charging fiercely at the specter. The air trembled with a resounding roar. Observing this, Chen Tian wasted no time and unleashed the sword of destiny, accompanied by a surge of overwhelming sword energy, a deafening clash of blades echoing as it sliced toward the specter. Two formidable waves of sword energy surged forth, advancing with unstoppable momentum. The specter's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated their decisive action, yet, as a seasoned assassin on the brink of becoming an emperor, he quickly regained his composure. "Very well, I shall remember the mysterious sacred land. You will come to regret your attack today." His countenance darkened, malevolence radiating from him as he brandished his curved blade to counter the oncoming assault. Clang, boom, in mere moments, the three engaged in a fierce clash, exchanging nearly 100 blows. However, as all three were at the peak of quasi-emperor level, their strengths were evenly matched. The specter, despite facing two opponents, soon found himself at a disadvantage, struggling to keep pace. Desperately, he roared at the other two cloaked figures, "Why aren't you coming to assist me?" The black-clad figures stirred at his call, but as they attempted to intervene, Li Yan and Su Feng blocked their path. "Have you asked for our permission to strike?" Li Yan and Su Feng swiftly brandished their weapons, launching into battle against the two black-clad figures. In an instant, the clash of blades ignited, sparks flying as overwhelming pressure enveloped the area. "Damn it, I will make you pay with your lives." The specter, consumed by rage, found himself in an unprecedented predicament as a notorious assassin. With a flash of his curved blade, he redirected his attack toward the nearest Louis Dao. "An insignificant clown, how dare you attempt a sneak attack?" Louis Dao scoffed, maintaining an air of calm. With a single stroke, he parried the specter's lethal strike. Crash, the specter was sent flying. Just as he regained his footing, he felt an intense killing intent approach. Chen Tian had appeared behind him, sword in hand. "Ah!" The sword light whistled past, leaving the specter with multiple lacerations, despite his quasi-emperor strength. He let out a pained scream, his body hurtling like a meteor to the ground, creating a deep crater and kicking up clouds of dust. Coughing, the bloodied specter struggled to rise from the pit, his breath erratic, his face contorted in fury as he bellowed, "You will all die today." His hoarse voice echoed like a vengeful spirit, striking fear into those around him. Meanwhile, Louis Dao and Chen Tian, who had just dispatched the other two black-clad figures, exchanged glances and burst into contemptuous laughter. Louis Dao mocked, "Humph, a mere jester, and still boasting as death approaches." Chen Tian chimed in this situation, "Do you truly believe you can kill us?" The specter slowly lifted his head, casting a glance at the four of them, Chen Tian, Louis Dao, Su Feng, and Li Yan. A sinister smile crept upon his lips. "Do you genuinely believe you have won? I regret to inform you that none of you will escape today." With that, the specter grinned wickedly, addressing the front with deference, "Subordinates, greet the hall master." At this proclamation, confusion spread among the onlookers. Just then, a cold, rasping voice echoed from the depths, "Useless fools, you can't even handle a trivial matter." Boom, an overwhelming force surged forth, startling everyone as they turned to face the source of the energy. However, as they turned back, a terrifying sight met their eyes. An enormous black hand, seemingly emerging from nowhere, came crashing down upon them. "Not good." The crowd's expression shifted dramatically. As they attempted to channel their powers to resist, they were ultimately too slow, all being sent flying. Once Louis Dao steadied himself, he shouted, "Who goes there? If you have the guts, show yourself instead of hiding." Chen Tian, Li Yan, and the others exchanged glances, gripping their weapons tightly, their expressions grave as they focused on the depths ahead. Moments later, two figures gradually materialized before them. One was a curvaceous figure radiating the aura of a quasi-emperor, while the other, a black-clad figure exuding a palpable sense of oppression, wore a red mask that concealed their identity. Before anyone could react, the hot-headed Louis Dao yelled, "Were you the one who just ambushed me?" Yet, the two black-clad figures paid him no heed. Luo Dao's temper flared as he cursed, "Damn it, I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf?" Before he could finish, Luo Dao lunged forward, sword drawn. Chen Tian gasped, urgently calling out, "Don't be impulsive." But it was too late. Luo Dao had already closed the gap, swinging his sword down. "Die!" With a resounding clash, a chilling voice rang out, "You seek death by disrespecting the Hallmaster." The specter, with a ghastly presence, appeared before Luo Dao in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. Bang! Luo Dao violently coughed up blood, clutching his agonized abdomen. Disbelief etched across his face as he murmured, "How is this possible? I am a quasi-emperor, yet I was kicked away by a mere woman." Chen Tian and the others rushed forward, their concern evident. "Are you all right?" Chapter 39. In a moment of despair, Yi Shaoqing takes action upon witnessing Luo Dao unharmed. The crowd finally felt a sense of relief wash over them. Soon after, Chen Tian's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare upon the figure cloaked in black, demanding, "Who are you truly?" In merely half a day's time, they had encountered several individuals clad in dark garments, each exhibiting formidable prowess at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor stage, which caused the expressions of all present to grow grave. The blood-soaked mask concealed a pair of cold, merciless eyes that merely glanced at them without offering a response. Unbeknownst to everyone, in the void above, Yi Shaoqing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly observing the scene below. He had taken in every moment that had transpired, the peak of the great emperor level. Indeed, the foundation of the celestial palace was not to be underestimated, Yi Shaoqing mused inwardly. Although Bloodkill emitted no discernible aura, it was impossible to conceal his true strength from Yi Shaoqing's discerning eyes. Moreover, he recognized that these individuals were affiliated with the same assassination organization that had targeted Jiang Tao, members of the Celestial Palace's assassination hall. Presumably, this person was the Hall Master. Below, Li Yin furrowed her brows, her voice low and serious. "This person exudes an overwhelming sense of power." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging the extraordinary presence of the figure before them. After all, if even a being as enigmatic as Ghost could show such deference, then their own quasi-emperor's strength allowed them to sense the exceptional nature of Bloodkill. Chen Tian called out, "Everyone, attack together, do not hold back." Agreed. Instantly, a formidable aura surged forth, akin to a rainbow piercing the heavens, as all present unleashed their full cultivation. The very fabric of the void trembled in response. One sword to stabilize heaven, celestial sword technique, demon slayer palm, frost and snow sword art. Boom, for individuals simultaneously executed their most proficient techniques, yet, as their powerful abilities surged forth, the black-clad figure remained unperturbed. Just as the crowd believed victory was imminent, a raspy laughter echoed in their ears. "A swarm of ants, how could your meager strength hope to shake the heavens?" With that brazen proclamation reverberating through the skies, an overwhelming imperial might erupted violently from Bloodkill, instantly altering the atmosphere, casting an oppressive shroud of terror over all. The very void trembled under the weight of his power, fracturing as space itself collapsed inch by inch. In that moment, countless individuals were rendered speechless, paralyzed by the sheer intensity of his aura. A great emperor, he is a great emperor. Heavens, we are doomed. How could a great emperor suddenly emerge here? I don't want to die. Everyone, including Chen Tian and the others, found themselves in a state of shock. They had anticipated that the figure cloaked in black might be powerful, but never had they imagined he would possess such outrageous strength. He was indeed a great emperor. Moreover, the oppressive aura he emanated was suffocating. Humph. Bloodkill scoffed coldly, his body quaking with power as the overwhelming techniques that surged toward him were effortlessly dispersed by his unmatched imperial might. Then, he unleashed a punch. Boom, a colossal fist, formed from condensed spiritual energy and measuring several dozen meters in size, hurtled toward Chen Tian and the others with lethal intent. Not good. The crowd gasped at the sight, their hearts racing. Although they were all quasi-emperors, they were no match for a peak great emperor, the disparity between them akin to an insurmountable chasm. Quick, summon the sacred weapons. Chen Tian commanded urgently. Hearing this, Luo Dao and the others hastily summoned their respective sacred weapons, attempting to withstand the oncoming colossal fist. Boom, the thunderous roar echoed throughout the heavens. Countless individuals were left in astonishment as the four sacred weapons, once radiating holy might, were instantly shattered into dust upon contact with the giant fist. How is this possible? Chen Tian and the others were left dumbfounded. These were sacred weapons. While they understood they might not contend against a great emperor, they had never anticipated such effortless destruction. Ha 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 ha. Bloodkill erupted into laughter, his eyes glinting with mockery and amusement. Ants remain ants, daring to challenge a great emperor, utterly delusional. In an instant, numerous individuals collapsed to the ground, staring in disbelief at the approaching giant fist, their spirits crushed. Even 4 quasi-emperors could not withstand it. They knew this was the end, and they were likely doomed. At that moment, the winds and clouds shifted dramatically. A teasing voice rang out, "Is being a great emperor really that impressive?" As space fractured, Yi Shaoqing's figure gradually emerged from the rift. Clad in white, he exuded an otherworldly elegance, standing proudly at the center of the heavens, directly opposing the colossal fist with a light, casual gesture of his finger. Bang! In an instant, the fist imbued with boundless imperial might exploded into fragments. In that moment, everyone erupted into a frenzy. He stopped it, we are saved. Who is he, to possess such incredible power? Indeed, with merely a finger, he effortlessly crushed that fist formed from imperial might. How terrifying! Could he also be a great emperor? As they gazed at the imposing figure in the void, countless individuals were entranced, their eyes reflecting a mixture of admiration, shock, and fear. Isn't that the senior from earlier? In a corner, Ning Xiaoxiao gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment. Not long ago, she had questioned why the senior emitted no aura, appearing as an ordinary person. Never had she imagined that this senior possessed such immense power. Indeed. Xianfeng and others swallowed hard, their eyes filled with disbelief, as if caught in a dream. It's him! Meanwhile, Chen Tian and Lui Dao also recognized Yi Shaoqing, the one who had previously conversed amiably with the disciples of the ethereal sacred land. However, why did his aura bear such a striking resemblance to that of their ancestor? Chen Tian furrowed his brows, murmuring softly. Yet, Bloodkill, who had once been confident and believed he held the upper hand, found himself momentarily stunned upon witnessing Yi Shaoqing so easily deflect his strike. His cultivation was at the peak of the great emperor level. Even those of the same rank should not be able to block his attacks so effortlessly. For the first time in ages, Bloodkill felt a flicker of anxiety, his gaze warily fixed upon Yi Shaoqing. Who are you? Hearing this, Yi Shaoqing, standing with hands clasped behind his back, allowed his gaze to gradually settle upon Bloodkill, retorting with a smirk, just a passerby. I merely couldn't resist the urge to intervene against your arrogance. As these words fell, every onlooker widened their eyes in astonishment, marveling at the senior's audacity. After all, Bloodkill was a great emperor. Chapter 40 of the Emperor. Like an ant, easily crushed as expected, upon hearing his words, the expression beneath the bloodslaughter mask darkened instantly. Ever since he had transcended to the realm of the Emperor, he had never been so belittled. A fierce rage surged within him like an uncontrollable inferno. The voice of Bloodslaughter turned icy as he questioned, "Do you truly wish to oppose me? You best think carefully, there exist forces in this world that you cannot afford to provoke." His words dripped with veiled threats, seemingly intended to intimidate Yi Shaoqing into retreating. However, Yi Shaoqing remained unperturbed, showing not a flicker of concern. After all, he was well aware that Bloodslaughter was a member of the Heavenly Palace. Besides, just recently, he had dealt with Emperor Tian without breaking a sweat, so how could he be intimidated by Bloodslaughter's words? He scoffed dismissively and remarked, "What does it matter to me if I stand against you?" Bloodslaughter's expression morphed into one of sheer fury, darkening to the point where it seemed as if shadows could drip from it. The anger that had been simmering within him erupted forth like a volcano. "If that is the case, do not blame me for being ruthless. Today, you shall all perish." As his words faded, a powerful aura emanated from Bloodslaughter, whose strength had reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. The surrounding space froze instantaneously, contorting and warping under the weight of his might. In that moment, countless cultivators present felt a paralyzing fear as they realized they were immobilized, ensnared by an invisible force. They understood clearly that Bloodslaughter had truly been provoked and was unleashing techniques only an emperor could wield. In an instant, all gazes turned towards Yi Shaoqing, for he appeared to be the sole formidable figure capable of saving them. "I say, could you perhaps use different words? Every day it's either killing this one or killing that one, and if you're not tired of it, I certainly am." Yi Shaoqing couldn't help but retort upon hearing his overly dramatic words. Were these individuals truly lacking in mental acuity? Their abilities were unimpressive, yet they constantly postured, spouting identical phrases of death threats. It was utterly bewildering. "Ah, I shall slay you." Bloodslaughter, who had initially felt a hint of apprehension towards Yi Shaoqing's undisclosed power, was now ignited by a series of provocations, his fury reaching a boiling point. He was, after all, one of the 3 masters of the assassination hall of the Heavenly Palace, a figure renowned throughout the central continent, feared by many. He had never before faced such ridicule. "Die!" Bloodslaughter bellowed, his face twisted in rage. Years spent traversing the shadows had imbued him with a profound aura of death, and at this moment, he could no longer suppress the murderous intent surging within him. Boom! A terrifying aura swept through the skies, causing countless cultivators to break into cold sweats, their legs trembling uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, Bloodslaughter appeared before Yi Shaoqing, unleashing a punch aimed squarely at his face. It was evident that this strike contained all of Bloodslaughter's pent-up fury, a powerful blow intended to end Yi Shaoqing's life. Yet Yi Shaoqing remained remarkably calm, betraying no sign of panic, even allowing himself a mocking laugh.
With such feeble strength, what gives you the confidence to strike at me?
As the fist drew closer, a cold smile crept across Bloodslaughter's lips.
Killing you will suffice. In that life-and-death moment, Yi Shaoqing made his move. Bang! What?
Bloodslaughter's smile froze, his eyes wide with disbelief, as though he had witnessed an unimaginable spectacle. Yi Shaoqing effortlessly grasped Bloodslaughter's full-force punch with a single hand, without a hint of energy escaping. This astonishing scene left the surrounding cultivators dumbfounded, plunging the atmosphere into a profound silence. Within mere moments, the crowd erupted in fervor.
He actually caught the Emperor's strike barehanded. Just how terrifying is this elder's strength? Indeed, it's simply astonishing. Could it be that this elder is even more powerful than an emperor? No way, could he be the legendary immortal?
Yi Shaoqing's lips curled into a sly smile, showcasing a hint of mockery as he continued to taunt. You refuse to accept your weakness, yet what emperor are you talking about?
I can crush you with a single hand. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible.
Bloodslaughter screamed in a frenzy, feeling as though his worldview had shattered within the span of mere moments. His once proud status as an emperor was effortlessly nullified by a mere hand.
If this were to spread, who could remain composed? Release the master.
Bloodslaughter, rising from the ground, roared with a twisted visage. Yi Shaoqing raised an eyebrow slightly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
Very well. Just as everyone assumed he would release the shadowy figure, a crisp crack resonated through the air.
The neck of the shadowy figure was abruptly snapped. Witnessing this scene, all present were left speechless, gasping in shock, marveling at Yi Shaoqing's ruthlessness. In a casual moment, he had effortlessly slain a peak quasi-emperor, akin to crushing an ant.
You bastard! The Lord of the Heavenly Palace will never let you off. Prepare to bear the wrath of the celestial realm.
Bloodslaughter's eyes were bloodshot. The shadowy figure had been his most formidable general, an individual whose strength was on the brink of an emperor, yet had been so easily dispatched. He felt as though he had been struck by lightning, invoking the name of the Heavenly Palace to threaten Yi Shaoqing. The Heavenly Palace merely refused to acknowledge its worth. Yi Shaoqing replied dismissively. If he desired, even the Palace Lord, Emperor Tian, could be obliterated with ease. Did they truly believe he was merely a product of fear? Growing weary of the situation, Yi Shaoqing slowly raised his hand, gently squeezing in the direction of Bloodslaughter. Boom! The space trembled, contorted by an unseen force, and with a resounding crash, Bloodslaughter was crushed into a mist of blood, unable to even utter a scream. The sheer horror of this act, combined with the acrid scent of blood, caused many cultivators to retch uncontrollably. This scene was witnessed by a distant spectre, causing them to tremble uncontrollably, their eyes filled with boundless terror, muttering, "No, this is impossible, how could his strength be so formidable?"
Chapter 41.
Identity revealed. The prowess of Bloodslaughter was unmistakably evident. He held the esteemed position of the second-ranking master among the three leaders of the assassination hall, yet, shockingly, such a formidable figure was brutally slain. Indeed, it was a sheer one-sided massacre. Fear surged like a tidal wave within the heart of Ghost Shadow, who was consumed by a singular thought to flee at once. Observing the frantically retreating Ghost Shadow, Yi Shaoqing smiled lightly and remarked, "Now you wish to escape.
Do you truly believe you can?"
With a subtle gesture, he pointed a finger. Buzz, a glimmering beam of cold light streaked across the sky, hurtling towards the spectre in flight. As Ghost Shadow fled, he suddenly sensed the chilling breath of death approaching from behind. Turning around, his eyes widened in disbelief as he cried out in desperation, "No, I do not wish to die." In that moment, regret enveloped Ghost Shadow. He was on the cusp of becoming an emperor, having reached the pinnacle of quasi-emperor status. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have rather faced death than come here. Bang! His body was pierced through, dissolving into a mist of blood that scattered across the heavens and earth. This elder is truly formidable. In less than the span of half a stick of incense, he had obliterated a great emperor and two quasi-emperors, seemingly without exerting his full strength. Could he truly be an immortal? The onlookers were filled with insatiable curiosity, all utterly astonished by Yi Shaoqing's strength. Boom! Deep within the heavenly palace, Emperor Tian, who had witnessed his subordinates slaughtered, was immediately filled with a boundless frenzy of murderous intent, causing the very chambers to tremble violently.
Damn that wretch, I will not rest until you are annihilated.
This was the first time Emperor Tian experienced such intense rage. Bloodslaughter was a peak emperor. After all, of the individual he had painstakingly nurtured was slain, and how could he possibly contain his fury? Meanwhile, within the immortal tomb, Chen Tian and the others flew before Yi Shaoqing, clasping their fists in respect as they said, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your timely assistance." The preceding battle had profoundly impacted the four of them. This elder was undeniably powerful, effortlessly dispatching an emperor. They all speculated on the extent of his might. However, Yi Shaoqing merely waved his hand dismissively. It was but a trifling task, no need for such formalities. Chen Tian and Lui Dao were elders of the mysterious sacred land, and had it not been for their peril, he might not have intervened. Moreover, eliminating bloodslaughter and his ilk was merely an incidental act. Lin stepped forward respectfully and inquired, "Esteemed elder, regardless of circumstances, you have saved us from peril. Such immense kindness shall forever remain etched in our hearts. May I ask from whence you hail? Upon my return, I shall prepare a grand gift to repay your benevolence." The others nodded in agreement, expressing their intent to offer a generous token of gratitude. Simultaneously, they were filled with curiosity regarding the identity of this formidable figure, a being of such strength whose name they had never heard, prompting them to ponder whether he hailed from distant realms. Upon hearing this, Yi Shaoqing remained silent but turned his gaze toward Lui Dao, who was clutching his abdomen, seemingly nursing a minor injury, and chided him with a chuckle, "You ought not to be so impulsive in the future. Charging forth without understanding your opponent's strength is reckless. One cannot tell if you are a tiger or merely overconfident." Lui Dao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "You are right, esteemed elder, I acted impulsively." Yet, there lingered a hint of defiance in his words, which Yi Shaoqing readily perceived, reminiscent of the audacious Li Quan who had once challenged him. Lui Dao and he indeed shared striking similarities, both being impulsive and bold individuals. Meanwhile, Chen Tian listened intently to their exchange, his gaze intently fixed on Yi Shaoqing as suspicion grew within him.
How could this elder bear such resemblance to our ancestor?
From the moment Yi Shaoqing appeared, a subtle aura had raised doubts in him. Yet, as time passed, Chen Tian increasingly felt that aside from a slight difference in appearance, the essence and even the tone of speech of this young man mirrored that of their ancestor. With this thought in mind, Chen Tian's eyes gleamed, and he suddenly shouted, "Ancestor, ancestor!"
At this proclamation, the crowd gasped, their eyes darting between Chen Tian and Yi Shaoqing in astonishment. Lui Dao nudged Chen Tian with his shoulder, whispering, "Have you lost your mind? Calling someone an ancestor just because they are strong, he doesn't even resemble our ancestor." Chen Tian paid him no mind, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Shaoqing. Seeing the look of confusion on Chen Tian's face, Yi Shaoqing erupted into hearty laughter, seemingly surprised that Chen Tian had discerned his identity. Then, he spoke slowly, "You are quite perceptive." Upon hearing these words, Chen Tian's eyes sparkled with realization. He knew he had guessed correctly, this elder was indeed their ancestor without a doubt. Immediately, he exclaimed, "I pay my respects to the ancestor." Lui Dao, now comprehending the situation, echoed, "I pay my respects to the ancestor." Their excited voices resonated like thunder, reverberating through the ears of countless onlookers, who were left in disbelief. He is the ancestor of the mysterious sacred land? Indeed, it must be true. Aside from the revered Master Lu, only that legendary ancestor could command such respect from the two elders. Heavens, no wonder he is so powerful. Meanwhile, Li Yan, who had initially inquired about Yi Shaoqing's origins, was now rendered speechless, utterly stunned to discover that this elder was none other than the renowned ancestor of the mysterious sacred land. After all, when this elder had traversed the eastern wasteland, her own Lioli immortal palace had been deeply concerned, anxiously awaiting his arrival, only to ultimately see no sign of him. As for Su Feng, he too was taken aback. When the ancestor had come to the vast sword sect, he had been absent due to prior commitments but had heard tales of how the ancestor nearly emptied his sect. Regaining her composure, Li Yan and Su Feng promptly bowed respectfully, saying, "We pay our respects to the esteemed elder." Yi Shaoqing, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, "Enough, enough, there is no need for such formalities." He was not particularly fond of the excessive reverence directed toward him, feeling somewhat out of place. Subsequently, the group engaged in casual conversation. While Yi Shaoqing gestured toward the depths of the immortal tomb, saying, "There are several palaces within. I trust there are treasures to be found. You should hurry and bring your people inside." "Yes, esteemed elder," Li Yan and Su Feng replied, immediately bowing before leading their respective groups deeper into the tomb. The other factions and rogue cultivators followed suit, eagerly rushing into the depths, fearful of missing out on the treasures. At that moment, hidden in the shadows, Qianfeng, Ning Xiaoxiao, and a host of disciples from the mysterious sacred land hurried over, calling out to Yi Shaoqing, "Disciple pays respects to the ancestor." Their voices brimmed with excitement and admiration, their eyes reflecting shock and reverence. None of them had anticipated that this elder was indeed their ancestor. The tales of the ancestor were well known among the disciples, revered as an idol in their hearts. While Yi Shaoqing nodded toward them, feeling quite pleased with the performance of these youngsters. With their modest strength,
They understood the importance of developing cautiously. Among so many, only these few golden core cultivators had managed to arrive here. Yi Shaoqing observed the somewhat distracted expressions of Chen Tian and Lui Dao, easily guessing their thoughts. He then smiled and said, "If you wish to enter, do so." Chapter 42 Unveiling the Conspiracy of the Emperor of Heaven, the Celestial Treasures and Various Divine Techniques of the Saint Soldier and Emperor Soldier Levels. My heavens! Wealth has come, everyone, hurry and seize it. The countless cultivators who ventured into the depths of the celestial tomb, upon witnessing the scene before them, were momentarily rendered speechless. Here, the ground was densely populated with treasures from the heavens and the earth, from Saint Soldier and Emperor Soldier artifacts to even celestial-grade techniques. Everything was in abundance. It is worth noting that even the formidable forces of the eastern wilderness may not possess such items. In an instant, everyone descended into a frenzy of excitement. Soon after, the air was filled with the sounds of brutal combat, as all cultivators began to frantically fight one another for the precious treasures. Within the celestial palace, the Emperor of Heaven silently observed everything transpiring through his divine consciousness. As he saw these cultivators madly vying for the celestial grade techniques, a faint smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, revealing a sinister smile.
"Seize it, take it with abandon. When you all rise, it will be the day I ascend to become the Celestial King."
His chilling laughter echoed through the serene depths of the celestial palace, stirring a disquieting resonance. How peculiar indeed! Above the celestial tomb, Yi Shaoqing, who witnessed it all, furrowed his brow, feeling perplexed by the Emperor of Heaven's actions. How could the Emperor so generously offer such treasures to the cultivators? He suddenly found himself at a loss, unable to discern the Emperor's true intentions. Even if he aimed to assist those fortunate individuals in rapidly enhancing their cultivation, there was no need to present celestial-grade techniques so freely. Though he himself possessed numerous celestial-grade techniques, he would never be so indiscriminate as to give them away, for they were treasures of unimaginable worth. Just then, as Yi Shaoqing pondered, a voice from the system interrupted his thoughts.
He frowned and asked, "System, what do you mean by that? Are these celestial-grade techniques fake?"
The system replied, "Indeed, this system has detected that these so-called celestial-grade techniques are not genuine but rather pseudo-celestial-grade."
Pseudo-celestial-grade?
Upon hearing this, Yi Shaoqing was taken aback. No wonder the Emperor of Heaven was so generous, placing so many false celestial-grade techniques within the celestial tomb. He had initially thought the Emperor had lost his mind by distributing benefits to the cultivators. Otherwise, if they were indeed genuine celestial-grade techniques, it would likely lead to the emergence of many formidable sects and powerful individuals, a situation no one wished to witness. Realizing this, Yi Shaoqing inquired, "Is he doing this solely to harvest the fortune value?" The system clarified, "Precisely, these techniques are a product of that system. Once cultivators reach a certain level of mastery, the Emperor of Heaven can sense it at any time, thereby allowing him to locate the fortunate ones more swiftly." Understanding the scheme at play, Yi Shaoqing couldn't help but chuckle softly. This fellow was indeed the quintessential villain, exhibiting quite the cunning. At the same time, he felt a hint of admiration for the Emperor of Heaven. As fellow transmigrators, this individual was certainly more ruthless than himself. After all, he dared to orchestrate such a grand scheme to harvest the fortunate ones, truly deserving of the title of a great antagonist. However, what the Emperor of Heaven could not foresee was that all his machinations would ultimately lead to his own downfall. Rumbling, more than half a month had passed since the celestial tomb's opening. The harsh realities of the cultivation world gradually revealed themselves. A full million cultivators entered in droves, and after prolonged bloodshed, only about 20% emerged unscathed. Witnessing this scene, Yi Shaoqing couldn't help but lament, "The path of cultivation is indeed a painful beginning. To progress smoothly, one must continuously strengthen oneself, otherwise, one will merely become a speck of dust in this vast world." At that moment, a dozen figures flew towards him.
"Ancestor, we have returned."
It was none other than Chen Tian and Lui Dao leading a group of disciples from the mysterious sacred land, triumphantly returning from the celestial tomb. Yi Shaoqing smiled and asked, "How did it go?" Upon hearing this, everyone displayed expressions of joy, evidently having gained immensely from the celestial tomb. After all, both Chen Tian and Lui Dao were peak quasi-emperors. It was no small feat for anyone to wrest treasures from them. Recalling his earlier conversation with the system, Yi Shaoqing inquired, "Did you acquire any celestial-grade techniques?"
Chen Tian, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, "Ancestor, look."
With a swift motion of his arm, a brilliant light flashed from his storage ring, revealing a multitude of techniques before everyone's eyes. As Yi Shaoqing beheld the pile of celestial-grade techniques, stacked like a small mountain, his mouth twitched slightly, rendering him speechless as he gazed at Chen Tian. Meanwhile, Chen Tian, still brimming with enthusiasm, said, "Ancestor, you have no idea. I fought tooth and nail to obtain these celestial-grade techniques. If it weren't for ensuring the safety of our disciples, I could have seized even more. Observing Chen Tian's exuberant demeanor, as if he were eagerly awaiting praise, Yi Shaoqing felt utterly helpless.
Enough! This lad has indeed chosen to gather these utterly useless trinkets. Reluctant to dampen his spirits, Yi Shaoqing ultimately said, "Destroy these techniques." Instantly, Chen Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he urgently protested, "Ancestor, you mustn't. These are celestial-grade techniques." Lui Dao echoed his sentiment, hastily adding, "Yes, Ancestor, why must we destroy these techniques?" In an instant, everyone was bewildered, unable to fathom why the Ancestor would suddenly wish to obliterate the techniques, which were treasures of incomparable rarity. Yi Shaoqing offered no further explanation, simply gesturing for them to act swiftly. Sighing, Chen Tian and Lui Dao exchanged glances, both resigned to the situation. Though reluctant, they had no choice but to comply with the Ancestor's command. Bang! Two fierce surges of spiritual power surged forth, instantly shattering the hundreds of techniques into a cloud of ash. Chapter 43 of the Imperial Artifact, the Ethereal Trial Tower. What are merely a few worthless cultivation techniques, that one should wear such a pained expression? Yi Shaoqing gazed at the two individuals before him, their brows furrowed in distress, and couldn't help but chuckle. Chen Tian wore a bitter expression. Bold Ancestor, these are immortal-level techniques, how can they be compared to ordinary methods? Beside him, Lui Dao nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, if the disciples were to cultivate these, their strength would undoubtedly soar. At this thought, both their faces reflected a pang of heartache. They simply could not fathom why the old Ancestor would choose to destroy these techniques, when leaving them for the sacred ground would surely be more beneficial. Wai Yi Shaoqing understood all too well the immense allure that held for cultivators, yet these were nothing but the detritus left by Di Tian, and he would never allow anyone to practice them. However, he chose not to explain the reasons to the two, merely finding their expressions amusing. After all, it was just a few, and he had plenty to spare. With a casual wave of his hand, a resonating hum echoed as dozens of descended to the ground. The previously distressed Chen Tian and Lui Dao, witnessing this spectacle, hastily bent down to retrieve a volume each. Upon seeing the characters for on the covers, they gasped in astonishment. They were momentarily rendered speechless. A whirlwind of confusion swirled within them, despite their knowledge of the old Ancestor's unfathomable strength, which likely placed him among the legendary immortals. The casual display of such an abundance had left them utterly astounded. They couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder the old Ancestor referred to the immortal tomb as garbage. It turned out to be so. In an instant, the emotions of Chen Tian and Lui Dao shifted from sorrow to exhilaration as they hurriedly collected every volume scattered on the ground. Observing their actions, Yi Shaoqing mockingly chided, "Look at you two, acting as if you've never seen the world before." His words elicited an awkward chuckle from the pair, who dared not retort. Unlike the old Ancestor, they were neither as powerful nor as wealthy. Imperial-level techniques are treasures that can rarely be encountered, let alone once they come into existence, they attract countless cultivators who would fight and scramble to seize them, with the immortal tomb being a prime example. At this moment, atop the ethereal Sacred Land's trial peak, the atmosphere was alive with excitement, as over 10,000 disciples congregated in this vibrant scene. Look, it's Saint Lin. Wow, Saint Lin is so handsome, I wish to marry him.
Dear chubby junior sister, it's broad daylight, please do not indulge in such daydreams.
Mind your own business, Saint Lin, I love you.
In the sky, a figure cloaked in black descended gracefully into view, instantly igniting the crowd into a frenzy. This individual was none other than Lin Hao. At this moment, his demeanor had transformed, he appeared as if adorned in jade, his eyes sparkling like stars, exuding an air of formidable confidence. Within less than a month since joining the ethereal Sacred Land and ascending to the rank of saint, he had demonstrated an astonishingly terrifying talent, effortlessly progressing from the early stage of golden core to the initial stage of transcendence, emerging as the strongest among the younger generation. Today marked a significant day for him as he faced the challenges of the Ethereal Trial Tower. The Ethereal Trial Tower, an imperial artifact, required every saint of the ethereal Sacred Land to conquer its 100 levels before truly earning the title of saint.
Brother, you have arrived. A melodious and sweet voice called out. Lin Hao turned to see his sister, Lin Yao, gracefully approaching in a flowing white gown. A smile broke upon his face as he exclaimed, "Sister." He reached out to affectionately stroke her head, filled with tenderness. As his sister, Lin Yao was cherished within the ethereal Sacred Land, with no one daring to bully her. Although her talent was not particularly outstanding, she had already reached the early stage of foundation establishment. After exchanging a few casual words with his sister, Lin Hao approached Lu Mubai and the three elders, bowing respectfully. "I pay my respects to the Holy Master and the three elders." "There is no need for such formalities, Howard," Lu Mubai replied with a smile. They all held great affection for this chosen saint and had spared no effort in nurturing him with resources during this time. Lin Hao had not disappointed their expectations, showcasing remarkable talent. Lumobai then addressed Lin Hao, "The time has come, you may proceed."
Lin Hao nodded slightly, transforming into a streak of light as he dashed towards the ethereal tower.
"Go, brother!" Lin Yao shouted, cheering him on.
Upon entering the ethereal tower, a thunderous crash resounded, and the scene before Lin Hao swiftly morphed into an ancient palace. In the next moment, a 3-meter-tall coyote materialized before him.
"Oh whoa!"
The coyote howled to the heavens, leaping towards Lin Hao.
A Foundation Establishment realm beast, utterly overestimating itself.
Lin Hao snorted coldly, his aura surging as he struck out with a palm, sending the coyote flying, only for it to dissipate slowly. The ethereal tower consisted of 100 levels. The guardian phantoms on the first 50 levels were predominantly of Foundation Establishment to golden core strength, utterly feeble against Lin Hao, who stood at the transcendent stage, easily defeated with a single strike. Past the 50th level. Past the 55th level, past the 60th level. The successive announcements left countless disciples outside in awe. Their gazes were fixed on Lin Hao, effortlessly cutting through the challenges above, filled with admiration.
Saint Lin is truly remarkable.
Indeed, he has reached the 80th level in less than half a stick of incense.
Unimaginable, truly unimaginable.
Although the ethereal tower was designated for the saints' trials, other disciples could also enter for training. Many had attempted, but most were swiftly defeated after only a few levels. They were well aware of the strength of the guardian phantoms within. At the 80th level, a voice called out, "Ah, you finally made it, my lord. I have been waiting for you for quite some time." A woman clad in a red dress appeared, her enchanting beauty breathtakingly alluring. Her voice was sultry, and her gaze was filled with longing as she watched Lin Hao, exuding an air of delicate vulnerability. Having never encountered such a breathtakingly beautiful woman, Lin Hao felt his breath quicken. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he realized he had fallen prey to a charm spell. Quickly suppressing his emotions, he bellowed, "Enchantress, if you wish to fight, then fight, spare me your tricks." Astonished, he noted that the guardian phantom on this level was markedly different from those before. Although its strength was merely at the nascent soul stage, it seemed to possess a semblance of consciousness. "Whoa, how could you speak such cold-hearted words to me, my lord?" The woman began to weep, delicately wiping the corners of her eyes that bore no tears. Before Lin Hao could react, her expression shifted a full 180 degrees. The enchanting Fayade evaporated, replaced by a frightful visage, as she roared, "You foul men are all the same. I shall tear you to shreds." Lin Hao stared, momentarily stunned as the woman lunged toward him, feeling utterly bewildered. How could she change her demeanor so abruptly? Once he regained his composure, he drew his sword with a swift motion. In a flash of cold light, akin to a roaring tiger, he cleaved through the woman's form, bisecting her with brutal precision.
"Not strong, yet your words are bold." Chapter 44. The malevolent thought born of the heart, "I am you." Thunderous roars echoed within the tower. Rumble, 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 boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Lin Hao was no longer the epitome of calmness he had once been. Instead, he unleashed the full extent of his cultivation. As he ascended to the 90th level, each subsequent layer became increasingly arduous, for the guardian phantoms here possessed powers that escalated dramatically, ranging from the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm to the zenith of the transcendence realm. It was only through the formidable prowess granted by his extreme cold divine body that he managed to vanquish them, albeit with great difficulty. Within the 99th level, snowflakes swirled around the palace, and the moisture in the air crystallized into ice. Lin Hao, with disheveled hair and a sword in hand, radiated an overwhelming aura of battle intent and murderous intent as he engaged in a fierce clash with an elderly man at the peak of the transcendence realm. It was evident from the current scene that the two had been locked in combat for quite some time. Extreme Path 3 sword technique, buzz, with a flourish of his sword, a resonating hum erupted forth. Slash, as the command to strike was issued, 3 formidable streams of sword energy, imbued with lethal intent, surged forth towards the elder. Rumble, 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 with a resounding crash, the elder was caught between the 3 waves of sword energy, dissipating into mist without a trace. Finally, "It's over." Lin Hao knelt, his knee to the ground, exhaling a long breath of relief. At this moment, his back was drenched in sweat, and his hand, still gripping the sword, trembled involuntarily. Gazing at the teleportation array before him, Lin Hao gritted his teeth, resolutely rising to his feet and stepping forward without hesitation. Outside, the crowd was already in an uproar. He did it. He passed the 99th layer. My goodness, that's incredible. The final challenge awaits. Go for it, Lin Saint's son. Go for it, Lin Saint's son. In an instant, countless disciples cheered in excitement. Many held Lin Hao in high esteem. After all, he had been in the mysterious sacred land for scarcely a month, yet his progress was astonishing, having cleared the 99th level of the trial tower.
Truly, he was a prodigious figure of the Holy Sun caliber. Holy Master, do you think the Holy Sun can pass the final challenge? Nearby, Elder Liang Xiu observed the scene with a grave expression, turning to Lu Mubai for his thoughts. Lu Mubai fixed his gaze intently on the interior of the mysterious tower, remaining silent for an extended moment before slowly responding, "We must have faith in him. In truth, whether he conquers this final challenge or not is of little consequence." At this juncture, Elder Si and Wu approached. Liang Xiu nodded in agreement, echoing, "Elder Guo and Elder Tan speak true. The Holy Sun has already overcome 99 levels, and his strength is beyond question. There is truly no need to risk a challenge against the final level. Indeed, the final challenge is exceedingly perilous. The preceding 99 levels of the trial tower were not insurmountable. With sufficient strength, one could pass through. The true challenge lies in the last layer. There resides a mysterious bronze mirror. Anyone illuminated by it will have their inner malevolence unleashed. Should it manifest, if one cannot defeat it, they will be subjected to its control, dominating body and mind, leading them down a path of darkness, if not to death. Many holy sons have fallen due to this very fate." Upon hearing this, Lu Mubai slowly turned, his gaze surveying the gathered elders, his expression grave as he spoke. "I understand your concerns for the Holy Sun's safety. However, let us not forget that this mysterious trial tower was specifically constructed by our ancestors for the Holy Sun as a means of challenge. If one cannot conquer their own inner evil, what right do they have to bear the title of Holy Sun? The Holy Sun is the chosen successor of the future Holy Master. If such a person were to ascend to the position of Holy Master, do you truly believe that our mysterious sacred land could continue its legacy?" Though blunt, his words carried weight. The elders sighed softly, falling into a momentary silence. After all, the Holy Master had spoken, and they were loath to argue further. Moreover, Lu Mubai, having himself conquered all 100 layers, understood the intricacies involved. Thus, they could only pray that the Holy Sun would triumph over his own self. Inside the tower, Lin Hao stepped onto the teleportation array, and as darkness enveloped him, he found himself at the 100th level. Where are the guardian phantoms? Lin Hao surveyed his surroundings, bemused by the emptiness that surrounded him. Aside from a half-meter-sized ancient bronze mirror placed in the center, there was nothing else. What is happening? Curiosity piqued, Lin Hao approached the bronze mirror, scrutinizing it closely. However, when his reflection appeared upon the mirror's surface, an inexplicable wave of fear and unease surged within him. Realizing this, Lin Hao instinctively recoiled, distancing himself from the bronze mirror. "How strange," Lin Hao murmured softly, his brow furrowed. This bronze mirror felt exceedingly peculiar. "Finally, it has emerged." Just then, a chilling voice suddenly resonated from behind him, sending a shiver down Lin Hao's spine as he spun around in alarm. To his astonishment, a youth stood there, seemingly having materialized from thin air. "Wait, something is off." Lin Hao froze, his eyes widening as he recognized that, aside from a slightly sinister expression, the boy bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Seeing this, he warily inquired, "Who are you? How did you come to be here? And why do you look just like me?" Yet the youth paid him no heed, stretching languidly and remarking, "After all these years, I was nearly suffocated. The air outside is simply delightful." Lin Hao, incensed by the boy's indifference and self-absorbed musings, pointed his sword at him and coldly demanded, "I will ask you one final time. Who are you? If you do not speak, do not blame me for taking action." This doppelganger stirred an unsettling feeling within Lin Hao for reasons unknown. Simply gazing upon him ignited a tempest of inexplicable fury in Lin Hao's heart. Who am I?" The boy let out a chilling laugh, pointing at his own face as he spoke to Lin Hao with palpable impatience. "I am you, can't you see that?" "Nonsense," Lin Hao shouted in anger. "If you refuse to divulge your identity, I shall make you speak by force." Buzz, the sound of the sword echoed ominously. Just as Lin Hao prepared to strike, the youth's voice echoed once more. "I am the malevolent thought within your heart, birthed from you. I am you, and you are me. We are one and the same." The malevolent thought queried, "So, you ask, am I you?" Upon hearing these words, Lin Hao was rendered speechless. A malevolent thought, could he truly be a part of me? Yet, how could this be? How could I harbor such malevolence? Flustered, Lin Hao shook his head vehemently. "Impossible, you are undoubtedly deceiving me. You are not me. Indeed, it must be so. This eerie youth must be the guardian phantom of this lair, deliberately misleading him, hoping to catch him off guard and strike." Chapter 45 of the Temptation of Malevolent Thoughts. The malevolent thought threw its head back in laughter, a sound rife with derision. "Are you afraid even to hear the truth?" Lin Hao gazed at him warily, utterly disbelieving his words. "Save your breath. Do you think I would trust you?" The malevolent thought slowly approached him, locking eyes with Lin Hao, and pointed toward the bronze mirror beside them. "Do you know what this bronze mirror is?" Just as Lin Hao was about to voice his confusion, the malevolent thought coldly chuckled and spoke leisurely. "This bronze mirror is the Kunlun mirror, a celestial artifact. Anyone illuminated by its reflection will find their darkest desires magnified infinitely, ultimately breaking free from the shackles of their true selves, and I am the darkest facet of your soul. We are, in essence, one and the same." "What, a celestial artifact?" Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the bronze mirror before him. He had indeed carelessly been caught in its reflection moments ago, and then this being appeared. Could it truly be that what he said was genuine? Was he truly the embodiment of Lin Hao's malevolence? For a moment, Lin Hao felt lost. Seeing him silent, the malevolent thought circled around him, speaking as he moved. I know you don't believe me, but the truth remains. Don't tell me you lack malevolent thoughts. Every human harbors them deep within, without exception. At the sound of his voice echoing in his ears, Lin Hao's anger surged, and he explosively retorted, You're talking nonsense. I am upright and righteous. I know exactly what kind of person I am. How can you label me as a villain? Enraged, Lin Hao felt as though his heart might burst with fury. Though his past had been less than satisfactory, he considered himself a person of integrity. How could he possibly be deemed a villain by this scoundrel? It was utterly preposterous. Upright and righteous? A peculiar smile crept across the malevolent thought's lips as he mocked, You, who have harbored a deep-seated hatred for your biological parents since the age of 6, even wishing to see them suffer. Now you dare claim to be virtuous? Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic flashed in Lin Hao's eyes as he shouted hoarsely, You're spouting nonsense, I will kill you. Without hesitation, he swung his sword fiercely at the malevolent thought. Bang! The malevolent thought was instantly obliterated, vanishing without a trace. Seeing this, a ruthless smile spread across Lin Hao's face, and he sneered, as I suspected, nearly a shadow, How dare you attempt to deceive me? Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, believing he had triumphed, that chilling voice echoed once more in his ears. How naive! You cannot kill me. How is that possible? Lin Hao's heart jolted as he turned toward the voice, only to find the malevolent thought standing behind him once more, its eerie gaze fixed upon him. It truly was a lingering specter. I refuse to believe I cannot kill you. Bang, 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 Lin Hao swung his sword yet again towards the malevolent thought, but as he continued, he began to feel a sense of panic. He realized that no matter how many times he struck, the malevolent thought would reappear behind him. Coming to this realization, Lin Hao, on the brink of despair, screamed in fury, Why can't I kill you? Who are you, really? Observing Lin Hao's unraveling sanity, the malevolent thought laughed, I have told you before, I am you. As long as you are alive, I shall forever exist. No, that is impossible. I refuse to believe it. Lin Hao's bloodshot eyes widened in disbelief, muttering to himself. Refuse to believe? The malevolent thought scoffed. Then allow me to remind you. You, Lin Hao, alongside your sister Lin Yao, were sold to the Lin family as slaves for a mere 20 taels of silver by your parents during your childhood. Since the age of 6, you have nurtured a deep-seated hatred towards them, resenting them for abandoning you and your sister. Why bring you into this world if they did not want you? Was it merely for that paltry sum of 20 taels? From that point on, your loathing for them was profound. For 10 years in the Lin household, your life was more miserable than that of pigs and dogs, utterly unbearable. For getting 2 meals a day was one thing, you didn't even receive a monthly stipend, going hungry and cold. Is that not laughable? The malevolent thought cast a glance at Lin Hao, who lay on the ground with a grim expression, the corners of its mouth curling upwards as it continued, In your heart, you perceived the world as unjust, viewing your parents and everyone in the Lin family as enemies. You dreamed of the day when you would rise to power and make them suffer the consequences, and I was born out of that endless resentment. The malevolent thought laughed maniacally. Finally, one day, you awakened the extreme cold divine body and took a great emperor as your master, transforming from an ordinary mortal into a cultivator. At that moment, your heart was filled with indescribable excitement, for you could finally eradicate everyone in the Lin family. The malevolent thought slowly turned to face the slumped Lin Hao, grinning, Do you see? Am I not correct? Lin Hao's face twisted in rage, shaking his head vehemently as he roared, No, it's not like that, not at all, I merely sought revenge, I never thought any further. The malevolent thought crouched beside the mumbling Lin Hao, whispering in his ear, Then, as if blessed by fortune, you encountered the ancestor of the ethereal sacred land. In an instant, you transformed from an unremarkable individual into the saint of an unparalleled orthodoxy, basking in the adoration of countless disciples. The feeling of being exalted provided immense satisfaction to your inner self. At this juncture, the malevolent thought paused momentarily. However, deep within you lurked a profound fear of losing this identity one day. Thus, you fervently practiced with the resources of the ethereal sacred land, striving for breakthroughs in your cultivation. At last, today, you demonstrated astonishing talent, emerging as the strongest among the younger generation, no longer needing to worry about losing your position as a saint. The malevolent thought's words peeled back the layers of Lin Hao's deeply buried secrets, causing him to twist in anguish. I will kill you. I must kill you. At that moment, Lin Hao's singular focus was to slay the malevolent thought, for the truth of these revelations terrified him. He feared others discovering his past, that he did not wish to lose everything he had achieved. As Lin Hao reached for the sword on the ground, the malevolent thought swiftly snatched it up first.
Return it to me.
Lin Hao bellowed, yet the malevolent thought ignored him entirely, continuing, "Why do you wish to kill me?
What do you stand to gain from my demise?"
Upon hearing this, Lin Hao fell silent, momentarily at a loss. Indeed, what would killing him accomplish? Just as doubt clouded Lin Hao's mind, the malevolent thought spoke gravely, "We are one and the same.
I am you, and you are me. I can help you become even stronger."
The malevolent thought inquired of Lin Hao, "Do you not desire to grow stronger? If so, declare it loudly. I can lend you my strength." Its voice echoed in Lin Hao's ears like an insidious melody, leaving him momentarily paralyzed with uncertainty.
To become stronger? Chapter 46.
Reclaiming bodily sovereignty. Is it not your lifelong dream to become a revered figure of strength in the eyes of the world? The path of cultivation is fraught with solitude and difficulty. Would it not be wiser for us to join forces in pursuit of that elusive Tao? The seductive voice, akin to a siren's song, flooded Lin Hao's senses, causing his breath to quicken as he muttered to himself. Indeed, becoming stronger is my aspiration. I refuse to remain a victim of others' bullying. I yearn to be the master of fate itself. Memories of past humiliation surged in Lin Hao's mind, igniting a tempest of murderous intent within him. He loathed, he despised this unjust world. He must grow stronger, to become a figure of terror. Observing Lin Hao, now consumed by madness, the malevolent thought sensed the impending success of its scheme and approached him, continuing to sow discord.
Indeed, in this world, the weak are devoid of dignity. Only through strength can one command the lives of others. Moreover, in that moment, you will possess the power to protect your sister.
The voice echoed incessantly in Lin Hao's ears, and for a moment, he hesitated, his gaze wavering from its previous resolve. The corners of the malevolent thought's mouth curled into a sly grin as it pressed on.
So, do you desire to grow stronger? If so, declare it aloud, and I shall assist you. I want to. At that moment, Lin Hao could no longer contain the yearning within him, shouting hoarsely, "How will you help me grow stronger?"
Upon hearing his inquiry, the malevolent thought grinned wickedly, fully aware that its plan was nearing fruition. "You need only to relax your mind, leave the rest to me." This tantalizing voice infiltrated Lin Hao's ears, causing the once unyielding resolve of his heart to crack. Without a moment's hesitation, he relinquished his mental defenses. However, in the next instant, calamity struck. The malevolent thought transformed into a shadowy bolt of energy, surging into his body and plunging into his consciousness. "Ha! This body is finally mine." The chilling laughter sent shivers down Lin Hao's spine, momentarily restoring clarity as he demanded, "What do you mean by this?"
The malevolent thought scoffed, "Do you still not comprehend? I deceived you. All of my actions were to seize control of this body. I never imagined you would be so naive."
"Ha ha ha, you shameless wretch!" Lin Hao's fury ignited, and he bellowed, "Get out of my body!" Yet, the malevolent thought paid no heed to his outrage, instead intensifying its assault on Lin Hao's consciousness, attempting to usurp control. "Ag!" Lin Hao felt as if his head were being torn asunder. "Cease your futile struggles, surrender, for you are no match for me. Fear not, for I shall ensure your survival from here on out."
Boom! No, I refuse to accept this. Lin Hao's consciousness began to fade, his vision darkening as he collapsed to the ground. Hours slipped by swiftly, the ethereal trial tower enveloped in silence. Outside, Lu Mubai observed this scene with a furrowed brow, gazing upward, his heart laden with doubt. He had previously challenged the 100th floor and knew its terrors well, yet, by the passage of time, it should not have taken this long, and not a whisper of movement emanated from within. Could it be that Howard has failed? The thought crept into Lu Mubai's mind, and a cold sweat broke out upon his forehead. They were all aware of Lin Hao's exceptional talent. Should such a genius truly fall or succumb to darkness, it would spell a tremendous loss for the mysterious sacred land. However, the trial tower had already been activated. Even if he were an emperor, he could not enter at will, leaving him no choice but to wait. In a realm of darkness, where the end was nowhere in sight, Lin Hao slowly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings, filled with confusion. Where am I? Am I dead? Was he not in a struggle for control with the malevolent thought? How could he suddenly find himself here? Is this the realm of the dead? Lin Hao forced a bitter smile. He could not accept this. After enduring so much, he had succumbed to the temptation of the malevolent thought, leading to his body being seized. This time, he feared he would truly perish. "Sister, I must depart first." As Lin Hao's consciousness grew dim, his eyelids slowly closed. "Howard, wake up, do not sleep." At that moment, an urgent voice pierced through the oppressive darkness. It was the voice of his master. Lin Hao struggled to open his eyes but found them stubbornly shut. Then, the fragmented voice of the Dan God echoed again. "No, do not sleep. The malevolent thought is merely a manifestation of your inner demons.
Every cultivator must confront it. Remember, your body belongs to you, you are the master. To conquer it, you must rely on your willpower. Inner demons, I am the rightful owner of this body. The words of his master struck Lin Hao like a thunderclap, gradually pulling his consciousness back. Indeed, I am the master of this body, it is but a mere thought. What power does it hold over me? Boom! As Lin Hao awakened, the power of his extreme cold divine body surged forth like a torrent breaking through a dam. In that moment, the once impulsive malevolent thought was rendered speechless, stunned by this unexpected turn. How is this possible? In the following instant, the malevolent thought was yanked into his consciousness, the once dark and hollow space gradually illuminated, and Lin Hao stood proudly above, radiating an overwhelming aura as he gazed down upon the malevolent thought. What is impossible? You are nothing more than a wisp of evil thought, formed from inner demons, daring to usurp my body. How audacious! In this moment, Lin Hao, having transformed from passive to active, resembled a judge, his formidable presence bearing down upon the malevolent thought. Impossible, absolutely impossible, you cannot have awakened, the malevolent thought shrieked in disbelief, its voice strained. Die. In the realm of his consciousness, Lin Hao was a god. He disregarded the bewildered malevolent thought and unleashed a powerful strike aimed directly at it. Boom! The malevolent thought cackled maniacally at this turn of events. You cannot kill me, one day, I shall return. Bang! As Lin Hao watched the malevolent thought disintegrate into ashes, dissipating completely, he felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. Finally, it is over. Now reclaiming control of his body, Lin Hao could not help but feel a lingering trepidation. The previous ordeal had been perilously close, nearly leading to his demise. Thankfully, his master had come to his aid. Recalling the master who had just saved him, Lin Hao hastily sent a message through his storage ring. Master, are you there? Chapter 47. Lu Mubai's satisfaction. However, as time passed, Lin Hao did not hear the familiar voice of his master. In that fleeting moment, he felt a wave of panic. Just as he was about to speak again, the frail and intermittent voice of the Dan Shensi echoed in his ears. Howard, this tower is an imperial artifact, and the bronze mirror before you is a celestial tool. This place is enveloped by an overwhelming imperial and celestial might. I have expended a significant portion of my soul's strength to pull your consciousness back, but now I am in a weakened state and must rest for a while. During this time, you will have to rely on yourself. The Dan Shensi, contained within the storage ring, gazed at the bronze mirror radiating powerful celestial energy, his eyes filled with astonishment. As a peak emperor, although his physical form and cultivation no longer existed, his soul power as an emperor remained intact. Upon Lin Hao's arrival in this place, he had sensed its extraordinary nature. He truly did not anticipate that the mysterious sacred land possessed a celestial artifact, a treasure said to belong only to celestial beings. He was utterly astounded. What, master, are you all right? Lin Hao exclaimed in shock. The Dan Shensi shook his head gently and replied weakly, I am fine, my disciple. With some time for recuperation, I will recover. There is no need for you to worry. With that, the Dan Shensi fell silent. Regardless of how Lin Hao called out, there was no further response. At this moment, Lin Hao felt immense regret within. Had he not succumbed to greed and been misled by malicious thoughts, his master would not be in such a state. It was all his fault. The grand door of the mysterious tower slowly opened. Lin Hao's figure emerged, and the disciples waiting anxiously outside erupted in joyous cheers. He has passed. Saint Sun Lin has successfully completed the challenge. Lin Hao nodded slightly at the jubilant crowd, then swiftly flew towards Lu Mubai and the elders, performing a respectful bow. Saint Master, 3 elders. I am fortunate to have fulfilled my mission and successfully passed through. The previously worried Lu Mubai and the 3 elders, upon seeing Lin Hao unscathed, burst into hearty laughter. Lu Mubai nodded in commendation, saying, well done. To have passed the 100th level speaks volumes of your talent and resolve. However, you are truly the best candidate for the position of Saint Sun. Liang Xiao stepped forward, echoing, indeed, what the Saint Master says is true. The talent of this Saint Sun is unparalleled. Among the younger generation in the eastern wilderness, he ranks among the top 3 and is destined to achieve the status of an emperor in the future. Liang Elder's words were met with widespread agreement. The crowd nodded in unison. Not only was Lin Hao exceptionally gifted, but he also possessed the rare and extraordinary extreme cold divine body, signifying boundless potential for the future. Given time, attaining the status of an emperor would be no challenge at all. As Lin Hao received such accolades, he felt a tinge of shyness. Observing the cheerful Lu Mubai and the 3 elders, he could not help but recall the recent events, still feeling a sense of trepidation. He mused, thank goodness for my master, otherwise, I would surely have been consumed by malevolent thoughts. At that moment, a voice rang out from the crowd. Everyone, look, Elder Chen and the others have returned. The crowd turned their gaze. They beheld several figures descending from the sky. It was Chen Tian and the others returning from the celestial tomb. As Chen Tian and Lui Dao approached, Lin Hao, displaying keen awareness, was the first to bow respectfully. Lin Hao pays his respects to the two elders. Gazing at the young Lin Hao, who had already reached the initial transformation stage, Chen Tian and Lui Dao were taken aback in astonishment. They were filled with curiosity. Who was this disciple with such formidable strength, and why had they never encountered him before? Lu Mubai smiled and introduced, "This is Lin Hao, our newly appointed saint son of the mysterious sacred land." With that, he began to elaborate on Lin Hao's background. Before long, Chen Tian and Lui Dao, their faces painted with shock, exclaimed in unison, "Extreme cold divine body." Lu Mubai nodded slightly, observing their reactions. Both men could not help but swallow hard, marveling at the ancestral power that had unearthed such an extraordinary talent. In that instant, their gazes towards Lin Hao transformed into profound admiration, for he was indeed a super genius. At this juncture, Lu Mubai turned to the two and inquired with concern, "Was your journey to the celestial tomb smooth?" Regaining their composure, Chen Tian and Lui Dao began recounting the various events that transpired during their time in the celestial tomb.
So perilous! Upon hearing their account, the crowd gasped in astonishment.
They were all taken aback by the formidable strength of the quasi-emperor and the enigmatic figure cloaked in black, never anticipating such monumental events to unfold within the celestial tomb. Fortunately, they were all safe. Noticing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Chen Tian smiled mysteriously, then raised his hand and lightly waved dozens of tomes of martial arts scattered onto the ground.
"What are these?"
Liang Xiu picked up one of the books, his eyes widening in shock upon reading the words celestial level. He exclaimed, "Celestial level martial arts."
"What?"
The third elder Guijia and the fourth elder Tan Hua, hearing his outburst, hurriedly picked up the texts, and upon inspection, they too were struck with disbelief. Indeed, these are celestial level martial arts. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting the profound astonishment in their eyes. Lu Mubai turned to Chen Tian and asked, "Where did these martial arts come from?" Chen Tian explained, "They were all given by the ancestral master." He refrained from mentioning the destruction of the celestial level martial arts they had obtained from the tomb, fearing it would incite excessive excitement among them. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes gleamed with anticipation as they eagerly inquired, "Did you see the ancestral master?" Indeed, Chen Tian and Lui Dao nodded. It had been some time since Yi Shaoqing had departed from the mysterious sacred land, and now, hearing news of him once again filled everyone with exhilaration. Lu Mubai pressed further, "Where is the ancestral master now?" Chen Tian pointed towards the void ahead. The space there rippled, and the unparalleled figure of Yi Shaoqing gradually emerged. At this sight, the entire mysterious sacred land erupted in a frenzy. Disciples, elders, and the saint master alike all bowed in deference, calling out in unison, "We pay our respects to the ancestral master." In the crowd, Lin Hao gazed at Yi Shaoqing suspended in the void, momentarily stunned, unable to regain his composure. He truly was the ancestral master of the mysterious sacred land. Even though Yi Shaoqing's appearance had changed, Lin Hao recognized him instantly, for he resembled the very person who had appointed him as the saint's son. Simultaneously, Lin Hao's curiosity about Yi Shaoqing's strength surged. Lu Mubai, a mighty emperor, along with the 5 peak quasi-emperors, all showed him such reverence. Just how formidable was this ancestral master?
Undoubtedly, he was an emperor. "Ancestral master, you have returned."
Lu Mubai and the other elders approached with faces brimming with excitement. While Yi Shaoqing nodded slightly, "I merely stopped by on my way back." As he spoke, Yi Shaoqing's gaze gradually shifted to Lin Hao, and upon sensing his aura, he offered a faint smile.
"Little one, quite impressive.
To have broken through to the initial transformation stage in such a short time." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao hurriedly stepped forward, respectfully stating, "Disciple pays his respects to the ancestral master."
Chapter 48.
The trial of Yi Shaoqing. Seeing this, Lu Muban stepped forward and addressed him, "Ancestor, you may be unaware, but just moments ago, Hauer has successfully passed the trial of the 100th level of the mysterious tower." Upon hearing these words, Yi Shaoqing, who had been engaged in casual conversation with the others, cast a glance his way before shifting his gaze back to Lin Hao, inquiring, "You have cleared it?"
Lin Hao responded, "Yes, Ancestor." "Oh?"
Yi Shaoqing raised an eyebrow slightly, unable to suppress a look of surprise as he scrutinized Lin Hao. The mysterious tower was an imperial artifact bestowed upon him by the system, specifically designed for the disciples of the mysterious sacred land to undertake challenges, comprising a total of 99 levels. However, in his quest to select a worthy disciple, he had deliberately added an additional level of inner demon trial using the celestial artifact, the Kunlun mirror. Every individual harbors malevolent thoughts, and for cultivators, these dark inclinations are even more pronounced, referred to as inner demons. To pass this inner demon trial, one must reflect upon the Kunlun mirror, releasing the inner demons festering within, and ultimately vanquishing them to succeed. Yet, if a cultivator's resolve is not sufficiently steadfast, they risk being consumed by their inner demons. Even if they survive, they may fall into the path of darkness, rendering this trial exceedingly arduous. Yi Shaoqing was astonished to realize that Lin Hao had been in the mysterious sacred land for less than a month, and not only had he experienced a significant enhancement in strength, but he had also managed to clear the mysterious tower. This revelation left him somewhat astounded. Contemplating this, Yi Shaoqing smiled at Lin Hao, saying, "Your talent truly impresses me." Receiving such high praise from such a formidable ancestor, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel a bit bashful, scratching his head. Buzz, at that moment, two swords materialized in Yi Shaoqing's hands. One was a blood-red sword emanating a potent imperial aura, as if it could rend the very heavens. The other was a silver sword radiating a brilliant holy light that dazzled the eyes. Clearly, these were an imperial weapon and a holy weapon. Wow, an imperial weapon and a holy weapon. What does Ancestor intend to do with them? Could it be that they are for the holy disciple? The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Even Lu Mubin and the elders wore expressions of perplexity, all turning their gazes toward Yi Shaoqing. Lin Hao, too, was left speechless, staring at the two swords exuding formidable imperial and holy auras, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. At this juncture, a statement that shocked everyone echoed through the air. Yi Shaoqing smiled at Lin Hao and asked, "Which of these two swords would you like? Is this for me?" Lin Hao's eyes widened, feeling as though he were dreaming. He could hardly fathom that the ancestor would bestow such a significant gift upon him. Lin Hao was well aware of the immense power that both the imperial and holy weapons possessed. Either one would serve as an indomitable weapon in his current state. Struggling to compose himself, Lin Hao made a choice that left everyone astounded. "Ancestor, I would like the holy weapon," he declared. In an instant, the crowd fell silent, including Lu Mubin and the elders, seemingly unable to comprehend why Lin Hao would forego the imperial weapon. Yi Shaoqing smiled faintly and inquired, "Why?" Without hesitation, Lin Hao elucidated, returning to the ancestor, "I am acutely aware of my humble strength and my inability to wield the imperial weapon's might. Rather than choose the more powerful option, I would prefer to select a weapon I can effectively control." Upon hearing this, many disciples were taken aback, as if grappling with Lin Hao's choice. To them, the imperial weapon was undoubtedly superior to the holy weapon. However, Lu Mubin and the five elders exchanged knowing smiles, each recognizing the merit in Lin Hao's decision. "Ha ha ha, well done!" Yi Shaoqing exclaimed, his laughter resonating. "Little one, you have passed my trial." Trial? Lin Hao was momentarily stunned, feeling perplexed and uncertain of the underlying meaning of his words. Yi Shaoqing smiled gently and explained, "The imperial and holy weapons differ vastly. Their tremendous power can drive countless individuals to madness. Had it been anyone else faced with this choice, they would have undoubtedly chosen the former without a second thought. Yet, your ability to recognize your own limitations and make a judicious choice surpasses that of many, and for that, I am exceedingly pleased." Lin Hao's successful navigation of the mysterious tower indicated his resolve was distinct from that of others, which is precisely why Yi Shaoqing had employed the imperial and holy weapons as a means of testing him. Nevertheless, his words filled many disciples present with a sense of shame, compelling them to lower their heads. "So that is it," Lin Hao thought, swallowing hard as a bead of cold sweat trickled down his back. He truly had not anticipated that this was a trial of his own character. Had he chosen the imperial weapon earlier, he would have undoubtedly made a poor impression on the ancestor. He silently mused, "Thank goodness, thank goodness." Not long after, before Lin Hao's emotions had fully settled, he heard another statement that filled him with exhilaration. "Both the imperial and holy weapons are yours, regarded as a reward for passing the trial." Lin Hao gazed at the two swords gliding toward him under Yi Shaoqing's command, his breath quickening involuntarily as he hastily reached out to receive them. He then bowed respectfully to Yi Shaoqing, expressing, "Thank you, ancestor, I shall not disappoint your expectations." Yi Shaoqing nodded in satisfaction. He then turned his attention to Lu Mubin, casually tossing him a storage ring. Lu Mubin, puzzled, promptly probed it with his spiritual sense, his eyes widening in disbelief as though he had witnessed something incredible. Inside the storage ring lay several hundred imperial weapons. "Ancestor, this is," Lu Mubin began, but was interrupted by Yi Shaoqing. "These are for you." With that, Yi Shaoqing disregarded the still shocked Lu Mubin and soared toward the mysterious peak. The five elders, who had overheard the exchange, hurriedly approached, curiously inquiring, "Holy Master, what treasures lie within?" Without uttering a word, Lu Mubin handed the storage ring to them. Instantaneously, exclamations of astonishment erupted. "What the heck? So many! The 5 elders erupted in fervor upon witnessing the multitude of imperial weapons contained within Dai and the divine martial dynasty. Within a chamber, Heifeng spoke in a low voice. What did you say?
The plan for the immortal tomb has failed. Bloodkill and his subordinates are all dead?
The black-clad figure kneeling on the ground nodded, stating, Yes, Hall Master, the news comes from the assassination hall. All the soul tokens of Bloodkill and his group have been extinguished.
Heifeng furrowed his brow, speaking sharply. And what else?
The black-clad figure flinched, unable to meet his gaze, and fearfully stammered. The Wuhan Hallmaster said that you are ineffective in your duties, and he will come to assume your responsibilities shortly.
Bang!
A surge of formidable spiritual power erupted, shattering a section of the wall. Heifeng roared, Damn it, why should that old ghost Wuhan have the right? I had arranged everything for the immortal tomb.
It was clearly Bloodkill's incompetence. What does that have to do with me?
The black-clad figure was terrified, not daring to utter a word, fully aware of the enmity between the Hall Master and Wuhan, fearing the wrath that could befall him, potentially resulting in his demise at a mere slap.
Chapter 49 The desire to annihilate the ethereal sacred land. At this moment, Heifeng was seething with rage. The arrival of the immortal tomb was a mission he had meticulously planned alongside Shueisha, aimed at slaying the weak and leaving behind the more gifted cultivators. He had arranged everything with utmost care, believing it to be a straightforward task, yet little did he anticipate that Shueisha, a supposed peak emperor, would not only fail but also lose his life in the process. It was crucial to note that upon succeeding, they would have been granted the opportunity for ascension by the esteemed Heavenly Emperor, and now, not only was the prospect of ascension bleak, but Heifeng also feared facing severe retribution from the Heavenly Emperor upon their return. The mere thought of this sent cold sweat trickling down his spine. He immediately questioned the cloaked figure. Have you ascertained who was responsible for slaying Shueisha and the others?
The cloaked figure replied, From the captives we apprehended emerging from the immortal tomb, it has come to light that it was the work of the ancestor of the ethereal sacred land.
What? Heifeng's brow furrowed deeply upon hearing this.
He could hardly believe that the ancestor of the ethereal sacred land possessed such formidable power, capable of vanquishing a peak emperor like Shwezhad. It was evident that their cultivation must also be at the peak emperor level.
Otherwise, it would have been impossible.
This situation has become quite troublesome, Heifeng mused inwardly. As he contemplated, a tide of murderous intent surged within him. He bellowed furiously, I care not who the ancestor is. Anyone who dares to oppose me shall meet a fate devoid of burial. To obstruct his path to ascension is as grievous as slaying his parents. This matter shall not end here.
Turning to the cloaked figure, Heifeng commanded, Inform the old demon Wuhan.
Grant me a month. Once I have obliterated the ethereal sacred land and captured the culprit, I shall return to plead for forgiveness from the Heavenly Emperor.
Understood, the cloaked figure acknowledged. At that moment, a voice called from outside, Is the elder present? Come in, Heifeng responded.
Creak, the door swung open, and Qin Shaotian stepped inside. Upon noticing the wall that had been shattered and the peculiar atmosphere in the room, he cautiously remarked, I was unaware that the elder was in discussion.
I shall take my leave.
Wait, Heifeng called out, then signaled to the cloaked figure to withdraw. He then turned his attention to Qin Shaotian and inquired, How goes the progress? Qin Shaotian stepped forward and respectfully replied, The progress has not been particularly smooth.
Heifeng regarded him with a penetrating gaze, remaining silent as if awaiting further elaboration.
Qin Shaotian hurriedly continued, The leader of the vast sword sect, Zhang Yun, has agreed to collaborate with us. However, the leader of the Gengqi bad knife sect, Li Kuang, has resolutely refused. As for the Buddhist sect and the Lioli Immortal Palace, I have not approached them due to my limited rapport.
After a prolonged silence, Heifeng asked, What is the current strength of the ethereal sacred land?
Qin Shaotian pondered briefly before responding, Since their ancestor has emerged, many powers have sought their protection, leading to a considerable number of affiliations, approximately a dozen.
Heifeng scoffed coldly, In that case, dispatch someone to eliminate them first.
Then, we shall eradicate the ethereal sacred land. Upon hearing this, Qin Shaotian's eyes brightened. He had always intended to completely annihilate the ethereal sacred land and ascend to the throne of dominance in the eastern wilderness, and now, the opportunity had finally presented itself. Qin Shaotian promptly assured, Elder, please rest assured, I shall ensure this matter is executed flawlessly. After Qin Shaotian departed, a faint smile crept upon Heifeng's lips as he coldly chuckled.
Ethereal sacred land's ancestor, you dare to oppose me?
I shall first dismantle your forces one by one, then slay you amidst your boundless despair, so that you may comprehend the dire consequences of inciting my wrath. At the peak of the ethereal mountain, beneath the ancient tree, Yi Shaoqing sat leisurely, sipping his wine with delightful contentment.
Beside him, Lu Mubai had been wrestling with inner turmoil for quite some time before finally mustering the courage to inquire, "Ancestor, upon your return, will you be departing again?" "I may linger for a few days," Yi Shaoqing replied, his eyes narrowing slightly. "I see," Lu Mubai murmured. He had come at the insistence of the elders, who were reluctant to see Yi Shaoqing leave, thus sending him to inquire about the matter. Hearing this response, Lu Mubai couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips, appearing rather helpless. There was no doubt about the Ancestor's formidable strength, however, he simply could not stay put, always preferring to roam freely. If only he could impart his wisdom to the gifted disciples within the sacred land, they would surely flourish at an accelerated pace. After all, the Ancestor was a legendary immortal, and in comparison, they were but mere mortals. Yi Shaoqing glanced at the troubled Lu Mubai and smiled gently, asking, "Have there been any recent incidents within the sacred land? For instance, has anyone come to provoke or cause trouble?" Lu Mubai shook his head repeatedly, his face alight with pride. "Ancestor, with your presence, who would dare to cause a ruckus in our ethereal sacred land? The current reputation of the ethereal sacred land in the eastern wilderness is formidable. Merely uttering its name is enough to instill fear in countless hearts. How could anyone possibly have the audacity to cause trouble? Not to mention the formidable presence of Yi Shaoqing, whose strength was unfathomable." Even Lu Mubai and the 5 quasi-emperor elders were sufficient to sweep aside any opposition. Observing Lu Mubai's demeanor, Yi Shaoqing felt compelled to remind him, "In my absence, regardless of the situation, do not underestimate any adversary, do you understand? Should you encounter any insurmountable difficulties, be sure to use the communication stone to inform me promptly." Lu Mubai nodded earnestly, "Rest assured, Ancestor, I am fully aware." Within the great hall of the Saint Sun Peak, Lin Yao exclaimed excitedly, "Brother, that big brother is truly the Ancestor." Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, as if she had just witnessed the most exhilarating event in the world. She had never imagined that the person who had saved her that day, and had brought her brother to the ethereal sacred land as the Saint Sun, was indeed the legendary Ancestor. How incredibly cool! Observing his sister's elation, Lin Hao couldn't resist teasing her. "Why didn't you step forward to speak with him earlier, instead of hiding aside?" Lin Yao giggled and playfully retorted, "But he's the Ancestor. How could I possibly have the courage to approach him?" Lin Hao shook his head helplessly, chuckling to himself. He was well aware that his sister often spoke of the Ancestor who had saved her, and now that she had finally met him, she had turned bashful. "Brother, are you mocking me?" Lin Yao noticed Lin Hao's suppressed laughter and immediately placed her hands on her hips, striking a cute, accusatory pose. "Not at all. You must have misinterpreted." Lin Hao, a doting brother, raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. However, he could not conceal the smile tugging at his lips. "Ah, you dare deny it? Sister, I surrender. I shall never tease you again." Outside, some passing disciples overheard the playful banter between the siblings, feeling envious and remarking on the evident bond they shared. Chapter 50 of the Beast Emperor of the Demon Clan. Taotai, a colossal mountain range stretched endlessly, seemingly without end. Surrounding it, towering ancient trees rose majestically, piercing the heavens and casting shadows that obscured the sun, while various types of demon beasts roamed freely. This place was known as the Southern Barbarian Lands, also referred to as the sacred ground of the Demon Clan, situated behind the Eastern Wasteland, a forbidden territory for humans. With a series of echoing footsteps, a figure clad in black garments strode gracefully through the void. This person was none other than the Emperor of the Central Continent, Ditian. Deep within an ancient palace of the Demon Court, a robust man with reddish-brown skin, adorned in black armor, sat with closed eyes, cultivating his energy. Flanking him on either side were 3 men and 1 woman, each emanating a powerful aura of quasi-emperor level. They were the Wolf King of the Wolf Clan, Li Feng, the Fox King, Yao Mei, the Ape King, Titan, and the Rat King, Gui Jiao. "Esteemed guests, it is a pleasure to see you all again," a voice resonated, prompting the group to turn their gaze towards the entrance, where a figure was approaching leisurely. Upon recognizing the visitor, Yao Mei parted her crimson lips and, with a charming smile, remarked, "Oh, I was wondering who it might be. It turns out to be the illustrious Emperor of the Central Continent. I apologize for the lack of a grand welcome. I hope you can forgive us." Hearing her tone laced with mockery, the Demon Kings erupted into hearty laughter. Li Feng jested, "Do refrain from jesting. Our esteemed Emperor has a rather volatile temperament. Should he be provoked, it could lead to complications." "Put." Yao Mei rolled her eyes dismissively, showing no signs of fear, even revealing a hint of disdain. However, as the Emperor, a peak celestial being, Ditian was not accustomed to such ridicule. A shadow flickered in his eyes as he struggled to suppress the urge to strike them down. The Beast Emperor Taotai slowly opened his fiery red eyes, fixing his gaze on Ditian with an authoritative tone. "What brings you here?"
At this, Dtion smirked slightly and replied, "I seek your assistance."
Ha 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 ha.
The moment these words escaped his lips, the 4 demon kings exchanged incredulous glances before bursting into laughter.
No way.
The mighty emperor of the central continent is actually seeking help. This is truly surprising.
Indeed, where has your former grandeur vanished to? Li Feng taunted Dtion, it has only been a few millennia. Could it be that the emperor has so swiftly forgotten your past endeavors against our demon clan?
In the past, the demon clan had resided in the silent forest of the central continent. Due to their refusal to submit to Dtion, they had nearly faced extermination, leading them to migrate entirely to the southern barbarian lands originally boasting 8 demon kings. Only these 4 remained.
Now, this Dtion had the audacity to seek their aid. Did he truly believe them to be fools? Dtion's expression turned cold as he remarked, I have shown restraint, otherwise, you would not even have the opportunity to sit here. Boom!
In the next instant, a potent aura of quasi-emperor level erupted from the 4 demon kings, converging upon Dtion.
Do you truly believe we fear you?
Such a formidable figure as Dtion would hardly be intimidated by their pressure, and he scoffed derisively.
I advise you to rein in your aura. Otherwise, I might very well annihilate you.
His threatening words ignited the fury within the group.
One of them began, but was interrupted by Tao Tai. Enough!
As the beast emperor of the demon clan, his voice commanded attention. Despite their discontent towards Dtion, the 4 demon kings obediently subdued their auras, refraining from further provocation. Dtion narrowed his eyes at Tao Tai and jested, as expected of the ancient beast clan, you have achieved the status of a red dust immortal. Although Tao Tai concealed his aura, it did not escape Dtion's perception, who could distinctly sense the faint traces of immortal energy within him. This revelation astonished him, considering he had once eliminated all the luck-bearers of the central continent, causing the realm's spiritual energy to wane. Achieving immortality was akin to a mortal reaching the heavens.
Humph!
Tao Tai responded with a cold snort but showed no surprise at having his cultivation level discerned. 5,000 years prior, he had learned of Dtion's ascension to immortality. With the passage of time, it was no surprise that Dtion had grown significantly stronger, making his ability to see through Tao Tai unsurprising. Then, Tao Tai coldly addressed Dtion, if you wish for my assistance, let us first discuss your sincerity. Should you seek to take advantage of me, do not expect a warm welcome. Dtion replied with a smile, in truth, it is a transaction, one that should not prove difficult for you.
Transaction? Tao Tai's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, Dtion continued. I require you to send personnel to mount an offensive against the eastern wasteland, though not with lethal intent. Merely a disturbance from time to time will suffice. Tao Tai's confusion deepened as he inquired, are you out of your mind? You want me to send people to attack but not to kill? Do you think this is a game, or do you believe I have too much idle time?
Tao Tai was well acquainted with the eastern wasteland, being adjacent to the southern barbarian lands, where the strongest beings numbered only a handful of quasi-emperors. He could easily obliterate them at will and could not fathom why Dtion would propose such an arrangement. Not angered by the insult, Dtion calmly asserted, as long as you comply with my request, I assure you will not be at a loss. He then produced 2 dark red pills. These are the Breaking Emperor pills. When consumed by a peak quasi-emperor, they grant the ability to transcend the heavenly tribulations and ascend to the status of a great emperor.
What?
At this revelation, the 4 demon kings sprang to their feet in astonishment. The demon clan's cultivation was far more arduous than that of humans, often exceeding 2 or 3 times the difficulty. Thus, they had languished at the quasi-emperor pinnacle for countless years, and the sight of the Breaking Emperor pills in Dtion's hands ignited their fervent desire.
Dtion glanced at them before returning his gaze to the contemplative Tao Tai, inquiring, have you made your decision?
After a prolonged silence, Tao Tai's lips curled into a slight smile as he declared, for Breaking Emperor pills, and I shall agree.
Your appetite is rather excessive. Dtion's expression darkened, revealing his displeasure. Do you not comprehend the value of these pills?
Tao Tai coldly retorted, and what of it? If you wish for my assistance, you must demonstrate sincerity. Besides, you slaughtered countless powerful beings of the demon clan and caused me to lose 4 demon kings without recompense. Should you not offer some form of compensation?
Dtion found himself momentarily speechless.
Were it not for his need for the demon clan's support, he would have annihilated them without hesitation. Suppressing his murderous intent, Dtion somberly replied, I can add one more. Aware that he had Dtion in a compromising position, Tao Tai seized the opportunity and shook his head resolutely.
No, it must be 4. Not a single one less.
Chapter 51. The winds of the eastern wilderness begin to rise. Observing the tenacious expression on the face of his adversary, Tion's countenance darkened to an extreme. That cursed Emperor pill was something he had acquired through the expenditure of villain points, obtained from the system. To amass villain points, one must vanquish the children of destiny. The greater their fortune, the more villain points one could gain. These points could be exchanged with the system for various treasures and techniques of heaven and earth. Over the years, the children of destiny had been scarce, and recently, the emergence of a celestial tomb had nearly depleted all his villain points. Cursed wretches, one day I shall have you torn to shreds, Tion silently cursed. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions, and fixed a fierce gaze upon Tao Tai, gritting his teeth as he stated, I accept your terms. As expected of the heavenly emperor, he truly is magnanimous. Seeing him in a bind brought immense satisfaction to Tao Tai. Tion snorted coldly, then inwardly inquired, System, how many villain points do I have left? The villain system responded, 9,000 remaining. Nearly that few. An emperor pill costs 1,000 villain points, yet what is the worth of slaying a child of destiny? Tion felt a pang of anguish, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Exchange for 2 more emperor pills. Ding! 2,000 villain points deducted. Upon completing the exchange, Tion tossed 4 emperor pills to Tao Tai, coldly declaring, Take them. If you fail to accomplish the task, you shall face the consequences. Upon hearing this menacing proclamation, Tao Tai remained unperturbed, instead laughing, Fear not, this sovereign would never deceive you. Boom! Meanwhile, above Lingxiao sect, hundreds of figures either stood suspended in the air or soared upon swords, exuding auras ranging from the Golden Core realm to the Divine Soul realm, completely surrounding the Lingxiao sect in a tight encirclement. Whoosh, below, within Lingxiao sect, dozens of figures rushed out, all high-ranking members of the sect. Seeing this situation, Sect Master Qiaoyi furrowed his brow in deep concern and stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon the 2 Divine Soul realm cultivators at the forefront of the crowd, demanding, Han Yong, Shui Wen, what brings you 2 here with such a multitude? Han Yong was the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect, while Shui Wen was the sect master of the Wujizong. Qiaoyi was baffled. His sect had no grievances with either of them, yet witnessing their aggressive approach, he could surmise their ill intentions. Han Yong squinted his eyes slightly and sneered, Sect Master Qiao, I sincerely apologize, but someone seeks the lives of your Lingxiao sect members, and we are merely here to fulfill our orders. Sect Master Qiao, if you surrender now, perhaps we can show you some leniency and spare your life, but the others must die. Shui Wen chimed in. Their voices were as frigid as ice, chilling the hearts of everyone within Lingxiao sect, causing them to tremble involuntarily. Qiaoyi's eyes widened in disbelief as he roared, Have you lost your minds? My Lingxiao sect is a vassal of the Miao Miao Sacred Land, do you not fear retribution from them? The formidable strength of the Miao Miao Sacred Land was well known throughout the eastern wilderness, and Qiaoyi could not fathom the audacity of these men to threaten annihilation. Ha ha ha! Upon hearing this, Han Yong and Shui Wen burst into uproarious laughter, their mirth echoing through the void. Shui Wen cast a disdainful glance at Qiaoyi and coldly remarked, The surrounding area of 100 miles has long been cleared by us, as long as we act swiftly, who would know it was our doing? You! Qiaoyi angrily pointed at them, his body trembling with rage. He never imagined that even when invoking the name of the Miao Miao Sacred Land, these 2 would remain so brazen. With a grave expression, Qiaoyi asked, Is it the Divine Martial Empire that has instigated you to do this? At this, a flicker of panic crossed the faces of Han Yong and Shui Wen, a subtle shift that Qiaoyi's keen perception swiftly caught. He inwardly mused, just as I suspected, these individuals are vassals of the Divine Martial Empire. Had it not been for Qin Xiaotian's orders, they would not dare act so recklessly. Realizing this, Qiaoyi's face darkened. He understood that Lingxiao sect was doomed this time, though he was in the late stage of the Divine Soul realm, surpassing Han Yong and Shui Wen by a minor realm. He could not withstand the combined might of their 2 sections. Immediately, he turned to the high-ranking members behind him and urgently commanded, Activate the protective formation. Boom! In an instant, a dazzling white light erupted skyward, forming an impenetrable shield that enveloped the entire Lingxiao sect. Seeing this scene, Han Yong's lips curled into a cold smile. Do you really believe this mere formation can hinder us? Let us resolve this swiftly to avoid prolonged complications. Shui Wen urged. Han Yong nodded, then bellowed, Attack together. Thud thud thud, the members of the Heavenly Sword sect and Wujizong shouted in unison, unleashing various supernatural abilities upon the formation with fierce intensity. The protective formation began to tremble violently, as if it might shatter at any moment. Damn it, Qiaoyi cursed inwardly, his back drenched in cold sweat. Lingxiao sect had only recently allied with the Miao Miao Sacred Land and lacked communication stones. Now, surrounded as they were, it was impossible to summon reinforcements. You shall pay dearly for your actions today. Qiaoyi roared in uncontrollable fury. Han Yong and Chui Wan, however, scoffed at his words, paying them no heed as they continued their relentless assault on the formation. Xiao Yi quickly turned to those controlling the formation and shouted, "Hold your ground." With that, he swiftly darted inside Lingxiao sect. Inside, upon hearing the commotion, Xiao Yan rushed out only to collide with the oncoming Xiao Yi.
"Father, what is happening?"
Xiao Yan asked anxiously without answering his son's question. Xiao Yi grasped his arm and led him to a room, then opened a cellar in response to Xiao Yan's bewildered gaze. With a grave expression, Xiao Yi instructed, "Yener, you must remember what I am about to say. Our Lingxiao sect is finished. The vassal forces of the Divine Martial Empire, the Heavenly Sword sect and Wujizong, are here to kill us. You must convey this message to the Miao Miao sacred land and seek vengeance for us. In the future, when I am no longer here, you must cultivate diligently. Do you understand?" Xiao Yan stood there, dumbfounded, his mind in a haze. In that moment, he finally comprehended why his usually composed father was in such a state of panic, and tears streamed down his face.
"Father, can't we leave together?"
Xiao Yi gently wiped away his tears, patting his shoulder with a smile. A man must not shed tears easily.
"You must be strong. I cannot leave, and even if I could, what would happen to the others?"
Then, Xiao Yi removed his storage ring and handed it to Xiao Yan.
"Inside are some cultivation resources. Take them." "I don't want it." Xiao Yan pushed it away vehemently, distressed. "Father, I don't want to leave you."
With a sigh, Xiao Yi was about to speak once more when a series of piercing screams echoed in his ears, signaling that the formation had been breached. He immediately waved his hand, knocking Xiao Yan unconscious. After placing him in the cellar and restoring the surrounding area to conceal any signs of disturbance, he murmured softly, "I fear I shall not witness the day you become a formidable warrior." With that, he turned and left the room. Chapter 52 The Destruction of Lingxiao Sect and the Earthquake in the Eastern Wilderness. The chilling cries of anguish echoed through the heavens, resembling the wails of malevolent spirits. At that moment, Lingxiao Sect transformed into a hell on earth, with nearly 1,000 disciples mercilessly slaughtered, their lifeless bodies strewn across the landscape, a sight so harrowing that it could turn one's stomach. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of blood rushing out from the sect. Xiao Yiji beheld the horrific scene before him, his face contorting into a mask of rage as he roared, "Han Yong, Chui Wan, I will never forgive you." Boom! In an instant, Xiao Yiji unleashed the full extent of his late-stage spirit realm cultivation, brandishing his sword as he charged towards the 2men. This moment, a singular thought consumed his mind. To avenge his fallen brethren by slaying these two foes. "How dare you speak so arrogantly when your demise is imminent? Let us strike together and end this swiftly." Han Yong and Chui Wan exchanged cold smirks. To them, Xiao Yiji was merely a dying man grasping at straws. The mid-stage spirit realm power surged forth from their bodies as they drew their swords, pouncing upon Xiao Yiji like ravenous tigers. Clang, 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 the clash of blades created a dazzling display of light and sound, with the resonating echoes of their strikes ringing out like thunder. For a fleeting moment, Xiao Yiji found himself ensnared in a coordinated assault from Han Yong and Chui Wan, his options dwindling as his complexion turned ashen. Despite his slight edge and strength, he struggled to withstand their relentless onslaught. "Even in death, I will make you pay a terrible price." A glint of murderous intent flashed in Xiao Yiji's eyes as his sword energy surged forth. Suddenly, he pivoted sharply, attacking Han Yong and Chui Wan with a ferocity that suggested he was prepared to embrace death. "Be cautious, he is desperate," Chui Wan warned in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Han Yong exchanged a glance with him, instantly grasping his intent. He leaped forward, intercepting Xiao Yiji's fierce assault. The two swords clashed violently. "Surrender, you are no match for us," Han Yong declared coldly. With a bitter smile, Xiao Yiji retorted with a sinister laugh, "You shall regret your actions today. The mysterious Holy Land will never let you go." Just as he spoke, an ominous sensation washed over him. Unbeknownst to him, Chui Wan had appeared behind him. Just as he turned to investigate, the air resonated with a chorus of sword cries. Buzz, hundreds of sword energies sliced through the sky like ferocious tigers, aiming directly at his back. Caught off guard, Xiao Yiji was struck by the overwhelming force of the sword energy, the excruciating pain fracturing his concentration. Seeing this, Han Yong recognized the opportunity. He swiftly executed a thrusting technique, pushing Xiao Yiji back. Following this, he leaped into the air, employing a foundational sword technique, swiftly severing Xiao Yiji's hands in a single fluid motion, and then delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying. The entire sequence was executed with remarkable grace and precision. Bang! "Ah, my hands, my hands!" Deprived of his hands, Xiao Yiji, despite being a formidable spirit realm cultivator, could not endure the sheer agony, and he screamed in torment. With the sound of approaching footsteps, Han Yong and Chui Wan strode towards him, gazing at the blood-soaked Xiao Yiji writhing on the ground in agony. Their eyes reflected no semblance of pity.
Was it truly necessary to go this far? Han Yong remarked coldly. Wouldn't it have been better to surrender sooner?
Chui Wen concurred, for they harbored no deep-seated enmity. They were merely following orders. They had previously urged Xiao Yiji to capitulate, promising him mercy, yet he had chosen the path of self-destruction.
Ha 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 ha.
In response to their words, Xiao Yiji stifled his pain and let out a chilling, maniacal laugh, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently upon them.
You may witness my end today, but tomorrow you shall meet the same fate. I will await you in the underworld.
With a final, haunting laugh, a flash of cold light erupted, and Xiao Yiji fell lifeless to the ground, slain by a single stroke of the sword. Upon witnessing Xiao Yiji's demise, Han Yong and Chui Wen shouted to those around them, "Search thoroughly, leave no survivors."
The following morning, a staggering piece of news swept across the entire eastern wilderness.
The shocking announcement of the annihilation of Lingxiao sect, with over 1,000 members exterminated and no survivors, spread like wildfire, leaving all in stunned disbelief.
Whose audacity is this to commit such a heinous act? Do they not realize that Lingxiao sect is a vassal of the mysterious Holy Land? You are unaware, but I happened to pass by there. A mere glance nearly made me vomit. Lingxiao sect resembled a scene from hell, with corpses and dismembered remains littering the ground. The horror was unimaginable. If nothing else, the mysterious Holy Land is sure to pursue the perpetrators of this atrocity.
The atmosphere in the eastern wilderness grew tense, as if a great earthquake was impending, and all eyes turned towards the mysterious Holy Land. Weaker vassal forces trembled with fear, anxious not to share in Lingxiao sect's fate, hastily sending their members to the mysterious Holy Land in hopes of gathering information and seeking refuge. When news of Lingxiao sect's destruction reached them, the Holy Master Lu Mubai and the elders convened within the grand hall. The atmosphere in the hall was palpably heavy. Bang! Lu Mubai slammed his hand onto the table, rising to his feet, and bellowed at the 5 elders below, "It has been so long, and you have yet to discover who is responsible?" At that moment, Lu Mubai was on the brink of fury. Lingxiao sect had only recently pledged allegiance to the mysterious Holy Land, and now it had been utterly exterminated. The gravity of this situation was profound, eroding the trust of other factions in the mysterious Holy Land. They were all on edge, fearing repercussions, and were sending representatives to demand retribution against the culprits. Yet, after extensive investigation, they had yielded no results. Chen Tian cleared his throat and stated, "Holy Master, I have sent people to Lingxiao sect and even scoured the surrounding area for 100 miles, but we have found nothing. However, I cannot shake the feeling that this is a deliberate conspiracy against the mysterious Holy Land."
A conspiracy?
Lu Mubai furrowed his brow. Chen Tian nodded, elaborating, "Indeed, I have questioned many along the way, and their responses were strikingly similar. They were bribed with spirit stones to vacate the vicinity of Lingxiao sect."
Such a thing exists.
Lu Mubai was taken aback. He understood that if this were true, it would undoubtedly signify a calculated scheme targeting the mysterious Holy Land.
With this in mind, Lu Mubai hastily inquired, "Have we located the individual who bribed those to leave?"
Chapter 53. No clue found. Li Kuang arrives. However, upon hearing this, Chen Tian could only shake his head in resignation. From the mouths of those cultivators who had obtained spirit stones, he learned that the individual who had bribed them was an utterly unfamiliar face, possessing scant information, rendering any investigation into this person's identity utterly fruitless. Witnessing this scene, Lu Mubai's expression instantly darkened. Observing this, Chen Tian spoke again, "Holy Master, please grant me a little more time. I vow to unearth the culprit. We must dispatch more personnel for the investigation, as this matter pertains to the reputation of our Miao Miao sacred land."
Lu Mubai nodded solemnly and replied, "Indeed."
Furthermore, send someone to appease the sentiments of the subordinate powers below. Given the current situation, no amount of anxiety will prove beneficial. Our immediate priority must be to stabilize the emotions of those affiliated forces, to prevent them from descending into panic. After all, the repercussions for our Miao Miao sacred land are exceedingly grave.
Chen Tian nodded in agreement, understood.
Creak, a sound echoed through the ruins of Lingxiao sect. Bang, a massive stone was sent flying by an unseen force, and shortly after, a young boy painfully clawed his way out from beneath the rubble.
What is this? Xiaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief as he surveyed the surrounding devastation that had reduced Lingxiao sect to mere ruins. His complexion swiftly drained of color, as though all strength had left his body. He wobbled precariously, nearly collapsing onto the ground. He fought back tears, mustering the strength to take a step forward with his trembling legs. At that moment, there were no corpses in sight, yet the ground was stained with pools of still fresh blood, the acrid scent of iron filling the air. Xiaoyan could no longer bear the weight of his despair and collapsed onto the ground. He mumbled to himself, "Father and the others, they are all gone." Initially, he could hardly accept the reality before him, yet the brutal truth of the scene forced him to confront this grim fact.
His father and his brothers and sisters had perished, leaving him utterly alone. Memories of tender moments spent with his father and companions flashed through his mind, causing tears to flow unbidden down his cheeks. Having lost his mother at a young age, his father had always showered him with affection, fulfilling his every desire to the best of his ability. Even though Qiaoyan's talent was mediocre, and he had only reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment at the age of 17, his father had never chastised him. On the contrary, his father continuously encouraged him, assuring him that as long as he did not give up, he would one day soar like a great rock, rising to prominence as a formidable powerhouse. Even in his final moments, his father had shielded him from harm, yet now, his father was forever gone. Why did this happen? Tianjin sect and Woji sect, why did you kill my father? What was the reason? Xiaoyan raised his head to the heavens, releasing a heart-wrenching roar. In that instant, the innocence that once shone in his eyes was replaced by an all-consuming hatred. All that remained in Xiaoyan's heart was a singular obsession to avenge his father and the brothers and sisters of the sect. With that resolve, he slowly rose from the ground, casting one last glance at Lingxiao's sect before resolutely setting off into the distance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, his silhouette appeared particularly desolate, yet no one could foresee that a peerless prodigy was destined to emerge from this very moment. Miao Miao Peiki Xiaoqing had spent these past few days in a state of blissful indulgence, either savoring exquisite celestial brews or lounging in tranquil slumber, living a life of unparalleled ease. Not far away, a towering figure gradually approached. It was none other than Li Kuang. Li Kuang gazed at Yi Xiaoqing, who lay peacefully asleep beneath a great tree, a flicker of turmoil in his eyes. After a long pause, he finally steeled himself and strode forward.
Junior pays respects to senior.
Upon hearing the voice, Yi Xiaoqing slowly opened his eyes, blinking in a daze. He turned to the source of the sound and, upon catching sight of Li Kuang standing cautiously to the side, could not help but break into a chuckle.
Ah, it's you, you rascal.
Li Kuang felt a tinge of embarrassment at the remark and scratched his head awkwardly, as if slightly abashed. This scene elicited another round of laughter from Yi Xiaoqing, who recalled how Li Kuang had once been a fierce character, yet today appeared utterly transformed.
How peculiar. Subsequently, Yi Xiaoqing inquired with a smile, you don't mean to challenge me again, do you?
Li Kuang was taken aback by the question, shaking his head vigorously. Senior, please don't jest.
How could I possibly be your opponent?
Ever since being soundly thrashed last time, resulting in a month-long recovery, Li Kuang had come to a clear understanding of his own capabilities. Had it not been for the senior's mercilessness, he would surely have met his demise. Now, Li Kuang held a profound admiration for Yi Xiaoqing. Every time he recalled the ease with which Yi Xiaoqing had taught him a lesson, a shiver ran down his spine. Even if given tenfold courage, he would not dare to broach the subject of a rematch.
Oh?
Yi Xiaoqing's eyes narrowed slightly at Li Kuang's response.
Then what brings you here today?
After a moment of silence, Li Kuang revealed a grave secret.
Senior, the Divine Martial Dynasty is preparing to make a move against the Miao Miao Sacred Land. The Divine Martial Dynasty?
Yi Xiaoqing's brow furrowed in confusion, his gaze fixed on Li Kuang, awaiting further explanation.
Li Kuang continued, what you may not know is that Qin Xiaotian has already broken through to the Emperor realm recently. He sought me out, urging me to assist him in targeting the Miao Miao Sacred Land.
Moreover, he presented a pill called the Breaking Emperor Pill, claiming that any cultivator at the peak of the pseudo-emperor realm who consumed it could directly transcend the heavenly tribulation and achieve the emperor rank.
Such a thing exists? Yi Xiaoqing's interest was piqued as he regarded Li Kuang with keen curiosity.
Li Kuang nodded fervently, affirming the truth of his words. He added, Qin Xiaotian also promised that if I agreed, he would give me the Breaking Emperor Pill to help me become an emperor, and with additional allies, we could obliterate the Miao Miao Sacred Land.
However, I did not consent.
Yi Xiaoqing remained silent for a moment, then countered, given such enticing conditions from Qin Xiaotian, why did you refuse?
Li Kuang cleared his throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed.
Senior, I am well aware of your formidable strength.
Qin Xiaotian is merely courting death. I wish to live a few more years. Furthermore, I aspire to have you as my master.
As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Kuang fell to his knees before Yi Xiaoqing with a thud.
Ha ha ha.
Upon witnessing this, Yi Xiaoqing erupted into hearty laughter. He could never have anticipated that Li Kuang would take such a bold step. Chapter 54 The Path of Domineering. Xiaoyan arrived and glanced at Yi Xiaoqing, who was looking down at Li Kuang, slightly embarrassed.
With curiosity, he inquired, what made you wish to take me as your master?
Li Kuang lifted his head, determination glimmering in his eyes, and replied, in the past, I was overly arrogant in challenging you, senior. During that battle, I not only recognized my own inadequacies but was also awed by your formidable strength. Thus, I desire to become your disciple. This matter had weighed heavily on Li Kuang's mind for quite some time. He had been stagnating at the peak of the quasi-emperor level, merely a step away from entering the realm of the emperor, yet he had been unable to break through. Having witnessed Yi Shaoqing's unparalleled might, he felt the urge to seek guidance from him, believing that such mentorship would undoubtedly enable his ascension to the emperor level. As for why he declined Qin Xiaotian's offer to join in the annihilation of the mysterious sacred land using the broken emperor pill to achieve a breakthrough, he could only say, while he may be fierce, he is not foolish. With someone as unfathomably powerful as Yi Shaoqing around, Qin Xiaotian could never hope to succeed. It would merely be a path to self-destruction. Upon hearing this, Yi Shaoqing did not respond immediately. Instead, he picked up a wine gourd and took a delicate sip of the fine wine. After a brief silence, he shook his head at Li Kuang and said, "I will not take you as my disciple." Li Kuang was momentarily taken aback and urgently asked, "Why, senior?" He could not comprehend why, despite his considerable talent, the elder would refuse to accept him. For a moment, he felt somewhat disheartened. Why, Yi Shaoqing explained, "I do not select disciples based on talent alone, I consider fate and affinity. To speak frankly, I rather admire your tenacious spirit, but it has not yet met my criteria for accepting a disciple." Upon hearing these words, Li Kuang fell silent. He felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, letting out a sigh as a bitter smile crept onto his lips. Indeed, it was only natural that someone as powerful as the senior would have standards that he could not meet. He chastised himself for overthinking and acting impulsively. Observing Li Kuang's furrowed brow, devoid of his usual arrogance, Yi Shaoqing couldn't help but chuckle. "Why wear such a glum expression? While I may not accept you as a disciple, I can still offer you some guidance." Li Kuang's eyes instantly brightened at the prospect. Without waiting for him to speak, Yi Shaoqing's voice preceded him. "Your strength is already sufficient to break through to the emperor level. You have simply strayed from the correct path." Li Kuang was indeed powerful. Among the quasi-emperors in the eastern wilderness, if he claimed the second spot, none would dare contest him for the first, as his cultivation had surpassed the peak quasi-emperor level, and he was merely one opportunity away from becoming an emperor. Strayed from the path? Li Kuang murmured, his eyes filled with confusion, clearly failing to grasp the meaning behind those words. "Precisely," Yi Shaoqing affirmed with a nod. "The current celestial energy is weak, leading to a scarcity of spiritual essence, which cannot sustain a quasi-emperor's breakthrough to the emperor level. If you wish to advance, you must carve your own path and transcend into the Tao." Li Kuang listened with increasing bewilderment. Despite being a peak quasi-emperor, he still found these esoteric concepts rather elusive. He quickly responded respectfully, "I humbly request your guidance, senior. I would be eternally grateful." Yi Shaoqing smiled slightly, his tone leisurely. "Your path is clear, much like your character, unyielding and brimming with arrogance. As long as you persevere, it shall be a path of dominion. However, you must correct one thing in the future. Think carefully before acting, and do not be too rash. This is your flaw." Dominion. The word echoed in Li Kuang's mind, resonating like a profound sound, breaking the threshold that had confined him for years, like shattered ice, revealing a clear path ahead. A faint aura of the emperor emanated from within him. Li Kuang's heart soared with joy, and he excitedly bowed to Yi Shaoqing. "Thank you, senior, for your guidance. You are indeed a promising disciple." Yi Shaoqing nodded with satisfaction, quietly praising him. He had not anticipated that Li Kuang's comprehension would be so strong. Grasping his words so swiftly. Following this, Yi Shaoqing casually waved his hand, and a tome titled The Dominant Celestial Scripture flew before Li Kuang. Upon sensing the dense celestial aura emanating from the tome, Li Kuang's eyes widened in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. A celestial-level scripture? Not long ago, the Grand Elder Su Feng had brought back several imperial-level scriptures from the celestial tomb, which had already astounded him, but now, this celestial-level scripture left him utterly dumbfounded. Without thinking, Li Kuang swallowed hard and cautiously asked, "As senior, is this for me?" Yi Shaoqing smiled and nodded. What else could it be? Gasping in surprise, Li Kuang quickly tucked the scripture into his robe, as if fearing Yi Shaoqing might change his mind. Observing this scene, Yi Shaoqing smiled faintly and resumed sipping his wine, gazing into the distance with a look of leisurely enjoyment. Once Li Kuang's excitement had somewhat settled, he seemed to recall something and suddenly spoke, "Senior, what are your thoughts on the divine martial dynasty's plans to deal with the mysterious sacred land? If you require assistance, I shall rally the full strength of my sect to aid you." Li Kuang's face was resolute as he spoke. Why Yi Shaoqing did not answer directly. Instead, he casually remarked, "How can a flickering candle contend with the brilliance of the sun and moon?" Li Kuang was deeply shaken by this powerful declaration, instinctively wiping his forehead, though no sweat was present. He mused, only this venerable elder could utter such bold words. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been terrified into submission. After all, Qin Xiaotian was now an emperor. The two continued to chat casually for a while, and as Li Kuang began to feel an overwhelming urge to bid farewell, eager to return for seclusion, Yi Shaoqing made no effort to retain him. After Li Kuang departed, he murmured softly, "Emperor Tian, your reach extends too far, how dare you act so recklessly with me here?" He could easily guess that Qin Xiaotian's rise to emperor and his intent to suppress the mysterious sacred land were undoubtedly influenced by the celestial palace. As for the so-called broken emperor pill that could assist peak quasi-emperors in breaking through to become emperors, it surely bore the hallmarks of that nefarious system. After all, such things could only be concocted by that villainous system. Even Emperor Tian would be incapable of such feats, yet Yi Shaoqing was unconcerned. They were merely ants, and should he wish, he could eradicate them at any time.
Is this the mysterious sacred land?
Nearby, Xiaoyan stood, slightly raising his head to gaze at the grand and imposing mountain gate above, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He had heard numerous tales about the mysterious sacred land, but this was his first visit. Chapter 55 of the Five Elders Mobilize. The winds begin to howl. The Holy Master, outside the mountain gate, received a visitor who claimed to be from the Lingxiao sect. Within the Grand Hall, Lu Mubai was consumed with anxiety over the massacre of the Lingxiao sect. As the perpetrators remained elusive upon hearing the news, a flicker of joy illuminated Lu Mubai's face, and he promptly instructed the disciple who had brought the message, "Quickly let him in." Before long, Xiaoyan entered, guided by a disciple from the ethereal sacred land. Lifting his gaze to the imposing figure of Lu Mubai, whose presence was both commanding and fierce, Xiaoyan clasped his hands in salute and proclaimed, "I am Xiaoyan, son of Xiaoyi, the master of the Lingxiao sect. I pay my respects to the Holy Master." Although Xiaoyan was merely a nascent cultivator, he exhibited no trace of fear in the presence of the mighty Holy Master Lu Mubai. This scene did not escape Lu Mubai's notice, and a sense of satisfaction blossomed within him. That he then inquired of Xiaoyan, "Do you know who is responsible for the slaughter of the Lingxiao sect?" A flash of hatred flickered in Xiaoyan's eyes as he promptly replied, "To the Holy Master, the culprits are the vassal forces of the divine martial dynasty, the Tiandao sect and the Wuzhizong." "What?" Lu Mubai erupted, springing to his feet and bellowing, "Damn the divine martial dynasty! So it was you who conspired behind our backs?" At that moment, the five elders, who had just received word and arrived, witnessed Lu Mubai in a fit of rage and collectively inquired, "Holy Master, what has transpired?" Lu Mubai then recounted the events that had just unfolded. As the elders absorbed his account, their fury ignited. Chen Tian voiced his outrage, "Holy Master, I propose we immediately lead a force to eradicate the Tiandao sect and the Wuzhizong, and then demand an explanation from the divine martial dynasty." "Indeed, we concur," the other elders echoed in unison. The audacity of the divine martial dynasty to brazenly assault the vassal forces of the ethereal sacred land was nothing short of reckless folly. Lu Mubai nodded in agreement, declaring, "Excellent, you five shall proceed together to annihilate the Tiandao sect and the Wuzhizong, making it clear that the majesty of our ethereal sacred land is not to be trifled with." "Understood," the five elders responded in unison. Just as they prepared to depart, Xiaoyan stepped forward and said, "Esteemed elders, I wish to accompany you." The elders and Lu Mubai paused, collectively sighing. As the son of the Lingxiao sect's master, it was evident to all that Xiaoyan sought vengeance for the tragic fate of his sect. Observing this, Lu Mubai turned to Chen Tian, saying, "Allow him to join us, but ensure his safety." Chen Tian nodded in affirmation and then addressed the other elders, Liang Xiu, Gui Jia, and Tanhua, saying, "You three will head to the Wuzhizong, while Elder Lu and I will go to the Tiandao sect." "Very well," the three acknowledged. Following this, Chen Tian took Xiaoyan by the side, and in an instant, the five elders vanished from the grand hall, splitting into two groups as they soared towards the Tiandao sect and the Wuzhizong. Rumbling thunder echoed, the full might of their cultivation was unleashed, a formidable aura at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor level surged skyward. In that moment, countless cultivators gazed upward towards the direction of the ethereal sacred land, their eyes filled with astonishment.
What is the ethereal sacred land planning? My goodness, all five elders have mobilized. What momentous event is unfolding? Let us not ponder too long, we must follow. Surely, a spectacle awaits us. Indeed, let us go and witness the unfolding drama.
Rumbling thunder, above the Tiandao sect, a tremendous holy might cascaded, dark clouds roiling, as two sacred weapons hovered ominously above, poised to strike down upon the sect below. The two beams of sword energy, forged from holy might, cleaved the Tiandao sect's grand hall in twain, the powerful shockwave obliterating countless structures. Hearing the commotion, Han Yong and several high-ranking members rushed out, only to be met with the sight of the Tiandao sect reduced to a wasteland, igniting his fury.
Who dares to cause chaos within my Tiandao sect?
At that moment, a cold voice resonated from the clouds.
Tiandao sect, your audacity knows no bounds. How dare you slay the vassal forces of the ethereal sacred land?
As the voice reached his ears, Han Yong trembled, quickly looking in the direction from whence it came. Three figures materialized before him. Feeling the quasi-emperor pressure radiating from them and recalling their words, Han Yong's face paled in terror as he stammered, "Why, you are the elders of the ethereal sacred land." "Humph." Chen Tian scoffed, casting a sharp glare at him before raising his hand. With a resounding clap, Han Yong was sent hurtling through the air by a colossal hand of condensed spiritual energy, crashing into several buildings before finally coming to a halt. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Han Yong stared in horror at the sky. A confusion swirled within him. Despite the meticulous plans laid to eradicate the Lingxiao sect, including clearing out all surrounding cultivators, how had the ethereal sacred land discovered their actions? Chen Tian bellowed, "Speak, why did you slaughter the entire Lingxiao sect? Were you instructed to do so by the divine martial dynasty?" By now, a throng of onlookers had gathered, their eyes wide with disbelief at Chen Tian's revelation.
No one had anticipated that the true culprits behind the massacre of the Lingxiao sect were, in fact, the Tiandao sect. This could spell calamity for the divine martial dynasty, should the accusation hold true. In an instant, countless gazes converged upon Han Yong, eager to hear his response. The immense pressure made Han Yong tremble uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring from him like a burst dam. The order to annihilate the Lingxiao sect had indeed come from Qin Shaotian, but he dared not confess. Even if he were to survive today, he would surely meet his end tomorrow. "Then it seems there is no need for your Tiandao sect to exist," Chen Tian declared coldly, then turned to Elder Lu, saying, "Elder Lu, please proceed to deal with the others." "Not a problem. This task is my forte." Louis Dao grinned to eye, and the next instant, his figure vanished from sight. A chorus of chilling screams erupted, echoing through the skies, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard. "Ah!" Louis Dao appeared like a reaper, charging into the Tiandao sect, where sword lights flickered, and disciples fell into pools of blood. "I don't want to die. Master, please save us." "Han Yong, you disgrace the title of sect master. Had it not been for you, how would our Tiandao sect have faced such a cataclysm?" Listening to the wails surrounding him, Han Yong trembled violently, unable to respond, paralyzed by fear. "Ha ha ha. Han Yong, I never imagined you could be so heartless, as your sect's disciples perish because of you, and yet you remain silent." Chen Tian mocked. Chapter 56, The Ruthlessness of Qiaoyan. Stepping into the divine martial dynasty before long, all over 1,000 disciples of the heavenly sword sect were ruthlessly slaughtered, with not a single soul left alive. Hiss! This scene caused all onlookers to involuntarily gasp in shock. The mysterious Holy Land, as the supreme power of the eastern wilderness, indeed strikes without warning, and when it does, it annihilates entire lineages. Truly terrifying. "Han Yong, given the circumstances, will you not reveal the mastermind behind this?" Chen Tian's icy gaze fixed upon Han Yong, and he slowly advanced toward him. "Speak now, and perhaps you may be granted a complete corpse. Please don't kill me." Han Yong trembled in fear at the sight of Chen Tian, who exuded a powerful aura and wielded a sacred weapon. His entire body quivered uncontrollably from terror. "You have 3 breaths to speak quickly. Is it not Qin Shaotian who instigated you?" Chen Tian bellowed, unleashing the might of his quasi-emperor presence, which sent Han Yong flying. 1, 2, the countdown began, yet Han Yong continued to struggle like a cornered beast, his eyes flickering, showing no intention of speaking, which incited Chen Tian's fury. "This is your own doing." Chen Tian's gaze sharpened, and in the next instant, his figure vanished from sight. Then, a series of anguished cries pierced the air. In an instant, Han Yong's tendons were severed, and his cultivation was utterly destroyed by Chen Tian. "Do not kill me. I will speak." Bloodied and powerless, Han Yong could no longer contain his overwhelming fear, shouting in a hoarse and desperate voice. "It was Qin Shaotian who commanded me. He said he wanted to deal with the mysterious Holy Land and instructed us to first eliminate your vassal forces. If we succeeded, he would help us raise our cultivation. I was wrong. Please spare me. I do not wish to die." Upon hearing this, all the onlookers were left in astonished silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. They never imagined that this matter was truly connected to the divine martial dynasty. Had the divine martial dynasty gone mad, how dare they harbor ill intentions toward the mysterious Holy Land? The thought of that formidable ancestor sent shivers down their spines, and it seemed that the divine martial dynasty was indeed facing inevitable doom. Chen Tian and Louis Dao exchanged glances, each recognizing a flicker of overwhelming murderous intent in the other's eyes. At that moment, bang, a bloodied and battered figure plummeted from the sky, crashing down beside Han Yong. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was none other than Cui Wen, the master of the Wuzhizong. Following this, 3 other elders of the mysterious Holy Land descended slowly from the void, approaching Chen Tian and Louis Dao, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. "Cough, cough. We have already spoken, please spare us." Cui Wen and Han Yong pleaded in unison, their voices filled with despair as they beheld each other's pitiful states.
They understood that this time, they were truly finished. Had they known it would end like this, they would never have agreed to Qin Xiaotian's demands, even under threat of death. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Chen Tian ignored their pleas, nearly casting a fleeting glance at them before turning his attention to Qiao Yan, saying, "How to deal with them is for you to decide." Clop, clop, clop. Qiao Yan stepped forward, images of his father and the members of his sect flashing through his mind. In an instant, he was engulfed by a torrent of hate, each step echoing heavily in the air. The sound reached Han Yong and Shui Wen's ears like the countdown to their demise, sending chills down their spines. Standing before them, Qiao Yan spoke in a voice that was chillingly cold and menacing. "Did you ever consider that there would be a day like this when you slaughtered my Lingxiao sect?" Hearing his words and recognizing the familiar face of Qiao Yan, Han Yong and Shui Wen struggled to suppress their fear, speaking in unison, Who are you?" "Ha ha ha." Qiao Yan suddenly threw back his head and laughed maniacally, his laughter reverberating ominously in the ears of the crowd. With a piercing gaze, he fixated on them, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "I am Qiao Yan, and my father is Qiao Yizhi. Do you two masters remember?" "What?" they exclaimed in shock. They could hardly fathom that this young man before them was the son of Qiao Yizhi. They distinctly recalled having annihilated the Lingxiao sect, leaving no trace, not even an ant. How had Qiao Yan survived? In that moment, Han Yong and Shui Wen realized why the mysterious Holy Land had deduced it was their doing. It must have been Qiao Yan who had informed them. With this thought, Han Yong hastily explained, "Young Master Qiao, we were forced by Qin Xiaotian. He commanded us to act. Please, I implore you, show mercy and spare us." "Yes, young Master Qiao, you are magnanimous. Please forgive us. We are willing to serve you as humble servants to atone for our sins." Shui Wen chimed in, quickly dropping to his knees in supplication. However, how could Qiao Yan easily forgive them? He slowly drew a sharp sword from his storage ring, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Go below and apologize to my father and the brothers and sisters of the sect." Before they could utter a word, Qiao Yan's sword gleamed ominously, and a piercing scream shattered the skies. In the blink of an eye, Han Yong and Shui Wen were brutally dismembered, the gruesome spectacle sending a chill through the hearts of all present. Even the 5 elders were taken aback by his actions, silently acknowledging. This young man is destined for greatness. After all, in this world of the survival of the fittest, one must be more ruthless than others to wield power. Having experienced the destruction of his sect and the brutal death of his father, Qiao Yan would rise anew from the ashes today, reborn and transformed. "Father, Yenner has avenged you, you may now rest in peace." Qiao Yan knelt, raising his head to the sky in a mournful howl, tears streaming down his cheeks. Witnessing this scene, the elders could not help but sigh, then stepped forward to offer soft words of comfort. As Qiao Yan's emotions gradually settled, Chen Tian spoke solemnly to the elders, "The Holy Master has sent word. He has already headed to the Divine Martial Dynasty. We must hurry." The elders nodded in agreement. "In that case, let us depart. It is time to settle the score with the Divine Martial Dynasty and make Qin Xiaotian understand that the wrath of the mysterious Holy Land is not something he can bear." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, they burst into the void, followed closely by a throng of onlookers. Chapter 57 Lu Mubai battles Qin Xiaotian. In the skies above the Divine Martial Dynasty, Qin Xiaotian, with his arms crossed, surveyed the multitude of figures before him, thousands strong, his eyes betraying not a hint of unease. Below him stood 3,000 elite guards, all at the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm, with 2 of the deputy commanders having reached the late stages of the quasi-emperor level. "Humph," Lu Mubai let out a cold snort, his voice rising in anger at Qin Xiaotian. "Cease your pretense. I shall not indulge in idle chatter with you. You must provide an explanation for the actions of your subordinates in annihilating my Lingxiao sect." A flicker of barely perceptible emotion crossed Qin Xiaotian's eyes, quickly replaced by a mocking retort. "You may eat as you please, but do not speak as you wish. As the sovereign of a dynasty, how could I stoop to such despicable deeds? Everything requires evidence. If you claim I orchestrated this, then present your proof." Lu Mubai, incensed by Qin Xiaotian's brazen denial, was on the verge of speaking when a sudden voice interrupted him. "Since the emperor demands evidence, I shall provide it for you." As the words fell, the severed heads of Han Yong and Shui Wen came hurtling down from the clouds towards Qin Xiaotian. Upon witnessing this, Qin Xiaotian raised his hand and effortlessly reduced them to dust. His gaze then shifted upward, where Chen Tian and others slowly descended, followed by a throng of onlookers. Upon seeing the blood mist that was once the heads, Chen Tian derisively remarked, "Why did the emperor destroy the evidence? Is it because he feels guilty for his misdeeds?" Qin Xiaotian laughed coldly. "Evidence? What sort of evidence is this? Do you think you can simply present 2 heads as proof?" Truly, Qin Xiaotian, worthy of his imperial status, was exceptional. Even in the face of the destruction of the Heavenly Sword sect and the Wujizong, he continued to deny culpability, displaying a resolve that few could match, lying without so much as a quiver of his heart. Thunder rumbled ominously as the oppressive imperial might erupted from Lu Mubai, sweeping through the clouds. Qin Shaotian, if you refuse to admit guilt and provide my mysterious celestial sacred land with an explanation, today the divine martial dynasty will face total annihilation. Yet, Qin Shaotian showed no fear, instead letting out a light chuckle. Do you truly believe I fear you? In the next moment, an overwhelming imperial aura erupted from him, clashing against Lu Mubai's oppressive force and dispersing it entirely. This sudden turn of events left the gathered crowd in shock, their eyes wide in disbelief. Heavens, has Qin Shaotian become an emperor as well? When did he achieve such a breakthrough? Why was there no prior indication, not even a hint of a heavenly tribulation? A wave of astonishment washed over the onlookers, compounded by their confusion over Qin Shaotian's abrupt ascension to imperial status. As Lu Mubai sensed the imperial might emanating from Qin Shaotian, he spoke gravely. So it is true. I wondered why you, Qin Shaotian, suddenly exhibited such audacity. It appears you have become an emperor. However, do you think such power is sufficient to contend with my mysterious celestial sacred land? If you seek death, then I shall grant it. The heavens darkened, the earth trembled, and the imperial might surged. Lu Mubai unleashed a devastating punch aimed squarely at Qin Shaotian. Just as I hoped, Qin Shaotian felt elated, as this was his first strike since becoming an emperor. He responded with a palm strike of his own. The massive fist and palm, each imbued with an aura of invincibility, collided with ferocity. With a thunderous roar, the sound of shattering echoed, accompanied by piercing cries of agony. A significant number of onlookers, standing 1,000 meters away, were instantly obliterated by the overwhelming shockwave of imperial might.
Run for your lives!
They screamed in terror. From now on, even if it costs me my life, I will never dare to spectate a battle between emperors again. It is far too terrifying. In the void above, Lu Mubai regarded Qin Shaotian, his voice cold as ice. You possess some strength, but it is hardly impressive. With a hum, a golden sword shot forth from Lu Mubai's being, soaring like a streak of light into the heavens, its imperial pressure enveloping Qin Shaotian completely. Heavenly slaughtering sword. Upon witnessing this, Qin Shaotian's expression turned grave, his brow furrowing as he shouted, Shen Kuan Ding, rise! With a roar, a small cauldron flew out from within the divine martial dynasty, hovering steadily above Qin Shaotian's head. It began to swell rapidly, growing larger as it faced the terrifying sword might. The clash of imperial weapons transcended the quasi-emperor level, rivaling that of an actual emperor. Now, with an emperor at the helm, the full might of the two imperial weapons collided, unleashing a sound that shook the heavens. The sky dimmed, as if the end of days had arrived. As time passed, countless cultivators had gathered miles away. Upon witnessing this heart-stopping scene, fear gripped their hearts. Is this the battle of emperors wielding imperial weapons? Just a glimpse brings forth a sense of impending doom. As the tumult unfolded, Lu Mubai and Qin Shaotian remained locked in a stalemate, each commanding their imperial weapons. Yield, Qin Shaotian. Lu Mubai taunted. Qin Shaotian, momentarily taken aback, realized that, despite his emperor-level cultivation, he felt exceedingly fragile compared to Lu Mubai. His brow furrowed tightly as he bellowed, the outcome is still uncertain. Be suppressed. He immediately infused spiritual energy into the Qian Kuan Ding, its radiant imperial might surging to a new level as it charged towards the golden sword. Foolish jester, cease your futile struggles. Lu Mubai sneered disdainfully, pushing his hands forward. High above, the golden sword, now wielding 2 to 3 times its previous strength, struck the Qian Kuan Ding, sending it hurtling away. The sword's might did not dissipate. Instead, like a ferocious dragon, it cleaved through the air towards Qin Shaotian. Impossible. Qin Shaotian's eyes widened in horror as he hurriedly invoked his technique to defend. Dragon Emperor divine technique. However, the disparity in their strengths was too great, and Qin Shaotian was sent flying by the sword's overwhelming force. Thud, gasping for breath, the severely injured Qin Shaotian struggled to rise, before violently spitting blood, his expression grim. He could not fathom why, despite only being one minor realm below Lu Mubai, the gap felt insurmountable. At that moment, as he momentarily lost focus, a voice echoed, as if emerging from the depths of the underworld. The divine martial dynasty shall meet its doom today. You, Qin Shaotian, are destined to perish. Startled, Qin Shaotian looked up to see a fierce wave of sword energy, akin to a raging tiger, hurtling towards him. In a panic, he cried out, Senior, save me. No sooner had he spoken than the wind shifted dramatically. A figure clad in a black robe and wearing a mask with sharp, green features appeared before Qin Shaotian. To kill him, you are not yet worthy. With that, a cold, murderous intent flickered in the depths of the masked figure's obsidian eyes, and a vast imperial might erupted, shattering the approaching wave of sword energy into oblivion. Chapter 58. The Great Battle is imminent. Boom, the powerful aftermath of the Emperor's might surged forward, expanding relentlessly. At the forefront, Lu Mubai's expression changed drastically upon witnessing this, and he hurriedly retreated. Chen Tian and the other elders reacted swiftly, without a moment's hesitation, unleashing their own quasi-imperial might to form a solid barrier, shielding the members of the mysterious Holy Land behind them from the encroaching waves. This sudden turn of events left everyone present momentarily dazed, unable to react. The crowd instinctively looked up at the figure of Haifeng, who stood aloof in midair, his demeanor exuding an overwhelming presence that left them in shock. Just moments ago, Qin Xiaotian, who had narrowly escaped death, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Regaining his composure, he hurriedly approached Haifeng and clasped his fists, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, senior, for your assistance." Haifeng cast a sidelong glance at him, coldly scolding, "Useless waste. You are, after all, a great emperor, yet you find yourself in such a state." Yes, you are absolutely right, senior," Qin Xiaotian quickly responded with a forced smile. Though he spoke these words, he had already cursed Haifeng's ancestors in his heart. Rising from a state of abject poverty to his current stature, he had never before endured such humiliation, especially not in front of so many witnesses, which was a severe blow to his pride. Had it not been for his trepidation regarding Haifeng's strength, he would have long since unleashed a torrent of curses or struck him down with a single blow. "Humph," Haifeng snorted disdainfully, ignoring him and shifting his gaze to the vigilant Lu Mubai, who was fixated on him. "So, you are the master of the mysterious Holy Land?" Lu Mubai furrowed his brow, refraining from answering the question. Instead, he spoke in a low voice. "No wonder Qin Xiaotian has grown so brazen as to provoke our mysterious Holy Land. It appears he has you, a peak emperor, backing him." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. Countless individuals were taken aback, their pupils contracting in disbelief, unable to comprehend the presence of such a formidable peak emperor in their midst. Just as Haifeng was about to speak, Qin Xiaotian interjected, cutting him off with a brash declaration. "Lu Mubai, with Senior Haifeng here, how dare you speak so arrogantly? Are you tired of living? I advise you to surrender quickly, perhaps the senior will spare your lives." Lu Mubai, upon hearing this, regarded the arrogant and overbearing Qin Xiaotian with a cold snort, then retorted mockingly, "You, a defeated foe, have the audacity to pose as a threat here? You!" Qin Xiaotian was incensed by his words, ready to retort, but he caught sight of Haifeng's darkened expression, which was fixed upon him. "While I am speaking, if you dare to interrupt again, I will end you." A wave of fear washed over him, and the previously arrogant Qin Xiaotian instantly wilted, repeatedly apologizing and claiming it was unintentional, retreating to the side, no longer daring to utter a single word. Haifeng then turned his attention back to Lu Mubai, speaking in a tone laced with sarcasm. "Where is your ancestor? Bring him out to face me. You few quasi-emperors do not possess the qualifications to battle me."
At this declaration, the crowd was thrown into an uproar, astonished that Haifeng would openly challenge the elder of the mysterious Holy Land. Could he truly be this confident? The immense and unfathomable strength of the mysterious Holy Land's elder was well known throughout the eastern wilderness. While Haifeng might be a peak emperor, was he truly so arrogant? A disdainful smile crept across Lu Mubai's lips as he retorted, "You wish to meet the elder, you are not worthy. If you desire a battle, then come. I, Lu Mubai, fear not death." With a thunderous sound, the emperor's might surged forth from Lu Mubai, ascending into the heavens.
Chen Tian and the other 5 elders, along with over 1,000 disciples, prepared themselves, releasing their formidable cultivation. These individuals were the elite disciples of the mysterious Holy Land, with over 200 at the harmonization realm, and the rest situated between the spirit realm and the transcendence realm. "Ha ha ha," Haifeng laughed heartily, his voice deafening. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." Qin Xiaotian, perceiving the moment, raised his arm decisively. The 3,000 elite guards, under the command of 2 late-stage quasi-emperors, advanced in unison. With a single shout, the atmosphere between the two sides became tense to the extreme, as if the slightest spark could ignite a cataclysmic battle. "Enough of this nonsense, let us fight." Lu Mubai stepped forward, the overwhelming might of his imperial weapon soaring into the skies, enveloping the entire divine martial dynasty in its shadow. "Charge!" The elders behind him summoned their sacred weapons, leading the elite disciples of the mysterious Holy Land in a tidal wave toward Qin Xiaotian and the elite guards. "Kill!" In that instant, the two factions engaged in a fierce clash. The terrifying scene sent numerous onlookers fleeing in panic, desperate to escape the impending chaos. Heaven-slaying sword! Lu Mubai roared from above. He then activated his imperial weapon, drawing forth the surrounding spiritual energy like a vortex, continuously converging towards him. In the blink of an eye, it coalesced into a massive sword nearly 10,000 meters long, its overwhelming presence causing the very structures surrounding the divine martial dynasty to tremble and collapse. Slice! With a resounding boom, Lu Mubai unleashed his full strength against the peak emperor. The colossal sword, enveloped in imperial might, descended with unparalleled force, aimed directly at Haifeng's position. Yet, as the torrent of the great sword approached, Haifeng displayed no sign of panic, but rather smiled. "Indeed, you are a formidable master, but if you think this can match me, you are far from adequate. Open your eyes and witness the true power of an emperor." Before his words fell, a terrifying, suffocating pressure erupted from Hathing's being.
Heaven overturning Imperial Seal.
In an instant, a pitch-black Imperial Seal materialized from the void behind Hathing, hurtling toward the great sword with the force of a thunderbolt. Bang! At the moment of collision, Lumubai was sent flying several hundred meters away. Coughing, Lumubai struggled to rise from the ground, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, clearly wounded and striving to hold on.
Holy Master!
This sudden turn of events left the members of the mysterious Holy Land stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief. Chen Tian and the others hurriedly withdrew from the battlefield, rushing toward Lumubai when suddenly, a figure blocked their path. Qin Shaotian smirked coldly, trying to leave. Have you consulted me?
Chapter 59.
A whiff of celestial might shakes the world. Bang! Despite having sustained injuries in his earlier confrontation with Lumubai, Qin Shaotian remained an emperor of formidable stature. Although the five elders, including Chen Tian, had reached the pinnacle of quasi-emperor status, even their combined efforts could not withstand him for more than 50 exchanges. They were swiftly sent flying. In an instant, the tide of battle turned, and the mysterious sacred land found itself at a disadvantage. Now, do you yield? I offer you a chance. Summon your ancestor to meet me, and I shall spare you, leaving your bodies whole. The voice echoed as the black wind descended slowly from above, casting a disdainful gaze upon the half-kneeling Lumubai. With great effort, Lumubai, despite his grievous wounds, gritted his teeth and struggled to rise, meeting his opponent's gaze without a trace of fear, even tinged with mockery. I told you, you are unworthy to meet the ancestor. However, scarcely had the words left his lips when a surge of agonizing pain seized his abdomen, propelling him like a cannonball into the wall of a nearby structure. Bang! How audacious! The black wind snorted coldly, clearly enraged by Lumubai's retorts. Master, the disciples of the mysterious sacred land, embroiled in a fierce battle with the Imperial Guards, felt their fighting spirit surge upon witnessing Lumubai, barely clinging to life, collapsed on the ground.
Kill, let us fight to the end. Indeed, what is there to fear but death? Seeing this, the black wind gestured for Qin Shaotian to swiftly eliminate them. Qin Shaotian nodded eagerly, bellowing, everyone, charge. At that moment, Qin Shaotian was filled with exhilaration. If he could eradicate the members of the mysterious sacred land now, his divine martial dynasty would ascend to become the most powerful dominion in the eastern wilderness. The mere thought sent waves of excitement coursing through him. Just as he prepared to join the fray, boom, a series of deafening roars erupted, enveloping the entire realm in an overwhelming darkness. The void warped and twisted, the very fabric of space began to collapse inch by inch, and an endless torrent of chaotic energy surged in from the outside. A powerful aura emanating from a celestial source instantly filled the eastern wilderness. What is happening? This is the aura of a celestial being. Why does such a presence manifest in the eastern wilderness? In that moment, countless cultivators across the eastern wilderness were struck down in terror by the overwhelming celestial might, their eyes wide with horror as they gazed upon the disintegrating void. At the very moment this aura emerged, far away in the central state's heavenly palace, Emperor Tian suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze seemingly piercing through the river of time, fixated on the eastern wilderness. Damn it, has that fool lost his mind? Without a moment's thought, Emperor Tian realized that only one person could unleash such terrifying power: Yi Shaoqing, the very one who had previously injured him. Yet, he could not fathom why the Tianyun Great World, merely a medium-sized realm, could withstand the celestial might emanating from Yi Shaoqing. Did he not fear the annihilation of this world? Meanwhile, on the side of the divine martial dynasty, the fierce battle between the mysterious sacred land and the Imperial Guards came to an abrupt halt as all eyes turned skyward. Even the Black Wind and Qin Shaotian were no exception, their gazes filled with shock, utterly bewildered by the unfolding spectacle. Crack, with a soft sound, an irate voice thundered forth, "How dare you? You have the audacity to strike against the mysterious sacred land while I am present." In the next instant, a figure clad in white emerged, hovering in the air, surrounded by a chilling celestial aura. As the onlookers discerned his visage, the disciples of the mysterious sacred land erupted in fervent cheers. It is the Ancestor. The Ancestor has arrived. Heavens, it turns out the Ancestor is a celestial being. Ha, your divine martial dynasty is finished. Everyone present, including those who had merely gathered to spectate from afar, was profoundly shaken, utterly unprepared for the revelation that the mighty Ancestor of the mysterious sacred land was, in fact, a celestial being. In that moment, countless individuals grasped the truth behind the Ancestor's long absence. Rather than fading into obscurity over the millennia, he had only grown more powerful. He had transcended into a celestial existence. You are the Ancestor of the mysterious sacred land. The Black Wind gazed up at the ethereal figure, his face a mask of terror. Though merely a projection, the aura it radiated compelled him to tremble uncontrollably. Cursed be this fate, he could never have imagined that the Ancestor of the mysterious sacred land would be a celestial being. Had he known, even 1,000 lives would not have sufficed to embolden him to provoke the mysterious sacred land.
Yi Shaoqing did not spare him a glance. Instead, his gaze fell upon the gravely injured Lu Mubai and the other elders. He then unleashed several streams of celestial energy towards them. As the celestial energy coursed into their bodies, Lu Mubai and Chen Tian, who had been on the verge of death, miraculously recovered from their injuries, gradually regaining their senses. Lu Mubai and the others were met with the awe-inspiring sight of their ancestor, appearing as if a celestial being had descended into their midst. They hastily rose to their feet and, in unison, reverently exclaimed, "We pay our respects to the ancestor." At that moment, the eyes of Lu Mubai and the elders brimmed with fervor. They could not help but silently marvel. The ancestor is indeed a celestial being. Yi Shaoqing inclined his head slightly, then turned his gaze towards the Black Wind, addressing him in a calm yet commanding tone, "Kneel." With a resounding boom, the simplicity of his words carried the weight of a celestial monarch's authority, reverberating like thunder in the ears of the Black Wind, leaving him dizzy and causing his body to plummet from the air, knees crashing heavily to the ground. Thud! Yi Shaoqing's expression hardened as he turned his attention to the imperial guards of the divine martial dynasty, slowly raising his hand to gently clench it. The laws of heaven and earth surged like a tidal wave, distorting the space around these individuals. Bang! In an instant, the bodies of 3,000 imperial guards erupted, transforming into a mist of blood that was swept away by the wind, not a single cry of anguish escaping their lips. This harrowing scene sent shivers down the spines of countless onlookers, prompting those who had been idly spectating from a distance to flee without hesitation. They feared that lingering even a moment longer would result in their own demise under the celestial might. Simultaneously, a singular thought took root in their minds. The news of the ancestor of the mysterious sacred land being a celestial being must be spread far and wide. The mysterious sacred land is not to be trifled with. As the disciples of the mysterious sacred land witnessed their ancestor demonstrate his formidable prowess by effortlessly annihilating 2 quasi-emperor-level generals and 3,000 peak-cave heaven realm guards, they erupted into ecstatic cheers. "The ancestor is mighty, the ancestor is mighty, the ancestor is mighty." The resounding voices of jubilation reached the ears of the kneeling Black Wind, rendering him utterly dumbfounded. The earlier bravado dissipated, replaced by an all-consuming dread. He yearned to flee, yet the overwhelming celestial presence surrounding him rendered him immobile. "I in the void above." Yi Shaoqing regarded him with cold indifference, stating, "Did you not just express a desire to find me? Now that I stand before you, where is your former bravado?" The Black Wind was momentarily at a loss for words, fear fully consuming him, the pleas for mercy lodged in his throat, unable to escape. Chapter 60. In the Eastern Wilderness, there exists an immortal named Yi Shaoqing. The atmosphere around them fell into an eerie heaviness. The gazes of the members of the misty sacred ground pierced through the air like arrows, directed at the kneeling He Feng, their eyes filled with hostility and rage, as if they wished to tear him apart. Had it not been for his appearance, how could the misty sacred ground have suffered such losses in the battle against the divine martial dynasty? Lu Mubai stepped forward, his voice booming with anger. "The ancestor is inquiring, are you deaf? Speak at once." At the sound of this furious rebuke, He Feng felt as though he had plunged into an ice cavern, his heart brimming with an immense hatred for Lu Mubai. "Speak? What nonsense! Your ancestor is an immortal. I am but a mere emperor. What more can I say? Should I confess that I am here to settle scores because your ancestor slaughtered the Bloodslayers in the immortal tomb?" Crash! Thunderous roars reverberated through the void. Everyone looked up in unison. They beheld the rift in the sky expanding under the oppressive force of the immortal's might, as if the entire world might collapse beneath this tremendous power. This scene struck Yi Shaoqing with a sense of helplessness. He had merely utilized a fragment of his immortal king cultivation to conjure a doppelganger, the strength of which was only comparable to that of a peak Shen immortal. To his astonishment, this world was so fragile that it could not withstand even this level of power, showing signs of imminent collapse. Realizing that he could no longer delay, Yi Shaoqing fixed his gaze upon He Feng and spoke with unparalleled authority. "Since there is nothing left to say, let us commence our journey." The terrifying might of the immortal descended with an overwhelming presence. He Feng's face turned as pale as parchment, his heart filled with boundless regret. Had he known this would happen, he would rather die than intervene to save Qin Shaotian. "No, please don't kill me. I swear I will not dare again. I beg you to spare me." However, before his pleas could finish, he was crushed to ashes. A dignified peak emperor in the mortal realm, who should have been a dominant force, met such a fate due to a moment of folly and impulsiveness, a true case of self-inflicted demise. After eliminating He Feng, Yi Shaoqing's ethereal form gradually dissipated into the cosmos. With his departure, the void, which had been on the verge of collapsing under the strain of the immortal force, began to restore its tranquility. Yet, a horrifying and irreparable rift remained in the sky, a sight that was both alarming and unforgettable. Lu Dao could not help but swallow hard, his face reflecting shock as he remarked, "The ancestor's power is indeed terrifying beyond measure." The other elders nodded in agreement. At that moment, Chen Tian, standing nearby, voiced his confusion. "Where is Qin Shaotian gone?" The crowd fell silent, then began to scan their surroundings. only to discover that Qin Xiaotian's figure had long since vanished. It was evident that he had seized the chaos to slip away unnoticed. Lui Dao could not restrain his anger, exclaiming, "Damn that Qin Xiaotian, he is truly cunning." Chen Tian furrowed his brow slightly and turned to Lu Mubai, speaking slowly, "Holy Master, Qin Xiaotian is treacherous.
Allowing him to escape means we must remain vigilant.
After all, when the Ancestor emerged from seclusion and the Holy Master broke through to the Emperor level, Qin Xiaotian had shown extreme flattery towards the misty sacred ground, offering treasures and Emperor medicines. Yet, as soon as he gained power, he turned his sights on the misty sacred ground. Such a person cannot be allowed to roam free. Furthermore, now that he has become an emperor, should he act from the shadows, his threat would be significant. I propose we issue a bounty, placing Qin Xiaotian under a wanted notice throughout the entire eastern wilderness,"
Liang Xiu said solemnly.
The elders all nodded in agreement. Typically, such bounties could only be initiated by major powers, and once declared, it would surely send shockwaves throughout the eastern wilderness. Anyone providing valid information would be rewarded handsomely. At that time, countless rogue cultivators and small factions would mobilize to seek out Qin Xiaotian's whereabouts. As long as Qin Xiaotian remained in the eastern wilderness, any movement he made in public would undoubtedly be detected.
Chen Tian inquired, "Holy Master, what are your thoughts on this?" Lu Mubai pondered for a moment before nodding. "It is feasible."
He then added with a grave tone, "Qin Xiaotian is an emperor. If we are to bring him to justice, the bounty must be substantial.
Let us offer an emperor weapon and 2 holy weapons as rewards."
The moment these words were spoken, the crowd was taken aback.
"Holy Master, is it not a bit excessive to offer an emperor weapon as a reward? Indeed, we believe 3 holy weapons would suffice."
Resources are scarce in the eastern wilderness. If it were not for the recent emergence of the immortal tomb, emperor weapons would be nearly impossible to find. We feel it unnecessary to offer an emperor weapon, as holy weapons are more than adequate. However, Lu Mubai shook his head at their objections, explaining, as the saying goes, if you cut the grass, do not leave the roots.
Spring winds will bring it back to life.
An emperor weapon will not only encourage those cultivators to work for us but will also aid in our relentless pursuit of Qin Xiaotian.
This is a win-win situation, and it is not unreasonable.
Although the elders still felt it somewhat unjustified, they could not voice further dissent now that the Holy Master had made his decision. Subsequently, after extensive discussions, the group began to plunder the Divine Martial Dynasty. As a dominant force in the eastern wilderness, the Divine Martial Dynasty had accumulated considerable resources over the years, and thus, the misty sacred ground reaped significant rewards from their endeavors. As time passed, the conflict between the misty sacred ground and the Divine Martial Dynasty finally came to a close, culminating in the defeat of the Divine Martial Dynasty and the escape of Qin Xiaotian. The news sent shockwaves throughout the eastern wilderness, leaving countless individuals astonished.
"Have you heard? The ancestor of the misty sacred ground is an immortal." "Really, is this true?"
"I witnessed it with my own eyes."
"Did you see the terrifying rift in the sky that was caused by the overwhelming immortal might of the Ancestor, nearly leading to the collapse of the entire world?"
"Now it makes sense." "My sudden trembling and kneeling was not due to overwhelming fear, but rather the fear instilled by the immortal might."
"Please do not force an explanation, you were simply overwhelmed." "I challenge you to a duel."
Just as the crowd erupted in debate, a voice suddenly rang out from within.
"Everyone, I have an even more explosive piece of news."
The crowd turned to see a flamboyant man, hands behind his back, striking a pose he deemed impressive.
Someone shouted, "Flamboyant man, speak quickly, I fear I might vomit if I look at you any longer."
At this, the crowd erupted in laughter.
"Ha ha ha, is flamboyant man a fitting name?"
The flamboyant man ignored the crowd's jeers and instead wore an expression of sheer enjoyment as he began, "I have learned from a good brother that the ancestor of the misty sacred ground is none other than the first-generation founder, Yi Shaoqing."
"What?
The founder Yi Shaoqing?" Everyone was stunned into silence, unable to fathom that the legendary figure was indeed the founder of the misty sacred ground.
"Oh my goodness, no wonder he is so powerful."
In an instant, Yi Shaoqing's illustrious name swept through the entire eastern wilderness like a tempest. Concurrently, with the issuance of the bounty from the misty sacred ground, along with the generous rewards of an emperor weapon and 2 holy weapons, countless cultivators spontaneously organized to seek out Qin Xiaotian's whereabouts.
Chapter 61. The pirate ship is easy to board, yet difficult to depart in the vast sword sect. Zhang Yun gazed at young Tian with a look of astonishment, his voice trembling with excitement as he inquired, "What did you just say?"
"Qin Xiaotian has fled, and the Divine Martial Dynasty has been annihilated by the mysterious sacred land?" Yang Tian nodded, then proceeded to recount the news that had stirred countless discussions in the outside world. After absorbing all the information, Zhang Yun's eyes widened in horror as he exclaimed, "Are you implying that the ancestor of the mysterious sacred land is none other than the founding patriarch, Yi Shaoqing?
And he is not an emperor, but a celestial being?"
Yang Tian affirmed, "This matter has caused quite a stir, it must be true." Bang! Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun slumped helplessly into his chair. Memories of Qin Shaotian seeking his aid to confront the mysterious sacred land flooded his mind, and cold sweat poured from him, drenching him entirely simultaneously. He inwardly rejoiced that he had postponed his visit to Qin Shaotian after breaking through to the emperor level just a couple of days ago. Had he not been delayed by trivial matters, the fate of the vast sword sect would have undoubtedly been dire. They could have faced a fate as tragic as that of the divine martial dynasty, utter annihilation. A celestial being, even if all the forces of the eastern wilderness united, they would still be no match for a single ancestor of the mysterious sacred land. After a moment of silence, Yang Tian suddenly asked, "Sect Master, should we send someone to search for Qin Shaotian?" Although Yang Tian was merely the second elder of the vast sword sect, with cultivation at the peak of the Saint Realm, he was Zhang Yun's trusted aide, privy to many secrets unknown to others. Zhang Yun paused in surprise, casting a sidelong glance at him, and retorted sharply, "Are you out of your mind? Qin Shaotian is struggling to save himself, why would we seek him out?
Are we to accompany him to his doom?"
Even without this calamity, Zhang Yun had no desire to become enemies with the mysterious sacred land. Better to survive in obscurity than to risk everything, especially now that he had just attained the emperor level. There was no need to tempt fate. At that moment, an abrupt voice shattered the tension.
"Sect Master Zhang, your words are rather excessive, aren't they?"
Both Zhang Yun and Yang Tian jumped in surprise, quickly turning to the source of the voice. They were met with the grim visage of Qin Shaotian, who had appeared at the doorway unbeknownst to them. Recovering, Zhang Yun slowly rose, walking towards him as he asked, "Ah, it is you, Emperor Qin. What has befallen you? You seem quite disheveled." The scorn in his tone instantly darkened Qin Shaotian's expression, causing him to glare fiercely. "Zhang Yun, you are clearly taking pleasure in my misfortune."
"Taking pleasure in your misfortune?" A disdainful smile curled at the corners of Zhang Yun's lips. "We are both emperors now.
If I truly wished to revel in your downfall, I could have simply intervened and informed the mysterious sacred land. How dare you speak such words?" The threatening tone made Qin Shaotian's expression darken further. At that moment, he felt a deep resentment towards Zhang Yun, who had previously appeared supportive, especially after he had assisted him in attaining the emperor level. Now, witnessing his downfall, Zhang Yun had begun to mock him mercilessly. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he spoke in a low voice, "I require your assistance."
"Assist you?"
Zhang Yun raised an eyebrow, then continued, "In light of the favor I extended to you in your ascension, I may assist you with anything that does not involve the mysterious sacred land." However, Qin Shaotian disregarded his words, coldly insisting, "I wish to confront the mysterious sacred land."
"Ha ha ha."
Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun burst into laughter. A glimmer of derision crossed his gaze as he looked at Qin Shaotian. "Qin Shaotian, are you truly foolish, or merely pretending? Not only has your peak emperor ally been killed, but the ancestor of the mysterious sacred land is a celestial being. Do you even comprehend what that entails? Where do you derive the confidence to challenge him? If you seek death, go alone, I refuse to follow in your footsteps." With that, Zhang Yun turned away, sitting at a nearby table, lifting his cup to indulge in his drink.
Seeing this, Qin Shaotian's expression soured, and he said solemnly, "How can you be so certain that I have no other allies? Have you forgotten the heavenly palace that I mentioned to you earlier?"
His hand, poised to sip from his cup, paused slightly as Zhang Yun looked at him, confusion etched on his face.
"And what of it? Do you truly believe they would seek vengeance for you and aid you against the mysterious sacred land?"
Zhang Yun was skeptical that such a powerful force as the heavenly palace would risk offending the mysterious sacred land for Qin Shaotian.
"He knew they were not fools," Qin Shaotian explained. "You may not know the identity of that hooded figure. He is, in fact, one of the 3 hall masters of the Heavenly Palace's assassination division. Moreover, the might of the Heavenly Palace is widely known. You can easily inquire in the Central State. Now that one of their hall masters has perished, do you truly believe they will stand idly by?" Having spent time with the Black Wind, he had learned many secrets of the Central State, including quite a bit about the Heavenly Palace. Then, under Zhang Yun's startled gaze, Qin Shaotian produced a communication stone. "Fearing irreversible repercussions, the Black Wind Master specifically provided me with this stone to contact the Heavenly Palace with it. Do you fear that I lack assistance?" "Is that true?"
Zhang Yun asked, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Seeing his doubt, Qin Shaotian felt a flicker of hope and continued, "The item is right here. Would I dare deceive you? Once the Heavenly Palace has vanquished the mysterious sacred land, I shall not covet anything from you.
My sole intention is to exact vengeance. However, the prerequisite is that you must agree to ally with me now.
After hearing these words, Zhang Yun gradually lowered his cup, a hint of emotion revealing itself on his face. He was evidently swayed, yet he did not respond immediately, instead contemplating deeply. Noticing his indecision, Qin Shaotian hastily continued to persuade him, "You must think this through. The mysterious sacred land, as a supreme lineage, now fortified by a celestial being, undoubtedly possesses immense resources. If we succeed in eradicating them, the resources would elevate your vast sword sect to new heights. It would not even be difficult to become the overlord of the eastern wilderness." Zhang Yun involuntarily exhaled a heavy breath, clearly stirred by the temptation of greed that Qin Shaotian had ignited within him. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yun finally made up his mind, looking directly at Qin Shaotian as he slowly declared, "Very well, I shall assist you. However, should you dare deceive me, I will ensure you pay dearly." "Rest assured," Qin Shaotian replied with a faint smile. Chapter 62 The Turmoil of Windcloud City. With the fall of the Divine Martial Dynasty, a gathering of elders and high-ranking officials convened in the Grand Hall to deliberate on pressing matters. Patriarch, Sovereign, the Divine Martial Dynasty has perished, and the numerous vassal forces under its dominion have surrendered to our mysterious Holy Land, Chen Tian remarked after a moment of contemplation, his voice measured. "However, given the vast expanse of the Divine Martial territory, which is in close proximity to us, should we not consider establishing a branch sect?" Liang Xiu nodded in agreement, echoing, "Elder Chen speaks wisely. Our mysterious Holy Land is currently flourishing. It is indeed fitting to establish a branch sect. This would not only expand our territory but also allow us to recruit more disciples." Upon hearing this, the elders collectively nodded in approval, recognizing the merit of the suggestion. After all, with the Patriarch, a celestial being, overseeing matters, the mysterious Holy Land stands as a transcendent entity in the eastern wilderness. It is prudent to broaden our reach and welcome more disciples. Lu Mubai acknowledged the wisdom in this proposition and soon turned his gaze towards Yi Shaoqing, inquiring, "Patriarch, what are your thoughts on this matter?" All eyes shifted to Yi Shaoqing, who sat leisurely sipping wine, awaiting his response. Yet, disinterested in the deliberations, Yi Shaoqing waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You may proceed as you see fit, there is no need to consult me." Acknowledging this, Lu Mubai addressed the assembly, "In that case, let us move forward with the establishment of a branch sect." He then turned to Guijie and Tan Hua, commanding, "Elders Gui and Tan, I entrust this task to you both." "Understood," they replied in unison. At that moment, a disciple rushed in, panic evident on his face. "Sovereign, grave news, Sovereign, dire tidings." The assembly stirred, turning their attention to him. Lu Mubai furrowed his brow, stating, "Patriarch is present. Do not be disrespectful, speak slowly and clearly." Upon noticing Yi Shaoqing seated nearby, the disciple was momentarily taken aback, realizing his prior indiscretion. He hastily bowed in respect. Yi Shaoqing, however, paid it no mind, gesturing for him to continue. The disciple, regaining his composure, spoke with heightened urgency, "Patriarch, we have received word that Windcloud City is under attack by the Demon Clan and urgently requires assistance." "The Demon Clan?" Lu Mubai's frown deepened as he questioned the disciple, "Is this indeed true?" "Absolutely certain," the disciple affirmed with a vigorous nod. Chen Tian's expression turned contemplative. The border territories, which have been peaceful, how could they suddenly face an invasion by the Demon Clan, he pondered. The mysterious Holy Land's territory extends vast distances, reaching the borders. Since the Demon Clan occupied the southern barbarians, we dispatched disciples to fortify Windcloud City. Initially, there were frequent disturbances, but as millennia passed, skirmishes between Windcloud City and the Demon Clan dwindled to near non-existence. Regardless of the reasons, I propose we engage them directly. They are merely a small demon clan, what is there to fear? Louis Dao declared with unyielding bravado. However, his assertion was met with immediate dissent from the elders. "Elder Lu, you are being reckless," Chen Tian cautioned. "Although we have clashed with the Demon Clan in the past, their current strength remains unknown to us after so many years. Acting impulsively could prove perilous." Indeed, Liang Xiu concurred. "Should we mobilize the mysterious Holy Land for war, we risk igniting a large-scale conflict between humans and demons. If we cannot eradicate the Demon Clan in one fell swoop, the repercussions could be catastrophic." Louis Dao, undeterred, retorted with disdain, "Elders, you are overthinking this and lacking courage. With the Patriarch present, exterminating the Demon Clan should be a mere formality." At this, Chen Tian and Liang Xiu could no longer contain their frustration. "Louis Dao, must you always be so hot-headed?" "Indeed. What does bravery have to do with this? If you were so capable, why not go eliminate the Demon Clan yourself?"
Fine, let us go, who is afraid of whom?
Watching the three bicker heatedly, Lu Mubai's anger boiled over, and he sharply reprimanded them. Enough!
Cease this incessant squabbling.
As his voice echoed, the trio fell silent, yet their expressions betrayed lingering defiance. Lu Mubai felt overwhelmed, chastising Chen Tian and Liang Xiao vigorously. He then turned his gaze to the still breathless Lui Dao, exasperatedly saying, "And you, can you not temper your temperament? We are all fellow elders, is there not a matter we can discuss calmly? Furthermore, the attack on Windcloud City is but a minor issue, we need only devise a solution. Is it necessary to trouble the patriarch for this?" After enduring Lu Mubai's scolding, Lui Dao, who had initially bristled at the reprimand, fell silent, recognizing that his earlier words had indeed been ill-considered.
Very well, enough of this.
Let us move on. Yi Shaoqing, who had been quietly sipping his wine, interjected suddenly. The assembly turned their attention to him once more. Yi Shaoqing directed his inquiry towards the disciple, who stood frozen in trepidation.
Did the message indicate the approximate strength of the attacking demon clan?
The disciple, now filled with respect, replied, returning to the patriarch, the report states that the demon clan's strength is not particularly high, mostly ranging from foundation establishment to transformation realm, though their numbers are substantial. Upon hearing this, Yi Shaoqing formulated a plan, sweeping his gaze across the elders and Lu Mubai.
You have all heard.
The demon clan is not formidable. Rather than sending you to confront them, it would be more advantageous to have the Holy Sun lead a team to experience this firsthand. This would not only hone their combat skills but also enhance their cultivation, truly a dual benefit.
Upon this revelation, the elders' eyes brightened with understanding.
Even the previously contentious trio of Chen Tian, Liang Xiao, and Lui Dao acknowledged the wisdom in the patriarch's words. After all, the demon cores from those above the Golden Core realm would greatly benefit the disciples' cultivation. Sending the Holy Sun alongside the most gifted of the younger generation to Windcloud City would yield far greater results than solitary meditation. Lu Mubai promptly declared, "Let us proceed as the patriarch advises. Notify the Holy Sun and have him lead a contingent of disciples to Windcloud City for support." Meanwhile, atop the walls of Windcloud City, the city lord, Ouyang Yun, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze piercing the distance with a chilling glint. Chapter 63. The menacing demon clan. Approximately 2 kilometers ahead, at the edge of the forest, an uncountable number of demonic beasts gathered in relentless waves, their predatory gazes fixed upon this side. In the intermediary space separating them from Fengyun City lay a grim tableau of countless corpses strewn across the ground, belonging to both humans and demons, clearly the aftermath of a recent, brutal battle. At that moment, an elderly man approached slowly from one side and addressed Ouyang Yun with a grave tone. "City Lord, the casualty figures for this past week have been compiled. We have nearly 1,000 disciples who have perished, including 2 from the transformation realm. Currently, there are fewer than 300 disciples from the foundation establishment to the nascent soul stages still capable of fighting, and only 1 remaining from the transformation realm."
Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yun's expression darkened instantaneously. He then inquired urgently, "Has the message been relayed back to the mysterious Holy Land?"
Fuan replied, "A response has been received. The Holy Sun is en route with a team. However, due to the considerable distance, their arrival may not be swift, likely not until tomorrow at the earliest."
The Holy Sun? Ouyang Yun was momentarily taken aback.
Being situated in a desolate border region, they were largely unaware of recent events in the eastern wasteland, apart from knowing that their ancestors still existed beyond the confines of this world. The 2 men remained silent for a considerable time until Fuan suddenly spoke. "City Lord, while the demon clan's assault appears formidable, I find their behavior rather perplexing. With so many demons amassed, had they chosen to strike en masse, Fengyun City would have been utterly defenseless. Yet, they seem to prefer a series of staggered assaults, as if toying with us." Indeed, Ouyang Yun sighed in resignation. Over the past few days, he too had noted the demons' unusual tactics. Both he and Fuan were formidable beings of the spirit realm, impervious to typical demon threats. However, the sheer number of over 20,000 demons present posed a significant challenge. Even if their individual strength was lacking, a full frontal assault would be overwhelming. After all, demonic beasts generally possessed greater physical prowess compared to cultivators of the same level, yet, against all logic, the very demons that could easily decimate them were engaging in a war of attrition, as if deliberately mocking their plight.
This is not the time for contemplation. We must endure until reinforcements arrive. Ouyang Yun asserted solemnly.
Agreed, Fuan nodded in acquiescence.
"Father, Fu uncle, you are both here." At that moment, a robust youth wielding a spear approached from below. The boy was Ouyang Yun's son, Ouyang Chen.
Having grown up defending the border alongside his father, the 16-year-old Ouyang Chen had already reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, distinguishing himself as a prodigious talent among the younger generation of Fengyun City.
Yang Yun furrowed his brow and asked, "What brings you here? Were you not instructed to secure the safety of the citizens within the city?" With a playful grin, Yang Chen replied, "Father, do you doubt my competence? I have arranged everything meticulously. Seeing that the demons are preparing to launch another attack, I wish to lead a team to confront them." Observing his son's eager anticipation for battle, Yang Yun felt a surge of irritation and cast him a stern glare. "Do not be reckless. Your place is here to protect the citizens. Return at once." Yang Chen, taken aback, exclaimed, "Why not? These demonic beasts are weak. I can easily slay them with my strength. Why can't I go?" Seeing his son's defiance, Yang Yun admonished, "Have you grown so bold that you disregard my commands?" "I don't care. I am going," Yang Chen declared, showing no sign of fear. He could not comprehend why, in the past, he had often ventured into the outskirts of the southern barbarian realm to slay demons and collect demon cores for cultivation, and yet now, with the demons brazenly invading Fengyun City, he was being denied the opportunity to fight. Noticing his father's flustered demeanor, Yang Chen muttered, "Regardless, mother agrees with my decision, and if you refuse, I shall summon her to speak with you." "Do you dare to provoke me?" Yang Yun's complexion shifted between shades of green and red, clearly enraged. Just as he was about to reprimand Yang Chen further, Fuan intervened, quickly grasping his arm. "City Lord, the young master is still quite young. A few words of admonition will suffice. There is no need for violence." Then, turning to Yang Chen, Fuan urged, "Young master, cease this folly and apologize at once." "I did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize?" Yang Chen retorted before turning away and striding off into the distance. Yang Yun's expression darkened further as he muttered, "You are becoming increasingly disrespectful." Witnessing this exchange, Fuan sighed in resignation, a bittersweet smile playing on his lips. The dynamics of this father-son relationship were as unpredictable as the weather. When harmonious, they shared everything, yet when tensions arose, they were quick to clash. Ah, youth is indeed a perplexing thing. At the forest's edge, Wolf King Li Feng observed Fengyun City with a glint of coldness in his eyes. He then glanced up at the Rat King Gui Zhao, who reclined lazily on a tree branch. After transforming into human form, he stood only about 1 meter tall, with a face characterized by shifty eyes and a pair of inverted eyebrows. "What exactly is Di Tian scheming?" Li Feng suddenly inquired. "These humans are so weak that a mere breath could extinguish them, yet we are forbidden from annihilating them outright, instead forced to engage in this charade." Gui Zhao shrugged nonchalantly, "Why concern ourselves with such matters? We are merely passing the time. A little diversion is quite enjoyable." "Only you can remain so composed." Li Feng shook his head in disbelief. "As demon emperors, we ought to eradicate them and swiftly conquer the eastern wasteland. That would be truly satisfying." Hearing this, Gui Zhao cast a sidelong glance at him, mocking, "Then you should take the lead. I shall cheer you on from here. However, should the beast emperor hold you accountable, you must bear the consequences alone." "Coward," Li Feng cursed silently. Despite his bravado, he felt an undercurrent of fear. After all, who among the demon race was unaware of the Beast Emperor's terrifying reputation? He was a being capable of swallowing the heavens and the earth at the slightest provocation. With a shiver of apprehension, Li Feng turned to Gui Zhao. "In that case, you stay here and keep watch. I shall scout elsewhere." With that, his figure transformed into a blur, dashing away like the wind. Chapter 64 of the Four Great Royal Clans of the Demon Race. As dusk quietly descended, over 100 figures sped through the horizon. "Saint Sun, perhaps you should proceed to Fengyun City first, while I and my fellow disciples will follow shortly?" Qian Feng exclaimed as he caught up to Lin Hao, standing respectfully beside him. Most of their group comprised disciples at the pinnacle of the late Golden Core stage, unable to traverse the skies like Lin Hao, and thus could only fly on swords, naturally reducing their speed. The distance between the mysterious Holy Land and Fengyun City was considerable. At this pace, they would not arrive until tomorrow morning, by which time it would likely be too late. Rather than risk such a delay, it seemed prudent to allow Lin Hao to advance ahead. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Hao nodded in assent. He then urged Qian Feng, "I shall set off first." "You must hasten your pace." "Understood," Qian Feng replied. And the next instant, Lin Hao activated his spiritual energy, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. Meanwhile, at Fengyun City, nearly 300 disciples stood ready at the city gates, led by the mid-stage transformation realm disciple, Cui Hong. The rest of the disciples ranged from foundation establishment to nascent soul stages. Their gazes were fixed ahead, where a dark mass of wolf and mouse demon beasts surged forth like a relentless tide. Cui Hong raised his arm and called out, "Brothers, follow me. What fear do we have of mere demon beasts? Activate the 8 directions flame cloud formation." Cui Hong soared into the air, swiftly forming seals with his hands.
In an instant, a radiant red light burst forth as a formation erupted from the ground, soaring into the heavens. With a thunderous roar, the formation rotated, unleashing torrents of fierce flames that incinerated the leading dozen Foundation establishment demon beasts into ash. Witnessing this spectacle, the morale of the disciples soared, and they took to the skies on their swords, charging into the wave of beasts. The air was filled with the sounds of battle cries as both sides engaged in a fierce melee. On the city wall, upon discerning the appearance of the approaching demon beasts, Fu Wen's expression turned grave as he remarked, "City Lord, if I am not mistaken, these beasts belong to the Qingfeng Wolf clan and the Mole clan."
Yangyun frowned and nodded. "Indeed, it is those two clans."
Fu Wen, perplexed, questioned, "Previously, we faced only minor skirmishes, as if they were merely toying with us.
Why would they dispatch a horde from the four great royal clans now?" According to their knowledge, the demon race was comprised of four royal clans of the Qingfeng Wolf clan, the Mole clan, the Nine-tailed Celestial Fox clan, and the Titan Giant Ape clan.
Previously, they had only encountered common demon beasts, but now two royal clans had arrived, which was truly unexpected. Although the strength of these demon beasts was comparable to that of the disciples, their unique racial talents were indeed formidable. The Qingfeng Wolf clan was known for their incredible speed, making them difficult for ordinary individuals to contend with. The Mole clan, though small in stature, typically ranging from half a meter to a meter in height, possessed an elusive earth-burrowing technique that was quite troublesome.
Observing the disciples, who were at a disadvantage in numbers and gradually losing ground, Fu Wen inquired, "City Lord, should we intervene?"
Yangyun shook his head, "Let us wait and observe." As Cui Hong hovered in the air, manipulating the formation to assist his fellow disciples in battle, he suddenly heard a sinister, raspy voice behind him.
"There is even a mid-level formation master among them." Cui Hong was taken aback and swiftly turned around.
With a thunderous crash, dust swirled as a large hole appeared in the ground, from which a peaked golden core mole leaped out, its expression malevolent as it fixed its gaze upon him.
"What a large rat!"
Cui Hong gasped, his voice escaping him. Upon hearing this, the mole's expression darkened instantly, seething with fury. "I am a mole, not a rat. If you don't understand, keep your mouth shut."
Cui Hong's lips curled into a cold smile, and he swiftly redirected the formation's energies, disdainfully retorting, "Isn't it all the same?" With a resounding boom, flames erupted, surging toward the mole with relentless force.
"With such feeble abilities, you are no match for me," the mole scoffed, leaping high and burrowing into the ground to evade the attack. Before Cui Hong could react, the surrounding debris began to levitate, shooting towards him like a torrential rain of arrows. Seeing this, he immediately summoned the formation's flames, melting the debris in an instant. Observing the mole, which was utilizing its racial talents to hide underground and continually assault him with flying stones, Cui Hong mockingly remarked, "You dare to play such tricks before a formation master?
Do you not realize you are courting your own demise?"
With that, Cui Hong infused spiritual energy into the prearranged positions on the ground, his hands forming seals in rapid succession. The ground trembled violently, beginning to collapse.
"What?"
The mole, witnessing this sudden turn of events, was struck with shock and hurriedly attempted to burrow away. However, it was too late. A dazzling array suddenly materialized, shredding the mole to pieces like a meat grinder. Without a moment's hesitation, Cui Hong rushed back to the battlefield to assist his fellow disciples. In the chaos of such a large-scale melee, the role of a formation master was crucial. With Cui Hong's support, despite being outnumbered, they maintained their footing.
"Breakthrough formation!"
With this fierce cry, a figure charged from the side into the throng of beasts grasping a long spear. Its tip glimmered with a chilling light, reminiscent of a dragon emerging from the sea. The fierce winds whipped up swirling sands, and as he passed, several demon beasts fell lifeless to the ground. Clang! The spear struck the ground with force as Ouyang Chen threw his head back in wild laughter, his voice brimming with arrogance.
"These little demon beasts are nothing. They dare to invade my Fengmune city?"
This scene caught the attention of Ouyang Yun atop the city wall, causing his expression to darken instantly. This reckless fool! Despite his repeated warnings to stay off the battlefield, the youngster not only disregarded them but displayed such brazen arrogance.
Did he truly consider the battlefield a mere game? In the next moment, Ouyang Yun vanished like a specter from the city wall, reappearing beside Ouyang Chen in the blink of an eye, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap to his head. "Ouch!" Ouyang Chen cried out in pain, startled.
Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, he realized the one who struck him was none other than his father, causing him to deflate like a punctured balloon. With a hint of trepidation, he called out, "Father." Ouyang Yun's face was a mask of fury as he reprimanded, "Get back this instant."
"I refuse." Ouyang Chen initially froze, then defiantly retorted. He had no intention of retreating. After all, there were so many demon beasts to slay, and to leave now would be utterly tedious. Seeing his obstinacy, Yang Yun was about to explode with anger when suddenly, a series of ear-splitting wolf howls reverberated through the air. Awah! Chapter 65. The arrival of the holy warriors before the people. From behind a throng of monstrous beasts emerged 4 colossal azure wolves, each towering at an imposing 3 meters. Their darkened forms stepped forth with an air of ominous majesty, instantly enveloping the battlefield with an overwhelming aura of the spirit realm. In that fleeting moment, all disciples of Fengyun City were gripped by terror, their faces paling as they fixated on the formidable wolves before them. How could there be so many spirit realm beasts? Judging by their presence, they appeared to be at the peak of the early to mid stages of their power. Heaven help us, how can we possibly fight against them? Shock and dismay swept through the crowd. Their cultivation levels were merely between the foundation establishment and nascent soul realms, utterly inadequate to withstand the might of spirit realm beasts. The sheer force radiating from these creatures was enough to crush their spirits, nearly extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. Witnessing this scene, Yang Yun momentarily stood dumbfounded, quickly moving to shield Yang Chen behind him. He then fixed his gaze upon the 4 azure wolves and spoke in a grave tone. Fengyun City and the demon race have always coexisted peacefully. Why do you come to invade us? The lead wolf advanced slowly, its voice sharp as it declared, "The demon emperor commands us to raze Fengyun City to the ground." At this proclamation, an audible gasp rippled through the assembly, the weight of its words striking them profoundly. The demon emperor, the demon race has a demon emperor, and they come at his behest to annihilate Fengyun City. A wave of inexplicable dread spread through the hearts of many. Even Yang Yun felt a tremor of disbelief. How could such a small place as Fengyun City attract the attention of a demon sovereign? It felt surreal, as if pulled from the depths of a dream. Observing the astonished faces of the Fengyun City disciples, the azure wolf cast a cold smile toward Yang Yun. "I advise you to surrender, lest you suffer a painful fate." "Never!" Yang Yun bellowed defiantly. Since his master had bestowed upon him the title of City Lord 30 years prior, he had never feared death. To think that mere beasts would attempt to force him into submission was the height of folly. With that, he leapt into the air, brandishing a silver spear, positioning himself protectively in front of the disciples of Fengyun City. "If it's a fight you want, then come." At that moment, Fu En's figure soared in from behind. The powerful auras of late and mid-stage spirit realm cultivators surged forth from both of them, standing resolutely against the impending threat. "Then let us speak no more." With that, the 4 azure wolves launched into the air, their ferocious demonic energy surging forth as they pounced toward Yang Yun and Fu En. In an instant, the 6 figures intertwined in a fierce struggle, clashing with unyielding force. Gun of 10,000 forces. Fist of all phenomena. Boom, the titanic energies collided violently, sending shockwaves that obliterated many foundation establishment cultivators and beasts alike. Seeing this, both the demon beasts and the disciples of Fengyun City instinctively retreated, casting their gazes upward in trepidation. "It's over, it's over." The city lord and Uncle Fu seemed to be at a disadvantage. Someone exclaimed in horror. Above, Yang Yun and Fu En were gradually being overwhelmed by the relentless assault of the 4 azure wolves, beginning to falter and descend slowly. Despite Yang Yun's slightly higher cultivation, he struggled to fend off the combined onslaught of 3 wolves. Moreover, the innate gifts of the azure wolves were terrifying. Even in one-on-one combat, victory was uncertain, let alone facing 3 at once. Bang, bang, the weakening Yang Yun and Fu En were sent crashing to the ground. Gasp, both spat blood as they fell. In that moment, everyone felt as though struck by lightning, frozen in shock. The defeat of the city lord signaled the impending doom of Fengyun City. "Let us fight to the end," someone shouted. "Indeed, let us fight. Even in death, we shall take a few beasts with us." A surge of defiance spread, resonating among the crowd. In an instant, all disciples of Fengyun City displayed a readiness to face death, brandishing their swords and charging at the beasts. Thus commenced a life and death battle. Kill. The massive eyes of one azure wolf coldly surveyed the charging disciples, a sinister smile curling its lips. "You wish to die, then I shall grant your wish." It lunged forward, its claws slicing through the air towards the disciples. Just as it was about to strike, an unparalleled swordchi descended from above like a rainbow, piercing the sky, impaling the wolf. "Who dares?" the wolf roared in a mix of fury and fear. Yet, the surroundings were shrouded in an inky darkness, an oppressive silence prevailing with no reply. Just as it was filled with confusion, a gentle breeze began to stir, carrying an unending chill. With its arrival, the air around grew frigid, and moisture condensed into delicate snowflakes that began to fall. In that moment, both the disciples of Fengyun City and the robust demon race trembled involuntarily. "Everyone look, why is it suddenly snowing? Hiss, it's so cold. What is happening?" In an instant, both human and demon were bewildered by this sudden phenomenon.
It was July, the peak of summer, yet snowflakes fell without warning. At that moment, a voice reverberated through the air. You wish to kill them, have you consulted me? A shimmering silver sword appeared in the heavens. A powerful holy presence radiated outward, locking onto the speaking azure wolf without mercy. Damn it! The wolf felt a wave of deathly dread wash over it and, without hesitation, turned to flee. However, just as the thought crossed its mind, it was horrified to find its limbs ensnared by the chilling aura, and the surrounding space was filled with an oppressive cold, rendering its movements sluggish. Buzz, the holy weapon trembled violently, descending with the force of a mountain crushing an egg, its divine might surging like thunder, cleaving the wolf in two. This spectacle left all onlookers utterly astounded. The once mighty azure wolf, previously so arrogant, was effortlessly vanquished by a single strike, with no chance to retaliate. Witnessing this, the remaining three azure wolves instantly perceived a grave threat, their pupils dilating as they fixated on the figure above, simultaneously howling in fury. Who dares? If you have the courage, show yourself. Hiding in the shadows is no mark of a hero. The voice echoed once more. What is there to hide? This holy sun has yet to arrive. At this declaration, the crowd trembled in awe. If the holy sun had not yet arrived, how formidable must he be? Upon hearing the title of holy sun, Ouyang Yun and Fuan exchanged glances, a flicker of joy passing between them. Whoosh! Moments later, a dark figure streaked across the sky like a shooting star, landing steadily beside the holy weapon. Bathed in moonlight, the crowd could clearly see the strikingly handsome visage of the newcomer. The lead azure wolf's piercing gaze fixated on the sudden apparition, its innate instincts as a beast alerting it to the extreme danger this individual posed, despite the fact that the aura emanating from him suggested he was merely at the early stage of the spirit realm.
Who are you? It demanded. Lin Hao, hearing this, slowly lowered his head, looking down upon the wolf from his elevated position. I am Lin Hao, the holy son of the ethereal Holy Land. Chapter 66 Lin Hao's magnificent display of power. As soon as Lin Hao's voice fell, all the disciples of Fengyun City erupted in fervor. Is he truly the contemporary saint son of our Miao Miao sacred land? Wow, he appears so youthful. He seems to be under 20, yet he has already achieved the initial stage of the divine soul realm. This is simply astounding. Moreover, have you noticed, although this saint's son Lin is slightly inferior in strength compared to the demonic beasts, his aura is undeniably powerful. In an instant, disbelief filled the air as discussions erupted among the crowd. Fengyun City, though merely a small bastion guarding the borderlands, is home to disciples directly affiliated with the Miao Miao sacred land. Aside from the common folk, thus, they had received notification regarding the appointment of the saint's son some time ago. However, none anticipated that the saint's son would be so young and yet so formidable, truly deserving of his title, with talent that is nothing short of terrifying. The city lord of Fengyun, Ouyang Yun, had met the saint's son before. At this moment, he and Fuan hastily approached Lin Hao, offering a respectful salute. The other disciples, witnessing this, simultaneously bowed and exclaimed in unison, "We pay our respects to the saint's son." Their voices resonated like thunder, piercing the inky night sky and echoing through the heavens. From above, Lin Hao proclaimed, "There is no need for such formalities." Below, Ouyang Yun surveyed the surroundings, a look of confusion crossing his face as he inquired, "Saint's son, have you come alone?" Upon hearing this, the gazes of the crowd converged on Lin Hao, seemingly puzzled as to why he alone had arrived without the company of other disciples. Lin Hao responded, "The other junior brothers are en route and will arrive shortly." Ah, now it makes sense. At this moment, everyone breathed a sigh of relief given the current manpower shortage in Fengyun City. Although the saint's son is immensely powerful, the multitude of demonic beasts poses a significant threat. Relying solely on him would indeed be a daunting task. Just as the crowd reveled in the joy of impending reinforcements, the lead blue wolf a short distance away suddenly transformed its gaze into a frigid glare. It roared towards them, "Have you all finished your idle chatter?" At that moment, it was seething with rage. This was a critical juncture in the battle, yet this group had the audacity to disregard their presence and engage in trivial conversation, showing them no respect whatsoever. They were, after all, one of the four great royal families of the demon race. They had never endured such humiliation. In the next instant, the oppressive aura of a peak mid-stage divine soul realm presence surged towards them like an imposing mountain. Everyone felt as if they had been doused with a bucket of icy water, instinctively turning their gazes towards the source. Just as Ouyang Yun opened his mouth to speak, Lin Hao interrupted him. Ouyang Yun then turned his attention to Lin Hao, his eyes filled with questions. Lin Hao offered no explanation. After all, both Ouyang Yun and Fuan were gravely injured, and facing merely three demonic beasts of the divine soul realm, he felt confident in handling the situation. The blue wolf locked eyes with Lin Hao and spoke first. "You are the saint's son of that Miao Miao sacred land. I advise you to surrender along with them quickly, otherwise, you will regret it." Hearing such a threatening proclamation,
coupled with the disdain in the blue wolf's gaze, Lin Hao could not help but chuckle, then retorted mockingly, "It is you who should consider surrendering.
I am in a good mood today. If you yield now, I might even allow you to keep your corpse intact." A low growl resonated as the other two blue wolves stepped forward, angrily bellowing at Lin Hao, "You dare to be so audacious? You are merely a fledgling in the initial stage of the Divine Soul realm, yet you presume to be so arrogant. Do you truly believe that killing one person makes you invincible? Since you are so oblivious to your own mortality, we shall first send you on your way before flattening Fengyun City." The peak aura of the initial stage of the Divine Soul realm erupted at that moment. With a ghostly grace, their movements were swift and elusive, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. In the blink of an eye, the two blue wolves closed in within mere meters of Lin Hao. Witnessing this, a cold smile crept across Lin Hao's lips. Their speed is impressive, but still woefully inadequate. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold surged forth from within him, and in a heartbeat, snowflakes danced across a radius of several dozen miles, an endless chill permeating the void. The once dashing blue wolves found their limbs ensnared by the frigid air, their speed drastically reduced. What? A flicker of shock and fear flashed in the eyes of the blue wolves, just as they attempted to channel their spiritual energy to dispel the cold. Lin Hao's voice rang out once more, "Today, let me show you what true icy might entails." Boom! As Lin Hao became the epicenter, the temperature plummeted to the freezing point, rippling outward at a rapid pace. In an instant, all demonic beasts enveloped by the cold transformed into ice sculptures, including the two blue wolves, whose limbs began to freeze. In utter terror, they shouted, "Divine body, you actually possess a divine body, how can this be possible?" Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. The disciples of Fengyun City looked up at Lin Hao, who was now radiating an aura of icy might. "The Saint Sun possesses a unique physique, my heavens, this is astonishing." They understood the name of the divine body. It was a rare trait reserved for the most extraordinary prodigies. Anyone endowed with such a constitution, as long as they did not perish in their infancy, would have an immeasurable future in cultivation. "What is impossible?" Lin Hao replied, then raised his hand, causing the sacred weapon to hum with resonance. A sword chi, forged from sacred might, hovered high above the heavens. Heaven-slaying sword technique, slash. Boom! The sword chi sliced through the firmament, a radiant arc cleaving downward towards the two blue wolves ensnared by the icy grip above their heads. No, it can't be. The two blue wolves were filled with dread as they desperately attempted to evade the attack. However, their limbs were utterly immobilized, leaving them no choice but to brace themselves and resist with sheer will. Yet, the heaven-slaying sword technique is an immortal grade technique, wielded by a sacred weapon. Even if Lin Hao's own strength is not formidable, few can withstand its might among those of the same rank. As expected, the bodies of the two blue wolves were instantly cleaved into a mist of blood, scattering throughout the realm. Witnessing this, the leading blue wolf cried out in horror, "Fall back!" Before the words had even left its mouth, it had already turned to flee with remarkable speed, leaving the other demonic beasts dumbfounded. Once they saw their leader escape, the remaining beasts, lacking any sense of direction, snapped back to reality and bolted in panic towards the forest. From above, Lin Hao scoffed, "To let you escape so easily would be quite a disgrace for me." With that, he gripped his sacred weapon tightly and shot forth like lightning, pursuing the demonic beasts. Boom! The sword chi surged violently, shaking the heavens. Wherever he passed, the anguished cries of the demonic beasts echoed in the air, as Lin Hao appeared as a harbinger of death, reaping the lives of one beast after another. The disciples outside Fengyun City, including Ouyang Yun and Fu Wen, stood transfixed, utterly stunned by the scene before them, as if they were caught in a dream. None had anticipated Lin Hao to be this powerful, single-handedly pursuing and slaying a horde of demonic beasts. Chapter 67 The arrival of Yi Shaoqing and the dialogue from afar. A tremendous rumble echoed, jolting Ouyang Yun from his momentary reverie. Regaining his composure, he immediately bellowed to the crowd behind him, "All disciples of Fengyun City, fight alongside the Holy Sun and slay the enemies. Charge forth, kill, let us vanquish them. This period has left me utterly vexed. Indeed, today we must ensure that these demonic beasts pay dearly." For over a week, the invasion of the demonic beasts had plunged everyone into a state of panic. Now, witnessing Lin Hao's ferocity, the remaining 200 disciples were invigorated, their spirits soaring as they took to the skies on their swords, pursuing the frantically fleeing horde of beasts. Meanwhile, within the forest, Li Feng observed his kin being hunted down, an inferno of rage igniting in his eyes, his murderous intent palpable. "These damned humans, I shall annihilate you all." Just as he prepared to strike, Gui Zhao ambled over leisurely from behind. "Is it merely a handful of weaklings that perished? Why the overreaction?" Li Feng's pupils widened in disbelief as he glared at Gui Zhao, exclaiming, "These are our kin, how can you speak so nonchalantly? I now question your loyalty to our kind." Gui Zhao cast a casual glance at him and replied, "The weak are discarded.
The strong endure. This has always been the creed of our demon clan. Furthermore, after so many years of stagnation, our numbers have multiplied exponentially. We are merely expelling the inept. What significance does their demise hold? You. Li Feng found himself momentarily at a loss for words.
Guijiao's reasoning was indeed sound, leaving him unable to counter. Then, with a mocking expression, Guijiao added with a sly grin, besides, we are currently aiding D Tian. Why are you so eager to destroy Fengyun City? Surely, you do not have any ties to him? How dare you? Li Feng's fury erupted, his irritation palpable as he glared at Guijiao. I may tolerate many things, but do not dare speak ill of the Beast Emperor. If you utter another word of slander, do not blame me for being unkind. Do you truly believe I fear you? Guijiao taunted, observing Li Feng's flustered demeanor with amusement. Realizing that any further interaction would lead to conflict, Li Feng took a deep breath, conceding, enough. I cannot contend with you. You win, I shall take my leave. With that, he vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving Guijiao alone, grinning in the forest as the winds blew. Before long, the sky brightened as the sun began its ascent. After a night of fierce combat, Lin Hao led the disciples of Fengyun City to the forest's edge, driving all the demonic beasts back to the southern barbarians' territory. At that moment, the crowd was filled with exhilaration, their gazes toward Lin Hao brimming with fervor and admiration, marveling at his formidable prowess. Oyangyun then addressed the group solemnly, everyone, please clear the battlefield and bring back the fallen disciples for a grand burial. In this battle, Fengyun City had suffered grievously, losing over 1,000 disciples, a blow to their very foundation. Had it not been for Lin Hao's timely arrival, the outcome would have been catastrophic. With the sound of rushing winds, a voice rang out, Holy Sun, we have arrived. The crowd turned to see over 100 disciples from the mysterious Holy Land soaring toward them. We have come to pay our respects to the Holy Sun and the city lord. Upon reaching them, Zhen Feng bowed respectfully to Lin Hao and Oyangyun. The two men nodded in acknowledgement without uttering a word. Zhen Feng surveyed the battlefield strewn with the carcasses of demonic beasts, realizing they had arrived too late. He quickly rallied the other disciples to assist in clearing the area. By midday, under the blazing sun, a figure appeared as if materializing from thin air, strolling above the border. Yi Shaoqing walked through the air, casting his gaze down upon the mountain of demonic beast corpses. Upon noticing several massive sword marks on the ground, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes, and he murmured to himself, this young man possesses remarkable talent in swordsmanship. He is indeed a promising prospect. With that, Yi Shaoqing took a step forward, slowly making his way toward the southern barbarians' territory. In the Demon Emperor's hall, Tao Dai sat with closed eyes, listening to Li Feng report on recent events. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he opened his fiery red eyes, a powerful aura emanating from him, startling Li Feng. Before Li Feng could react, he looked up to find Tao Tai had vanished. In the void above the southern barbarians, ripples spread through the air as Tao Tai's imposing figure stepped forth from a rift. He then directed his gaze ahead, spotting a figure in white approaching. When he realized he could not discern the man's appearance or cultivation level, a look of shock crossed Tao Tai's face. Yi Shaoqing also noticed him and promptly halted his steps. With a calm demeanor, he inquired, are you the current beast emperor of the demon race? And if so, what of it, and if not, what of that? Tao Tai replied, arms crossed and gazing coldly at him. Who are you, and what brings you to my southern barbarians' territory? Yi Shaoqing did not respond directly to his question, instead seeming to discover something intriguing, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he suddenly smiled, you are indeed of the Tao Tai clan? Upon hearing this, Tao Tai's brows furrowed, seemingly unable to believe that this man could see through his identity. It was known that he could not even discern the man's face. How could this stranger recognize him so easily? This revelation immediately stripped Tao Tai of his earlier composure. As he fell into silence, Yi Shaoqing's next words left him utterly astounded. What relation do you have with Bao Lai? At the mention of this name, Tao Tai lost all semblance of calm, bellowing, who are you, really? His gaze was now laced with suspicion. For Bao Lai was his brother, and his true name was Bao Lu. They were twin brothers, though Bao Lai had perished nearly 10,000 years ago. Apart from the demon race and the older generations of cultivators in the central continent, scarcely anyone knew this name. The fact that this unfamiliar face could utter it sent Tao Tai into a whirlwind of shock and fury. Seeing his reaction, Yi Shaoqing's lips curled into a slight smile as he remarked, in his prime, Bao Lai reached the pinnacle of the emperor realm, the most promising candidate to become the beast emperor. Believing himself invincible, he embarked on the ancient path and happened to cross paths with me. We fought for 3 days and nights, and I managed to sever one of his arms, narrowly achieving victory. I never expected that after 10,000 years, the beast emperor would still be alive. Chapter 68. Time flies, old friends wither upon his utterance, a jolt of trepidation coursed through the heart of the tyrant.
A millennium ago, his elder brother, the Ferocious One, was not only the most promising candidate for the Beast Emperor within the Demon Clan but also ranked among the top 5 superlative powers of the Central Continent.
Yet, in pursuit of an opportunity to transcend the mundane, he embarked upon the ancient path. Along this journey, he encountered an invincible swordsman. That invincible figure from years past was none other than Yi Shaoqing, the illustrious master of the ethereal Holy Land from the eastern wilderness. The might of this individual is beyond the realm of mere terror. Legend has it that he nearly cleaved the ancient path in twain with but a single sword and his own strength. It was in his fateful duel with Yi Shaoqing that the tyrant brother lost an arm and narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Memories of the past surged forth, the tyrant's gaze fixated on the white-clad youth before him, his voice trembling with fear and uncertainty. "You are Yi Shaoqing." Upon hearing this, Yi Shaoqing paused, a flicker of melancholy crossing his eyes, followed by a deep sigh. Time has indeed passed swiftly, and old acquaintances have faded into oblivion. After a millennium, who would have thought that someone still remembered my name? He reminisced about his initial arrival in this world, awakening his system and rising from obscurity, filled with fervor as he clashed with numerous formidable beings, accumulating countless enemies while forging many friendships. However, since emerging from seclusion and wandering the lands, he realized he had lost far too much, not to mention his former companions. Even his foes had vanished from sight. Is it truly you? I thought you had perished, the tyrant's incredulous voice rang out, his expression one of disbelief as he stared at Yi Shaoqing. In those days, he had been weak, incomparable to his brother, yet he had heard much about Yi Shaoqing's famed reputation. How could such a formidable being, who once commanded awe throughout the realms, vanish without a trace at the peak of his power, only to reappear before him now? This revelation left the tyrant in a state of profound fear. Yi Shaoqing regarded him with a calm demeanor, stating, "Do you wish for my demise? That is not my intention." The tyrant hastily clarified. Despite having transcended the mundane realm himself, the terror instilled by Yi Shaoqing remained imprinted in his heart, evoking a deep sense of helplessness. A faint smile graced Yi Shaoqing's lips, causing the tyrant's earlier composure to evaporate, replaced by sheer terror and trepidation. With a tone of reverence, he inquired, "May I ask what brings you to the southern barbarian lands in search of me?" Yi Shaoqing replied, "My lineage resides in the eastern wilderness. I have heard of your clan's disturbances in the borderlands, thus I felt compelled to come and witness it for myself." At this revelation, cold sweat began to bead on the tyrant's brow. Indeed, he had come for this matter. Had he known that Yi Shaoqing still existed, he would not have dared to stir trouble in the eastern wilderness, even at the cost of his life. He had initially thought that his dealings with Emperor Tian would be effortless, only to inadvertently provoke this fearsome entity. Realizing this, the tyrant quickly pledged, "I shall return immediately with my men. From this day forth, I assure you that no member of the Demon Clan shall offend the eastern wilderness." As for his dealings with Emperor Tian, he had long since cast them aside. Despite Emperor Tian's strength, he paled in comparison to Yi Shaoqing, whose might was unparalleled, who among the cultivators could mask their presence entirely, revealing not a trace of aura while leisurely traversing the vast expanse of the heavens? Who possessed the innate ability to evoke primal fear merely by their appearance. Yet, what Yi Shaoqing uttered next left the tyrant utterly astonished. "No, I urge you to continue your actions, and it would be best to mobilize more personnel to amplify the commotion." Upon hearing this, the tyrant, perplexed, queried, "What is the reason for this?" Yi Shaoqing did not respond but instead slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes seeming to pierce through the very fabric of time itself as they briefly met the tyrant's. Boom! In that moment, the tyrant felt as if struck by lightning, his scalp tingling and his complexion paling to that of a ghost as he glimpsed unfathomable terror within those profound eyes, causing his breath to become erratic. Cold sweat soaked through his back, and as he regained his composure, he stammered, "My apologies, I spoke out of turn." Though he appeared calm on the surface, inwardly he was gripped by unparalleled dread. Just a single glance held such power. What must his true strength be? He dared not ponder further. Seeing his understanding, Yi Shaoqing finally withdrew his gaze and continued, "Your clan may harass or suppress the eastern wilderness. However, as long as the eastern wilderness does not dispatch a quasi-emperor level expert, you must not deploy any beings of that caliber or higher, otherwise, I will obliterate your demon clan from the annals of time." The tyrant nodded repeatedly in acknowledgement. Though confusion filled his mind regarding why Yi Shaoqing required him to act thus, he did not dare to voice his inquiries, fearing that a single misstep would lead to his annihilation. At that moment, the tyrant hesitantly asked, "May I pose a question?" "Speak," Yi Shaoqing replied, his expression serene. The tyrant paused for a moment before asking, "What truly transpired on the ancient path all those years ago? Why did all the emperors returning from their bare grave injuries, only to soon meet their demise? Furthermore, why did they warn future generations against venturing forth?" This enigma had haunted the tyrant for years. The ancient path, often referred to as the path to immortality, had drawn countless peak emperors during its last appearance a millennium ago, yet all who returned suffered grievous wounds and teetered on the brink of death. In their final moments,
they cautioned others that even if they were to perish, they must not tread upon the ancient path. Though his brother had lost an arm to Yi Shaoqing, the true cause of his death lay in the calamities faced upon that path. Filled with rage at this realization, the tyrant recalled how his current accomplishments were born from the divine body his brother had bestowed upon him before his passing. For years, he had searched for the truth, yearning for vengeance, yet had found nothing. Now, standing before Yi Shaoqing, who had returned from the ancient path not only alive but even more powerful, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Yet, upon hearing the tyrant's question, Yi Shaoqing appeared lost in thought, his voice drifting through the air as he mused, "The so-called path to immortality is not but a grand deception." "A deception?" The tyrant furrowed his brow, then bowed respectfully. "I beseech you to enlighten me." While Yi Shaoqing shook his head, stating, "The time is not yet ripe, some matters cannot be disclosed. When the moment is appropriate, all will be revealed." Chapter 69 of the Wasteland, the Underworld. Upon hearing these words, the tyrannical heart brimmed with reluctance. Now, only a final step remained to uncover the truth, yet he found himself unable to discern it, which filled him with an overwhelming sense of frustration. Despite his fierce demeanor, he dared not inquire further, for the individual before him was not someone he could afford to offend. Ultimately, with a resigned sigh, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, "Thank you for your elucidation, esteemed senior." Yi Shaoqing observed this with a faint smile, choosing to remain silent. Initially, he had come merely to ascertain whether an old acquaintance still lingered in this realm. However, upon witnessing the rise of the tyrant as the Beast Emperor, he deduced the truth to some extent. He then cautioned, "Do not divulge the matters I have shared with you." The tyrant nodded in acknowledgement, bowing in acquiescence. Subsequently, he gazed at the horizon, where Yi Shaoqing's figure had long since vanished, lost in contemplation, unaware of the thoughts swirling in his mind. The wasteland lay at the heart of the junction between the central continent and the eastern wilderness. As one surveyed the surroundings, desolation and silence reigned supreme. Not a trace of humanity nor a single beast or blade of grass could be found, only swirling clouds of dust. Rumor had it that thousands of years ago, one could traverse from this place to the underworld, but for reasons unknown, the underworld clan had sealed the passage. As for the veracity of such claims, it remained a mystery for future generations to ponder. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, several days had elapsed. After wandering for a while, Yi Shaoqing arrived at this desolate expanse. He descended gracefully from the sky, surveying his surroundings before gently raising his hand. A crimson ray shot forth from his fingertips, piercing into the space ahead. In an instant, the winds howled and the clouds darkened, revealing a colossal clock face that manifested before him. As the hour, minute, and second hands converged at a singular point, the surrounding space abruptly fractured, unveiling a shadowy, eerie passageway. With a thunderous rumble, an overwhelming aura of death emanated from within, plunging the realm into an eerie silence. Yi Shaoqing, undeterred, strode purposefully toward the passage. In a sudden shift, Yi Shaoqing found himself in a dim, lifeless world. People thronged about, bustling with activity, seemingly identical to the outside realm, save for the pallor of their skin, devoid of vitality, exuding an air of lifelessness. As soon as Yi Shaoqing appeared, all eyes turned towards him, filled with astonishment. "Look, a living person." Yet, how could this be possible? The passage between the underworld and the human realm had long been sealed. How had he arrived here? The essence of a living being was both familiar and enchanting to behold. "Hey, are you out of your mind? Indeed, who among the human race could traverse here, if not a formidable powerhouse? How dare you utter such words? Do you not fear the obliteration of your remaining soul?" "Just kidding, just kidding." Whispered murmurs reached Yi Shaoqing's ears, yet he remained unfazed, disregarding their chatter as he continued onward. Before long, he approached a gate exuding an ominous atmosphere, inscribed with the characters Fengdu. Just as he prepared to enter, a sentinel clad in black armor, wielding a long spear and radiating a deathly aura, blocked his path. "You are a living being? What brings you here?" The guard's gaze was laced with suspicion and wariness. Yi Shaoqing regarded the guard calmly and replied, "I have come to visit an old friend." "An old friend?" The guard paused, clearly perplexed by Yi Shaoqing's words. His voice turned colder. "As a living person, you must be aware that entry into Fengdu City is strictly forbidden for outsiders, correct?" Fengdu, the largest city in the underworld, was not lost on Yi Shaoqing. He waved his hand gently, revealing a token that materialized in his palm. The previously indifferent guard focused intently. Upon seeing the character Yen on the token, his eyes widened in sheer disbelief. You, the guard stammered, struggling to articulate his words. Seeing this, Yi Shaoqing's lips curled into a slight smile as he said, "I can enter now, can't I?" The guard, upon hearing this, immediately straightened his posture and respectfully gestured, "Please, you may proceed." As Yi Shaoqing's figure slowly vanished into the city lord's mansion, the guard shivered involuntarily, still reeling from the shock of the earlier revelation. He possessed the King of the Underworld's token. Goodness gracious, the guard could not help but swallow hard. The King of the Underworld's token was the highest-ranking token in the Underworld. There existed a strict decree that anyone encountering a bearer of the King of the Underworld's token must show utmost reverence and respect, lest they incur dire consequences. The guard pondered, could it be that the individual he had just encountered was acquainted with the King of the Underworld? The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he silently thanked his stars for having refrained from speaking recklessly moments ago. The repercussions would have been unthinkable. After all, those who knew the King of the Underworld were undoubtedly unparalleled powerhouses. Meanwhile, Fengdu City was abuzz, mirroring the liveliness of the human realm, with the sole distinction that all present were cultivators. As Yi Shaoqing emerged, curious glances were cast his way. As the onlookers marveled at the presence of a living person within their midst, however, Yi Shaoqing paid no heed to their gazes and navigated through the throngs with ease, arriving at the entrance of a towering edifice known as the Wangxing Tower, standing 1,000 meters tall, before stepping inside. This scene left all surrounding onlookers in sheer astonishment. He dared to enter the Wangxing Tower. Had this human cultivator lost his mind? Such audacity was beyond comprehension. Someone must report this to the Emperor of Fengdu. With a creak, the heavy doors of the Wangxing Tower slowly opened just as Yi Shaoqing stepped inside. A voice, cold and rigid enough to freeze the air, echoed in his ears.
The path to rebirth has yet to be opened. Depart at once.
Yi Shaoqing lifted his gaze and beheld a young man clad in black, seated cross-legged in midair, his eyes closed in meditation. Above him hovered a colossal azure wheel, radiating vibrant life force, resembling a dazzling azure sun, exuding an unsettling aura. As time passed, the black-clad youth, sensing no disturbance, furrowed his brow and gradually opened his eyes. Those eyes, as dark as ink, were deep and terrifying, akin to a bottomless abyss, evoking an instinctual aversion to direct gaze. When his gaze fell upon Yi Shaoqing at the entrance, he was momentarily stunned, disbelief etched across his features, and he exclaimed, "Yi Shaoqing, you scoundrel, I thought you were dead." Upon hearing his words, Yi Shaoqing's expression darkened instantly, and he retorted with irritation, "I must say, Yan Wujie, it has been 10 millennia, yet your tongue remains as foul as ever."
Chapter 70. The Underworld King Yan Wujie and the Secrets of the Divine Clan. Indeed, it is you, my friend. In a flash, Yan Wujie appeared beside him, his gaze filled with excitement and disbelief. He then inquired, "Where have you been all these years?" Seeing the concern etched on his face, Yi Shaoqing couldn't help but smile. Yan Wujie, the King of the Underworld, was his only true friend. Upon his arrival in this world, he had met Yan Wujie, who was honing his skills in the human realm. Their shared interests led them to frequently engage in escapades together, earning them the moniker of the Eastern Wasteland's notorious duo. Recalling the past, Yi Shaoqing chuckled, "I was in seclusion for cultivation and have just emerged." Seclusion? Yan Wujie was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in anger. "How dare the Zhang Bufan deceive me? When I went to the mysterious sacred land to find you, that rascal claimed you were absent. I thought something had happened to you, and I turned the entire Tianyun Great World upside down in search of you, only to find nothing. Now you tell me you were in seclusion?" At this, Yi Shaoqing merely smiled. Zhang Bufan was the first holy son of the mysterious sacred land and the second holy lord. After the system had issued him a task of inaction, he had been instructed to keep his seclusion a secret from everyone unless faced with an insurmountable crisis. Seeing Yi Shaoqing smile, Yan Wujie was about to retort when he suddenly gasped, "Have you resolved the devouring spirit qi?" "Indeed," Yi Shaoqing nodded slightly. "How did you accomplish that?" Yan Wujie was taken aback, his face a canvas of incredulity. Yi Shaoqing did not respond. Instead, a trace of the aura of a celestial king emanated from him. Upon sensing this terrifying energy, Yan Wujie's eyes widened in astonishment. "By the heavens, a celestial king! Yi Shaoqing, are you a monster?" He was utterly flabbergasted, initially believing that Yi Shaoqing, who had vanished for millennia, might have succumbed to the devouring spirit qi. He was shocked to find him not only alive but having broken through to the realm of celestial kings, an unfathomable turn of events. Yan Wujie promptly inquired, "How did you break through?" Yi Shaoqing, of course, would not divulge the existence of his system. Sensing his reticence, Yan Wujie surmised. Observing Yan Wujie, who exhibited not a trace of cultivation aura, Yi Shaoqing lifted his gaze to the azure wheel above and queried, "Have you integrated with the 6 paths of reincarnation?" Upon hearing this, Yan Wujie sighed, expressing his helplessness. In the past, every emperor who traversed the ancient path was ensnared by the divine clan's forbidden technique, the devouring spirit qi. None could endure for a millennium, they all perished from their lifespans being drained. I integrated myself into the 6 paths of reincarnation, becoming a part of it, and thus barely survived, albeit at the cost of my cultivation dissipating and being unable to leave the underworld. After listening to his words, Yi Shaoqing couldn't help but sigh softly, his thoughts drifting back to a millennium ago.
At that time, the path to immortality had emerged, and he, along with Yan Wujie and many other emperors, had embarked on this journey in search of the opportunity for ascension. However, they had not anticipated that their quest for immortality would unveil a staggering conspiracy. Along the way, they encountered a peculiar race known as the Divine Clan, who thrived by siphoning the lifespans of emperors. To them, the inhabitants of the Tianyun Great World were akin to domesticated pets. As long as the number of emperors reached a certain threshold, they would unlock the ancient path. It was then that they realized why, despite the Tianyun Great World being a mid-tier realm, achieving immortality was exceedingly difficult. The emperors had been treated as mere fodder by the Divine Clan. Upon uncovering this truth, all the emperors were consumed by righteous fury and rose up in rebellion. Unfortunately, their strength paled in comparison to that of the Divine Clan, which not only boasted numerous immortals but also the presence of celestial kings. Yi Shaoqing had no choice but to seek the system's assistance, forcibly elevating his strength to the Celestial King realm to engage in a fierce battle with the formidable Divine Clan. Ultimately, he managed to pierce a breach in the ancient path, allowing the emperors to escape by a stroke of luck. However, even those who had escaped were not free from calamity, as they were all marked by the devouring spirit Qi. Those below the true immortal level could not dispel it and could only watch helplessly as their lifespans were drained away. Yi Shaoqing, having the system's aid, was the only one who managed to resolve the issue without consequence. Taking a sip of his drink, Yi Shaoqing turned his gaze to Yan Wujie and asked, "Is it truly impossible to break free from the 6 paths of reincarnation?" Yan Wujie initially nodded, then shook his head. This gesture left Yi Shaoqing perplexed, his face a mask of confusion. "What does that mean?" Yan Wujie elucidated, "The 6 paths of reincarnation represent the cycle of cause and effect in this realm. All deceased cultivators are reborn here. However, since I became the king of the underworld and took control of the underworld, I discovered that only 5 paths exist, one is missing." Upon hearing this, Yi Shaoqing's brow furrowed deeply. Although he did not possess extensive knowledge of the 6 paths of reincarnation, he understood that the absence of one path would inevitably impact the entire realm. Yan Wujie continued, "That path is known as the Heavenly Path. After I fused with the 6 paths, it took its place, revealing certain secrets, all of which are connected to the Divine Clan." Such a revelation startled Yi Shaoqing. He had not anticipated that so many events had transpired behind the scenes. The world of cultivation was indeed far more complex than he had imagined. Seemingly grasping the implications of their discussion, Yi Shaoqing countered, "So, in order to free yourself from the 6 paths of reincarnation, you must retrieve the missing heavenly path?" "Precisely," Yan Wujie affirmed, a bitter smile gracing his countenance. "Yet we both know how formidable the Divine Clan is. Not to mention their reluctance to reveal themselves. Even if we were to locate them, the odds of successfully defeating them would be slim." Chapter 71 of the Many Past Events, The Severed Realm of the Eastern Wilderness. Yi Shaoqing, noticing the furrowed brows of Yan Wujie, could not help but jest. "I say, the grand figure of the underworld, the once renowned Yan Wujie, who was illustrious a millennium ago, is actually feeling disheartened over matters?" Yan Wujie, known for his invulnerability, immediately retorted, "What do you mean by that?" "I merely speak in jest. Do you truly think I fear that so-called Divine Clan?" Upon hearing these words, Yi Shaoqing burst into laughter, and even Yan Wujie, despite his thick skin, felt a twinge of embarrassment. He quickly interrupted, saying, "Hey, can we not be so frivolous?" Seeing him at a disadvantage, Yi Shaoqing's mood lightened, and he ceased his teasing. At that moment, Yan Wujie suddenly expressed curiosity. "Pray tell, how did you manage to break through to the Immortal King? And during those ancient times, how did you vanquish the members of the Divine Clan? I distinctly remember an Immortal King arrived at that time." Since Yi Shaoqing had allowed them to leave first, he was unaware of how he had traversed the ancient path. This matter had lingered in Yan Wujie's mind, and now, upon encountering Yi Shaoqing once more, his curiosity was naturally piqued. However, Yi Shaoqing merely buried himself in his drink, ignoring him completely, which left Yan Wujie feeling somewhat helpless. "Ah! This fellow must be harboring great secrets yet refuses to share them," he thought, feeling quite irked. Yet, he understood that as long as Yi Shaoqing was unwilling to speak, any further inquiries would be futile. Then, Yan Wujie raised his cup and took a swig of the liquor. The fiery drink slid down his throat, prompting him to exclaim in delight, followed by a self-deprecating remark. "Though I cannot compare to you, I am still fortunate relative to others." Yi Shaoqing, upon hearing this, raised an eyebrow as if recalling something, and suddenly asked, "What caused the formation of the Sin Cease domain?" Yan Wujie chuckled, "Is it not due to the spirit devouring Qi? Those old catfish, fearing the decline of the Dragon Clan upon nearing death, ultimately pulled their luck into the Dragon Clan and took a gamble. Who would have thought they would truly succeed, enduring 99 bolts of annihilation to create a new domain? They survived by relying on the unique powers of this realm, yet they cannot leave the Sin Sea, only lingering within its confines.
As he spoke, Yan Wuji's tone shifted, revealing a hint of admiration for their audacity.
After all, such reckless acts are not for the faint-hearted.
I see.
Yi Shaoqing silently mused that he recalled that after emerging from his retreat, he had lingered in Qingshan town for a while, which lay several 100,000 miles from the Sin Sea. At that time, he had sensed a peculiar power and ventured forth. Upon arriving, he was astonished to find that the original Sin Sea had transformed into a domain, leaving him deeply shocked. However, for various reasons, he had not delved deeper into it, leaving it etched in his memory, and now, with Yan Wuji's explanation, he understood that it was the doing of those ancient dragons.
At that moment, noticing Yi Shaoqing's renewed silence and his slight distraction, Yan Wuji suddenly asked, "Have you done something to Mulioli?"
Cough, cough. Upon hearing that name, Yi Shaoqing felt as though struck by lightning, suddenly choking on his drink, his face a portrait of astonishment as he looked at Yan Wuji, confusion written all over him.
"Why on earth are you bringing her up?"
Seeing Yi Shaoqing's reaction, Yan Wuji seemed to sense something and cryptically smiled, "Because the eastern wilderness has been ravaged by her."
"What?"
Yi Shaoqing was left speechless, shock coursing through him as he hurriedly inquired, "Do not tell me that she slaughtered all those old powers of the eastern wilderness?"
"Indeed, it was she," Yan Wuji affirmed with a nod.
Yi Shaoqing, upon hearing this, could not help but swallow hard, his emotions tumultuous and difficult to quell. Now everything was becoming clear. Since he had emerged from seclusion, a persistent question had plagued him. Why had the mysterious sacred land fallen so rapidly? While it was true that the eastern wilderness had few emperors, there had once been a multitude of quasi-emperor powers, yet, upon his return, he found that aside from the mysterious sacred land, all that remained were newly risen forces from the past few millennia, with not a single old power left standing. So it was Mulioli who had annihilated them. No wonder when he inquired of Lu Mubai regarding these matters, he had seemed at a loss, unable to provide a clear explanation. Realizing this, Yi Shaoqing quickly asked, "Why did she do such a thing?"
"You truly do not know?"
Yan Wuji took a sip of his drink, chuckling ominously. While Yi Shaoqing coughed lightly, looking at him with exasperation, signaling him to speak without further delay. Seeing this, Yan Wuji ceased his teasing and began to explain. "Approximately a few hundred years after your disappearance, Mulioli began searching for you with a fervor akin to madness, even coming to the underworld to inquire if I had seen you. At that time, I was unaware of your seclusion and told her I didn't know. She then departed, and I thought that matter had concluded. Little did I expect that about 200 years later, Mulioli suddenly attained the path of ruthlessness, transcending her mortal form to achieve the red dust immortal realm."
"The path of ruthlessness?"
Yi Shaoqing was taken aback by this revelation. Yan Wuji nodded, speaking in a mysterious tone. "Indeed, the path of ruthlessness." After her breakthrough, she uttered two sentences.
"What were they?"
Yi Shaoqing, feeling his patience wane, exploded, "Yan Wuji, if you keep dragging this out, I swear I will hit you."
"Ha ha ha."
Witnessing his reaction, Yan Wuji could not contain his laughter, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. After a considerable time, he gradually said, "The first sentence was, Yi Shaoqing, even if you were dead, I shall never forgive you." The second sentence was, "There is not a single good man in this world. They all deserve to die." Following this, Mulioli embarked on a frenzied slaughter of all powers in the eastern wilderness. The scene was utterly tragic. She was truly blinded by rage, leaving a trail of corpses and rivers of blood in her wake, effectively severing the realm. No power was spared from her wrath, and eventually, Mulioli even targeted your mysterious sacred land, seriously injuring Zhang Bufan and others. As I could not leave the underworld, I had no choice but to send someone to intervene. Fortunately, Mulioli did not strike a fatal blow. In his memory, Mulioli had always exuded the demeanor of a cold celestial being, and he had never imagined that she could be so ruthless. Each recollection sent a shiver down Yan Wuji's spine. At that moment, gazing at Yi Shaoqing, his curiosity surged anew, and he hastily asked, "Why does she harbor such hatred for you?" Chapter 72. Only through fear can one defy the heavens. In that moment, Yi Shaoqing found himself in a rather awkward predicament. Unbidden, a vision of a figure clad in white, ethereal as if untouched by the mortal realm, flashed through his mind. Mulioli, the acknowledged first beauty of the eastern wasteland a millennium ago. When Yi Shaoqing had first traversed into this world, he was merely a young man brimming with vigor. Within a hidden realm, he had encountered Mulioli and was instantaneously captivated by her charm. Yet, at that time, Mulioli had already attained the strength of a harmonious path cultivator and had no interest in him, even going so far as to mock him. This infuriated Yi Shaoqing to no end, prompting him to silently vow that he would one day surpass her. With the aid of the system, he experienced meteoric growth in his cultivation and soon caught up, ascending to the ranks of the powerful. Subsequently, he confronted Mulioli, subduing her for 7 days and nights. Afterward, she seemed to have lost her wits, relentlessly pursuing him with her sword, whether for trivial matters or not. Reflecting on this tumultuous chapter of his past, Yi Shaoqing could not help but shiver, noticing his distraction. Yan Wujie chuckled, haha, it seems our esteemed Yi Saint has truly managed to provoke the first beauty of the eastern wasteland to such an extent. In truth, Yan Wujie had long suspected the underlying story, for he was aware of Yi Shaoqing's infatuation with Mu Liuli, which had ultimately gone unfulfilled. The reason behind Mu Liuli's descent into ruthless slaughter on the path of the heartless undoubtedly stemmed from her connection to Yi Shaoqing, though the specifics eluded him. Why Yi Shaoqing, exasperated, retorted, Yan Wujie, could you possibly be more serious? He was genuinely astounded. After all these years, Yan Wujie's penchant for gossip remained unchanged. He then inquired, isn't the luminous immortal palace established by Mu Liuli? Indeed, Yan Wujie affirmed with a smile. Why Yi Shaoqing's expression transformed into one of confusion once more as he remarked, if Mu Liuli had already achieved the status of immortal at that time, why does the luminous immortal palace seem so feeble now? He recalled his initial visit to the luminous immortal palace, where it appeared that both the palace master and the Grand Elder possessed merely the strength of quasi-emperors, which should not have been the case. After a moment's contemplation, Yan Wujie elucidated, the luminous immortal palace was founded 2,000 years after Mu Liuli's massacre in the eastern wasteland, but she has not been involved with it since its inception.
Ah, I see, Yi Shaoqing murmured. Observing his demeanor, Yan Wujie shook his head with a wry smile before suddenly asking, do you know of Emperor Tian?
Upon hearing that name, Yi Shaoqing nodded. He then cast a curious glance at Yan Wujie, puzzled about how he knew of Emperor Tian, especially since he was currently unable to leave the underworld. Seemingly reading his thoughts, Yan Wujie explained, he has been to the underworld.
What business does he have in the underworld?
Yi Shaoqing inquired. A flicker of anger crossed Yan Wujie's face as he coldly replied, that scoundrel is a celestial immortal, and I do not know by what means he breached the underworld, but he has siphoned away a significant portion of our underworld's fortune.
At this, Yan Wujie's eyes burned with fury, wishing to rend Emperor Tian limb from limb. He had explicitly closed the pathways between the underworld and the mortal realm. Without the underworld king's token, it would have been impossible for anyone to force their way in, yet, this rascal not only managed to come but also drained away a considerable part of the underworld's fortune. It was crucial to the stability of this realm. Should the fortune be entirely depleted, it would lead to its annihilation. Why Yi Shaoqing frowned slightly. He understood that Emperor Tian must have relied on that dastardly villain system to arrive here, yet he was taken aback by the audacity of Emperor Tian to covet the underworld. After all, Yan Wujie was the lord of the underworld. Although he currently lacked cultivation, he was still a deity in this realm. No one could stand against him unless they were a celestial king. Then, Yan Wujie continued, I would like your assistance in a matter. Yi Shaoqing seemed to anticipate his request and smiled, you wish for me to help you eliminate him? Precisely.
Yan Wujie nodded. Having siphoned off so much fortune from the underworld, he could not let this scoundrel go unpunished.
However, he was unable to leave this place, and even if he could, he would be no match for Emperor Tian in the mortal realm. Yet, if Yi Shaoqing were to intervene, the situation would be vastly different, for he was now a celestial king, and eliminating a celestial immortal would be a straightforward task. However, Yi Shaoqing shook his head, saying, he cannot die just yet.
Why not? Yan Wujie asked, puzzled. Why Yi Shaoqing replied thoughtfully, because he still holds great value for me.
Upon hearing this, Yan Wujie's confusion deepened. How could a peak celestial king like Yi Shaoqing find any significant utility in a mere celestial immortal? He simply could not fathom it. Why Yi Shaoqing clarified, you may not be aware, but the mortal realm has fallen into decline. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth pales in comparison to that of 10,000 years ago, and the fortune is at an all-time low, making it exceedingly difficult for cultivators to ascend to the rank of emperor. What?
Yan Wujie exclaimed in astonishment. Since he had ordered the closure of the pathways thousands of years ago, he had been completely oblivious to matters beyond the underworld. Yan Wujie then questioned, but how does this relate to eliminating Emperor Tian?
It is of great significance.
Yi Shaoqing shook his head, then explained, ever since Emperor Tian rose to prominence, he has become notorious for his brutality in Zhengzhou, and he has even dispatched people to target our eastern wasteland. I intend to leverage this to instill widespread panic among all cultivators in the eastern wasteland, compelling them to strive for strength. Upon hearing this, Yan Wujie appeared to grasp something, his eyes widening in shock as he exclaimed, you cannot be suggesting that you aim to enhance the fortune of the mortal realm through such means, can you?
Yi Shaoqing remained silent, simply nodding in affirmation.
Yan Wujie, taken aback, swallowed hard. This was a scheme that would risk the lives of all cultivators in the eastern wasteland. The reason for the thinning spiritual energy was chiefly due to the low fortune, and the cause of the low fortune was the inadequacy of powerful cultivators. To elevate the world's fortune, the only solution was for those cultivators to defy the heavens, alter their fates, and grow stronger. Thus, Yi Shaoqing's words became clear. He sought to manipulate the entire populace into a state of extreme panic, urging them to cultivate fiercely for survival, lest they face death.
Realizing this, Yan Wujie suddenly voiced his fear. Do you not fear the arrival of the Great Tao by manipulating the lives of so many?
Chapter 73 The Devouring Spirit Body. Tang Yuan. It is essential to understand that within the vast expanse of 3,000 great worlds, each great world harbors 3,000 smaller worlds. Each of these smaller worlds is governed by the presence of the heavenly Tao. However, once one transcends the confines of a smaller world, the heavenly Tao ceases to manifest, replaced instead by the overarching great Tao that wields dominion from the depths of chaos. The Tianyun Great World stands as a medium-sized world. The true might of the Great Tao remains a mystery even to Yan Wujie, yet as a cultivator, he is acutely aware that the Great Tao is undeniably an invincible force. Currently, as Yi Shaoqing manipulates the fates of the beings of the Eastern Wasteland, should the Great Tao take notice, its descent from chaos into the universe would spell certain doom, even for a celestial king. A slight smile graced Yi Shaoqing's lips as he glanced at him, chuckling lightly. With so many great worlds, losing a few insignificant ants hardly raises the likelihood of detection by the Great Tao. Moreover, I stand but a step away from achieving the status of a Chaos Immortal Emperor, and it is imperative that I invigorate the fortunes of this world. When the great calamity arrives, it shall also be the day of my ascension. The power of the Chaos Immortal Emperor is equivalent to that of the Great Tao. He could have relied on the system to break through, yet the tasks assigned by the system merely entailed prolonged periods of seclusion, which could stretch into hundreds or even thousands of years, a notion that Yi Shaoqing finds intolerable. Thus, he must enlist the aid of the Emperor of Heaven. Hearing his words, Yan Wujie could only manage a wry smile. You often claim I have not changed, yet what about you? Have you altered in any way? You remain as reckless as ever. He had never submitted to anyone, and Yi Shaoqing was the sole individual who commanded his respect. After all, who else would dare provoke a quasi-emperor while still in the cave heaven realm, or challenge an emperor in their prime, all the while maintaining an undefeated record since entering the mortal realm? Now, he has only grown more audacious. This is Yi Shaoqing for you. Had anyone else made such statements, Yan Wujie would have undoubtedly mocked them as a fool. Why Yi Shaoqing, upon hearing this, merely raised an eyebrow with a subtle smile, refraining from retorting. In the realm of cultivation, only the strong possess the right to act with such arrogance, and he just so happens to embody that strength. Noticing his demeanor, Yan Wujie suddenly remarked, but have you considered that the Emperor of Heaven alone may not be sufficient to instill overwhelming fear among all the cultivators of the Eastern Wasteland? The Emperor of Heaven is, after all, a formidable celestial being. Absent substantial incentives, he would not act lightly, nor would he adhere to the plans you envision. Yet, this was a truth that Yi Shaoqing was well aware of. He then chuckled lightly. What if the demon race, dragon race, and the demon realm all participated? Upon hearing this, Yan Wujie could only laugh bitterly, realizing that he had underestimated Yi Shaoqing's foresight. He had already accounted for every detail. Should all these forces become embroiled, not only the Eastern Wasteland but the entire Tianyun Great World would likely descend into chaos, potentially inciting a massive upheaval. Soon after, Yan Wujie seemed to grasp something, saying, the demon race is manageable, but the dragon race is currently isolated and unlikely to reveal themselves easily. How do you intend to draw them out? And as for the demon realm, since the demise of the last demon lord, the thousand-faced old ghost, due to the devouring spirit qi, demon cultivators have rarely shown themselves in public. Yi Shaoqing took a sip of his wine, grinning. There is no rush.
I shall find a way to summon them all.
Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Yan Wujie could only smile helplessly, understanding that his concerns were unfounded. Pouring a glass of wine for himself, Yan Wujie then asked, since you have everything arranged, do you require any assistance from my realm of the dead? Yi Shaoqing's gaze slowly shifted toward him, casually responding, now is not the time.
I shall inform you when the moment is ripe.
Upon hearing this, Yan Wujie's eyes brightened. Initially, he had merely asked out of curiosity, given his current lack of cultivation and inability to leave the realm of the dead. He hadn't anticipated that Yi Shaoqing had indeed made arrangements for his realm. Realizing this, Yan Wujie spoke, allow me to recommend someone to you. Upon hearing this, Yi Shaoqing furrowed his brow slightly, puzzled by his implication. Yan Wujie then called out toward the door, Tang Yuan, hurry and come in. With a creak, the door to the Hall of Rebirth swung open, and a young man clad in blue entered. Disciple pays respects to master and this esteemed elder. Tang Yuan greeted Yan Wujie and Yi Shaoqing with a respectful bow. Yan Wujie, seeing this, scolded with a smile, what have you been doing standing at the door? I sensed your arrival ages ago, yet you lingered without reason.
Tang Yuan's face flushed slightly with embarrassment, unsure how to explain himself.
Just moments ago, a ghostly cultivator had notified him of an intrusion into the Hall of Rebirth, prompting his hurried arrival. However, upon entering and sensing an unfamiliar human presence, the eerie silence had made him hesitate, resulting in him standing at the entrance for an extended period. Yan Wujie then introduced, "This is my disciple, Tang Yuan, the current emperor of Fengdu." Yi Shaoqing's gaze fell upon Tang Yuan, and a flicker of surprise crossed his features, the devouring spirit body. Indeed, it is capable of consuming the souls of other cultivators. Yan Wujie nodded in affirmation, with palpable pride. He continued, "My disciple has reached the pinnacle of the emperor realm in less than 1,000 years.
Impressive, wouldn't you agree?
Indeed, quite remarkable," Yi Shaoqing praised. Possessing the devouring spirit body and achieving such a level in under a millennium truly classifies him as a genius. After all, ghostly cultivators differ from others, as they must rely on the energy of the underworld or absorb other spirits for cultivation, making rapid breakthroughs uncommon. Yan Wujie cleared his throat, declaring, "See if you have any use for him, take him under your wing and let him experience the world." Upon hearing this, Yi Shaoqing cast a languid glance at him, seemingly having anticipated his reasoning for summoning his disciple. Yan Wujie, catching the knowing look, felt a flush of embarrassment creep up his face, quickly addressing the still awkward Tang Yuan, "This is your esteemed elder Yi, he is a good brother of mine. Moreover, he is a celestial being. If you can follow him and gain his guidance, your future ascension shall be assured." A celestial being, a good brother. Tang Yuan was instantly taken aback by Yan Wujie's words. Just moments ago, he had been puzzled by his master's unusually cordial demeanor toward this human cultivator, only to discover the gravity of the situation. Coughing to regain his composure, Tang Yuan looked up, only to find Yan Wujie glaring at him with fierce intensity. Cold sweat broke out on his brow as he promptly stepped forward, bowing deeply to Yi Shaoqing. "I humbly seek your permission, esteemed elder. I shall endeavor to cultivate diligently and shall not disappoint your expectations or those of my master." Chapter 74. The robbery of the Lioli Immortal Palace. Disciple. Seeing his disciple ascend the path, Yan Wujie nodded in satisfaction. His gaze then gradually shifted towards Yi Shaoqing, his brows slightly arching as if hinting at something. Yi Shaoqing met his gaze, instantly comprehending the unspoken thoughts in his mind, and then turned to Tang Yuan, smiling as he remarked, "Now that we've reached this point in our conversation, it would be rather ungracious of me to decline, wouldn't it? Thus, I agree, you may follow me from now on." Tang Yuan, who had been anxiously awaiting this moment, immediately beamed with joy, overwhelmed with excitement as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, senior." In that instant, Tang Yuan felt as if he were in a dream, utterly elated. A true immortal, regardless of Yi Shaoqing's formidable strength, merely having the opportunity to learn under an immortal was an extraordinary and rare chance. After all, he stood but a step away from the realm of the Red Dust Immortal. Receiving guidance from Yi Shaoqing might effortlessly enable him to break through his current limitations. Observing this scene, Yan Wujie was equally delighted. Tang Yuan was his prized disciple, possessing exceptional talent within the realm of the underworld. However, with his strength diminished and having merged with the cycle of reincarnation, his cultivation had stagnated at the pinnacle of the emperor level from a millennium ago, rendering him unable to impart further knowledge. But now, with Yi Shaoqing, the immortal king as a guide, Tang Yuan's future prospects would undoubtedly surpass those he could have achieved under his tutelage in the underworld. With this thought, Yan Wujie promptly expressed his gratitude to Yi Shaoqing, saying, "Thank you. In the future, I shall rely on you to look after Yuan." Upon hearing this, Yi Shaoqing's expression darkened instantly, his countenance reflecting displeasure as he glared at Yan Wujie.
"Yan Wujie, do we need to resort to such formalities? Have you not considered me a brother?"
Realizing his misstep, Yan Wujie hastily replied, my mistake, I shall punish myself with 3 cups. Watching him down 3 cups of wine, Yi Shaoqing's expression finally returned to normal, and he raised his cup to clink it with Yan Wujie's. The scene of their jovial banter deeply moved Tang Yuan, evoking a mix of discomfort and happiness within him. The discomfort stemmed from the fact that after nearly a millennium of being under his master's wing, this was the first time he had witnessed such genuine joy on his master's face. Yet, his happiness was intertwined with his master's joy. If his master was happy, so was he. Meanwhile, in the eastern wilderness border region, an alarming increase in the number of demon beasts had been observed for reasons unknown. This surge not only escalated the pressure on Fengyun City but also began to compromise the entire border defense, leading to frequent breaches. Fortunately, these demon beasts were not particularly strong, prompting various powers in the eastern wilderness to dispatch their disciples for support. The sounds of battle and anguished cries intertwined, resonating throughout the border. Within the outer forest of the southern barbarians, a group of about 10 figures was engaged in clearing the battlefield. Surrounding them were countless corpses of demon beasts ranging from the Golden Core to the nascent Soul Realm. Suddenly, a resounding hum sliced through the air, as a wave of sword energy surged forth, overwhelming and unstoppable. Wherever it struck, massive trees were shattered, hurtling towards a young woman clad in white who hovered in midair.
Who goes there? Lin Xian sensed the approaching aura and swiftly turned to face it.
However, upon seeing the formidable sword wave, her beautiful eyes widened in alarm, and she hastily brandished her sword in defense. Boom! Lin Xian was forcefully propelled backward, crashing into several large trees before finally coming to a halt.
Saintess, are you alright?
There's an enemy attack, quickly, take caution. The disciples of the Lioli Immortal Palace rushed forward to help her, anxiously scanning their surroundings for threats. At that moment, dozens of young men and women burst forth from the woods, surrounding them completely. Before the disciples of the Lioli Immortal Palace could react, a calm voice echoed, "We shall take these demon cores." The disciples looked up to find a young man wielding a sacred weapon stepping forward from behind the crowd. Sensing the immense pressure radiating from him, all eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Xian surveyed the group and, upon noticing their uniform attire, coldly inquired, "You are disciples of the Misty Sacred Land?
It is you who have been brazenly seizing demon cores from others during this time?"
As her words fell, Lin Hao's lips curled into a slight smile, his gaze slowly shifting to her as he replied, "You've guessed correctly, but unfortunately, there is no prize for that."
You! Lin Xian was instantly infuriated by his words, rebuking, "Do you not fear bringing shame to the Misty Sacred Land with your actions?" Lin Hao, however, regarded her with disdain, retorting, "Who decreed that seizing is impermissible? How have we sullied the name of the Misty Sacred Land? If you have the capability, why not seize some yourselves? If you lack strength, then refrain from whining." The other disciples of the Misty Sacred Land nodded in agreement, echoing Lin Hao's sentiments while mocking Lin Xian and her companions. The Saint's son is right. If you have the ability, go ahead and snatch some yourselves. Indeed, I advise you to surrender quickly and hand over the demon cores willingly, or you shall see what awaits you. During this period, under Lin Hao's leadership, they had been killing demon beasts at will and robbing cultivators indiscriminately, reaping a bountiful harvest of demon cores. Only demon beasts of the golden core realm and above possessed these cores, akin to the golden core of human cultivators, which could be refined to enhance one's cultivation. Many had experienced considerable growth during this time. Consequently, the group held immense faith in Lin Hao. At his command, they would unsheath their blades without hesitation. Initially filled with rage, Lin Xian's beautiful eyes fell upon the proudly standing Lin Hao as she was taken aback. "You are the current saint son of the Misty Sacred Land?" Before Lin Hao could respond, Shen Feng, who stood beside him, interjected triumphantly, "Indeed. This is our saint's son, Lin Hao. Are you scared now?" Lin Xian furrowed her brows, clearly displeased by his tone, yet unable to express her frustration. She was internally astonished. The news of the Misty Sacred Land appointing a saint's son 3 months prior had spread throughout the eastern wilderness, and she was well aware of it. However, she had little knowledge of his actual strength. Yet, judging by the sword wave that had just sent her flying, Lin Hao's power was undoubtedly on par with her own nascent soul realm, if not exceeding it. Lost in thought, Lin Hao stepped forward, raising his sacred weapon as he coldly questioned, "So, will you surrender the demon cores willingly, or shall I force you to hand them over?" The overwhelming pressure snapped Lin Xian back to reality. Just as she found herself at a loss for what to do, a mocking voice rang out from above. "Saint Sun Lin, what skill is there in bullying a woman?" Chapter 75. Do you wish for a hero to save the damsel? Duan, a robust youth, his muscles taut and formidable, descended from the heavens, landing with a resounding thud. The sudden spectacle startled everyone present. Upon recognizing his visage, the disciples of the Lioli Immortal Palace erupted in a fervor. It is Zhao Xingzi, it is truly him. I heard he recently broke through to the midstage of the Divine Soul Realm. We are saved, a timid voice inquired. Why does Zhao Xingzi's arrival signify our salvation? You must be new here, unaware that Zhao Xingzi has a fondness for our saintess. Hush, keep your voice down. The saintess is here. The murmurs reached Lin Xian's ears, and upon hearing the latter remarks, her cheeks flushed crimson. She immediately turned, casting a fierce glare at the chattering crowd, her eyes ablaze with indignation. The disciples of the Lioli Immortal Palace, witnessing this scene, quickly silenced themselves, fearing further reprimand. Zhao Yong rose, arching an eyebrow at Lin Xian, a grin spreading across his face as he said, "Lin girl, we meet again." Humph. Observing his frivolous demeanor, Lin Xian let out a cold huff, not only refusing to acknowledge him but even avoiding his gaze entirely. An awkward silence enveloped the area. Zhao Yong, feeling the tension, scratched his head in embarrassment, confusion swirling in his mind. Wasn't it said that raising an eyebrow held great allure for women? Why did Lin girl show no reaction? Could it be that she was shy? Just as he was lost in his shameless musings, Lin Hao slowly shifted his gaze towards him, speaking, "You are the saint son of the Gale Blade sect, Zhao Yong?"
Coming back to his senses, Zhao Yong hoisted his blade onto his shoulder, meeting Lin Hao's gaze with a commanding presence. Indeed, I am the Saint's son.
Oh. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. So you wish to play the role of the hero saving the beauty?
Since becoming the Saint's son of the ethereal sacred land, Lin Hao had sought to understand various matters and individuals of the eastern wilderness, and naturally, he was aware of Zhao Yong. Hearing that this individual, along with Lin Xian and Yi Xian, were the strongest among the younger generation of the eastern wilderness, ignited a fierce battle spirit within him. Haha. In response to his words, Zhao Yong erupted into hearty laughter. He then addressed Lin Hao. Hero saving the beauty is an exaggeration. I merely wish to spar with you, however. Should I emerge victorious, the matter of the demon core shall be dismissed.
What say you? As soon as the words left his mouth, the disciples of the Liuli Immortal Palace were filled with elation. Yet, Lin Xian furrowed her brow, stepping forward to exclaim at Zhao Yong, I do not require your assistance. Leave at once.
Zhao Yong, taken aback, was about to respond when Lin Hao also stepped forward, casting a cold smile at her while pointing at Zhao Yong. Your consent or lack thereof is inconsequential.
He must duel me today.
Lin Hao, you are being unreasonable. Lin Xian rebuked, her feelings towards him plummeting to an icy chill. Zhao Yong, hearing Lin Hao mock the girl he admired, felt a shadow of anger darken his expression as he addressed him. Lin Saint's son, we are both figures of the Saint's son level. Such words seem rather excessive. Lin Hao gently caressed his holy weapon, scoffing, excessive, I beg to differ. Zhao Yong found himself momentarily speechless, his brows knitting tightly as he retorted coldly, I am in the midstage of the Divine Soul Realm, 2 minor realms above you.
Are you overly confident in your abilities, Lin Saint's son?
Zhao Yong could not fathom how Lin Hao could be so assured, daring to challenge him, especially given his superior strength. Furthermore, Lin Hao reminded him of someone Yi Xian, both bearing an air of arrogance that was irksome. What does a slight difference in realm matter? Lin Hao dismissed the notion with a cold smile, asserting, when it comes to actual combat, who knows who will emerge victorious? With matters having escalated to this point, Zhao Yong understood that if he did not engage in a duel today, Lin Hao would not relent.
Very well, I accept your challenge.
With that, the disciples of the ethereal sacred land and the Liuli Immortal Palace retreated, clearing a wide space in the center.
Boom, the midstage divine soul aura erupted violently from Zhao Yong, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. Lin Saint's son, be cautious.
Zhao Yong's expression turned grim as he gripped his blade tightly, stepping forward with an aura of dominance.
Blade of dominance.
With a fierce shout, a powerful blade aura surged forth, divine might emanating from his weapon, enveloping it and transforming into a massive wave of blade energy, striking directly towards Lin Hao.
Come forth.
Lin Hao laughed wildly upon witnessing this. The initial stage of the Divine Soul Realm surged within him, and with a firm stomp, the tumultuous sword energy, too, was enveloped in divine might, forming a colossal wave of sword energy. Boom! The 2 formidable waves of blade and sword energy tore through the sky, colliding with an explosive force. Bang! The massive shockwave obliterated the surrounding trees, shaking the entire forest. The disciples of the ethereal sacred land and the Liuli Immortal Palace, watching the fierce battle unfold before them, wore expressions of astonishment. Wow, they are both incredibly strong. Indeed, while Lin Saint's son appears slightly weaker, he seems to be holding his own against Zhao Xingzi.
No, look closely.
Lin Saint's son is beginning to falter. Zhao Xingzi holds a 2-realm advantage, and soon, gaps will begin to show. Lin Xian, too, felt a wave of surprise. She had not anticipated Lin Hao's strength to be so extraordinary. To be able to contend with Zhao Yong at such a level, she feared that if she were to face him, she would undoubtedly be defeated. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed through the mountains.
Yield, you are no match for me.
Under relentless assault, Lin Hao's momentum visibly waned, and Zhao Yong seized the opportunity, ruthlessly sending him flying. Bang! Lin Hao crashed through several large trees, reducing them to splinters. Zhao Yong hovered in the air, his gaze fixed on the blood trickling from Lin Hao's lips, slowly stating, well, Lin Saint's son?
You have lost, isn't it time for you to depart?
Lin Hao gradually rose, wiping the blood from his mouth, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he coldly replied, lost, I have not yet lost.
This is merely the beginning.
His words momentarily stunned Zhao Yong, and before he could regain his composure, an overwhelming chill enveloped him, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Below, Lin Hao suddenly emanated an icy aura, rapidly engulfing the entire forest, snowflakes swirling in the air. Boom! In an instant, the flora and fauna within several miles were frozen into intricate ice sculptures. Zhao Yong, witnessing this scene, gasped in disbelief, by heavens, a special divine body. Chapter 76, The ultimate sycophant. Zhao Yong. A frigid aura swept through the surroundings, causing everyone present to tremble uncontrollably. Zhao Yong's astonished cry echoed through the forest. The disciples of the Liuli Immortal Palace widened their eyes in disbelief, all gazing intently at Lin Hao, their expressions betraying profound incredulity. The divine body, Lin Xingzi, possessed a legendary special constitution akin to that of Yi Xingzi from the vast sword sect. My goodness, no wonder he had remained inconspicuous before rising to prominence as the son of the mysterious sacred land. His sudden display of power is explained, however. The aura emanating from Lin Xingzi's divine body seems even more formidable than Yi Xingzi's innate sword embryo, doesn't it? Are you foolish? These two are simply incomparable. Yi Xian's divine body is unique to the sword path, an innate sword embryo that can only be possessed by sword cultivators, and its cultivation is exceedingly arduous. The mastery of the sword path requires a corresponding talent. Without sufficient aptitude in swordsmanship, one cannot fully harness the power of the innate sword embryo. After all, possessing an innate sword embryo does not equate to having high talent. It merely indicates a slightly higher starting point, and the ultimate realm one can achieve depends on the wielder of the sword. The whispers reached Lin Hao's ears, but he chose to disregard them. His gaze slowly shifted to the dazed Zhao Yong, and he coldly remarked, I have stated before, high cultivation does not equate to formidable strength. That arrogant voice jolted Zhao Yong back to reality. Despite the biting cold surrounding him, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Everything felt surreal. Here was Lin Hao, newly emerged into the world, wielding immense power and possessing a special constitution, placing pressure on him that rivaled even that of Yi Xian. Noticing Zhao Yong's silence, Lin Hao's expression hardened, and he said in a low voice, if that is the case, then prepare to receive my attack. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yong took a deep breath, adhering to his long-held belief of yielding when necessary. However, this moment was different. He was fighting for the one he admired, and he could not afford to lose face. Thus, he resolved to win. And gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, he stepped forward and shouted, come on, let me see just how formidable your divine body truly is. Ha ha ha. Lin Hao threw his head back and laughed wildly, fully mastering the power of the extreme cold divine body. With a mere flick of his hand, numerous ice spikes of varying sizes coalesced instantly, all aimed directly at Zhao Yong. At this sight, Zhao Yong's heart raced with alarm. He suddenly felt as if the space around him was enveloped by an overwhelming force, rendering his movements sluggish. Realizing this, Zhao Yong hurriedly circulated his spiritual energy, attempting to dispel the cold surrounding him, but no matter what he did, he was unable to succeed. Lin Hao, observing him, mocked, do not waste your efforts in futile struggle. This is the unique domain of the extreme cold divine body. Within this realm, unless your cultivation surpasses mine by a significant margin, it is utterly impossible to break free. Just as he prepared to strike at the entranced Zhao Yong, a figure suddenly flew between them. Enough! Lin Xian scolded Lin Hao coldly, you desire the demon cores, do you not? I shall grant them to you, both of you, cease fighting. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao remained silent, folding his arms and watching her with keen interest. Meanwhile, Zhao Yong could no longer contain himself and hurriedly called out to Lin Xian, Miss Lin, step aside. I am confident I can defeat him. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's anger flared instantly. She spun around, glaring at him fiercely, and retorted, he possesses a divine body. What do you intend to use to fight him? Lin Xian was utterly exasperated. How could Zhao Yong be so obstinate? She was well aware of his feelings for her, yet he was not her type at all. Lin Xian did not wish for him to take unnecessary risks over this matter. Seeing his beloved goddess enraged, Zhao Yong panicked and quickly said, all right, I won't fight him anymore. Please don't be angry, Miss Lin. This scene did not escape Lin Hao's notice. He couldn't help but smirk, and then he burst into laughter. I never imagined that the esteemed Zhao Xingzi of the Gangxi Blade sect would turn out to be such a sycophant. Zhao Yong's face flushed crimson at this remark, and he retorted indignantly, what do you know? His gaze then shifted slowly to the somewhat distracted Lin Xian. Ever since I first laid eyes on Miss Lin, I have been captivated by her extraordinary beauty. I suppose this is what one refers to as love at first sight. I am fully aware that I am not worthy of her and that she does not harbor feelings for me, but none of that matters. As long as I love her, that is enough, and you? Zhao Yong pointed at Lin Hao, disdain etched across his face, you simply do not understand what love is. Moreover, I am not a sycophant. I am someone who boldly pursues love without hesitation. Ha! Upon hearing his self-righteous declaration, Lin Hao laughed uncontrollably, nearly brought to tears by his amusement. Was this not the epitome of an oblivious sycophant? Zhao Yong, be quiet. Lin Xian, who had remained sullen throughout, finally reached her breaking point and exploded in frustration. Zhao Yong's words were utterly repugnant, sending shivers down her spine. Desperate to escape the situation, Lin Xian spoke directly to Lin Hao, you desire the demon cores, do you not? They are all yours. With that, she unhesitatingly tossed 3 storage rings filled with demon cores toward him. Lin Hao caught the storage rings and, with a slight probe of his divine sense, his eyes lit up upon discovering they were brimming with over 2,000 demon cores. He immediately stowed the rings away and grinned at Lin Xian. Indeed, Miss Lin is magnanimous. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly, clearly uninterested in engaging with him, even disregarding Zhao Yong as she led the disciples of the Liuli Immortal Palace away.
Miss Lin, wait for me. Zhao Yong called out urgently. Just as he prepared to follow, a sharp sword aura struck the ground before him, startling him into a jolt. Then, Lin Xian's icy voice echoed, "If you dare to follow, you will meet your demise." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yong's demeanor deflated like a punctured balloon. As he wore a forlorn expression, Lin Hao teased him, "Zhao the great sycophant, you may entertain yourself here, we shall take our leave first." At this declaration, Zhao Yong's anger surged, and he spun around, ready to explode, only to find that Lin Hao and the others had already vanished without a trace. Just then, Zhang Yang and the disciples of the Gangchi Blade sect approached on their swords from a distance. "Saint Sun, so you are here!" Zhang Yang exclaimed, landing beside him with a beaming face. Zhao Yong, seeing him, seethed with rage, gritting his teeth as he spat, "You, Zhang Yang, it's all your fault that I lost face in front of Miss Lin. Today, I will teach you a lesson." Zhang Yang was taken aback and hadn't even opened his mouth before a fist the size of a sandbag came crashing toward him. The air filled with the sound of anguished cries as the scene echoed through the skies. Ah! Chapter 77. A fortuitous encounter. At this moment, a white-bearded elder, possessing an ethereal aura yet emanating a sinister glint from his eyes, was traversing the void of Zhengzhou with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the border region, appearing above the desolate expanse. Suddenly, a faint sound captured the elder's attention. Below, a pitch-black spatial portal materialized, and forth stepped 2 figures, Yi Shaoqing and Tang Yuan. They soon noticed the elder above, their gazes locking in an unspoken acknowledgement. Tang Yuan furrowed his brow, lowering his voice as he spoke to Yi Shaoqing, "Senior, he is indeed a red dust immortal." The elder had not completely concealed his aura. The overwhelming celestial pressure emanating from him left Tang Yuan in a state of astonishment. While Yi Shaoqing remained silent, his expression betraying no change. Meanwhile, the elder, upon seeing the two, whispered to himself in disbelief, "Strange. I cannot discern his cultivation." Despite being at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, Tang Yuan could usually perceive the strength of others at a glance. However, when he turned his gaze to Yi Shaoqing, the elder was rendered utterly dumbfounded. He realized not only could he not fathom Yi Shaoqing's cultivation, but he couldn't even detect the slightest trace of his aura, which filled him with profound shock. It was known that a red dust immortal could not be easily eluded by ordinary beings unless they were more powerful, yet how could that be possible here in the eastern wilderness, where the strongest known figure was merely an emperor? After a brief contemplation, the immortal proceeded eastward, paying little mind to them, for he was on a mission. Watching him depart into the eastern wilderness, Yi Shaoqing chuckled softly. "Things are becoming increasingly interesting." Tang Yuan, sensing the intrigue, inquired, "Senior, do you know this person?" Yi Shaoqing shook his head, offering no explanation, merely stating, "Some individuals can no longer restrain themselves. I fear chaos will soon descend upon the eastern wilderness." Tang Yuan was further perplexed. He could discern the deeper implications in Yi Shaoqing's words. Even if the senior did not recognize the individual they had just encountered, he surely understood the origins of that person. However, he dared not press further, respecting the unspoken reasons behind Yi Shaoqing's reticence. He was astute enough to realize that some matters were beyond his purview. In the void thousands of meters above the eastern wilderness, the immortal stood as a deity, surveying the land below. His divine sense swept across every corner in an instant. Moments later, a smirk crept upon his lips, revealing a cold smile. A swarm of ants, and not a single peak emperor among them. The likes of Heifeng and Shueisha are such waste that they could be easily slain. His gaze sharpened like an arrow, piercing through to the grand hall of the mysterious sacred land, where Lu Mubai sat, suddenly feeling the weight of the elder's gaze. "What is this? Why do I feel as though I am being seen through?" Lu Mubai sensed an unsettling discomfort and promptly rose, stepping out of the hall to survey his surroundings. He then gazed upward into the empty void, murmuring in confusion, "What on earth is happening today? Why do I feel so ill at ease?" Every movement he made was observed by the immortal, who scoffed disdainfully before taking a step, vanishing from sight. In an instant, he reappeared above the border between the eastern wilderness and the southern barbarian lands. Gazing coldly at the cultivators below who were hunting down the demon race, a flicker of confusion crossed the immortal's eyes. What are these demons up to? Why do they send forth such inconsequential beasts? Are they merely fodder for the cultivators of the eastern wilderness to hone their skills? The immortal was taken aback,
This scenario was entirely different from what the Heavenly Emperor had described regarding a full-scale assault by demon beasts. Unable to endure the sight any longer, he turned and flew back towards the eastern wilderness. In a certain courtyard, upon entering, the immortal was met by three figures clad in black, who appeared like phantoms, kneeling on one knee and respectfully proclaiming, "We greet the Hallmaster."
With a cursory glance, the immortal inquired, "Are you the men of Heifeng?"
"Indeed, Hallmaster," the leading figure replied with reverence.
Upon hearing this, the immortal narrowed his eyes, questioning, "Why is it that Heifeng is dead, yet you remain alive?"
In that instant, the leader felt an overwhelming pressure wash over him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. He quickly suppressed his fear and stammered, replying to the Hallmaster, "We belong to the intelligence division under Hallmaster Heifeng. After he was slain by the progenitor of the mysterious sacred land, we were at a loss and thus sought to inform you."
"The progenitor of the mysterious sacred land?" The immortal's brow furrowed. The black-clad figure nodded, responding, "Indeed, it was he who killed Hallmaster Heifeng, and this person is no ordinary being. He is the founding ancestor of the mysterious sacred land, named Yi Shaoqing. Moreover, he is an immortal." "Yi Shaoqing."
The immortal gasped in astonishment. Although he had only been cultivating for over 8,000 years, he had long heard of Yi Shaoqing's illustrious reputation. This man had previously defeated all emperors in Zhongzhou, single-handedly cleaving through the ancient path with but a sword, truly an invincible force a millennium ago. He never imagined that Yi Shaoqing was still alive and had achieved immortality. With this revelation, the immortal immediately pressed the black-clad figure. "Do you know his current strength?" The figure shook his head, replying, "I am unaware, but when he annihilated the divine martial dynasty and killed Hallmaster Heifeng, he displayed celestial might. At that time, the void of the eastern wilderness could barely withstand his celestial pressure, nearly collapsing." As he recounted the scene, fear filled the eyes of the black-clad figure.
"Oh?" The immortal was momentarily taken aback. As a peak red dust immortal, even exerting his utmost strength, he could not shatter the void. Only those beyond the red dust immortal realm, true immortals, could achieve such a feat. Could it be that Yi Shaoqing had reached this level? Chapter 78. Helpless Jiang Tao. Upon contemplating this, the expression of the Wuhan Taoist gradually darkened. If Yi Shaoqing truly ascended to the realm of true immortals, with his mere mortal cultivation as a red dust immortal, any attempt to contend with him would undoubtedly be a path to self-destruction. His rise above countless cultivators and his current achievements stemmed from a lack of loyalty and the betrayal of his brethren. He certainly would not engage in reckless endeavors that defied his own capabilities. However, the esteemed Heavenly Emperor. Wuhan Taoist's gaze slowly returned to the figure clad in black, and he inquired in a tone devoid of emotion, "Apart from this, are there any other peculiar circumstances?" The three men felt their scalps prickle under his gaze. After a moment of contemplation, the leader of the black-clad men suddenly spoke, "Master, there is indeed another matter." But Wuhan Taoist's eyes sharpened, and he intoned gravely, "What is it?" "Speak quickly." "Why yes." The black-clad man was immediately intimidated by his imposing aura and hurriedly continued, "Recently, Qin Shaotian contacted my subordinate through a transmission stone, expressing his desire to join our heavenly palace. However, he gives off an exceedingly treacherous vibe." "Treacherous?" Upon hearing this, Wuhan Taoist furrowed his brow, seemingly bewildered. The black-clad man nodded vigorously and elaborated, "Indeed, Qin Shaotian was originally a follower of the Black Wind Hallmaster and also the sovereign of the divine martial dynasty. When the ancestor of the mysterious mist sacred land suddenly descended, the Black Wind Hallmaster was no match and met his demise at his hands, leading to the subsequent fall of the divine martial dynasty. Yet, as the sovereign, Qin Shaotian seized the chaos to slip away, narrowly escaping disaster. Upon absorbing this information, a cold smirk crept upon Wuhan Taoist's lips. Simultaneously, Qin Shaotian was mentally branded as a cunning opportunist in his mind. The black-clad man discreetly observed the pensive Wuhan Taoist, and with a swift glance, he half-knelt and respectfully proclaimed, "Master, the Black Wind Hall Master has suffered a tragic fate. I long to avenge him, but lament my insufficient strength. Thus, I wish to follow you, to offer my humble service." The other two black-clad men, witnessing this scene, promptly knelt beside him in unison, exclaiming, "We hope the master will grant us this opportunity." Hearing their words, Wuhan Taoist's eyes narrowed slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Your cultivation is at the saint level, although it is somewhat lacking, it is not without merit." The three men felt a surge of joy in their hearts. They were all subordinates of the Black Wind Hall, possessing mediocre strength. Now that Black Wind was dead, returning to the Heavenly Palace would be fraught with challenges. Even if they could manage to return, without a backing, they would likely be slaughtered by others. After all, the assassins in the Dark Assassination Hall were not benevolent souls, they were a ruthless bunch, engaging in mutual slaughter for profit. However, Wuhan Taoist was different. He was the third in command of the Heavenly Palace, the strongest among the three Hall Masters, a genuine red dust immortal powerhouse. If they could follow him, who would dare to provoke them within the Dark Assassination Hall?
With this thought in mind, the three men hurriedly clasped their hands in respect, collectively proclaiming, "We are willing to serve the master in any capacity, even at the cost of our lives." Yet, before their words could fully dissipate, a chilling laughter echoed ominously. There is no need to wait until later, before the three could react. An overwhelming and terrifying pressure surged from Wohan Taoist, instantly enveloping them, causing their internal spiritual energy to begin draining away relentlessly. Their previously elated emotions were doused as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over them, chilling them to the bone, and the shadow of death loomed over them, inciting sheer terror and desperate pleas. "Master, spare us, do not kill us." However, Wuhan Taoist paid no heed to their pleas for mercy, instead responding with a cold laugh, "Did you not willingly offer to plunge into the depths of danger for me? I require your assistance now." With that, a surge of dark energy emanated from the palm of Wuhan Taoist. In mere moments, he drained the spiritual energy and life essence from the three black-clad men, rendering them into withered corpses that collapsed to the ground. Gazing at the three lifeless bodies before him, Wuhan Taoist's eyes were filled with disdain, and he swiftly struck out with his palm with a resounding bang. The corpses instantly turned to ash, dissipating into the ether. As night fell, within the drunken beauty pavilion of Qingshan town, a woman donned in a red winter coat and a plush cloak sat by the window, her enchanting beauty captivating. With her jade-like hand propping up her chin, she gazed longingly at the bright moon hanging in the night sky, her beautiful eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. The scene did not escape Jiang Tao's observant eyes from upstairs. He let out a soft sigh before descending the stairs to approach Jiang Qingyue. He gently spoke, "My dear, it is late, you should rest early." However, Jiang Qingyue merely shook her head in response. Jiang Tao, having cherished this daughter since her youth, could easily discern the turmoil within her heart. A bittersweet smile crept across his face as he fell silent and took a seat opposite her, pouring himself a glass of wine. The father and daughter sat in silence for a considerable time. Suddenly, Jiang Qingyue softly murmured, "Father, do you think young Master Yi will return?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Tao visibly froze, his silence betraying his inner conflict. With an air of helplessness, he replied, "My dear, it would be best to forget about it. He is a celestial being, an invincible powerhouse renowned a millennium ago. How could such a person be swayed by a fleeting encounter with someone from the mundane world?" These words, upon reaching Jiang Qingyue's ears, caused her to tremble involuntarily, tears welling up in her eyes as she forced a smile. "Father, what are you saying? I merely wish to inquire if young Master Yi will return. Nothing more. What does his strength have to do with this? Why should I forget?" Child Jiang Tao gazed at his defiant daughter, momentarily at a loss for words. It had been nearly a year since Yi Shaoqing departed. At first, it was bearable, with his daughter merely lost in occasional daydreams. However, ever since 3 months ago, when the news of Yi Shaoqing's annihilation of the divine martial dynasty and the subsequent surge of celestial might that shook the eastern wilderness reached them, she had become utterly disoriented, her spirit wandering day in and day out. Any discerning eye could see that she was utterly mismatched with him. Initially, Jiang Tao had doubted the news, suspecting it was merely a case of homonymy, and even ventured out to investigate. From the widely circulated portrait of the ancestor of the mysterious mist-sacred land, aside from slight differences in appearance, the attire and demeanor were unmistakably identical. It was indeed the invincible Yi Shaoqing of a millennium past. After all, Jiang Tao had once been a peak emperor himself and understood that altering one's visage was a trivial matter for such powerful beings. Chapter 79, The Art of Deception, The Foolishness of Mortals. The immortal, the ancestor of the ethereal sacred land, the invincible being from a millennium ago, this is akin to amalgamating all formidable buffs into one. Yet, his own daughter has inexplicably developed feelings for him, leaving Jiang Tao at a loss. Jiang Qingyue gazed at her father, whose face was etched with worry as he drank alone, and a wave of sorrow washed over her. She understood the complexities of the situation, yet she was reluctant to forget so easily. After all, she was merely an ordinary individual, while young Master Yi stood as an unparalleled powerhouse at the pinnacle of the world. How could she ever be worthy of him? With this thought, Jiang Qingyue endeavored to calm herself, forcing a smile as she addressed Jiang Tao, saying, "Father, do not fret, your daughter is not so fragile." With that, she slowly rose and made her way to the second floor. Jiang Tao, shaking his head in resignation, sighed softly as he watched her retreating figure, choosing not to speak further. After all, some matters are best left unspoken. She must find her own way to navigate through them. The next day at the vast sword sect, the sect master announced that the Holy Sun had emerged from seclusion, having made a breakthrough to the early pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. Yang Tian, brimming with excitement, exclaimed to Zhang Yun. Indeed, Zhang Yun replied, nodding in affirmation. He continued, "Since he has emerged, let the Holy Sun take a few disciples to the borderlands to slay beasts and hone their skills." Understood, Yang Tian responded. Observing Yang Tian's silhouette, Qin Shaotian, contemplatively, remarked, "Have you heard, the ethereal sacred land has established a branch sect and is currently recruiting disciples extensively." Zhang Yun frowned slightly, retorting, "They merely established a branch.
Why concern yourself so?
Upon hearing Zhang Yun's nonchalant tone, Qin Xiaotian's frustration boiled over as he retorted, "Damn it, they have razed my divine martial dynasty to the ground, only to build their branch on my territory.
Do you think I am eager to meddle in this?"
Zhang Yun cleared his throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed for having overlooked this matter. He then inquired, "What do you intend to do? Do you plan to march over there? Let us not forget that the entire eastern wilderness is currently seeking you. If discovered, you shall face the wrath of the ethereal sacred land." His words fell like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing the flames of anger within Qin Xiaotian.
"But I cannot bear it," he exclaimed. The thought of his divine martial dynasty not only destroyed but also having a branch established on his rightful territory ignited his fury. Zhang Yun, hearing this, chose to ignore him, instead mocking, "You should set aside these futile thoughts and hasten to summon the people from the heavenly palace. You once claimed it was easy to contact them, yet look how long it has been with not a single response." Qin Xiaotian, somewhat sheepish, replied, "I did manage to contact Blackwind's subordinates. They assured me they would respond, yet it has been ages with no word." Zhang Yun was at a loss for words. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would never have agreed to Qin Xiaotian's request or taken him in. It was a recipe for trouble. If the people from the heavenly palace truly could not be reached, and the ethereal sacred land learned of Qin Xiaotian's presence here, they would all be doomed. As the two fell into a silence, a chilling voice broke through the air. "Are you seeking the people from the heavenly palace?"
Startled, both Zhang Yun and Qin Xiaotian turned towards the source of the voice, exclaiming. Unfazed by their mounting hostility, Wuhan Daoist merely smiled, leisurely responding, "I am quite vengeful by nature. I advise you to temper your auras. You are but a trifling harmonization realm cultivator, yet you dare to be so arrogant."
Qin Xiaotian retorted coldly, disdain filling his voice. "Indeed, do you truly believe my vast sword sect is a playground for you?" Zhang Yun chimed in.
Both men, being formidable emperors, found it absurd that this seemingly unremarkable old man, a mere harmonization realm cultivator, would dare to speak to them thus, clearly courting disaster. Noticing his silence, Qin Xiaotian and Zhang Yun exchanged glances and nodded in agreement.
Together now. Despite his apparent weakness, they resolved to strike in unison for safety.
In an instant, both launched forward, rapidly closing the distance to the Wuhan Daoist, fists raised to strike. Just as they were about to connect, the Wuhan Daoist's cold voice echoed, "Insects, cease your insolence."
A terrifying celestial aura erupted from his being, instantly overwhelming the two, forcing them to their knees.
With a resounding thud, the ground buckled beneath them, and blood spilled from the corners of their mouths.
"An immortal, you are not merely a harmonization realm cultivator, you are an immortal,"
Zhang Yun and Qin Xiaotian exclaimed, their eyes wide with shock. In that moment, they had envisioned countless scenarios, yet never did they fathom that this seemingly ordinary old man was, in fact, an extraordinary celestial being. Their hearts sank, realizing they had been thoroughly deceived.
"Please, senior.
We, the juniors, are blind to your grandeur and have offended you. We implore you to spare our lives," they begged in unison.
"Yes, esteemed elder, we acknowledge our mistakes, we beseech you to show mercy."
As they witnessed the same individuals who had once been so boisterous and arrogant now groveling for mercy within mere minutes, the Wuhan Daoist felt a wave of exasperation wash over him.
"These two were, after all, emperors, how could their courage be so feeble?" he barked. "Silence, when did I declare I would kill you? Not to kill us?" Qin Xiaotian and Zhang Yun breathed a sigh of relief, their tension dissipating, and they ceased their pleas.
They had been thoroughly frightened, fearing this immortal sought their lives, only to realize it had been a false alarm. Witnessing their sudden shift in demeanor, the Wuhan Daoist's expression darkened. He was now thoroughly convinced of their utter lack of composure. Chapter 80 of the Heart of Dao Cao's Demons. Noticing the change in their expressions, the two exchanged glances. Qin Xiaotian cautiously inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed senior, what brings you here?" Meanwhile, Zhang Yun eagerly nodded, equally curious about why this celestial being had come to their vast sword sect without reason. The Wuhan Daoist cast a glance at the two, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips, revealing a peculiar grin. "I am the master of the assassination hall of the heavenly palace, the Wuhan Daoist.
Have you not been searching for us all along?"
Upon hearing this, the previously troubled and doubtful Qin Xiaotian and Zhang Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. They could hardly believe that the celestial figure before them was indeed the master of the heavenly palace, explaining his extraordinary prowess.
In unison, they exclaimed, "Junior pays his respects to Master Wuhan."
Immediately, Qin Xiaotian's face contorted into one of extreme grievance and unbridled rage as he addressed the Wuhan Daoist, "Esteemed senior, you must seek justice for Master Heifeng."
"Oh?" The Wuhan Daoist's eyes narrowed with interest as he queried, "Are you Qin Xiaotian?"
"Indeed, it is I." Qin Xiaotian nodded fervently, filled with astonishment that the Daoist recognized his identity. Seeing this, the Wuhan Taoist settled into a nearby chair, his tone curious as he asked, "Then tell me, how did Haifeng meet his demise?" Qin Shaotian replied, "Esteemed senior, I am the sovereign of the Divine Martial Empire. 3 months ago, due to the inadvertent provocation of the mysterious sacred land by my vassal forces, its progenitor descended, seeking our surrender. I resolutely refused, leading to a brutal slaughter that annihilated my Divine Martial Empire, and in his effort to save me, Master Haifeng tragically perished at their hands." After listening to this account, the Wuhan Taoist did not respond immediately but fixed a piercing gaze upon Qin Shaotian, scrutinizing him until he felt a chill run down his spine. Finally, the Taoist spoke in a calm tone, "Although Haifeng's strength was mediocre, I am well aware of the kind of person he was. How could he possibly sacrifice his life for you?"
Surely, you are not deceiving me?
In an instant, the atmosphere in the grand hall turned exceedingly peculiar. Cold sweat broke out on Qin Shaotian's brow, and he quickly shifted his gaze, displaying a look of profound sorrow.
Esteemed senior, you are unaware. In my youth, I was but a beggar. My current achievements are entirely due to Master Haifeng's guidance. Without him, there would be no me today. I have long desired to take Master Haifeng as my teacher, yet he consistently refused. Only a few months ago, he came to the Divine Martial Empire, and after much pleading, he finally agreed to accept me as his disciple. As he spoke, tears welled in the corners of Qin Shaotian's eyes, his voice trembling with grief and indignation. Yet, before I could repay his kindness, he was slain by the progenitor of the mysterious sacred land. Alas, as his disciple with limited strength, I believed I would never have the chance to avenge my master, until your esteemed presence reignited hope within me. With a thud, Qin Shaotian dropped to his knees before the Wuhan Taoist, bowing respectfully as he implored, "Esteemed senior, I beseech you to avenge my master's death. At your command, I am willing to lead the charge into battle." His impassioned and righteous declarations flowed from his lips uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun, standing beside him with his head bowed, could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Were it not for the gravity of the situation, he might have burst into laughter. At this moment, he found himself utterly convinced by Qin Shaotian's theatrics. Truly, he was an unparalleled braggart. The Wuhan Taoist, having listened to this fervent speech, was momentarily taken aback. Even before he ascended to immortality, he had known Haifeng. They had clashed for many years. Surely, he knew the character of Haifeng well enough. He was a cunning and ruthless individual, one who would never easily relent in pursuit of his goals. How could he possibly take on a disciple like Qin Shaotian without any benefit? Moreover, not only had the dark-clad figure previously informed him about Qin Shaotian, but he found it hard to believe these words. What a scheming and deceitful character Qin Shaotian was, daring to deceive him. Contemplating this, the Wuhan Taoist smiled slightly, saying, "As I belong to the heavenly palace alongside Haifeng, I shall certainly seek vengeance for his untimely demise." Lost in his thoughts, his eyes suddenly brightened. Even Zhang Yun, standing nearby, was taken aback, secretly marveling at how easily this old man was deceived. Suppressing his excitement, Qin Shaotian expressed his gratitude with utmost reverence. "Junior expresses gratitude on behalf of my master." The Wuhan Taoist nodded slightly and then turned to the two, instructing, "You may now relax your minds."
Both Qin Shaotian and Zhang Yun were momentarily stunned, seemingly taken aback by this command. The state of one's mind was of utmost importance to a cultivator. How could they easily let their guard down in another's presence? Would that not invite disaster? Seeing the confusion on their faces, the Wuhan Taoist grew increasingly displeased, his expression darkening as he retorted, "I said relax your minds. Why the hesitation? If I wished to kill you, a mere flick of my finger would suffice. Why would I go through such trouble?" Terrified, Qin Shaotian and Zhang Yun quickly protested, "No, no, no.
Esteemed senior, you misunderstand."
Though they were extremely reluctant, they had no choice but to comply with the Wuhan Taoist's overwhelming authority and released their mental guards. In that critical moment, a sudden turn of events unfolded. The instant their minds relaxed, the Wuhan Taoist's fingers shot forth 2 streaks of black light, piercing directly into them. In an instant, Qin Shaotian and Zhang Yun felt as if their heads had been struck with tremendous force, pain swelling within their skulls as they collapsed to the ground, crying out in agony. The Wuhan Taoist coldly observed the writhing figures on the ground, stating icily, "You have now been marked by my heart demon seed. Because you deceived me earlier, this serves merely as a small punishment. Should you dare to offend me again in the future, I shall make you wish for death but find no escape." At these words, Qin Shaotian and Zhang Yun turned pale with fear. The heart demon seed, a sinister technique of demonic cultivators, once planted, their lives would hang by a thread, completely under another's control. With a mere thought, they could be effortlessly erased. They could scarcely fathom that this seemingly virtuous Wuhan Taoist was, in fact, a practitioner of demonic arts. Realizing the dire situation, they hastily begged for mercy. "Esteemed senior, spare us, we shall never dare offend you again, please, show us mercy."
Humph. The Wuhan Daoist snorted disdainfully, slowly retracting his mental influence. Only then did Qin Shaotian and Zhang Yan begin to regain their composure, having just experienced a brush with death. Chapter 81. In the town of Qing Mountain, the unmarked Daoist's expression was as grim as the depths of the ocean, his icy gaze fixated on the two individuals before him. With a frigid tone, he intoned, "Remember, if you serve me well from now on, I shall spare your lives. However, should you dare entertain any rebellious thoughts, I will ensure you experience the true meaning of despair, where neither heaven nor earth will heed your cries." At this moment, Qin Shaotian and Zhang Yun, whose fates were entirely in another's hands, dared not retort. They hastily nodded in unison, responding fervently, "Yes, yes, esteemed elder, you need not worry. At your command, we shall act without hesitation, willing to brave fire and water, risking our lives without a second thought." Seeing their eagerness to please, the unmarked Daoist nodded in satisfaction. Although Qin Shaotian and Zhang Yun were mere ants in the early stages of the Emperor realm, their potential for exploitation held some value. He then continued, "I have matters to attend to. During this time, ensure you uncover the complete details of all factions in the eastern wilderness." With those words, the unmarked Daoist vanished from the grand hall. Witnessing this, Qin Shaotian and Zhang Yan breathed a sigh of relief, exhaling deeply. The earlier encounter had brought them perilously close to death. It would be impossible to claim they were unshaken. After all, individuals of their caliber held a profound fear of death. "What do you mean by that?" A sudden chill gripped Qin Shaotian's neck as a sharp blade was poised against him. He struggled to swallow, turning his gaze towards Zhang Yun, his voice rising in anger. "How dare you ask such a question?" Zhang Yun retorted vehemently, "How can you still have the audacity to inquire? If it weren't for you, I would not have fallen victim to the heart demon seed, my life now controlled by others." At that moment, Zhang Yun could hardly contain his desire to rend Qin Shaotian into 1,000 pieces. After his ascension to the Emperor realm, the vast sword sect was destined to flourish in the eastern wilderness, yet, all of that had turned to ash, possibly leading to his utter ruin. And all of it was thanks to Qin Shaotian. Had he not insisted on confronting the ethereal Holy Land, drawing the attention of the celestial palace, how could things have spiraled to this point? In a fit of rage, Qin Shaotian shouted, "Zhang Yun, do you have no shame? When I brought the breaking Emperor pill to seek your aid, did I ever coerce you? Wasn't it your own volition to join me against the ethereal Holy Land? And 3 months ago, when my divine martial empire fell, I sought you out again. Initially, you refused, yet in the end, you succumbed to your greed and agreed." With a mocking sneer, he added, "Now that trouble has arisen, I thought my own shamelessness was unparalleled, yet you, Zhang Yun, are equally without equal. You." Zhang Yun was rendered speechless, unable to muster a single retort. He then withdrew the sword from Qin Shaotian's neck, slumping into a chair, murmuring to himself, "What are we to do now? Are you truly willing to be manipulated by others?" A shadow flickered across Qin Shaotian's eyes as he shook his head, coldly declaring, "We can only take one step at a time. Our lives are currently in that old man's grasp, so regardless of his demands, we must comply to ensure our survival." Zhang Yun sighed deeply, resignedly stating, "It seems we have no choice." In the town of Qing Mountain, within the Drunken Beauty Pavilion, the atmosphere was vibrant with chatter, almost every seat occupied, as Jiang Qingyue and her father Jiang Tao busied themselves in a flurry. "Boss, bring 6 jars of drunken immortal wine." A boisterous shout rang from outside, and moments later, 6 burly men wielding broadswords strode in. Instantly, all eyes in the establishment were drawn to them. It was the dead of winter, yet these 6 men were bare-chested. However, many patrons were cultivators, and despite their modest strength, they could keenly sense the overwhelming aura emanating from these men, indicative of their mastery at the harmonization realm. 6 harmonization realm experts. The onlookers murmured in confusion, they seem familiar. Whence do they hail, and why have they appeared in Qing Mountain town? Just then, Jiang Qingyue emerged, and upon catching sight of the fierce-looking 6, she was taken aback. "Stealing herself," she said, "Esteemed guests, I apologize, but the drunken immortal wine is currently sold out. Would you care for another fine vintage?" The 6 men gazed at Jiang Qingyue as she approached gracefully, her fur cloak failing to conceal her alluring figure. In an instant, their eyes gleamed with a base desire. The leader of the group swallowed hard, grinning, "Little beauty, your establishment's signature drink is the drunken immortal wine. With it unavailable, what shall we do?" Feeling his lecherous gaze upon her, Jiang Qingyue felt a wave of revulsion. Yet, she was no fool. She could sense that these men were not of good intent. To avoid unnecessary trouble, she mustered the courage to respond, "Esteemed guests, the brewing process for drunken immortal wine is quite complex, with limited production. Given the high number of patrons today, we are experiencing a shortage. However, our other fine wines are also quite commendable." The burly man, however, shook his head, a wicked smile curling his lips. "When it comes to wine, we are not so particular. We simply wish to invite you, little beauty, to join us for a drink, what say you? As he reached out to grasp Jiang Qingyue's shoulder, she remained vigilant, swiftly stepping back to evade him. The thwarted man, growing irate, barked, "Little beauty, I advise you not to refuse our kindness, or I might just smash this shabby establishment of yours." As his words hung in the air, several of his subordinates prepared to act. Just then, Jiang Tao emerged from within, his tone stern. "Gentlemen, as harmonization realm cultivators, do you not find such behavior somewhat disrespectful? Should you wish to enjoy a drink, you are most welcome. However, if you seek to cause trouble, do not blame this old man for being merciless." Seeing her father step forward, a panicked Jiang Qingyue rushed to his side. Jiang Tao gently patted her hand, signaling her to remain calm. The once carefree and unconcerned leader frowned upon seeing Jiang Tao, his expression shifting to one of surprise. "I never expected to find such a formidable presence in this small mountain town." Though Jiang Tao's aura was not overwhelming, he was indeed a peak cultivator of the harmonization realm, and the leader could sense that this elder was a being of saintly caliber. Unfazed, Jiang Tao coldly inquired, "So, do you wish to drink, or do you seek a fight?" The burly man took a deep breath, chuckling, "We are here for the wine, of course." While Jiang Tao was merely an early-stage saint, and they were 6 harmonization realm warriors, the risk of confrontation was not one they were willing to take. "Then please, take a seat. However, I advise you to behave yourselves." Though the leader felt a twinge of irritation at the elder's veiled threat, he refrained from acting rashly. Meanwhile, on the street outside, Yi Shaoqing and Tang Yuan strolled leisurely from a distance. Chapter 82 Ants, how dare they be arrogant on the street? Tang Yuan suddenly spoke up, "Senior, the Sea of Realms feels exceedingly peculiar to me." "Do elaborate," Yi Shaoqing replied with a calm demeanor. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Yuan explained, "Logically speaking, even if the entire luck of the Dragon Clan coalesces to form the Sea of Realms, its power of fortune should not be this immense, should it?" Reflecting on the places he had accompanied Yi Shaoqing to over the past few days, what astonished him most was indeed the Sea of Realms, whose overwhelming fortune was beyond imagination, even rivaling that of the current underworld. Upon hearing this, Yi Shaoqing smiled faintly. "That is because those old dragons truly placed their bets wisely." "Senior, I am but a dullard. What does this mean?" Tang Yuan asked, his face a mask of confusion, struggling to grasp the meaning of her words. "In due time, you shall understand," Yi Shaoqing replied, shaking his head and offering no further explanation. With that, he led the bewildered Tang Yuan toward the Drunken Beauty Pavilion. "Welcome to the Drunken Beauty," Jiang Qingyue began, but her words faltered as she froze in place. Her beautiful eyes reflected a profound disbelief as she gazed intently at the figure in white slowly entering through the door. Yi Shaoqing noticed her as well and immediately broke into a smile, saying, "My lady, I am but a wandering drinker, unaware if the drunken immortal brew is still available?" Jiang Qingyue inhaled sharply, feigning calm as she nodded slightly, revealing a captivating smile. "Indeed, young Master Yi, please wait a moment." However, the instant she turned away, the tears welling in her eyes were caught by Tang Yuan, who could not help but cast a curious glance at Yi Shaoqing, intrigued by their relationship. After all, during this time, Yi Shaoqing had always appeared unflappable, regardless of the circumstances, yet, in the presence of this woman, he seemed to exude a hint of tension. Noticing Tang Yuan's inquisitive expression, Yi Shaoqing let out a light, helpless laugh before casually finding a seat. Before long, a figure emerged, but it was not Jiang Qingyue, it was Jiang Tao, carrying a jug of wine. Upon seeing Yi Shaoqing seated in the corner, Jiang Tao's eyes widened in astonishment. Now he understood why his daughter had been hiding away, weeping like a rain-drenched pear blossom. It was because of this man. Realizing this, Jiang Tao hurried forward and called out, "Old man pays his respects to you, fellow Taoist. I apologize for any neglect today due to my busyness, I hope you can forgive me." Yi Shaoqing replied with a smile, "You are too kind, Jiang Taoist. I merely happened to pass through this area and was drawn by the allure of your drunken immortal brew, hence my intrusion." "Ah," Jiang Tao laughed heartily, "you flatter me, fellow Taoist. As long as you wish to drink, you are welcome at any time." Tang Yuan observed the amicable exchange between the two with great surprise. After all, Yi Shaoqing was a celestial king, while Jiang Tao was merely a practitioner at the early stage of the saint realm, yet they addressed each other as fellow Taoists. Then, Jiang Tao slowly uncorked the drunken immortal brew, and a rich aroma wafted through the air. Before Tang Yuan could savor the fragrance, a sudden commotion interrupted him. Bang! A robust man at the neighboring table slammed his palm onto the surface, leaping to his feet, his eyes wide with fury as he pointed at the drunken immortal brew. "What does this mean? Did you not say there was no drunken immortal brew? What is this?" The trio's attention was instantly drawn to him, yet, Yi Shaoqing merely took a sip of his wine, seemingly oblivious to the disturbance. Just as Tang Yuan was about to retaliate, he was halted by Jiang Tao. This jug of wine was reserved by fellow Daoist Yi, is that not permissible? Jiang Tao said coldly, fixing his gaze on the burly man. Even if it were not reserved, what do you intend to do about it?
As soon as Jiang Tao finished speaking, the burly man had yet to respond when 5 of his subordinates immediately stood up, their combined aura of the Harmony Realm surging forth, sending numerous patrons flying to the ground. In an instant, a strange and tense atmosphere enveloped the room, causing everyone to panic and flee, fearing they would be caught in the fray. The burly man smirked coldly and stepped forward, surveying the 3 of them. Upon sensing no aura of cultivation emanating from Yi Shaoqing and Tang Yuan, he grew more brazen, addressing Jiang Tao with disdain. Do you really think we fear you just because you're a saint? With that, the burly man slammed his heavy blade onto Yi Shaoqing's table. Seeing this, Jiang Tao's expression changed drastically. Although Yi Shaoqing remained unfazed, Tang Yuan's countenance darkened ominously, as if it could drip water. He did not know who this man was, but he understood that anyone who could stand beside Yi Shaoqing was certainly extraordinary, far beyond his capacity to provoke easily. Jiang Tao glared at the burly man, his voice stern. You fool, you are courting death. Put the blade away and apologize to fellow Daoist Yi, otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. However, his words fell on deaf ears, met only with the burly man's scornful expression. Casting a dismissive glance at Yi Shaoqing, who was still engrossed in his drink, the man's anger flared even higher. Drink, 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 who do you think you are to ignore me? In the next moment, the burly man reached out, attempting to snatch the wine cup from Yi Shaoqing's hand. Yet, at that very instant, an overwhelming imperial might erupted from Tang Yuan, akin to a mighty dragon, sending the burly man hurtling backward.
An emperor, he is indeed an emperor.
This unexpected turn of events left the other 5 men dumbfounded, the formidable imperial pressure causing their legs to tremble uncontrollably, nearly collapsing. Even Jiang Tao was left speechless, internally sighing. Those who accompany fellow Daoist Yi are truly extraordinary. Tang Yuan's expression had darkened significantly. He slowly raised his hand, and with a gentle grasp, the 5 men felt a wave of suffocation, their bodies levitating into the air.
Great Emperor, we were wrong. We beg you to spare us.
Hearing their pleas for mercy, Tang Yuan's voice turned sharp. A mere swarm of ants, how dare you behave so audaciously in front of Senior Yi?
You deserve death.
As his words fell, he waved his hand, and the 5 men flew out the window like kites with severed strings. Before anyone could react, the overwhelming imperial might, like a towering mountain, ruthlessly crushed down upon them, instantly reducing them to a mist of blood, splattering everywhere, not even allowing a single cry of despair to escape. This decisive and ruthless scene caused Jiang Tao to gasp in shock. The burly man, severely injured by the imperial might, struggled to rise from the ground, and suddenly, a series of heavy footsteps echoed in his ears. As he slowly raised his head, he saw Tang Yuan, his aura unreservedly surging, imperial might rampaging with reckless abandon, and a terrifying killing intent filling his eyes, advancing step by step towards him. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, the burly man felt his legs turn to jelly, frantically bowing his head in a desperate plea for mercy.
Great Emperor, please do not kill me. Chapter 83.
Tianshu Mountain, Demon Realm. Yet, how could Tang Yuan possibly concern himself with the man's pleas for mercy? With a mere flick of his hand, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, sending the burly man hurtling through the air. He crashed heavily onto the ground outside, still dazed when Tang Yuan, like a ghostly apparition, appeared before him in an instant, raising his foot to deliver a brutal kick.
To dare insult Senior Yi, you truly possess the audacity of a mere insect.
The voice penetrated the silence of the empty street, where Jiang Tao peered through the window. He witnessed Tang Yuan unleashing a tempest of blows upon the burly man, the scene utterly horrific. A series of anguished wails echoed, piercing the once desolate and silent streets. Realizing his impending doom, the burly man began to frantically weave hand seals. In an instant, a terrifying black mist surged from his body, enveloping him entirely. At that moment, his soul tore free from his flesh. A demon cultivator, Tang Yuan's brow furrowed slightly, observing the man who had forsaken his corporeal form in a desperate bid to escape. A contemptuous smirk curled at the corner of his mouth.
Do you truly believe you can escape? In the next moment, the surrounding space seemed to congeal, binding the burly man in place, rendering his frantic struggles utterly futile. As he gazed at the advancing Tang Yuan in sheer terror, the man screamed, "Do not kill me, I beg you, spare my life." Yet, the burly man had already been marked for death in Tang Yuan's mind. How could he be so easily forgiven? In Tang Yuan's heart, the image of Senior Yi was exalted and sacred, akin to that of his own master. The audacity of this ignorant insect to show disrespect was utterly intolerable. Thus, there was no room for negotiation. Today, he must die. Just as Tang Yuan prepared to obliterate him completely, a calm voice floated down from the building. Do not kill him just yet. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan's fist halted mere millimeters from the man's body. With a thud, the burly man, his soul forcibly returned to his body, was unceremoniously tossed to the ground by Tang Yuan as if he were a mere chick. The man, having narrowly escaped death, immediately knelt before Yi Shaoqing, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "Senior, I was blind to your greatness and have offended you. I implore your magnanimity to spare my life." At this moment, the man was on the brink of collapse, feeling as though he were in a surreal dream. Who could understand? He had just descended the mountain, merely attempting to show off, only to collide head-on with a great emperor. Who would believe such a tale? Who could be more unfortunate than he? Yi Shaoqing took a delicate sip of wine, his expression tranquil as he inquired, "The soul-severing demon technique, are you from Tianshu Mountain, or do you hail from the demon realm?" Upon hearing this, the burly man swallowed hard, trembling as he replied, "I come from Tianshu Mountain." At this, Yi Shaoqing's gaze slowly shifted towards him, his voice gently yet firm. "As far as I know, Tianshu Mountain is a gathering place for scattered demon cultivators, yet the demonic aura you just emitted is exceedingly pure, quite unlike that of a mere rogue demon." His words sent shockwaves through the burly man's heart, leaving him momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Seeing the man drenched in cold sweat, eyes darting in fear, Yi Shaoqing pressed, "What is it? Do you not wish to speak?" After a fierce internal struggle, the burly man finally broke down, pleading with a quivering voice, "Senior, please spare me. I truly cannot speak, revealing it would mean a most dreadful death." Yi Shaoqing chuckled lightly at his words and replied, "Have you considered that if you remain silent, I might make your fate even worse?" The burly man froze momentarily, only to realize that Tang Yuan was slowly approaching him, his emotionless gaze fixed intently upon him. A shiver coursed through his body as the fear instilled by Tang Yuan earlier resurfaced. Yi Shaoqing seemed to lose his patience, a light laugh escaping his lips as he said, "I shall grant you one final opportunity. Should you refuse to speak now, I will have no choice but to send you to reincarnation." The burly man, upon hearing this, whispered, "If I speak, will you spare my life?" Yi Shaoqing did not answer but simply uttered a single word. "Speak." The burly man swallowed hard and began to explain, "I indeed come from Tianshu Mountain, but my identity is that of a demon realm inhabitant. I serve under the demon lord, who, in an effort to control all the scattered demons of Tianshu Mountain, sent demon cultivators to infiltrate. I am one of them." "Demon lord?" Yi Shaoqing furrowed his brow, well aware of the hierarchy in the demon realm, where the supreme commander is the demon sovereign, followed by three great demon kings. This so-called demon lord was a name he had never encountered before. He then inquired, "Who is this demon lord?" The burly man shook his head, hastily explaining, "I do not know, all I know is that the demon lord joined the demon realm 3,000 years ago and is the most powerful being there. I have also heard that the demon lord is an immortal, and the current demon sovereign's ascension is all thanks to him. As for the true identity and name of the demon lord, I am completely unaware." Watching Yi Shaoqing fall into contemplation, the burly man, now utterly terrified, hastily continued, "Senior, every word I speak is the truth. If I utter a single falsehood, may I be struck by lightning." Yi Shaoqing glanced at him, a smile playing on his lips as he asked, "What brings you to Qingshan town?" The burly man, trembling with anxiety, stammered, "The demon lord has tasked me with eliminating a person named Zhang Tao." Yi Shaoqing's lips twitched slightly as he pointed to the wide-eyed Zhang Tao beside him and asked the burly man, "Do you know who he is?" The burly man glanced at Zhang Tao and shook his head, indicating he did not recognize him. Yi Shaoqing sighed in exasperation, "Then why did you come to this tavern?" With an awkward expression, the burly man explained, "I am new here, drawn by the alluring scent of wine. I thought to have a few drinks before proceeding to kill Zhang Tao." At this, both Yi Shaoqing and Zhang Tao were left speechless. They had encountered many unreliable individuals, but never someone so absurdly foolish. As the burly man stood there, bewildered and at a loss, Zhang Tao stepped forward, pointed to himself, and declared, "I am Zhang Tao." Boom! His words struck the burly man like a thunderclap, his eyes bulging as if they might pop from his head, and now he comprehended why the two had worn such expressions earlier. Had he not just walked straight into his own demise? Panic-stricken, the burly man implored, "Senior, Master Jiang, I beg you to show mercy and let me go." His pleas drowned in a cacophony of desperation, yet Yi Shaoqing appeared oblivious, casually lifting his wine cup and taking a sip. Observing this, Tang Yuan understood and stepped up behind the burly man. He slowly raised his hand, a white void appearing in his palm, a powerful suction force suddenly manifesting, devouring the man's soul. Zhang Tao looked at the lifeless burly man, his soul completely drained, and exclaimed, "Soul-devouring divine body." Chapter 84 The recruitment of Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao's gaze shifted toward Tang Yuan, inquiring, "Do you hail from the underworld?" Upon hearing his words, Tang Yuan, who had just cast the corpse of the great Han into the rift of time and space, did not respond but merely offered a gentle smile.
Just as I suspected, Jiang Tao mused inwardly. Of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion boasts a long-standing history, and Jiang Tao had once served as its master. Although the underworld had long since concealed itself from the world, he had never encountered its denizens, yet he possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding the devouring spirit physique. Those who bear such a constitution are typically practitioners of considerable fortune in their past lives, who met with unfortunate demise in their weaker days. Upon entering the underworld, they awaken. Usually, such individuals forego the cycle of reincarnation, opting instead to embark upon a second life directly within the underworld. When he first laid eyes on Tang Yuan, he had sensed an unusual aura about him, a heavy, morbid presence that set him apart. Indeed, he was from the underworld. With this realization, Jiang Tao promptly bowed in gratitude to Yi Shaoqing and Tang Yuan, saying, "I sincerely thank you, Taoist friends, for your assistance today. Should there be any future needs for my help, do not hesitate to call upon me, and I shall do my utmost." Tang Yuan reciprocated the gesture. Although he was unaware of Jiang Tao's true identity, the fact that he could address Yi Shaoqing as a Taoist friend indicated his remarkable status. As for the matter of repayment, it had never crossed his mind. Yi Shaoqing, with a light chuckle, remarked, "There is no need for such formality. However, what are your thoughts on those few demonic cultivators, Taoist Jiang?" Jiang Tao's expression turned bitter as he sighed in resignation. "In truth, when those individuals revealed my name earlier, I suspected they were linked to the Heavenly Palace. Beyond the Heavenly Palace, I cannot fathom who else would expend such effort to take my life, for with my current strength, I pose no threat to anyone." Yet, Tian is different. Though he is now the emperor of the Central Plains, revered by many, the ancient powers and hidden families harbor their own ulterior motives. Had it not been for their trepidation regarding Tian's might, they would have long since instigated a rebellion. The root of all this animosity stems from the knowledge that Jiang Tao had disseminated regarding Tian's slaughter of their young disciples blessed with great fortune. Thus, how could Tian possibly allow him to escape? Jiang Tao had never anticipated that the Heavenly Palace's influence was so formidable that it could manipulate the demonic cultivators of the demon realm. Upon hearing this, Yi Shaoqing narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he slowly proposed, "If all else fails, how about you join my mysterious sacred land? With my protection, even if Tian himself were to come, he would not dare to harm you." Jiang Tao was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected offer. He could hardly believe that Yi Shaoqing would propose his joining the mysterious sacred land. After all, Jiang Tao had first-hand experience of Tian's terrifying power, yet Yi Shaoqing's nonchalant words suggested he held Tian in little regard. This revelation left Jiang Tao profoundly astonished, simultaneously igniting his curiosity regarding the true extent of Yi Shaoqing's prowess. Noticing Jiang Tao lost in thought, Yi Shaoqing continued, "The mysterious sacred land is preparing to establish a branch sect. If you agree, I could appoint you as its leader." Jiang Tao was utterly flabbergasted by his words. It was crucial to note that he bore a checkered past, and the notion of being appointed as the leader of a branch sect was utterly beyond his expectations. With a heart full of doubt, he asked, "Taoist Ji, why do you wish for me to join the mysterious sacred land?" "Given my past actions," here, Jiang Tao fell silent, seemingly lost in memories of bygone days. Yi Shaoqing smiled gently, "Some matters are best left in the past. It is not wrong for cultivators to seek strength. You merely made an erroneous choice. As long as you are willing to repent, it is not insurmountable. Moreover, I hold you in high regard." Jiang Tao was taken aback, as if he had been touched by Yi Shaoqing's words, his expression momentarily becoming dazed. Yi Shaoqing took a sip of wine, his gaze drifting toward the vast sky outside the window, and spoke contemplatively, "Before long, the eastern wilderness shall descend into chaos. Even if it wishes to avoid turmoil, it shall be unable to do so. Should you agree to take on the role of sect leader, I will assist you in restoring your peak emperor cultivation. However, you will need to utilize your innate ability to perceive the celestial secrets to ensure the safety of the disciples of the mysterious sacred land. As for divine retribution, I shall intervene on your behalf, and I give you my word when the time is ripe, I will aid you in achieving immortality." At these words, Tang Yuan's eyes widened in shock, involuntarily glancing at the dazed Jiang Tao, his expression a tableau of astonishment. He had grossly misjudged the situation. He never anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable individual, merely at the saint level, possessed such a significant background. Having once been a peak emperor, most incredulous of all was that Yi Shaoqing had bestowed upon him a promise of immortality. It would be impossible for Tang Yuan to claim he felt no envy. Yi Shaoqing then turned to the contemplative Jiang Tao and asked, "Are you willing?" Snapping back to reality from his astonishment, Jiang Tao swallowed hard, hesitating to respond. Instead, he countered with a question, "Taoist Ji, you mentioned that the eastern wilderness will descend into chaos, yet with your strength, wouldn't it be quite simple for you to protect the mysterious sacred land?" This was his primary source of confusion. Yi Shaoqing was evidently powerful, yet he still sought Jiang Tao's assistance. Was this not redundant? Yi Shaoqing shook his head, responding, I will not act lightly.
Why is that? Jiang Tao asked, his expression growing more perplexed.
Yi Shaoqing gestured toward the void beyond, smiling as he explained, I fear that my intervention would attract certain forces, leading to their descent. At that point, matters would become quite troublesome. Jiang Tao furrowed his brow, unable to grasp the implications of Yi Shaoqing's words.
Noticing his confusion, Yi Shaoqing pressed on, so, have you considered the proposition? Will you take on the role of branch sect leader? After a lengthy pause, Jiang Tao let out a slow sigh, saying, I am grateful for your generosity, Daoist Ji, and for holding me in such esteem. However, I must ask for time to contemplate this matter. The conditions and promises Yi Shaoqing laid before him were unimaginably grand. Had it been anyone else, they would have undoubtedly accepted without hesitation. Yet Jiang Tao was different. Due to a moment of greed, he had caused the downfall of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, a burden etched indelibly in his heart. The prospect of becoming the leader of another sect filled him with trepidation. Yi Shaoqing nodded in understanding, acknowledging Jiang Tao's need for time to reflect. After all, he was well aware of Jiang Tao's history. Rather than pressuring him for an immediate decision, it was far more prudent to allow him the space to deliberate. As for the final choice he made, Yi Shaoqing would respect it wholeheartedly. Chapter 85. Yi Shaoqing was in a state of panic. As the dragon clan of the realm sea, the night fell quietly. Zhang Qingyue stood serenely on the rooftop of the Drunken Beauty Pavilion, gazing up at the luminous moon hanging high in the night sky, her slightly reddened eyes betraying a hint of complex emotions. At that moment, Yi Shaoqing emerged slowly from the shadows and approached her side. As time flowed, Zhang Qingyue softly murmured, Young Master Yi, do you know, I used to believe that those cultivators embarked on their journeys to fulfill certain desires within themselves. I never harbored such thoughts. I merely wished to live each day in simplicity and tranquility, yet one day, I found myself envying them. Yi Shaoqing, upon hearing this, replied thoughtfully, in truth, there is little to envy. As you mentioned, many enter the path of cultivation driven by various desires. Some seek strength to eradicate evil and uphold justice, while others wish to wander the world wielding a sword. However, the path of cultivation is fraught with trials and tribulations, and along the way, many gradually lose their original intentions, resorting to unscrupulous means in pursuit of power. When they wish to turn back, they discover that the road they once traveled has long since been severed, leaving them unable to return. As he spoke, a bittersweet smile crept upon Yi Shaoqing's face, for he felt this deeply. A millennium ago, upon his arrival in this world, he too had been a passionate youth, having acted as a do-gooder and engaged in numerous acts of chivalry. Yet as his strength grew, he slowly lost sight of his true self. Zhang Qingyue, hearing his words, turned her head slowly to gaze at his handsome profile and murmured, but if I cannot become strong, even if I exert all my efforts, I will still be unable to keep pace with him. One day, I will be swept away by the currents of time. I fear he will forget me, and I cannot bear to let him go. Yet he is an immortal, a revered ancestor of a sacred land, while I am but an ordinary mortal. How dreadful it is for a person to reach a certain age and suddenly encounter someone who makes their heart race, yet remains unattainable. To advance is to be out of reach, to retreat is to yearn. This feeling is the most tormenting. Zhang Qingyue had always believed she would never find herself in such a predicament, maintaining a nonchalant attitude until today, when she truly grasped the essence of this sentiment. Suddenly, she inquired softly, if I were to begin cultivating now, would there be a chance for me to be with him? Yi Shaoqing, fully aware of her sentiments, turned slowly to face her. Observing her pained expression and slightly reddened eyes, he sighed gently. I am not a virtuous person. Not only am I not a good person, but I am also profoundly flawed. I am unworthy of you and do not deserve such feelings. I do not care about that. Zhang Qingyue shook her head, her gaze resolute as she looked at him and spoke with determination. I only wish to know if there is a chance. Yi Shaoqing was taken aback. As a traveler from the 21st century, he had always been the one to pursue others, often without success. He had never been confessed to in such a manner, and in that instant, he felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He understood himself all too well. Though he regarded the lives of ants as insignificant, he found it difficult to harm a woman who loved him so deeply. Seeing him silent, Zhang Qingyue pressed on, please, speak. Is there or isn't there a chance? Are you unwilling to provide me with a simple yes or no? In an instant, tears streamed down her face like a surging tide, her sorrowful weeping evoking sympathy. Conflicted within, Yi Shaoqing eventually sighed and nodded gently. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Qingyue's tears transformed into joy. She wiped her cheeks and smiled brightly. You promised, do not deceive me, I will strive to cultivate diligently. Even if I cannot keep up with your pace, I will never hold you back, I will be with you openly.
Indeed, Yi Shaoqing replied softly. Meanwhile, far beyond Qingshan town, in the depths of a vast ocean, within a dark palace, 7 enormous stone pillars supported 7 slumbering black dragons, their auras exceedingly weak. Beneath them stood a young man clad in white robes. Aogyo, the current leader of the dragon clan. Aogyo gazed at the enormous golden egg at the center, enveloped in an overwhelming aura of fortune, and respectfully called out, "Esteemed ancestors, time has flown by, and many years have passed.
Is it not time for Ear to make his entrance?"
A deep dragon roar suddenly resounded. One of the black dragons began to awaken, its crimson eyes sweeping over the golden egg as it spoke in a low voice. "Wait a little longer."
Aogyo, puzzled, inquired, "Ancestor, why is that? Has it not been 3,000 years already?"
The black dragon descended from its pillar, leaning closer to scrutinize the golden egg before responding. "In the past, we 7 had to risk our lives and the entire dragon clan due to the soul-devouring qi, and fortunately, we succeeded. The dragon clan has not only survived but has also thrived in the realm sea, becoming a realm unto itself, with our fortune growing ever stronger. If Ear can devour all this fortune, he will undoubtedly become the most powerful wielder of destiny in the world. When that time comes, our dragon clan shall once again rise to glory under his leadership. Although the 3,000-year period has come, when he emerges will still depend on Ear's own choice.
We must not interfere."
Upon hearing this, Aogyo nodded slightly. As the current leader of the dragon clan, he was naturally aware of these matters, though he did not realize the complexities involved. Then, the black dragon alighted upon Aogyo and asked, "While we were in slumber, nothing occurred, did it?" Aogyo shook his head. After remaining in the realm sea for so many years, the clan members initially exhibited some restlessness, but it has improved significantly now. As for other matters, nothing has happened. After all, our realm sea is protected by barriers, preventing outsiders from entering.
"That is good," the black dragon nodded.
"It is normal for them to act out. We must ensure their emotions are soothed. We old fellows cannot leave this place, and the future of the dragon clan depends on you all." Aogyo looked at the ancestors who had returned to their pillars, falling back into slumber, his expression revealing a deep heaviness. After all, these 7 ancestors were the pinnacle emperors of the dragon clan a millennium ago, yet due to certain events, they were forced to be eternally suppressed in this lightless abyss. The dragon clan members living in the realm sea could only remain here, unable to enter the world. However, he found solace in the thought that once Ear was born, these issues would be resolved one by one, and their dragon clan would once again return to the eyes of the world. Chapter 86, Tragic Death. The fury of 2 clans. As the days swiftly passed, dawn broke over the tranquil Zuemelu, where only Yi Shaoqing sat in solitude, pouring himself a cup of Zuexian wine. Just as he was about to lift the cup to his lips, Tang Yuan's silhouette entered through the door. "Senior Yi, I have discovered news regarding Qin Xiaotian," Tang Yuan announced. Yi Shaoqing nodded slightly and filled another cup with wine for him. Upon witnessing this gesture, Tang Yuan hastily cradled the cup in both hands, his heart swelling with uncontainable excitement. For a venerable figure like Yi Shaoqing, an invincible immortal king, to personally pour wine for him was indeed a rare honor, a stroke of fortune in 3 lifetimes. As the fine wine slid down his throat, Tang Yuan continued, "Senior, Qin Xiaotian is currently situated within the vast Jian zone." Hearing this, Yi Shaoqing's lips curled into a faint smile, yet he remained silent. Sensing the moment, Tang Yuan pressed on, "Additionally, I have discovered that Zhang Yun has ascended to the Emperor realm."
"Has he truly broken through?"
Yi Shaoqing took a delicate sip of his wine.
"Indeed," Tang Yuan affirmed.
"Furthermore, I have observed a considerable influx of unfamiliar cultivators with varying levels of strength entering the Jian zone recently. With their arrival, numerous minor factions in the eastern wilderness have been eradicated overnight. Fortunately, Lord Lu and the elders of the mysterious land managed to suppress this information in time, preventing its spread." Yi Shaoqing chuckled softly. "It seems we are on the brink of a significant turn of events." Just as Tang Yuan pondered the implications of this statement, Yi Shaoqing rose slowly, stepping to the window to gaze upon the bustling streets, his lips curving into a subtle arc. "Oh, Di Tian, let me witness just how formidable your abilities truly are."
Stepping forward respectfully, Tang Yuan inquired, "Senior, who exactly is this Di Tian?"
"Since I have been by your side, I have heard his name mentioned several times, and my curiosity has grown." Yi Shaoqing smiled faintly. "He hails from the same place as I, yet regrettably, our paths have diverged." In truth, he held a profound admiration for Di Tian, as they were both compatriots from Blue Star. Were it not for their opposing circumstances, he would have relished the opportunity to share a drink with him. Yet, reality often defies one's desires. Differing paths render collaboration arduous. Yi Shaoqing turned to the bewildered Tang Yuan and asked softly, "Have you completed the task I entrusted to you?"
Tang Yuan nodded eagerly. "It has been accomplished." Both individuals have been dealt with.
Good, Yi Shaoqing acknowledged with a slight nod of satisfaction, then drained his cup. Now, let us venture out for a stroll. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Liuli Immortal Palace, the atmosphere was exceptionally heavy. Seated upon the throne, Zhang Qianqian wore a solemn expression. In the center stood a group of women, and beside them lay a withered corpse, unmistakably that of a woman who had recently passed. Palace Master, the master of the Baishui sect, has met a gruesome fate. We beseech you to avenge our grievances, a beautiful matron cried, kneeling before Zhang Qianqian. The disciples of the Baishui sect behind her followed suit, pleading in unison, their voices choked with tears. Elder Li Yan approached the body, scrutinizing it closely before furrowing her brow. The soul has been completely devoured. Such techniques bear the hallmark of demonic cultivators. At this revelation, fury erupted among the members of the Liuli Immortal Palace, their murderous intent surging. These vile demonic cultivators have dared to slay our kin. We implore the Palace Master to launch a thorough investigation in the Eastern Wilderness. Any demonic cultivator must be executed without mercy, not only to avenge the master of the Baishui sect but also to teach these fiends that the Liuli Immortal Palace is not to be trifled with. Agreed, hunt down the demonic cultivators and slay without mercy. The Liuli Immortal Palace had few vassal forces, with the Baishui sect being their foremost ally, a true pillar of strength. The sect master, Lu Qing, was a formidable figure at the Dao integration realm, and now that she had met such a tragic end, their anger was entirely justified. Though the Liuli Immortal Palace had maintained a semi-reclusive stance in recent years, seldom allowing disciples to venture forth, it did not imply that they were weak and could be bullied. Silence! Zhang Qianqian's sharp command silenced the previously agitated crowd. Observing their quietude, she slowly rose and approached Li Yan, casting a grave glance at the lifeless body. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, Elder, I find this situation quite peculiar. Demonic cultivators typically practice sinister arts that siphon the life force or cultivation of others to enhance their own power. Why, then, has Sect Master Lu only lost her soul? Li Yan nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is the very enigma that troubles me. The assembly was well aware that demonic cultivators were notoriously ruthless, resorting to any means necessary to achieve their ends, devoid of moral constraints. Why would they extract a soul while neglecting the opportunity to drain the very essence that could bolster their own strength? Just as the assembly was engulfed in confusion, a disciple rushed in. Palace Master, Elderly, the Grand Elder of the Gengchi Badeo sect seeks an audience. Zhang Qianqian exchanged glances with Li Yan before instructing the disciple, show him in. Moments later, an elder entered briskly, guided by the disciple. Lu Yi quickly glanced at the corpse of Lu Qing before bowing respectfully to Zhang Qianqian and Li Yan. I am Lu Yi, Grand Elder of the Gengchi Badeo sect. I greet Palace Master Zhang and Elderly. Zhang Qianqian offered a slight nod, signaling that he need not be so formal, then inquired with curiosity, what brings Elder Lu to the Liuli Immortal Palace? With a heavy sigh, Lu Yi pointed to the corpse on the ground and lamented, our vassal, the sect master of the Taidao sect, Yan Xuan, has been murdered. The manner of his death mirrors that of your sect master, both were drained of their souls. What? Zhang Qianqian and Li Yan exclaimed in unison, their faces etched with disbelief. Lin, puzzled, asked, Elder Lu, how did you come to know of the demise of the sect master of the Baishui sect? Lu Yi chuckled ruefully and explained, it happened that the Baishui sect was en route to the Liuli Immortal Palace when they were encountered by disciples of our sect. Coupled with Yan Xuan's sudden death, I began to piece things together, yet I did not anticipate that my suspicions would prove true. Ah, I see, Li Yan and Zhang Qianqian exchanged glances, feeling a sense of relief wash over them. Initially, they had harbored doubts about Lu Yi's arrival, considering that the Liuli Immortal Palace had kept this matter under wraps. With no information leaked, suddenly, Zhang Qianqian remarked, Elder Lu, why have you not pursued the mastermind behind these events? What brings you to the Liuli Immortal Palace? Chapter 87 of The Turmoil of the Eastern Wilderness. The unyielding Yi Shaoqing, Lu Yi, upon hearing this, elaborated, our sect leader has been in seclusion for many days and has yet to emerge.